General Crichton Abrams once said to his staff, "I wonder if we could arrange a swap of division commanders with the NVA. We'd take 2 of theirs and give them 2 of ours." He was assured, he added, that the Allied cause would not lose by the deal. And perhaps he was thinking of Tompkins. Hull afterwards claimed that the Americans at Dido had faced 2 NVA regiments. He described the situation on the night of the 2nd of May in words that represent a parody of the reality. After 3 very hard counterattacks, 2 4th Marines had suffered some casualties, but their ranks were still very well organized, and they were full of motivation and wanted to continue the attack and drive the enemy back. However, I thought it was time to give the battalion a little rest. The battle at Dido is barely noticed in war histories. Wise says, "I kind of believe the Marine Corps covered this up." He may be right. Some, indeed most of what went wrong in Vietnam may justly be blamed on the politicians who started it all and kept it going. But few American commanders covered themselves in glory, and some displayed folly of Crimean proportions, such as was shown at Dido. 2. Talking. A week after Dido ended on the 10th of May 1968, at the Hôtel Majestic in Paris, a U.S. team led by Averell Harriman met a North Vietnamese delegation headed by a middle-ranking cadre, Xuan Thuy. The communist choice of envoy should have sufficed to check the surge of euphoria which swept the international community. Delusions that a peace settlement would be reached within weeks, at worst months. If Hanoi had anticipated a swift outcome, the Politburo would have dispatched a serious player. Instead, they merely followed Mao Zedong's advice, to be seen to talk, to show willing before the world. This confused the American electorate, while on the battlefield the Communists continued to seek the erosion of U.S. and South Vietnamese strength and will. Here was the twin-track policy of talk-fight. Week after week, and then month after month, the rival delegations droned at each other in Paris. The Americans clung to an insistence that North Vietnamese troops must quit the South as part of a general withdrawal of foreign forces, while Hanoi demanded a role for the Viet Cong in a Saigon coalition government, neither proposition being acceptable to the opposing party. 3 years of diplomatic sterility ensued. Lyndon Johnson's announcement of his withdrawal from the election race crippled U.S. diplomacy because it increased North Vietnam's triumphalism, its conviction that victory was at hand, despite the parlous condition of the Viet Cong. In Washington, Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin was told by his Polish counterpart that Premier Pham Van Dong favoured accepting South Vietnam's neutralization to halt the devastation. This was conceivably true, but wholly at odds with the unyielding posture of Le Duan and Le Duc Tho. The Russians, desperate to stop paying bills for the North's war effort, pleaded with Hanoi to show flexibility, and were rebuffed. Dobrynin wrote, "In Moscow there was no less consternation than in Washington. Privately, many Soviet Politburo members cursed the Americans, Chinese and Vietnamese for their unwillingness to seek a compromise. Brezhnev once told me angrily that he had no wish to sink in the swamps of Vietnam." The U.S. administration sustained its delusions that Russia could end the war if it chose, especially when the Chinese became so immersed in the domestic horrors of Mao's Cultural Revolution that in 1969 they withdrew almost all their personnel from Vietnam. Washington repeatedly urged Moscow to accept an intermediary role. The Soviets reiterated wearily that the U.S. must deal bilaterally with the Northerners. The Americans could not understand, wrote Dobrynin, that however much Russia wanted peace, when it faced a Chinese challenge for leadership of the socialist world, it could not withdraw support from its most notable revolutionary clients. Moscow was so convinced that a presidential election victory for Hubert Humphrey would end the war that its envoys vainly implored Le Duan to give the Democratic candidate a diplomatic break. The spectre of Richard Nixon persuaded the Russians to go even further. They offered Humphrey's campaign secret financial support, which was politely refused. In that turbulent, bloody election year, America was divided as never since the Civil War. Lyndon Johnson now regretted his abdication and nursed vain hopes of being belatedly drafted as Democratic candidate. Bitterness about his own plight intensified the disdain, even contempt, he harbored towards his vice president. Across America, hostility to the armed forces became a widespread and unprecedented phenomenon. U.S. Navy Commander Jim Colts, serving as a staff officer at the Pentagon, became as unwilling as were most of his colleagues to wear uniform in the streets of Washington. "You were liable to get into a fight," he said. Yet even now, no serious presidential candidate, not even Eugene McCarthy or Robert Kennedy, dared to advocate unconditional U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam. Explicit acknowledgement of defeat. There also remained a few dogged escalators, advocates of a formal declaration of war on the North, though such a proposition would never have passed Congress. In 1968, Americans saw death all around them. Kennedy and Martin Luther King martyred, race riots in the cities. As for Vietnam, on the 28th of May, Michael Minahan, a young machine gunner in Quang Tri province, wrote home, "Today we are 9th day in the field, and there isn't much to say because all we're doing is walking in the mountains looking for gooks. I thought I would drop you a line to say everything's fine." 5 days later, however, it stopped being fine. Minahan's parents in Marlborough, Massachusetts, received a telegram. "From Marine Corps Commandant, deeply regret to confirm that your son died on 2nd June 1968. He sustained fragmentation wounds to the body from friendly airstrikes which fell short of the target area. His remains will be prepared, encased, and shipped at no expense to you, accompanied by an escort either to a funeral home or national cemetery selected by you. In addition, you will be reimbursed to an amount not to exceed $500 towards funeral and interment expenses. Please wire collect to Marine Corps Headquarters your wishes in this respect." By the end of 1968, 16,899 such telegrams had been received in homes across the land, over 300 a week, and Americans were tiring of them. Mac V fumed that nobody would give commanders credit the soldiers believed they deserved for having smashed first Tet, then Mini-Tet. Pacification Chief Robert Comer said during a weekly intelligence update meeting on the 29th of June, "We won a campaign and nobody knows it." The Army's new field commander, General Crichton Abrams, concurred, saying of the media, "They're calling you out before the throw is made to the plate. The umpire out there, represented by the news bureau chiefs, he's swinging his thumb over the shoulder and hell, the left fielder still hasn't thrown the ball. The umpires are all against us." One of Abrams' senior staff officers lamented, "It seems to me we've jockeyed ourselves into a funny position in Paris. If anything goes well for the enemy and he's able to mount an offensive, then he gets credit in the headlines for power and so on, like he did at Tet. On the other hand, if by virtue of our efforts here we succeed in preempting him and prevent his offensive, he gets credit for de-escalation." Abrams concurred. In August, provincial NLF and Viet Cong chiefs received terse, arbitrary wireless orders from COSVN decreeing that there was to be a third wave of Tet. Some of the tactical instructions were absurd. Fighters were told to conceal themselves in tunnels and bunkers in the midst of Saigon, hiding the excavations with wooden covers carried for the purpose. This order was belatedly cancelled. Mere local commando attacks substituted. Elsewhere in the region, groups launched sporadic bombardments of American bases using rockets left from February's stockpiles. The August attacks concentrated on Tây Ninh province, and most were easily repulsed. These were bad days for the Viet Cong. Across the Mekong Delta, guerrilla river and canal communications were impeded or cut by intensive American and Vietnamese boat patrolling. Aided at night by searchlights, the guerrillas were too depleted to challenge renewed sweeps. Traditional sanctuaries suddenly became vulnerable, units were obliged to disperse, and most withdrew towards Cambodia. Their aid stations suffered repeated attacks. The Delta Viet Cong's best battalion commander, Muay Suong, was dispatched to Saigon to discover the fate of a unit with which contact had been lost. He himself was promptly killed after U.S. troops discovered his underground hiding place. Desertions from VC units became endemic. On the 31st of August, with American commanders seeing themselves on a roll, Blowtorch Coma expressed alarm at the possibility that Hanoi might propose an unconditional ceasefire before the U.S. election. Both candidates would support it, he said. How can you be against a ceasefire? It's like motherhood. Earl Wheeler told the president in October, Abrams' assessment is highly favorable. If we haven't won the war militarily, we are well on the way to it. The chief of staff of the notorious U.S. 9th Division in the Delta described how his formation tallied its achievements for 1968. The retail concept of returns on operations, that is, a large number of small enemy eliminations, as compared to the wholesale concept, was the way to go. For example, if all 39 rifle companies would eliminate just one VC a day, that would amount to 1,170 a month. Here was a vivid example of the statistical lunacy, the mountain of gobbledygook, that passed for strategy. Yet the men who fought at Dido, those who saw more than 100 helicopters being lost a month, who knew that in 1968 the Communists mounted 1,500 ground attacks and the depleted Viet Cong contrived 9,400 recorded terrorist incidents which cost the lives of 5,400 civilians, who noticed the Arvin record of 139,670 desertions by Christmas, were no longer convinced that the war was either being won or winnable. Major William Haponsky wrote, My experiences, I believe, are important as a reflection of the whole war, its instances of what appeared to be American successes. We were ploughing what seemed like new ground, hopeful of a good harvest, but in fact the fields had been almost entirely ruined by what had happened earlier, and very little good could grow there. A man in Private First Class John Hall's infantry company suddenly announced, I ain't going in the field no more. His comrades begged and pleaded with him, urging that he could not want a dishonorable discharge, but he stayed stubborn. I don't give a shit. I don't want to die, he said. He was duly dispatched to the rear for disciplinary proceedings, but there were plenty more like him coming. Draftees who caught planes for Saigon after witnessing the strife on the streets of Chicago during August's Democratic Convention were hard to persuade that they were joining a war worth dying for. The bewilderment besetting Americans of every political hue was reflected in a letter published in the New York Times on the 2nd of September from an upstate history professor. He said that, although a registered Democrat for 24 years, he proposed to abstain in November because it seems to me that an electorate which could conceivably go for Hubert Humphrey deserves to end up with Richard Nixon. The Republican presidential candidate knew that his own prospects of victory hinged on a sufficiency of voters believing that he, and he alone, could end the war without exposing the United States to humiliation. He allowed it to be supposed, though a misguided reporter rather than Nixon himself originated the story, that he had a secret peace plan, ready to be unveiled when he entered office. This was a fiction. In truth, he intended merely to exploit communist fears that he, the implacable cold warrior, was willing to embrace every extreme of violence if the enemy declined to cut a deal. On the 25th of October, he attempted to torpedo LBJ's bombing halt plan through duplicitous secret maneuvers designed to frustrate a settlement ahead of polling day, notably by urging South Vietnam's President Thieu, using Madame Chennault, widow of Claire Chennault, the legendary World War II air chief in China, as an intermediary, to boycott the Paris talks. A week later, on the 31st, in a belated counterstroke timed to scupper the Republican candidate, Lyndon Johnson delivered a national TV address in which he announced a cessation of all U.S. bombing of North Vietnam. It is unlikely that any of this changed the election outcome, but certain that in January 1969, with less than a 1% majority of the popular vote over Humphrey, Richard Nixon became U.S. President. Johnson's war thereafter became Nixon's war. As the latter wrote in his memoirs, however, it was no longer a question of whether I would withdraw our troops, but of how they would leave and what they would leave behind. Chapter 21. Nixon's Inheritance. 1. A Crumbling Army. One evening in December 1968, Frank Scotton walked into Saigon's Continental Palace Hotel to behold a group of distinguished Vietnamese being casually insulted by 3 drunken grunts. Scotton persuaded the Americans to move on, but one of the Vietnamese, a senator, asked in distress, "How can this happen? How can this happen?" Scotton answered that here was a symptom of a country unable to defend itself. Young communist Dr. Dang Thuy Tram celebrated Tet 1969 with an NVA unit which passed by her hospital. Their coming at this 3rd New Year of her service in the South prompted a spasm of melancholy which caused her to walk alone through the early evening to her quarters. "A cold breeze sighs," she said. "An immense sadness and longing make me stop. Instead of being used to the loneliness of living in an unfamiliar land, instead of feeling cheered by the warmth and friendship of the folks, I feel as though it were my first day here. My only true wish is to live with Mom and Dad in our warm family nest, still a little girl wanting to be spoiled." A few miles away, thousands of her capitalist contemporaries could have succumbed to matching outbursts of sentimentality. Neither Vietnamese nor Americans discerned much early change in their battlefield circumstances following the ascent of a new U.S. president and a change of MACV commanders. President Nixon wanted a settlement, but had no intention of being branded a quitter. In his January inauguration speech, he did not mention Vietnam. His national security advisor, Dr. Henry Kissinger, wrote later, "The overriding issue was to keep faith." He might more justly have said, to appear to keep faith. With the tens of millions who, in reliance on American assurances, had tied their destinies to ours. The war continued to cost $2.5 billion a month and over 200 American lives a week, 1/3 fewer than in 1968, but still more than 1967. U.S. forces consumed an average of 128,400 tons of munitions a month through 1969. In June, Dan Bullock from Brooklyn, New York, became the war's youngest American to die. Having lied about his age to enlist, the 14-year-old black kid wrote home to his sister, "I think I joined the Marines at the wrong time. Pray for me because I won't be coming home." Just 21 days after landing at Da Nang, he was killed by a communist satchel charge tossed into his bunker. General Crichton Abrams was a rumpled bear of a man, in contrast to the lean, immaculately creased Westmoreland. A former Springfield, Massachusetts high school football star and World War II armoured brigadier under Patton, the 54-year-old received an enthusiastic welcome from the US media as something fresh on the block. Nonetheless, even if search and destroy was supposedly supplanted by clear and hold, Abrams' coming signalled no meaningful change of strategy. Westmoreland's successor realised that in the face of fading will at home, everything must be done fast. Many VC and NVA units aspired to avoid headlong collisions with US troops. Thus, the energetic Abrams emphasized the importance of making the most of opportunities. He ordered that any US officer commanding a company or more who lost contact with the enemy must explain why. He railed against demands from Washington to reduce civilian casualties. In 1968, the monthly tempo of B-52 sorties against targets in South Vietnam and Laos almost doubled to 1,500, and in March 1969, the giant planes offloaded 130,000 tons of bombs. MAC-V remained chronically short of tactical intelligence. Fred Weyand acknowledged that Allied forces had no information base in the local population. In April 1969, Abrams nonetheless told a reporter, "When we have maintained the initiative, our kill ratio is spectacular." The most aggressive of his subordinates and the most notoriously indifferent to Vietnamese interests was Major General Julian Ewell, a tigerish airborne veteran of World War II. In 1968-69, Ewell commanded 9th Division in the Mekong Delta, then took over 2 Field Force. He wrote, "The hearts and minds approach can be overdone. In the Delta, the only way to overcome VC control and terror is by brute force." Ewell rejected the findings of the MAC-V Inspector General that 7,000 civilians perished in his formation's 6-month-long Operation Speedy Express. In April 1969, illicit fuel drainage from the Army pipeline north to Phu Cat reached 600,000 gallons a month, and national losses hit 4.5 million gallons. At MAC-V's weekly command conference, there was discussion about making an example of some thieves. One officer protested, "You can't shoot people for petty larceny." Ewell responded, "Bullshit." Abrams expressed his own discomfort about promiscuous killing. Ewell said, "I don't agree with you, General. You get a sapper unit mining the road and you kill 2 or 3, and they'll knock it off. These people can count. And boy, when you line up them bodies, their enthusiasm is highly reduced. That's the way we opened up Highway 4, just killing them." Abrams prompted laughter around the table by saying, "All right, we'll study it." He nonetheless urged care in handling civilians. "We don't want to get a US terrorism rate that's higher than the VC." Ewell carried on regardless. A Huey gunship pilot found himself working for one of 9th Division's brigadiers, John Malombre Geraci. His orders were, "Kill everything that moves." Geraci affected a swagger stick with which he was wont to poke officers in the chest to emphasize, "I want kills." The 9th Division perfected a technique of sealing an area with infantry, then pounding everything inside it with air and artillery. Body counts were assuredly impressive, but not remotely matched by weapons captures, the most plausible indicator that the right people were dying. On the 12th of November 1969, Associated Press wires carried the first report by freelance investigator Seymour Hersh, indicating that men of the 23rd American Division had carried out a massacre of civilians at My Lai, a few miles inland from the sea in Quang Ngai province, for which courts-martial were to be convened. During the months and years that followed, it emerged that on the 16th of March 1968, at least 504 peasants of all ages and both sexes had been murdered without provocation by C Company 120th Infantry, most of them in My Lai 4, a hamlet properly called Tu Kung. My Lai, known to some grunts as Pinkville, is believed to have been the largest of the war's many unprovoked killings, though there are allegations that South Korean troops accomplished worse things. Captain Ernest Medina, commanding C Company, had earlier ordered the shooting in cold blood of 2 offshore fishermen, and men of the unit murdered other civilians without incurring censure. Rapists were not subjected to disciplinary action. The day before the massacre, Chaplain Carl Cresswell attended a divisional briefing at which a major played the mood music for the impending sweep by saying, "We're going in there, and if we get 1 round, we're going to level it." Cresswell said fastidiously, "You know, I didn't really think we made war that way." The major shrugged. "It's a tough war, Chaplain." This was the view adopted by every senior officer in the region. During the months following My Lai, even more shocking than the killings was the institutionalized cover-up. Commanders ignored a vivid, immediate report made by helicopter pilot Warrant Officer Hugh Thompson, who courageously raised hell on the day about what he saw, and kept raising hell afterwards. Task Force Commander Lieutenant Colonel Frank Barker dismissed expressions of unease about the 120th's claims to have killed 128 enemy without capturing a single weapon, saying, "It was tragic that we killed these women and children, but it was in a combat situation." In March 1969, helicopter door gunner Ronald Ridenhour wrote to 30 members of Congress, describing atrocities credibly recounted to him by buddies, which stirred a small bow wave of dismay back home that much later swelled to a flood tide. Nonetheless, 23rd Division Staff Officer Major Colin Powell, later U.S. Secretary of State, produced a memorandum for the Adjutant General which was an uncompromising whitewash, asserting that relations between American soldiers and the Vietnamese people are excellent. Powell failed to interview Private Tom Glenn, a 21-year-old from Tucson, who had written a brave letter to Crichton Abrams about American atrocities. The inquiries into My Lai produced evidence of other war crimes committed at the same period by Bravo Company of 4th Infantry, for which no one was ever convicted. When Lieutenant General William Pears belatedly conducted a full investigation in November 1969, his findings named 28 officers, including 2 generals and 4 colonels, whom he accused of 224 serious military offences, ranging from false testimony and failure to report war crimes to conspiring to suppress information and participation in or failure to prevent war crimes. More than 40 of C Company's 103 men were found to have taken part in the massacre, and not one infantryman sought to halt it or the accompanying gang rapes. Although 23rd Division Commander Major General Samuel Coster was belatedly demoted to brigadier, no court-martial conviction was secured for any serious offence, save that of 1st Platoon Commander Lieutenant William Calley on the 29th of March 1971. Though Calley was sentenced to imprisonment, the President immediately intervened to order that he should merely be confined to quarters. When Captain Medina was acquitted, the judge wished him a happy birthday. 5,000 telegrams sent to the White House about Calley's conviction ran 100 to 1 in the stubby lieutenant's support, and the National Commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars said, "For the first time in our history we have tried a soldier for performing his duty." Nixon exclaimed repeatedly to a White House aide in November 1969, as the press headlined the My Lai story, "It's those dirty, rotten Jews from New York who are behind it." Recruits marching at Fort Benning chanted, "Calley, Calley, he's our man." AFN Saigon repeatedly played a ballad recorded by an Alabama vocal group that called itself C Company. "My name is William Calley, I'm a soldier of this land. I've vowed to do my duty and to gain the upper hand. But they've made me out a villain. They have stamped me with a brand." MacV eventually ordered the radio station to stop running the disc, which sold 200,000 copies, but could not suppress grunt graffiti in Saigon, such as "Kill a Gook for Cali." In September 1974, a federal judge ordered Cali to be released on parole on the grounds that his trial had been prejudiced by adverse publicity. He was released after serving just 42 months' confinement to quarters. The My Lai massacre has come to symbolize all that was worst about the U.S. Armed Forces' conduct of the war. The Patriot lobby back home was not wrong in asserting that Cali was a scapegoat. The lieutenant stretched the truth when he asserted that his actions were just following orders, but he could legitimately have asserted that the killing reflected a culture of casual murder, a racial contempt for Vietnamese, which infected many U.S. units and their commanders. Justice would have been well served by imposing exemplary custodial sentences on several senior officers named by the Peers' inquiry, Costa foremost among them. Meanwhile, it seems no more justifiable to blame Abrams than his MacV predecessors for failure to win the war, because his options were so meagre. He was mandated to achieve battlefield success with forces that soon began to shrink. He did what soldiers are supposed to do, kill the enemy, but had no power to fix the apparently immutable, intractable reality that South Vietnam's government had no relationship with its own people. Given a 1,000-mile western border to hold, and beyond it multiple communist sanctuaries like Westmoreland, he deplored Washington's refusal to permit him to thrust into Laos and Cambodia. The NVA-run Hak Ly Trucking Company in Cambodia, in which the Phnom Penh government held a profitable stake, was shifting 14,000 tons of supplies a year from the port of Sihanoukville to North Vietnamese bases in the east of the country. Abrams fumed. It's criminal to let these enemy units fatten up over there, getting a free ride. Yet when he suggested to Lieutenant General Andrew Goodpaster that some B-52 arc light strikes might accidentally drift over the border, his deputy responded firmly that a Washington policy decision would be required. Abrams was further infuriated by a CIA study that suggested military activity against the sanctuaries would achieve little. Greg Daddis observes that the MacV command chain represented more a shift in rhetoric than a change of strategy. Under Abrams, the 101st Airborne's operations and the May 1969 assaults on Hill 937 in the Ah Shau Valley, what became known as Hamburger Hill, barely a mile from the Laotian border, were indistinguishable from many battles fought on Westmoreland's watch. Another such episode achieved notoriety as Matterhorn, the theme of Karl Marlantes' fictionalized fragment of autobiography. Diplomat's son, Lieutenant Landon Thorne, a fellow platoon commander with Marlantes in C Company of the 1/4th Marines, was one of relatively few upper-crust Americans who accepted Vietnam service without demur. His grandfather had been a career Marine, his father a radar officer on the wartime carrier Hornet, and Thorne wanted to discover whether he could match up to them. In the last months before the 25-year-old New Yorker graduated from Yale, his classmates agonized about whether to go to the war, and most decided against. "I got progressively more worried as I got to learn more," he said. "I was getting, 'Hey, did you hear about Charlie? He just got killed.' But a number of people seriously distorted their lives to avoid service, and for some it became a lasting guilt trip." In San Francisco for embarkation, Thorne was kept company on the ride to the bus station from the city's smartest rendezvous, the Top of the Mark, by his sister Julia. She then set off for finishing school in Europe and became a fervent anti-war protester. At Da Nang, Thorne and his fellow new arrivals were greeted by a crowd of tour-expired vets who said bleakly, "Welcome to the greenest mud on earth. You'll be sorry." He waited 2 days for a CH-46 to FSB Argonne, which melded with events at LZ Mac to become Marlantes' fictional Matterhorn, where he found the company gazing at the NVA on a hill just 2 clicks away on the Laotian border. The Americans were attacked the first night. You could hear the doomp, doomp, doomp as their mortars fired, probing our positions, he said. Thorne discovered that he'd joined an unhappy unit. The CO tried to seek performance beyond what was reasonable. If young Marines are with you, they can do fantastic things. But poor leadership can make things much more difficult. Thereafter they spent weeks clearing a nearby hilltop, codenamed Neville, where Thorne was sent to serve as FO for 305mm guns. He was on the position, defended by just 2 platoons, when, in the early morning darkness of the 25th of February, 200 NVA, smart in green fatigues and sandals, launched a surprise attack through the jungle that ran right up to their wire. We got overrun 3 times, ran out of claymores, couldn't get air resupply, mortared by 60mm and 82mm. Listening posts were told, "Lie chilly," stay silent and hope the enemy does not notice you. Fires broke out, fed by loose powder bags around the gun pits, one of which fell briefly into enemy hands. The NVA sappers were evicted after a 3-hour battle, sometimes fought with entrenching tools as well as rifles and grenades. But 12 Marines and 2 Navy corpsmen lay dead, and many survivors had sustained hearing damage from repeated close-quarter explosions. The enemy continued the harassment of Neville's shrunken perimeter for days, during which helicopters could not land and parachuted ammunition drifted beyond reach. Thorne found himself too scared to eat. There was so much adrenaline running, he said. You've been emotionally destabilized because you've accepted death. When you live, you're a different person afterwards. The second night, the big problem was fire discipline because everyone was jumpy. There was a tendency to squeeze off a rifle or pop a claymore. I had artillery in as soon as we heard movement. On the 3rd day, having suffered painful constipation, he felt the urge for a bowel movement and had just squatted on an ammunition box when the hated doom, doom started again. Incoming. But at that moment, I was prepared to die to take a crap, he said. The attacks tapered off. The weather was still too bad for hellos, but they tried to fix the gaps in their wire. A company sent to support them was obliged to walk all the way, which took a week. Then sea knights belatedly arrived. Corpsmen cleaned the maggots off the American dead and threw enemy corpses over the hill. The NVA went off to give Carl and C Company their difficult days, said Thorne. Thorne was summoned to Dong Ha to become an aerial observer. His first thought was, how can I leave you guys? His second was, how could they be so fucked up at headquarters as to have put us out here? The 1/4's subsequent misfortunes, vividly described by Marlantes, reflected the reckless yet familiar willingness of some commanders to expose relatively small forces in predicaments that conceded advantage to the enemy. Fighting in the area persisted into April. The 1/4's colonel, one of the architects of their woes, was among its victims, killed by a mortar bomb, though, as usual, the NVA's losses significantly exceeded those of the Americans. It was the latter who emerged feeling like losers. The apparent contradiction is that the Communists later acknowledged 1969 as their own worst year of the war, measured in losses and morale. In the mountains of Quang Ngai province in June, even the fervently committed young revolutionary Dr. Dang Thuy Tram confessed that she and her comrades were exhausted, their spirits sagging, many men too weary even to eat. Day and night we are deafened by the explosions of bombs, she said, the noise of jets, gunships, and UHIAs circling above. The forest is gouged and scarred by bombs, the remaining trees stained yellow by toxic chemicals. We're affected too. All cadres are desperately tired. NVA soldier Bao Nin wrote of the jungle of screaming souls, an area where a battalion had been almost wiped out. The sobbing whispers were heard deep in the jungle at night, he wrote. The howls carried on the wind. One could hear birds crying like human beings. They never flew, they only cried among the branches. And nowhere else in these central highlands could one find bamboo shoots of such a horrible colour. As for the fireflies, they were huge. Here, when it is dark, trees and plants moan in awful harmony. When the ghostly music begins, it unhinges the soul, and the entire wood looks the same no matter where you are standing, not a place for the timid. Living here, one could go mad, or be frightened to death. Here, these communist soldiers established a secret Buddhist altar and prayed before it for their dead comrades. Yet their weariness was matched by no allied sense of achievement. Intelligence Chief Brigadier Phil Davidson spoke bitterly of the U.S. as the battlefield where the enemy won his greatest victory of 1968. On the 15th of March, he reported to Abrams a reduction in truck traffic on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The general wagged a half-satirical finger. "Let's be careful that we don't sound some hopeful note in this," he said. Davidson replied, "Oh, no, sir. I'm never hopeful, sir." He fulminated, "We've got to defend our bases and the cities and populated areas. Let's say that the enemy had to defend what he's got, bases, areas, and populace. We'd win the war in a month. We'd kick his tail right out into the ocean." COSVN's Directive 55, promulgated in April, mandated a more pragmatic communist approach, warning that commanders should not stake their entire forces on any given operation, but instead preserve combat potential for sustained future action. Directives 81 and 88, issued soon afterwards, identified the NLF's objectives as being to compel the enemy to accept negotiations with us, to withdraw troops, to accept a coalition government. Communist forces displayed sufficient energy and aggression to sustain a steady flow of American and Arvin casualties. But whereas in October 1965 the NVA had represented just a quarter of combat strength in the South, now they contributed 70% and counting. In Saigon, the media had irredeemably lost faith. Peter Braystrup, who served 4 years as Washington Post bureau chief, wrote in his skeptical analysis of the correspondents' performance, especially in 1968, that most were adventurers and to some extent voyeurs. At their best, they were also shrewd observers and interrogators, and perceptive tellers of tales. But they focused on such conspicuous dramas as Khe Sanh, Saigon, Hue, at the expense of broader analysis, and committed major sins of omission. Most analyses were the hasty reactions of the half-informed. After saturation coverage of Tet, said Braystrup, global media interest in Vietnam declined steeply. Though it became increasingly clear that Hanoi had suffered a major defeat, this re-evaluation gained little attention. At Tet, the press shouted that the patient was dying, then weeks later began to whisper that he somehow seemed to be recovering, whispers apparently not heard amid the clamorous domestic reaction to the initial shouts. Yet, while Braystrup was narrowly correct, no military achievement overcame the problem that, while many South Vietnamese hated the communists, their own government remained unloved. The inhumanity of Le Duan invites posterity's repugnance, yet Hanoi sustained a more effective war machine, with incomparably fewer material resources than did Saigon. North Vietnam's leaders, recognizing that the American people had lost patience, were prepared to endure further years of pain in anticipation of an ultimate victory that now seemed assured. Indeed, they had inflicted so much grief on their own people that they could afford to settle for nothing less. Meanwhile, on the other side, by the time Frank Snepp joined Saigon's CIA station in the summer of 1969, "We were not fixed on winning or losing," he said, "but on setting up an endgame." There was a further critical point. Whatever tactical successes Abrams' forces achieved, the U.S. Army was crumbling from within, a slow, inexorable, deadly process that attained a nadir in 1973. It was driven by three related and mutually reinforcing elements: drug abuse, racial strife, powerfully influenced by the U.S. domestic Black Power movement, and a decline of discipline and will to fight. A U.S. general said later to the author in 1985, "We went into Korea with a rotten army and came out with a fine one. We went into Vietnam with a great army and finished with a terrible one." When Captain Linwood Burney took over an airborne company late in 1968, he felt obliged to initiate routine drug searches. The military police made 11,000 drug arrests in the following year, yet the proportion of grunt pot smokers continued to rise to almost 60% in 1971. Many were using the super-strong variety known to bar girls as Buddha grass. A pack of joints cost $1. In 1969, only 2% of personnel had experience of heroin, yet within 2 years this soared to 22%, an awesome statistic, with 700 recorded addicts. The drug was imported from neighbouring Laos by Royal Air Laos and Air Vietnam, then trucked around the country by Arvin. At least a few of those Americans who volunteered for second or third Vietnam tours did so to retain access to narcotics. 16 1969 MAC-V overdose deaths were followed by 35 in the first 18 days of 1970. Abrams acknowledged that he did not dare to kick ass, adopt a hardline policy towards users, though he strove to punish traders. Company Commander Major Don Hudson retained a passionate belief in his soldiers and attributed most problems to the shortcomings of officers. "We had some fine young men over there," he said, "and the leadership, as I perceived it, is the ones that ruined some by not caring for them." He described problems with pay, promotions, sometimes going a month without mail. "It was criminal," he continued. "The drug problem haunted me. Any resupplies going out, I found capsules of heroin wrapped in plastic bags, stuffed down in water cans." Hudson deplored institutional indulgence of drugs, reflected by a case in which he caught a soldier with 500 caps of pure heroin. Yet charges were dropped for lack of evidence. "I would say I had about 5 key ringleaders that were really on the criminal side," he said. He found that an ambush squad had sat in the bush for 3 days, high on marijuana. Led by a sorry team leader, the bad actors had started taking over the organization. Once I weeded out the hardcore drug users, the guys that were making money by supplying, matters improved. The dealers responded first by threatening Hudson, then by attempting to lay countercharges that he'd been drunk on duty. He still refused to back off. "The way I look at that," he said, "if they're going to frag you, they're going to do that. They're not going to tell you. Soldiers like a winner, and you can be as hard as you want, and if you're not getting casualties and you're not taking care of them the right way, don't worry about if the soldier likes you." In the later years of the war, many American officers continued to display courage in the face of the enemy, but relatively few matched Major Hudson's guts in controlling their own men. Private Richard Ford's all-black reconnaissance team had a private joke that they were the Knights of the Round Table. One night a soldier named Taylor, smoking a joint, began to insist that a lone tree he could see was the Statue of Liberty. Sir Ford, ain't that the bitch? The world moves, right? Well, we getting closer to New York 'cause I can see the bitch." The others had to tranquilize him. Substance abuse was overwhelmingly an enlisted men's issue, but some officers and NCOs were equally damaged by drink. A significant minority became alcoholics. As for discipline, Captain David Johnson took over an infantry company in October 1968 and was appalled to find men refusing to go into the field, conduct unknown during his previous tour. Following an operation, soldiers just flaked out, declining to clean weapons and equipment. His platoon sergeants were incapable of directing mortar or artillery fire, and he lacked confidence in what the company would or would not do under fire. Many of us were questioning whether we should be there, he said. Soldiers were constantly asking themselves, can I hang on? Can I last the tour out? I'm talking about my own feelings as well as that of the men. People would do weird things, crazy things. I had a soldier who ate some C4 plastic explosive, and he died, fell in 6 feet of water and drowned. The fact that we were hitting a lot of booby traps without a lot of enemy results was a big morale factor. I had 20 casualties in 60 days, 17 by booby traps, and that included myself. Elsewhere, 2 pilots killed each other by practicing quick draw with handguns. The Air Force assumed this to be a unique moment of madness, until a few months later it happened again, though this time only 1 pilot died. The general reporting the incident mused in bewilderment. Now, why would people do that? On the 20th of July, 1969, a pretty little 20-year-old Australian singer, Catherine Ann Warnes, suddenly fell dead on stage while performing in a USO show at a Marine base. She was the victim of a single shot fired from behind a screen with a silenced .22 automatic. A 28-year-old sergeant, James Killen, was convicted of killing the girl in a moment of crazed drunkenness, with suggestions that the intended victim was his company commander. Killen served less than 2 years before being acquitted by a retrial. On the 5th of February 1970, 2 grenades were tossed into Andy's pub, an enlisted men's facility, while a 3-girl Australian group named the Chiffons were singing. One exploded, killing a corporal and injuring 62 others. It emerged that earlier the same day, more than 20 black Marines had met on the camp basketball court to vent alleged grievances. A lance corporal promised, "We're going to do some beasts, whites, tonight." Blacks were warned not to attend the Chiffons show. At the subsequent trial, prosecuting counsel said, "This was a deliberate, carefully thought-out attempt to kill a hell of a lot of people, strictly because of racial problems." The 2 prime suspects were nonetheless acquitted, which caused a 3rd trial to be aborted. Nobody was ever convicted for the Andy's pub grenading. In all wars, unpopular officers have been killed by their own men, usually shot in action under cover of exchanges of fire. In Vietnam, however, a new brand of cold-blooded attacks, often with fragmentation grenades, acquired the appellation fragging. The history of the Marine Corps legal branch records that such acts had never been so widespread, so callously carried out. Its narrative identified over 100 such incidents, while the Army between 1969 and 1971 recorded more than 600 fraggings, resulting in 82 deaths and 651 injuries. A psychiatrist who studied 28 cases found that most of those responsible were support personnel, and that 87.2% had either been drunk or high on drugs. Few afterwards displayed contrition. A chronic shortage of competent junior officers and NCOs became compounded by departures of career officers who quit the service in despair. 148 of the 596 graduates of West Point's class of 1965 resigned their commissions in 1970. Major Michael Barry, an unwilling draftee doctor who served at Da Nang's 95th Evacuation Hospital, said he became depressed by the responsibility of repeatedly handling victims of fraggings. Moreover, he himself had no belief in the cause. We were backing the wrong people. Drugs constituted a very serious problem. The heroin they were getting was so pure, about 80% compared with the stuff stateside that was 5%. One day, 6 black corpsmen brought in a dead body. Barry said they'd been having a heroin party. They were so stoned, nobody realized that he'd stopped breathing. At Christmas, the 101st Airborne's commanding general wished a black soldier compliments of the season, then saw the man reject his outstretched hand. The platoon Landon Thorne inherited was a complete and utter mess. They were good kids, but they'd evolved into 3 sections racially, all the black dudes in one, white Southerners in another, city boys in the third. I scrambled them. That was a dangerous time, the kind when you can get fragged. But the platoon sergeant sorted it out. These platoons and companies became almost like street gangs, very close-knit. New people were vulnerable, particularly lieutenants. While blacks constituted 13% of Marine strength, they were defendants in half the Corps' Vietnam courts-martial. There is no reason to suppose this disproportion represented racial victimization. Rather, it reflected the depth of black alienation. The desertion rate became the highest in modern history, twice that of Korea, and almost 4 times that of World War II. In 1969, 2,500 military absentees were loose in country, most engaged in crime. The historian of Army lawyers describes an extraordinary escalation in their role. Judge advocates wrestled with a soldier population beset by drug addiction, racial strife, and mutinous behavior. In February 1969, Gunnery Sergeant Joseph Lopez returned for a 3rd Vietnam tour and was appalled by the prevailing indiscipline. "Tell a man to square his cover away," he said. "The man looks at you like he was going to kill you. Never did I see anybody give a superior NCO the looks that these young people give us nowadays." Between April and September that year, the Watch Committee monitoring racial tensions recorded an average of 1 large-scale riot a month in the Marine Corps' operational area, as well as many lesser incidents. Sergeant Harold Hunt, the black soldier from Detroit who'd been badly wounded near Cu Chi in 1966, had insisted upon remaining an infantryman and was posted back to Vietnam in May 1969. His old wounds sometimes troubled him, but he was uncommonly fit and exercised hard. Once back in country, he was shocked to discover how much had changed. "The soldier was different," he said. "My platoon had 50% draftees. You had the racial strife, doping, indiscipline. It was hard to lead, to give people an order and get them to just do it." Hunt was as different as could be from most black soldiers of that time and place, because his own loyalty was unequivocally to the army and not to any soul brother. When he told them fiercely that he would stand no crap, and especially no dope in the field, one day he found a note pinned to the door of his hooch. "We frag motherfuckers like you," it read. Somehow Hunt got through his time by persuading his men that their best chance of survival was to do what he said. But my focus was totally different from my previous tours. I wasn't trying to keep South Vietnam free just to keep myself and my men alive. Career Marine Walt Boomer said, "The racial issue came close to destroying the fabric of the U.S. Army and Marine Corps. It was ugly, 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 ripped units apart. We always said a Marine is a Marine, but suddenly black Marines were not only unhappy, they were mad about being in Vietnam." Australian Special Forces officer Andrew Fremantle thought the best Americans very good indeed. But like many others, he was appalled by the indiscipline he witnessed in 1970 to 71. "Even at some Special Forces camps," he said, "you'd see people smoking pot, women queuing at the gate." Lieutenant Tim Roweller commanded a company of the 3 Marines. Determined to tighten discipline, he displayed no patience with men who sought excuses to remain at base rather than go into the field. Private Reginald Smith and other blacks pretended to convince themselves that the lieutenant was responsible for unnecessary deaths in combat. Late on the night of the 20th of April 1969, as Smith and his buddies smoked marijuana in their hooch, the Marine announced that he was going to do that motherfucker as soon as he crashes. At 2:10 a.m., a fragmentation grenade exploded under the lieutenant's bunk, inflicting multiple injuries from which Roweller died next day. One of Smith's companions later testified that the Marine had returned to their hooch, flourishing a grenade ring, saying, "I did that motherfucker. He won't fuck with nobody else no more." Smith died in prison after serving 13 years of a life sentence. A white captain one day asked a black soldier named Davis what sort of car he planned to buy when he got back to the States. Davis answered, "I'm not going to get a car, sir. I'm going to get me a Exxon station and give gas away to the brothers. Let them finish burning down what they leave." Both whites and blacks thought that line hysterically funny, only of course it was not because of the undercurrent of real menace. 2 white majors were shot for ordering blacks to turn down their music. Racial abuse went both ways. Whites described blacks as mau-mau, reindeer, spooks, brownies, coons. A Southern surgeon affected an Ole Miss T-shirt to wind up the brothers. Meanwhile, the Appalachian John Hall, who his platoon dubbed Hillbilly, felt that he got a hard time from his black sergeant who had no time for white Southern boys. That same NCO always stayed in the rear when they went into the bush, and Hall once lashed back at him, "Don't give me bullshit, you nigger lifer, you're not man enough to go into the field." Hall made the further point, common to most combat units, that on operations, racial hostilities were suspended. Once the platoon got outside the wire, we were all in it together. Black Marine Jeff Anthony formed a close relationship with a Texan buddy, Bojo Tyler, who introduced him to country and western. Tyler told his parents about his new friend in a letter. They wrote back saying, "Don't you go bringing no niggers here with you when you come home." Anthony said, "Much as I loved this guy, there was no way I was going home with him." Colonel Sid Berry wrote about the fate of a fellow officer seriously wounded in action. Describing him as a Negro from North Carolina, Berry mused bitterly, "I wonder if some self-righteous white bigots objected to his children attending school with theirs, while Captain Williams was being wounded in action for his country, and theirs." One day in 1969, an infantry company returned to their firebase from the boonies with the promise of a USO entertainment show. Racial tensions ran as high in its unit as most. That evening, assembled before an improvised stage, the soldiers were dumbfounded to find themselves watching 71-year-old Georgie Jessel perform a 1920s Al Jolson nigger minstrel turn. A soldier described his fear that there would be a riot. "I couldn't believe what I was hearing," he said. "This old white Jewish vaudeville entertainer sang Mammy Mine." Yet the really weird thing was that we didn't mind. Black and white alike were merely grateful for the diversion. He was from the world. Black soldier Arthur Gene Woodley went home to Baltimore an embittered man, following a 1969 tour with Special Forces. "This country befell upon us one big atrocity," he said. "It lied. They had us naive, young, dumbass niggers believing the war was for democracy and independence. It was fought for money. All those big corporations made billions on the war. And then America left." Woodley's view was widely held among black soldiers who served in the war's later years. Despite the fraggings, racial aggravation, drug abuse, many soldiers and Marines, both white and black, continued to do their duty, to fight their corner on the apparently interminable succession of Vietnam battlefields. But no witness doubted that from 1968 until the end, the effectiveness of American forces was in relentless decline. While the enemy was always out there, It became progressively harder to persuade Abrams' men to match the Communists' commitment and warcraft, even in the interests of their own survival. 2. Aussies and Kiwis. When a historian afterwards suggested to Australian Lieutenant Neil Smith that by the time he started his 1969 tour the war was obviously a mess, the former infantryman responded with professed astonishment. It wasn't a mess where we were. Although the 3 Australian infantry battalions that served in southeastern Vietnam with support arms, special forces, and a New Zealand contingent constituted a tiny element of Allied strength, peaking at 8,000 in mid-1969 with 543 New Zealanders, they achieved a notable reputation. Crichton-Abrams considered the Australians and New Zealanders really first-class people, indeed the only foreign contingent worth its salt. The rest of them will take Uncle Sam for anything they can. American Lieutenant John Harrison spoke almost with awe of the Australian Special Air Service team that handled a company of montagnards on his patch. They were unbelievable, run by their warrant officers. They didn't give a shit for anything. In the course of the war, the SAS claimed some 500 enemy dead for just 7 operational deaths of their own. And those statistics are credible. They attributed them chiefly to a fanatical emphasis on fieldcraft. An SAS officer said with wry satisfaction, "We always heard them, the enemy, before they heard us." An ARVN officer wrote that Vietnamese considered the Aussies the most sympathetic of their allies because the most disciplined in using firepower. The 1966 Long Tan Battle, he wrote, in which the Australians killed 257 communists for the loss of just 18 of their own, proved that there was at least one way to fight the war successfully. The same major said that the Australians and Thais were the only foreign soldiers whom he never heard reported as wantonly firing on bystanders. Australian Lieutenant Rob Franklin said, "I really worried about killing civilians. One night a party of bloody woodcutters walked into our ambush. Thank God our guys didn't open up. I was really proud of them for that." Yet his country's commitment divided Australia more deeply than any other issue in its modern history. At times almost as painfully as the war racked the US. Robert Menzies, Prime Minister until January 1966, defied his civil servants' advice and the Labour Party's opposition to dispatch a modest contingent, sharing Washington's conviction that this was the place to stop the thrust by Communist China between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. A draft was introduced, and soon after a 2nd Australian battalion reached Vietnam, the first conscript was killed. Nobody was told that Private Errol Nowak was a victim of friendly fire. From the outset there was vociferous domestic opposition. 100,000 young Australians a year turned 20, and 1/10 of them were chosen by ballot for military service. Mothers formed an anti-conscription group, SOS, Save Our Sons. Future Labour Cabinet Minister Jim Cairns published an influential book entitled Living with Asia, which argued that his country must learn to coexist with the continent's revolutions and revolutionaries, rather than to fight them. When 1st Battalion Royal Australian Regiment, 1 RAR, paraded through Sydney amid crowds of more than 300,000 people, a woman protester drenched herself in red paint, then threw herself on their colonel and as many of his men as she could smear. Following Britain's 1967 decision to withdraw its armed forces from east of Suez, a traumatised Australian government concluded that it must bond with the US more closely than ever before. Menzies' successor as Prime Minister, Harold Holt, visited Washington and physically embraced LBJ. He attacked British leader Harold Wilson for criticising US bombing. Late that year, Canberra reluctantly acceded to a Washington request for more troops, dispatching a 3rd Infantry Battalion and some tanks. The government of neighbouring New Zealand was always uncomfortable about Vietnam. When Australia committed, however, the Kiwis felt obliged to follow suit. Phuoc Tuy province, southeast of Saigon, became their designated turf. Most of its 100,000 population were either neutral or pro-communist, and until the NVA arrived, the Anzac's adversary was the Viet Cong's D445 Mobile Battalion, together with 2 regular regiments. The Anzacs established a base at Nui Dat, as far as they could contrive from any town, with helicopters and logistics outside the port of Vung Tau. Opposition grew to extravagant proportions in Melbourne and Sydney. Though smaller cities and rural areas were less agitated, the Australian Seamen's Union refused to service ships destined for the war zone. When Harold Holt mysteriously drowned in December 1967, some suggested that he had committed suicide as a result of the stresses induced by Vietnam. Demonstrations became increasingly violent, with the New Left enlisting astonishing youth support in a country that was traditionally conservative. Monash University Labour Club raised funds for the NLF. Melbourne Maoists applauded the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Students chanted, "One side right, one side wrong, victory to the Viet Cong." Postal workers for a time declined to handle mail for Australian troops. In August 1969, polls for the first time showed a majority of voters wanting out of Vietnam. After the October national elections, 1 battalion was withdrawn. Until the last stage of the war, however, Australian soldiers on the battlefield remained little troubled by the tumult at home, indeed almost oblivious of it. Lieutenant Neil Smith, adopted son of a Perth labourer, said afterwards, "I wouldn't have missed the experience for quids. It's what every professional yearns for. You want to test yourself. I guess it's all part of young men's stupidity." Australians found themselves pitched into some bitter battles. On the 12th of May 1968, the newly arrived 1 RAR deployed to FSB Coral with a supporting New Zealand artillery battery. On its first night, the battalion faced an NVA surprise attack, which its men were ill-organised to meet. The communists were repelled by mortars and guns firing over open sights, which killed 52 NVA at a cost of 11 Australian dead and 28 wounded. 3 nights later, the communists came again, inflicting 24 casualties for the loss of 34 of their own dead. The Australians emerged from these encounters impressed by the NVA, whom they described as a race apart from the local VC they were accustomed to meet further south. After years in which the Australian Army had prided itself on its prowess at counterinsurgency, honed by experience in Malaysia and Borneo, where almost everything happened in company strength, suddenly its men understood that they were involved in a much bigger, increasingly conventional war. The Aussies and Kiwis did things in their own way, wearing bush hats rather than helmets, carrying the semi-automatic 7.62mm rifle which they preferred to the M16, because its heavier bullet had more stopping power. Some men got their parents to send out garden secateurs, which they found handier for breaking trail than army-issue machetes. While every American base employed an army of local cooks, cleaners and laundry staff, the Australians refused to allow Vietnamese labour inside their wire. For security reasons, even the dirtiest tasks were undertaken by their own personnel. They regarded some of their allies in the field as suicidally careless, especially about noise. Neil Smith, overnighting on a US firebase, was surprised to discover that officers slept apart from their men, and even more startled by the racket. On an Australian position at night, you could hear a pin drop. American Captain Arthur Carey, who worked with the Australians in 1968, was impressed by their radio discipline. Whereas most US units provided RT sit-reps every few minutes, Carey reported with approval, "It was not uncommon for the Australian command net to go 2-3 hours with nobody talking. They were very calm on radio. I can't recall hearing the words body count the whole time I was with them." This last was one of the reasons that, While such junior Americans as Carey thought well of the Australians, some senior ones did not. Westmoreland deplored their modest kill scores and thought the practice mistaken whereby they rotated units through the theatre rather than constantly refilling them with individual replacements. 7 RAR recorded a visit from Lieutenant General Julian Ewell, who criticised the unit's painstaking patrolling. He emphasised the importance of statistics and body count. The atmosphere of his discussion with the Australian Battalion's CO was cold and one of overbearing disagreement. His visit was not one to be remembered with either respect or affection. The Australians decided that Ewell was unaccustomed to frank, informal debate. He sought instead an unquestioning obedience such as their nation has never favoured, least of all on its battlefields. Australian successes were not attained by displays of suicidal courage, but rather by junior leaders picking their moments. In the midst of a firefight before a VC bunker system, SAS patrol leader Andrew Fremantle made a decision. "I thought, if we get up and advance," he said, "do a banzai charge, a lot of people are going to get killed. And is this really worth it?" Instead, he ordered withdrawal. That night, one of his men came into his hooch and said, "Boss, we thought you might be feeling bad about what you did. We wanted you to know we were bloody grateful. We wouldn't be here now if you hadn't done that." The young officer felt better about himself. Yet this was the sort of tactical decision that caused some US generals to suspect the Aussies of faint-heartedness. Australian higher commanders were often considered, by their own countrymen as well as by Americans, much less impressive than the junior leaders and diggers. Brigadier Stuart Weir, who ran the 1969-70 Australian Task Force, was a notoriously harsh and aggressive figure whose explosions of temper, in the words of his country's historian, led senior officers to question his fitness. Anzac operations continued to be dogged by a grievous blunder made by one of Weir's predecessors. In January 1967, the little-loved Brigadier Stuart Graham shifted emphasis from cautious cordon searches to aggressive search and destroys, which caused casualties to rise sharply. The Communists had little trouble sidestepping S&D sweeps, as they did the July 1967 Operation Paddington, an attempt by 9 battalions of Americans, Australians and South Vietnamese to trap a VC regiment. The following spring, another big operation, Pinaroo, was successful in destroying bunker systems and capturing weapons, but the Australians suffered severely from booby traps. Their contingent lacked sufficient mass to clear the so-called Min Dam secret zone in the long high hills, which remained a communist sanctuary until the war's end. An Australian described an operation in words any American would have found familiar. "It was always the same dreary and exhausting patrolling, humping great loads along thorny tracks, dropping your hat for the 50th time, losing count of paces, never having enough time to brew up, continually searching what the gods of infantry considered to be interesting areas, and being sodden with stream and swamp wading for 24 hours a day." Brigadier Graham's fateful answer to his shortage of troops was to exploit technology to separate the enemy from the people and their rice. A barrier 8 miles long, stretching from the hills down to the coast. In a 100-yard interval between 2 parallel barbed wire fences, his engineers laid 22,600 mines. Graham ordained that Australians should patrol on one side, while Vietnamese troops handled the other. For a few months this proved effective. Some communist units, cut off from food sources, were reduced to eating jungle roots and leaves. But then they observed that the minefield was carelessly monitored. The guerrillas moved in and, with their accustomed ingenuity, lifted thousands of mines, which they relayed elsewhere. Through the years that followed, the Anzacs suffered a stream of losses, 1 in 10 of all fatalities from this source. A single battalion was involved in 64 mine incidents, 48 of them caused by their own ordnance in enemy hands. They encountered further problems when they acknowledged the minefield's failure and attempted to clear it. Tanks and engineers suffered so severely that they had to quit. This creeping disaster was headlined as a scandal by media back home. Opposition politicians denounced it as a tragic example of the waste and futility of Australian participation in the war. Funny place, Vietnam, mused Lieutenant Rob Franklin, a truck driver's son from Brisbane. In World War I, you went over the top and you knew the enemy was there. But in the bush, you never knew where he was. You might go weeks without hearing a shot fired. It was very hard to keep your vigilance at the same high pitch. Then suddenly all hell breaks loose. On almost Franklin's first day, a fire mission went wrong in a fashion that could have been disastrous. 82mm mortars, for which he was responsible, plastered the ground within 15 yards of his battalion's attached New Zealand Rifle Company. The lieutenant felt that he aged 10 years as a result of his agonized awareness of his own blunder. He thought, I don't think I can cope with this. After a troubled night, his knees knocked when he was ordered to report to the Kiwi Company commander. But he was fantastic, said, just be careful. And so, thereafter, Franklin was. Though his battalion had prepared intensively before leaving its home base at Townsville, in the bush they changed tactics. In training, he said, if you came under fire, the machine gunner broke right, the rifleman left. But after a few contacts, we did it all completely differently, got the guys to deploy on as wide a front as possible with all 3 platoon machine guns, putting out 100 rounds each as quick as they could. Suppressive fire. You learnt to bivouac in the thickest bit of bush you could find. You got smarter and tougher. There were some enthusiasts. One of Franklin's mortarmen chose transfer to a rifle platoon because he wanted more action. He was swiftly killed in a firefight, leaving behind a pregnant girlfriend. Within days of their 1969 arrival, 19-year-old West Australian Neil Smith and 3 other newcomers were taken on a getting-to-know-you patrol by the outgoing battalion. When the group found itself in a brief contact, the lieutenant embarrassed himself by becoming the only man to prostrate himself in the paddy. On a night ambush, Smith and his 3 fellow novices were deployed in the rear as a cut-off party, lacking communication with the veterans facing front. In the heart of the darkness, the petrified young lieutenant glimpsed a file of 8 enemy soldiers. He realized that he had set his claymores so close that they themselves would be devastated by backblast if he detonated them. Instead, he lay motionless while the enemy passed, praying that his sleeping mates would not snore. Through the rest of a long army career, he was troubled by the memory of his confusion that night. Common as was such an experience to thousands of young men on both sides. Smith was fascinated by the exotic night sights of Vietnam, distant flares and gun flashes, ubiquitous fireflies. When they lay down to sleep, he was bemused by the range of creatures that emerged from the surrounding earth. Once he was digging, shirtless, he mopped his chest, then howled as a scorpion on his sweat rag bit his left nipple. At that moment a firefight broke out, causing impatient medics politely to urge me to suck it in, Australian parlance for quieten down, as he ran around screaming in agony. He wrote to his parents on the 31st of December 1969, describing the New Year ceasefire as a load of crap, doesn't make any difference to us, only gives the Nogs a free hand to reorganize themselves. I feel rather lonely and sad at the moment. This is a bitch of a way to fight a war. Nothing happens for days, yet you know no one's really safe. He described how the stench of gangrene enabled his unit to locate a group of VC. One poor sod had half his face shot away and was being eaten by maggots. Although there is a traditional tension between big, brassy Australia and modest New Zealand across the sea. In the field, the two nations' soldiers made common cause, as they always have. The enemy were alleged to be especially fearful of the Kiwis' Maori soldiers, whom they believed to be cannibals. Australian units contained many officers and NCOs who had served in World War II, Korea or Malaya. There were also some foreigners. Neil Smith recoiled from one sergeant major, a veteran of the Hitler Youth, who welcomed opportunities to kill Vietnamese of any complexion. "He was really evil," said Smith. But the RAAF squadrons appreciated a contingent of British pilots, while the Australian SAS included a former member of the Italian Alpini and some British Army veterans, among them Andrew Fremantle. After completing a jungle warfare course, Fremantle was impatient to see some action, not then on offer with his own service anywhere more exotic than Northern Ireland. I wrote to the South African, Rhodesian and Australian Special Forces, saying, "I'm a trained killer, have you got a job for me?" All three responded positively, but the Australians clinched the deal by offering a first-class air ticket. Fremantle spent 3 years with their SAS, one of them in Vietnam, and loved it. A really exciting environment for a professional. Although his comrades gave him as hard a time as their nation gives every Brit, he worked well with them in the jungle. An enormous NCO nicknamed Oddjob told him reassuringly, "We know you'll stick your head up first and take the blame when there's a fuck-up." Neil Smith saw no significant distinction between the performance of volunteers and draftees, partly because few of the latter went unwillingly to Vietnam. "If a bloke really didn't want to do it, you'd be a fool to take him," he said. A corps of veterans provided steel reinforcing rods, men like 8 RAR's Company Sergeant Major Hepplewhite, who was caught defecating when a contact started. Smith said admiringly, "Even before he pulled up his trousers, he stood there directing fire, so cool, a picture of total dignity." The Australians were passionately committed to patrolling, and thus bemused that from 1969 onwards, some US units declined to venture outside their own wire. Patrol numbers varied. The Australian SAS usually worked in 5s, on the principle that if one man was hit, 2 would be needed to carry him, 2 more to cover them. It was common practice to take Vietnamese who provided information, either a Chu Hoi defector or a local man on a mission to exploit it. If they gave it to us wrong, they got drilled first, they said. Another veteran said patience was the byword. Yet the Australians suffered as much as every contingent from the paucity of local intelligence. Peasants, wrote an officer resignedly, felt unable to put their trust in foreigners who would soon be gone. Andrew Fremantle immensely respected the enemy, especially after stumbling on one of their tunnel systems. "We'd sat down to listen," he said. "Always a good thing to do on patrol, and we spotted this pipe sticking up. We dropped a smoke grenade down it, put a hat on top, and a minute or so later saw puffs coming out of a bush yards away. He and a mate descended and explored. Fortunately, the system was untenanted, but the tunnels ran 500 yards. Fremantle thought, my gosh, anybody who can do this has got something. 2 tons of C4 explosive were required to destroy the complex. While conducting surveillance on a VC camp, the SAS watched fascinated as enemy soldiers steamed explosive out of unexploded bombs to make grenades and booby traps. Fremantle noted how well-maintained were arms and equipment found on dead NVA. As the former British soldier watched through binoculars, an enemy unit advancing, their officer with his wireless operator, lead squad in arrowhead formation, I thought, these could be our guys on Salisbury Plain. In the latter days of the war, the Australian contingent suffered some of the same disciplinary problems as the Americans, though fomented by alcohol rather than drug abuse. Rob Franklin said, "We were into the grog, not the dope." Men were officially limited to 2 daily cans of canteen beer, but since this was cumulative, after a 20-day operation they became eligible for 40 cans. One of the relatively rare Australian courts-martial was that of a lieutenant who hit a private with his pistol during a beer-fuelled row. On Christmas Day 1970, a drunken private soldier emptied his rifle into the Nui Dat sergeant's mess, killing 2 NCOs and seriously wounding a third. Earlier, fatal fraggings had killed 2 officers. Almost immediately after Neil Smith's arrival, he was sleeping with a mate in a tent adjoining that of Lieutenant Bob Convery. A thunderous explosion caused the 2 newcomers to prostrate themselves in the belief they were being mortared. When no further concussions followed, they rose to explore and discovered that an aggrieved soldier had dropped a grenade on the cot of Convery, killing him instantly. Fragging was a much less serious Australian than American problem, but it happened. Vung Tau was the Australians' in-country rest and recuperation centre. They enjoyed a running joke that the enemy used the port for the same purpose, that every second bloke you saw was a VC on R&R just like you, they said. It certainly seemed to suit both sides to have no shooting down there. Officers gravitated to the Hotel Grand, owned by a welcoming half-French woman, who made no secret of her belief that her guest's side was losing the war, and kept bags packed in readiness for a departure to Europe. Meanwhile, enlisted men bonded with girls and grog, staged some impressive fights. Throughout Vietnam it was notable how often, when a body flew through a bar window, either the thrower or the thrown proved to be Australian. Back at home, the violence of anti-war passions rose in a crescendo. After one infantryman was killed, protesters telephoned his parents and said he got what he deserved. Late in 1970, Australian infantry found themselves withdrawn from an operation in the Long High Mountains after suffering a stream of losses to mines because domestic sensitivity was running so high. When a unit was about to return to Australia at the end of that year, its CO briefed his officers, "Get a grip on your blokes. I don't want any of our diggers butt-stroking," in Australian language, beating the hell out of civilians who mocked or criticised them. One of his audience said that when they reached home and beheld the rage of the anti-war lobby, "We were completely astonished. We couldn't understand it. We thought we were right to have gone, right to have done what we did." By 1972, one of the key planks of Labour leader Gough Whitlam's successful Australian election campaign was an end of the draft, extraction from Vietnam. The last Aussies and Kiwis were indeed out by the year's end. In all, 60,000 Australians served in Vietnam, of whom 521 died. 37 of 3,890 New Zealand personnel also fell. It is widely agreed among modern Antipodean historians that Robert Menzies' original commitment was made with remarkable carelessness, a reflexive Cold War gesture which his successor prime ministers lamented their inability to retract. Nonetheless, Australian writer Peter Edwards puts the case for his nation's 1965 government. Vietnam was not an example of fighting other people's wars. In the minds of Menzies and his principal advisers, it was a matter of getting the United States to fight a war for Australian security. He adds a corollary, that the strategic position of Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, vis-à-vis the communist threat, was far stronger in 1975 than it had been a decade earlier. In the minds of some thoughtful people in all those countries, the Allied war effort had contributed importantly to those stabler polities. Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew often told Americans, "If you had not fought, we would have been gone." The Anzacs performed with distinction in Vietnam, but it would seem mistaken to suggest, as do some of their admirers, that the war's outcome would have been different if everybody else had operated as they did. The enemy sustained as vigorous an armed presence in the Australian area of operations as everywhere else, even if he bled for the privilege. Moreover, it is among the themes of this book that the foremost challenge for the Allies was not to win firefights, but instead to associate itself with a credible Vietnamese political and social order. Dr. Norman Wyndham, a 60-year-old Australian surgeon who led a volunteer medical team in a Vung Tau hospital, was a devout Christian who made himself a fluent Vietnamese speaker. He wrote in 1967 of the local people, "Most want a united Vietnam, but not one controlled by the communists. Yet the feeling is growing that anything would be better than life as it is today." 2 years later, such sentiment had strengthened throughout the South. 3. Gods. In the eyes of history, and certainly those of Hollywood, the war was defined by the Huey helicopter. Sure, there were also Sea Knights and Jolly Green Giants, Chinooks, Flying Bananas, Tahi heavy lift carriers, CIA jet rangers, and many more. But the Hueys is the image that dominates. Here was one of the great flying machines of all time, developed by Bell in the 1950s as the Iroquois, designated first the HU-1, then the UH-1. It became a symbol of the stupendous and apparently invincible might of the United States, then somehow also of its emasculation. The D, commonest of many successive variants, was a 4-ton beast that first flew in Vietnam in 1963, propelled by its Lycoming engine at a maximum speed of 130 miles per hour. In its transport role as a slick, it carried 9 fully armed men. As a dust-off, 6 stretchers. As a gunship, many combinations of rockets, mini-guns and other automatic weapons. 16,000 were finally built, and in the bad times 1,000 a year were lost to enemy fire, mechanical failure, or pilot excess. Even men who hated the war loved the Huey, the heavenly cold air that rushed past as they sat at the open doorway with boots on the skids, and maybe a careless arm around a stanchion, looking at Southeast Asia the best way anybody could. All those dull reds and browns and brilliant greens from a couple of 1,000 feet up, seldom with sissy seat straps. Cord's advisor, Lieutenant Brian Walrath, wrote, "Sitting on the hard floor of the chopper, we are overwhelmed by noise. The engine throbs behind us. The gearbox whines as it transfers power to the main and tail rotors. The rotors whop away and the wind whistles past our ears. We're in the pilot's hands, defenseless against any enemy who wants to take a shot at us in a thin aluminium shell. Below, the crazy quilt of rice paddies and fields flashes by, soon to give way to denser foliage as we head west towards the mountains." Groundlings looked on the flyers as magicians, often as saviors. Lieutenant Mel Stevens of the U.S. Navy never forgot the experience of a night evacuation from the riverine assault boat on which he had been wounded. His surge of wonder and gratitude towards the crew that got him out. Those pilots seemed gods to us. This impression was heightened by their impersonality, features masked by helmet sun visors. "I never saw a pilot's eyes," said Brian Walrath, who knew flyers only from his cargo compartment view of their upper backs, protruding above angular green armoured seats, their gloved hands flicking switches and shifting levers. Most pilots were dashing, skillful, callous young men, apparently as careless about their own lives as other people's. Australian Corporal Roy Savage was once standing on the skids of an American Huey, having helped the last of his squad aboard when it soared skywards. Momentarily terrified as the earth receded, he found his webbing seized by an enormous black door gunner who heaved him into the cargo compartment. The pilot glanced over his shoulder and shouted cheerfully, "Nearly left you behind that time, boy." correspondent Neil Sheehan, sometimes begged his aerial chauffeurs to go a little easier on the palm trees with which they loved to flirt. Some who used the 48-foot rotors to thrash a downward passage into triple canopy jungle pushed their luck too far, though an amazing number got away with it. One Huey pilot must here do duty for thousands. Dan Hickman first flew helicopters as a 20-year-old in 1967 and loved them forever after. He hailed from a North Carolina tobacco farm where my dad put me through ranger school. He said, "On the first day at Fort Walters, Texas, the commanding colonel addressed 200 cadets, saying, 'Half of you will wash out. One will crash right here. The other 99 will go to Vietnam.' They spent 5 months at Walters and clocked 120 hours apiece on little Hughes trainers before moving to Savannah and the 1,300 horsepower Huey. Hickman said, "It was big and strong, looked enormous after the Hughes. It was terrific. Learning to fly a helicopter's like learning to ride a bike. There's a period of uncertainty, then suddenly it clicks." He grasped some hazards. It was not as nimble as the LOH or OH-6. If you made a low-level turn downwind, you did not want then to turn left or you were liable to be in the ground. If you lost power at 500 feet, you had 8 seconds in which to save yourself. He spent 4 months at Savannah before taking the month-long tactical course, which introduced him to the deadly array of Hello armament. All through the schools, he was terrified Vietnam would finish before he could get there. It did not, of course. Hickman arrived in September 1968 and was posted to Di An, near Tay Ninh. He was heartened by finding himself among people who obviously knew what they were doing, but jarred by the abruptness with which he was thrust into combat. A flight commander said, "You can sleep in this cot here. You want to take a mission tomorrow?" Yes, he wanna. "You can fly co-pilot on a Cobra rescue." Next morning, when he walked out to the flight line with his new comrades, one asked another, "Did you kill anybody yesterday?" "Yeah, 3. Hickman thought, these guys are crazy. Thereafter, he sometimes flew 13 hours a day. You were always overloaded, and landings were the problem because in the last few feet, the dust threw up a brown fog that hid the ground. You had to look at the plexiglass beneath your boots until a hole appeared. The flying, nonetheless, seemed to him fabulous, because there were no power lines, no meaningful restraints. Much later, when, as a brigadier general, he took a National Guard unit to Iraq in 2004, he was shocked to discover how risk-averse the army had become. It had taken all the fun out of war, he said. In his cavalry troop, there were 10 OH-6 light observation helicopters armed with mini-guns, 6 slicks with door-mounted M60 machine guns that pumped out 550 rounds per minute, 10 attack Cobras, an air-mobile infantry platoon. They flew either at 1,500 feet or on the deck, brushing trees and leaping over houses. "We were living by our reflexes," he said. "I wouldn't take medication of any kind." A tank of J-4 jet fuel kept a Huey aloft for 150 minutes. Then they were usually hot refueled, hovering among 15 others coupled by hoses to huge rubber bladders. During battles, engines were seldom shut down. Hickman found that the helicopters were much more carefully maintained than those at flight school. Engine filters prone to choke with dust were checked daily. Machines received 25-hour intermediate and 100-hour full inspections. The latter took 8 hours. They lived on powdered egg, corned beef, powdered milk, coarse bread, drank liquor in the evenings when it was available. During the night hours, Hickman wrote to a girl named Carol back in Savannah. As a warrant officer, he was paid $500 a month. On R&R in Hong Kong, he spent $1,700 in 4 days. Some of it on buying 6 suits, 6 pairs of shoes, and a big stereo kit. They had cold water showers and hated the morning stink of burning crap as barrels from the previous day's latrines were set ablaze with aviation spirit. They craved American food, and when they heard of a place in Saigon that did real hamburgers, one day a bunch of them took the crazy risk of driving a lone jeep 30 miles across country to get to it. They paid next day with vomiting and bowel explosions, which caused them to spend hours sitting on a plank in the latrine. Hickman thought he was going to die. Other than the grunts, nobody got closer to the action than Huey people. One guy was killed crazy, said Hickman wonderingly. A fair proportion of his own flight school class were killed or wounded. In all, 4,000 helicopter aircrew perished in Vietnam. Once Hickman's crew chief's helmet shattered under fire, the pilot assumed that was the end of the man, but a bullet had merely grazed his skull. On another mission, Hickman hung close enough to the ground to toss a grenade from the cockpit window into a hooch a couple of yards away. He saw a grunt slump, hit, even as the man loaded casualties into their cargo compartment. Their crew chief, in a careless moment, shot a hole through the hello with his own .45. Like naughty schoolboys, they hammered the punctured metal inwards so that it looked as if they'd taken an enemy round. My best friends were Jim Newman and Elmore Jordan, a black guy from Washington, D.C., he said. We had a running joke that if one of us realized he was not going to make it back, he'd throw out his wallet for the others. One day, Hickman heard Jordan on the radio reporting his ship on fire. Then, as he struggled towards the field, he voiced again, "I've lost my hydraulics." His crew chief crammed into the cockpit with the pilots, and the Huey was trailing black smoke. Finally, Jordan radioed, "There goes our engine." Hickman thought wretchedly, "Well, I guess Elmore's throwing out his wallet." They saw a sudden plume of black smoke erupt beyond a tree line, where the Huey had crashed a few hundred yards from the airstrip. Miraculously, however, Jordan survived. His crew chief jumped out as the chopper struck, then ran back to drag the two pilots from the flaming wreck. On another occasion, Jim Newman got shot in the neck. He, too, somehow failed to get around to throwing out his wallet. "One day Jim shot me down," said Hickman. "We were going into an LZ when we started taking fire. I said to the Cobras, 'Put me in some rockets close.' There was a lot of noise and we got Jim's shrapnel through our console. We made it to a little field before coming down. I said to him, 'Shoot down 4 more and you'll be an enemy ace.'" The unit's best pilot was Harley Goff, but all his skill failed to save him from a transmission failure and a devastating crash. Goff emerged unrecognizable, having broken 3 of 4 limbs and lost all his teeth. Testament to the huge part played by luck in all events of war. On each Huey, the crew chief manned one door gun, an infantryman the other. "They were your eyes," said Hickman. The M60s jammed unless kept meticulously clean, and the portside man needed to guard against wind blast blowing his ammunition belt all over the countryside. For the psychological effect, Hickman made his gunners load solid tracer in defiance of SOPs which decreed 1 round in 5. Tracer burned out the barrels pretty quick, he said, but in an assault you wanted to keep the enemy's heads down. He anyway knew how seldom a door gunner hit what he aimed at, from a platform shifting all ways at once. Though Cobras and Hueys were the same loaded weight, 9,500 pounds, the latter were quieter and smoother in the gunship role, carrying 62 rockets and 4,000 minigun rounds. Never in history had so many tactical helicopters been deployed, nor would be again. "There were times when over 100 were in the air over a battle," said Hickman. "When you saw a 10-ship lift going into an assault with 4 supporting gunships and a smoke ship, it was just awesome." Vietnam's clammy heat never bothered the North Carolinian, who'd grown up without air conditioning. On a night flare drop, however, the contrast was shivery between the warmth on takeoff and the icy cold at 6,000 feet. Moreover, Mk 24 million candle power flares were risky loads. "I hated those missions," said Hickman. "Several ships were lost when flares ignited in the cargo compartment." After a relative lull during the winter of 1968 with enemy hard to find, by January the war was back on again, he said. Sometimes Hickman flew 3-day missions out towards the Cambodian border, guided into night landings by flaming barrels filled with sand and oil, sleeping on the ground by his machine. There always seemed to be the odd VC poking a few tracer into the air, but no serious opposition. Then, suddenly, things got serious, and they once more experienced in the air what they called hot flushes. One night, they were sent to rescue survivors of a long-range recon team, hard-pressed by enemy on the ground. They radioed a circling Vietnamese spooky gunship to put down suppressive fire, but the VNAF plane declined to get close. 2 Cobras were also flying in support, but since even in good hands their weapons had a 20-yard margin of error, they could not risk firing in darkness. Hickman spent an hour circling, struggling to coordinate the rescue. At last, the beleaguered men switched on a strobe light masked in a helmet to guide the Hueys into an ever-so-slim gap in the jungle. Hickman's crews got the Rangers out. Another night, they sank 23 sampans coming out of Cambodia. We marked them with tracer, then the Cobras came in from up high and rocketed, he said. At briefings, they told us we were killing more enemy than the rest of 9th Division. Of 300 men in the unit, some 40 aircrew flew missions. Rank never decided who commanded. There were very few sirs. We were mostly 21-year-olds trying to do the right thing without adult supervision. One unit commanding officer was himself unwilling to operate below 2,000 feet, while his successor was courageous but could never fly well. Hickman handled most day missions on Hueys, night ones on Cobras. Once, when he was detailed to take a slick through darkness to extract a stranded recon team, he asked his flight commander, "Why me?" He was flattered by the answer, "Because you've got the best chance of getting back alive." They lost several aircraft flying into trees, just the sort of thing that happens with aggressive young men, he said. Cobras had the lowest casualty rate, LOHs the highest. They were fighting the war from 20 feet, said Hickman. Although the unit suffered a few cases of self-inflicted wounds and pilot requests for transfer to ground duties, most people can buck up and do what has to be done. Hickman remained convinced that Vietnam should have been won. But by 1969 it was obvious that we either had to go into North Vietnam or forget it, he said. I felt let down by the anti-war movement. They were a bunch of college kids who knew nothing. I believed in the army. Within it, a lot of individuals were trying to do the right thing. 4. Vietnamization. In the first months of the Nixon presidency, the incumbent and his advisers groped for new approaches to ending the war. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, a former Wisconsin congressman, told Crichton Abrams during a March 1969 visit to Saigon that the change of administration had bought a breathing space. I think we've got some time, he said, and we've got to develop a national policy that we can go to the American people with. There must be a program, he said, to reduce the United States contribution, not only in the form of men but in casualties and materiel and dollars. I'm going to be asked a lot about the use of the B-52. Abrams, alarmed, immediately made the case for this supremely efficacious weapon. There's nothing really as responsive, he said. It only takes a couple of hours to change the whole weight and put it wherever you want in whatever quantity you want it. The role of National Security Advisor assumed an unprecedented importance, at first unperceived by the media or the Washington establishment. Until the election, Dr. Henry Kissinger had been an adherent of Nixon's Republican rival, Nelson Rockefeller. Now he became the president's principal foreign policy instrument. an exponent of the historic and, wherever necessary, cynical concept of realpolitik, first articulated by Ludwig von Rochau in the mid-19th century, Kissinger had never supposed Vietnam winnable. He shared with Nixon the conviction that, whatever the merits of the Allied cause, the war was draining wholly excessive political attention, material resources, and moral authority from the pursuit of U.S. vital interests elsewhere. This brilliant, charismatic figure overcame his employer's dislike of both Jews and intellectuals by displaying first his loyalty, then an unscrupulousness to match the president's own. Though essentially an ice-cold human being, he was skilled at simulating warmth and geniality. Arthur Schlesinger wrote in those early Nixon days, "I like Henry very much and respect him, though I cannot rid myself of the fear that he says one thing to me and other sorts of things to, say, conservative ideologue Bill Buckley." White House Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman once noted, "Henry made the point that the president's best course is brutal unpredictability." This was the view of Nixon's mindset that from the outset Kissinger sought to establish in Hanoi. He believed the North Vietnamese could only be induced to compromise by being confronted by insuperable obstacles on the ground. A first step was to launch massive but secret B-52 bombings of communist sanctuaries. On the afternoon of Sunday, the 16th of March, Haldeman recorded without apparent irony that after attending church, Nixon authorized the bombing of Cambodia. "Historic day," he wrote. "Kissinger's Operation Breakfast finally came off at 2 p.m. our time. K really excited, as is President." During the 3 years that followed, the USAF poured 250,000 tons of bombs onto Sihanouk's hapless country. When one B-52 crew made an error which precipitated the near annihilation of the population of a Cambodian village, the U.S. ambassador visited the area and distributed $100 apiece among survivors. The airman who had miscalculated was fined $700. The White House was fiercely angered by a renewed display of communist aggression at Tet 1969, when over 100 South Vietnamese cities and towns suffered pinprick attacks. Nixon viewed these almost as a personal insult, a gesture designed to show that Hanoi proposed to treat him no differently from Lyndon Johnson. So the bombing became part of what Kissinger called coercive diplomacy. In the same spirit, the National Security Council propounded a case for Operation Duck Hook, a 4-day intensive blitz of North Vietnam, which might include tactical nuclear weapons. Kissinger informed Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin about the Duck Hook concept, and in July Nixon wrote a personal letter to Ho Chi Minh, threatening measures of great consequences and force if Hanoi declined to deal. On the 13th of October 1969, he initiated a nuclear alert embracing U.S. forces worldwide, designed to convince the communist bloc that he was a trigger-happy commander-in-chief, prone to act dangerously, even recklessly if crossed. Yet the Russians scarcely noticed the alert, and none of the other presidential posturing appeared to impress the enemy. They perceived Nixon not as a madman, but instead as a rational politician desperate to find means of evading not American defeat, but an explicit admission of it. So much has been said about Kissinger's genius that it bears emphasis how importantly wrong he and Nixon were in supposing that the route to peace lay through Moscow. The president, in his first autumn of office, told Dobrynin, "I want you to understand that the Soviet Union is going to be stuck with me for the next 3 years and 3 months. We will not hold still for being diddled to death in Vietnam." Yet it was a source of chronic frustration to the Soviets how little leverage in Hanoi their annual $500 million of aid secured. Before Pham Van Dong flew to Moscow in 1970, The Soviet ambassador in Hanoi urged upon the Vietnamese Russia's desire that the northern delegation should show itself more constructive and more sincere at the Paris peace talks. He wasted his breath. And even as the White House sought fulcrums with which to shift the communists, it identified an incompatible domestic imperative to reduce the U.S. troop commitment. Before the NSC, Kissinger endeavored to persuade others, and perhaps also himself, that such a course did not represent a contradiction of the rest of administration policy. Force reductions, he said, by making U.S. presence more sustainable, could be another form of pressure. This was nonsense, though Kissinger was right when he also asserted that his nation could not just walk away from South Vietnam as if we were switching a television channel. While both Nixon and his national security advisor treated the defense secretary with scant respect, it was Melvin Laird who articulated a decisive, even drastic change of U.S. direction, and also gave this a name that stuck, though Vietnamese hated it: Vietnamization. The administration renounced the strategy implemented since 1965 of delegating the serious war fighting to Americans. Instead, MACV would merely support the ARVN in their own struggle. On the 14th of May 1969, Nixon delivered a national television address in which he asserted a continuing commitment to ensuring that the Vietnamese people could choose their own destinies. To achieve this, and to secure peace, it would be necessary for all foreign forces, meaning the NVA as well as the Americans, to quit the South. The first fruits of Vietnamization should be the withdrawal of 50 to 70,000 U.S. troops. The White House decreed that American casualties must forthwith fall, though May 1969 witnessed the extraordinary folly of Operation Apache Snow, successive assaults on Ap Bia Mountain, Hill 937, better known as Hamburger Hill, in which 72 members of the 101st Airborne Division were killed, a further 372 wounded, with additional ARVN losses, merely to assert American commanders' determination to prevail. Its principal consequence was to intensify anti-war fever. Senator Edward Kennedy branded the battle madness. Vietnamization was officially launched on the 8th of June at a mid-Pacific meeting on Midway between the two presidents, Nixon and Thieu. A 25,000-man initial U.S. troop drawdown was set for August. Conservative columnist Joseph Alsop likened it to the cynical deed of the Russian woman who throws her children off a sledge fleeing through the snow to distract pursuing wolves. Crichton Abrams voiced dismay at a September 1969 NSC meeting attended by Nixon. "Where we are in South Vietnam is due to the application of raw power. When you turn off the power, you've got an entirely new ballgame." Abrams saw, in 1969, what historian Ken Hughes observed long afterwards. Vietnamization was not a strategy Nixon seriously pursued. It was a fraud he perpetrated. On the 19th of November, Melvin Laird told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the Saigon government had been consulted before the policy was introduced. He lied, as Kissinger also lied on the same issue. Thieu was merely informed after it was decided. On the 4th of August in Paris, Kissinger began what became an apparently interminable round of secret negotiations with the North Vietnamese. Averell Harriman, still conducting the formal talks, had despaired of a successful outcome as long as successive administrations remained wedded to sustaining both the Thieu regime and a U.S. army in the South. Kissinger held almost no cards. He had opposed unilateral troop reductions because he knew these must relieve the communists of any obligation to yield concessions. But the National Security Advisor bore no responsibility, at this stage anyway, for the administration's domestic political trajectory, and thus was overruled. Kissinger briefly harboured illusions that Ho Chi Minh's death on the 2nd of September would shake North Vietnamese confidence, stability, and morale. Yet, while the begetter of his country was passionately mourned, he had long ceased to guide its destinies. The old man's greatness seems indisputable, measured by his influence upon great events. A part of this derived from a grace, charm, and dignity which persuaded much of the world of his benignity. In truth, however, as with all successful revolutionaries, Ho's ruthlessness was absolute, his capacity for compassion moot, given the systemic cruelties, privations, and denial of personal freedom over which he had presided since 1954. Le Duan's grip on power was assured. Following the shambles of Tet, he no longer expected to achieve absolute military victory before the Americans quit Vietnam. But he was confident that his people's will was stronger than theirs, all the more so after the vast 15th of October nationwide U.S. demonstrations in the name of the Vietnam moratorium, of which a highlight was a 100,000-strong rally on Boston Common. The only crumb of comfort for Nixon's men talking in Paris was that the North Vietnamese ceased to inflict willful torture, though they sustained relentless privation on the American prisoners held in Hanoi. A minimal standard of well-being was thereafter deemed expedient. The POW's fate would obviously be a key issue in negotiations. By a directive of the 10th of June, the NLF renamed itself the PRG, Provisional Revolutionary Government, personified by a cluster of ministers-in-waiting deep in the jungle on the Cambodian border. Cadres were told that even after the US had signed a treaty, the war will be continued. In short, and as ever, only communist victory would suffice. Abrams said, "The enemy is pouring more resources in, and we're pulling resources out. With just that basic fact, he's bound to do better and we're bound to do worse." Lieutenant Landon Thorne, now flying as an artillery observer in an L-19 spotter plane, suddenly found his gun's ammunition allocation cut. He thought, in a war you're supposed to win, you get everything you need. Quite so. Chapter 22. Losing by Installments. 1. The Fishhook and the Parrot's Beak. Back in March 1969, Crichton Abrams and his intelligence chief held one of many conversations about the possibility and unlikelihood of being permitted to attack the communists' Cambodian sanctuaries. Brigadier Phil Davidson ruminated, "Boy, if the Doves have savaged old Johnson, and they did, they drove him from office. Think what they would do with Nixon if he went into Laos and Cambodia." A year on, however, Henry Kissinger desperately needed to strengthen his hand in the Paris secret negotiations. He said, "We have to be tough." On the 29th of April 1970, Allied forces, which peaked at 19,300 Americans and 29,000 Vietnamese, launched a series of thrusts into border areas of Cambodia, known from their map shapes as the Parrot's Beak and the Fishhook. Abrams admitted that there was scant enthusiasm for the operation among his own men. "It has taken some doing," he said, "to get the American troops in an offensive mood." Meanwhile, a new bomber offensive was launched against North Vietnam. The Cambodian incursions were precipitated by an 18th of March army coup in Phnom Penh, led by General Lon Nol, who seized power with a junta of fellow officers while Prince Norodom Sihanouk was on his way to Beijing, ironically in hopes of getting the Chinese to induce the North Vietnamese to curb operations in eastern Cambodia, which they treated as their own fiefdom. Indeed, Hanoi's conduct was as devoid of moral justification as that of Washington. Both sides were indifferent to the interests of the Cambodian people, whom the Vietnamese despised. There is still no evidence of direct American complicity in the coup, and Sihanouk's erratic, eccentric rule over his erratic, eccentric little country had for years been precarious. A Westerner described the prince denouncing in a radio broadcast some alleged Vietnamese slanderer, screaming abuse in piercing falsetto, sounding less like a head of state making a diplomatic détente than a schoolgirl hockey player accusing another of sticks. Lon Nol and his fellow plotters were driven by a genuine disgust and exasperation at the North Vietnamese occupation and the US bombings it had provoked, mingled with more mundane concerns. The Sihanouk family was thought to be appropriating too many of the spoils of power, the generals receiving too few. If Washington had made it explicitly plain to the usurpers that it would not back them, it is unlikely they would have dared to overthrow the prince. In the event, however, senior VC cadre Tran Bach Dang chanced to reach Phnom Penh from COSVN in the immediate aftermath of the coup, and was shocked to discover that he and his kind, who for years had come and gone at will, were suddenly hunted men. Possessed of only a T-shirt and shorts, he sought sanctuary in the Cuban embassy, from whence he was whisked to Hanoi via Shanghai. Arriving in time to enjoy a macabre privilege, he watched Soviet technicians thaw the frozen corpse of Ho Chi Minh for embalming. Cambodia's new rulers appealed to the Americans for aid. Washington responded with sufficient arms and cash to sustain Lon Nol's regime for the next 5 years, but not nearly enough to crush the indigenous communist Khmer Rouge, which almost overnight became a serious military force. Cambodia's ramshackle army, which had just 20 surgeons, was cruelly mauled. By autumn, the Khmer Rouge threatened Phnom Penh, where refugees from American bombing and communist terror eventually swelled the population by 2 million destitute people. After a 24th to the 25th of April conference held on the Vietnam-Laos border, the Pathet Lao, the Khmer Rouge and North Vietnam proclaimed a common struggle. Sihanouk, for all his limitations, commanded immense prestige among his own people. When this was placed at the disposal of the communists following his overthrow, the prince became a serviceable tool. The US and North Vietnam shared responsibility for the tragedy that engulfed Cambodia in the decades that followed, a struggle merciless even by the standards sustained in Indochina since 1945. Journalist John Swain described an encounter with 2 wounded North Vietnamese soldiers captured by the Cambodian army near Kompong Cham. Their coarse, olive-green uniforms were caked in a mixture of mud and blood. They were terribly mutilated, in agony, whimpering like animals in a trap. Suddenly aware of a foreign presence, they stirred, opened their eyes, and looked at me in the dim light with intense hatred. Swain asked a Cambodian major if he could take the men to hospital. Instead, the soldier prodded their wounds with a cane and said, "Let them die. We did not invite them to come to our country." One was an NVA officer named Lieutenant Dao An Tuat. Swain leafed through his notebook, noted the faded photograph of Ho Chi Minh, and a scribbling by the owner in his own language. To live is to give oneself to the fatherland. It is to give oneself to the earth, the mountains, and the rivers. It is to clench one's teeth in the face of the enemy. To live is to sustain one's courage in times of sorrow. It is to laugh in times of anger. We must drink deeply of the blood of the foe. Tuat, who duly expired in the stinking hut, was plainly a committed cadre. The Cambodians burned the petrol-soaked bodies of him and his comrade, before tossing the remains into the Mekong. If the fortunes of war had decreed differently, those North Vietnamese would probably, and the unspeakably brutal Khmer Rouge would certainly have done likewise to inconvenient POWs. As for the US Arvin incursions, though some American soldiers exulted about implementing an initiative they had advocated for years, polls showed that just 60% of their countrymen opposed it, as did Secretary of State William Rogers. Substantial munitions and ration dumps were seized. A MACV briefer told Abrams on the 12th of May that the invaders had thus far captured 6,500 man-years of rice. Yet the general was himself uneasy. "The weapons I saw out there are a lot of junk. What you're building up is a big fraud, and that's what they'll tag you with. It's really very sickening to sit around here and contemplate the fact that we've been talking about a basket full of fog. As so often, advance intelligence was poor. To preserve secrecy, the South Vietnamese had been cut out of the planning loop. Although the NVA suffered significant casualties, the bulk of enemy forces withdrew westwards, declining to lock horns with the invaders. Doug Ramsey, a prisoner of the Communists, observed later that the US incursion seemed to represent either a blind leap away into cloud cuckoo land or a cynical, opportunistic attempt not to win the war in Vietnam, but simply to help delay its loss at unconscionable cost to Cambodia. He believed that intervention might have been a rational gambit 4 or 5 years earlier, but not in 1970. We are sacrificing the long-term vital interests of a tiny, distant country, previously anxious to avoid involvement in the Indochina conflict, to the peripheral and ephemeral interests of 1 or 2 generations of our own policymakers. We had bestowed on ourselves exceptional prerogatives that we would never have permitted others to assume. The administration asserted at the outset that the Cambodian operation was limited in both time and space, that the invaders would penetrate not more than 18 miles beyond the border, nor stay past June. Nixon said in a national TV address, "Tonight, American and South Vietnamese units will attack the headquarters for the entire communist military operation in South Vietnam." Yet COSVN comprised a group of footloose people, rather than a building complex such as the president appeared to envisage. Leading members of the PRG merely abandoned one set of huts in favour of another, beyond the Americans' self-imposed limits. Phil Davidson said gloomily to Abrams on the 19th of May, "I think it's clear to everybody that Cosvin displaced before we went across the border." This was so. Almost 2 months earlier, the communist leadership anticipated such a thrust and moved deeper into Cambodia. Cadres bolted along pre-arranged escape routes, covered by the NVA 7th Division. Their flight was harassed by American aircraft and beset by torrential rain. A PRG minister wrote, "Our exertions were imbued not merely with the desperation of men fleeing the clutches of a merciless foe, but with fears for the very existence of our struggle." Another PRG leader, Dr. Duong Quin Hoa, was 7 months pregnant. She gave birth under the stress of the flight, to the accompaniment of artillery and small arms fire. The baby was safely delivered but died of malaria a few months later. The leadership reached the Cambodian town of Kratie without casualties, although Truong Nu Tang acknowledged that the whole affair gave us a bad fright, not to mention a spell of acute physical hardship. Tang described Nixon's Cambodian adventure as an enduring gift to Vietnam's revolution because it helped to separate the US leadership from its domestic base and instilled in many Americans an enduring skepticism about their government's moral compass. The operation formed an element in Kissinger's coercive diplomacy, yet inflicted nothing like sufficient strategic pain on the enemy to compensate for the political damage Nixon suffered at home. Amid a dramatic intensification of anti-war protests, on the 4th of May 1970, at Ohio's Kent State University, National Guardsmen killed 4 unarmed students, 2 of them mere passers-by, and wounded 9 others. 2 more students were killed by police, and 12 wounded at Mississippi's Jackson State College. Following the latest round of Indochina turmoil, a MACV briefer catalogued the interrelated but separate conflicts in the region. Civil war in northern Laos, the NVA's struggle to sustain its logistics links in southern Laos and Cambodia, the Cambodian Civil War, the COSVN border theatre in South Vietnam, the battle in the Delta, the central and northern war zones. Deep in the south, Viet Cong doctor Dang Thuy Tram wrote, "The mad dog Nixon has foolishly enlarged the fighting. Oh, why are there such terrible, cruel people who want to water their own golden trees with our blood? Oh, my country, has any on earth suffered as much? have any people fought as courageously, persistently and tirelessly as ourselves. I am still a soldier in this struggle. I keep smiling even when gunships bring down rockets on my head. I remember Lenin's words, "Revolutionaries have the warmest hearts. This is me." On the morning of the 22nd of June, a patrol of the US 421st Infantry heard voices and the sound of a radio playing Vietnamese music. Other members of the same unit, alerted, later encountered nearby 4 people advancing towards them along a jungle trail. This was a free fire zone, where all human movement was deemed hostile. 2 communists escaped the ensuing M16 bursts, but 2 fell. One of them, dressed in black pyjamas and Ho Chi Minh sandals, was 27-year-old Tram. Found among her scanty possessions were a Sony radio, a medical notebook, bottles of Novocaine, bandages, a photograph of her beloved NVA captain, and poems written by him together with her diary. The American incursions, together with Operation Menu, the secret B-52 bombings, caused the NVA serious logistical difficulties. They were not, however, the game-changers sought by Nixon and Kissinger. The latter fulminated about the USAF's inability to block the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Congress had initially treated the Nixon White House with considerable deference and acquiesced in the president's determination not to be seen to quit. A great nation, he declared sonorously, cannot renege on its pledges. He reasserted the familiar U.S. government position that abandonment of the South Vietnamese would raise worldwide doubts among both the nation's friends and foes. Melvin Laird rehearsed the administration's goals: to make a success of Vietnamization, minimize U.S. casualties, continue troop withdrawals, and stimulate meaningful negotiations. In the course of that year, however, and influenced by the equivocal outcome of the Cambodian lunge, more and more Americans began to crave escape from Indochina on almost any terms, or even none. Democratic Senators Mark Hatfield of Oregon and George McGovern of South Dakota led a charge against further funding for the war. Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker returned from a home visit to tell Abrams in Saigon on the 23rd of May, "The disturbing thing, I thought, was some of the people who have been pretty strong supporters," he cited the example of Dean Acheson, "now say, well, if this is going to tear the country apart, it isn't worth it." Against such a background, what is surprising is not that American troops became ever more reluctant to hazard their lives, but that some remained willing to do so. Nixon and Kissinger might have gained crumbs of comfort had they known more about the difficulties of the other side. Given the size of the U.S. intelligence apparatus, it's extraordinary how little Washington ever understood about North Vietnam, and especially the Hanoi Politburo. The CIA depended for HUMINT almost exclusively upon the British SIS station in their Hanoi Consulate General, then run by the formidable Daphne Park, who flew down to Saigon every 2 months to brief the cousins. The British were unable to run agents, send coded cables, or own a wireless transmitter. They nonetheless talked freely to East European diplomats, the Soviet ambassador notable among them. Park was a fluent Russian and French speaker. When the Americans asked SIS to service a dead letter drop, they met a flat refusal. The consulate's personnel were too closely watched. They had little access to top North Vietnamese, though a member of the Politburo once arrived unannounced and talked on their balcony for 6 hours. One day at Bangkok Airport, a British academic met Park returning from a short leave. He described her sitting on a mound of shopping bags, as unmistakably English as Agatha Christie's Miss Marple. He asked if she was taking back supplies for SIS. "Oh no," she responded cheerfully. "This stuff's all for the East European mission people who won't eat Vietnamese food." Park described in her October 1970 valedictory dispatch how she and her sole colleague walked miles through Hanoi by day and night, pursued by children shrieking "Lien So," Russian, who left them black and blue with mischievous pinches. The British spies gazed on Vietnamese, gathered around the family brazier on the pavement, eating their rice or already asleep. in the hottest months, young and old like battered bundles, sleep on the steps of the Ministry of Trade, on the pavement, in doorways, anywhere out of the stifling courtyards and the houses where they live, a family to each room. The rats run over them as they sleep, fight over scraps of garbage, and sometimes drown in the water which gathers in the open concrete shelter holes. There are rats even in the cinema. Julian Harston, another SIS officer, described how they would try to estimate the size of the latest army call-up by counting used inoculation syringes in rubbish bins outside the military hospital. When the consulate's local staff dared to accept small gifts, such was their poverty that they chose bicycle repair kits, razor blades, aspirin, even empty bottles. All this constituted thin stuff from which to form an intelligence picture, though, interestingly, in late 1970, Daphne Park was among those who thought the regime in trouble. The Chinese withdrawal of personnel, though not of shipments of materiel, injured the prestige of Les Douanes and Les Ductaux, Mao's keenest adherents. At January's 18th plenum of the Central Committee, a resolution was passed asserting that the country must respond to enemy attacks not only with armed resistance and political activity, but also with diplomacy. This opaque observation did not represent a rupture at the top. No fully feathered doves dared take wing in Hanoi, but made plain that many North Vietnamese craved peace. Tensions grew between the Politburo and Southern Communists. Such PRG ministers as Truong Nhu Tang and Nguyen Van Kiet found themselves derided by Hanoi's proletarians for their bourgeois backgrounds. An injured Tang wrote, "Many of us were from well-to-do families and had been used to the good life before we enlisted. Our motives varied, but we regarded ourselves as people who had already sacrificed a great deal for the nation and remained ready to sacrifice all." Tang claimed never to have considered himself a communist, but recognized that, as far back as 1920, the only ally Vietnamese nationalism had known was the Comintern. Ho Chi Minh accepted its support with the fervor of a drowning man. Nonetheless, Tang was increasingly uncomfortable with the ideological rigor of Le Duan and his comrades, writing, "They had sacrificed conscience and pragmatism for the certitudes of their political religion. Amid their steely arrogance, there was no latitude for compromise." North Vietnam's army was suffering a manpower crisis, the effects of which pervaded its entire society. Security police staged one of their periodic crackdowns on expressions of anti-war sentiment. Such was the NVA's shortage of recruits that it felt obliged to accept in its ranks such men as 33-year-old Nguyen Hai Din, for decades an outcast as the son of a landlord. Din had only one military ambition: to defect. "In the North, I had nothing," he said. He cherished a distant dream of getting to America. He suffered the usual privations on the trail with the NVA's 28th Battalion, and laboured so assiduously at doctrine that he was appointed an acting political officer. "It was all in my head, not my heart," he said. "Everybody who thinks for himself but wishes to survive in a communist society becomes a good actor." Din suffered a perforated eardrum in a B-52 strike before the Cambodian maelstrom provided his chance to slip away from his unit and hide in a school. On the 23rd of May, waving a white cloth, he cautiously emerged to surrender to the US 25th Division. He had not eaten for 2 days, but when presented with rice and canned meat, he could not get them down. Dispatched to the Chu Hoi Center in Saigon, he felt uneasy among the peasants who made up most of its residents. Some were genuine anti-communists, but many had simply got sick of fighting, he said. After a year's re-education, they were granted 6 months' liberty before being obliged to join the Arvin. Din had no interest in further fighting for either side. Denied any prospect of migration to America, he used a remote family connection to secure an introduction to a local Catholic seminary. There he spent the ensuing 4 years, serving as an altar boy and supposedly training to be a priest. A droll fellow, as he read the Bible with which he became intimately familiar, he was amused that the seminary was located immediately behind the home of Cord's chief, Bill Colby. Most important, for the first time since 1954, I had enough to eat, he said. Din's weight increased by a comfortable 60 pounds, making him one of the few beneficiaries of Nixon's Cambodian adventure. 2. Counter-terror. Over 200,000 ex-NVA and Viet Cong fighters Chu-hoied by 1972, most in the same spirit as Dinh, because they wanted out of the war, rather than from enthusiasm for the Saigon regime. One evening, the CIA's Frank Snepp and an interpreter took a defector whom he was wooing to a Saigon bar, where there was the usual crowd of girls and drunken GIs. After a while, the communist muttered something. With some reluctance, the interpreter told the American that the man had said, "I've made the wrong choice. I don't belong here." Snepp never again made the mistake of embarking on such a night out. He didn't want wine, women, and song, he said. The experience just convinced him that our side didn't have what it took. A more potent force in undermining the Southern Communist nexus was Phoenix, conceived by William Colby as an intelligence and action program, empowering the South Vietnamese to capture or kill key cadres. Between 1969 and 1972, its chiefs claimed to have neutralized 80,000, a quarter of them killed. Phoenix's so-called provincial reconnaissance units were made up of Vietnamese, funded by the CIA and paid 3 times Arvin salaries. Some Americans assert that if the Allies had embarked on such a program earlier, matching the Viet Cong's targeted terrorism, they might have changed the war's outcome. Marine Captain Andy Finlayson loved his time working with a PRU, based in a CIA villa at Tay Ninh, where the food and living conditions were palatial. "I thought I was living a Graham Greene novel," he said. The teams marshalled intelligence at a local level in a way that had never been done before, and exploited this to devastate NLF cells. Frank Scotton agreed that Phoenix was effective, though I would have preferred a less lethal approach, he said. The PRUs achieved an exceptional reputation for ruthlessness. Australian SAS officer Andrew Fremantle described them as absolute savages. I once saw them use secateurs to cut off a man's ring finger. What is certain is that when the excesses of Phoenix were publicly revealed, they drove another nail into the coffin of US domestic support for the war. Before a Senate committee in February 1970, Colby denied that this was a counter-terror operation, but scarcely anyone believed him. Frank Snepp agreed that it really hurt the communists, but Colby lied and lied, he said, when he declared that Phoenix chiefly captured Vietnamese. It was always a killing program. It could justly be said that the Viet Cong did worse things. U.S. researcher Hunter Lewy claims that the Ban An Ninh security or terror arm of the NLF killed 36,725 Vietnamese and abducted 58,499. And such figures are credible. But Americans yearned to believe that their own side behaved better, like Lieutenant Bob Kerry, for instance. Kerry, a former college football star from Nebraska, was justifiably proud when he graduated as a member of the U.S. Navy's Elite SEAL Team 1 in the summer of 1968. He nonetheless hoped that Vietnam would be over before he had to participate. My reasons were personal and not geopolitical. I just preferred to miss this one without my having to refuse to go. My real romantic ambition was to command a destroyer. He accepted his duty to serve, however, and I would serve enthusiastically, he said. Kerry was 25 when he landed at Cam Ranh Bay with his platoon early in 1969. Their commanding officer was uncertain what to do with SEALs. The young lieutenant grasped merely that he was supposed to help the Saigon government defeat the communists in the fashion Phoenix was making fashionable, by killing some. On his own initiative, Kerry launched a program of swift boat landings at beaches on the East Coast, from which they patrolled and laid ambushes inland. When no contacts resulted, they transferred themselves to the Mekong Delta, where they planned a patrol out of Cat Lo into an area of Kien Hoa province, now Ben Tre, controlled by the Viet Cong. Intelligence reported that on a given date communist cadres would meet in Tang Pong, some 75 miles southeast of Saigon, now identified as a landing site for VC supplies. Kerry and his team had been in country just 5 weeks. Mike Ambrose, an enlisted member with experience from a previous tour, urged against undertaking the operation. Their Vietnamese scout interpreter was on leave. Kerry determined to go ahead anyway. He described in a later memoir how he was assured by the district chief that Tan Pong lay in a free fire zone. On the night of the 25th of February, 1969, a swift boat carried the SEALs up a canal to a landing place 1,000 yards from the hamlet. When they reached the first house, "I did not have to give an order to begin the killing," he said, "but I could have stopped it, and I didn't. In truth, I remember very little of what happened in a clear and reliable way. After eliminating the occupants of one hooch, we were certain there were armed cadres in the village now on full alert," he continued. "We had 2 choices: withdraw or continue to search houses in the dark. Before we could make the decision, somebody shot at us from the direction of the women and children, trapping them in a crossfire. We returned a tremendous barrage of fire and began to withdraw. I saw women and children in front of us being hit and cut to pieces. I heard their cries and their voices in the darkness as we made our retreat." The Americans rendezvoused with their boats and were back in Cat Lo within the hour. Kerry wrote later, "Our actions were not considered out of the ordinary for guerrilla warfare where the number of civilian casualties is quite high." He admitted, "I felt a sickness in my heart for what we had done," yet testified in an official Navy after-action report that he and his men had killed 21 Viet Cong, a feat which won him a Bronze Star. A week later, the SEALs learned that a defector was willing to lead Americans to the camp of a sapper gang bivouacked on Hon Tam Island, off Nha Trang. Their landing in deep darkness on the 14th of March 1969 and a subsequent 350-foot cliff climb went as planned. The guide led the Americans to a soundly sleeping enemy detachment. Kerry left 4 of his 7 men to watch and led the other 3 in search of more VC they knew to be nearby. They met oncoming enemy a few minutes later, and Kerry fired only a single burst before being blown flat by a grenade explosion. He fell back, knowing himself seriously wounded. In agonizing pain, he groped down his right leg and realized that his foot was all but severed. Kerry's corpsman, himself stricken by splinters in one eye, could do nothing. The lieutenant tied a tourniquet above his knee while gunfire and explosions raged around him, then with difficulty hauled himself upright to direct his men's fire. When the action at last subsided, he injected a morphia syrette into his leg. A fellow SEAL stuck a camel between his lips. Their radio man summoned a medevac helicopter for which they waited in a silence broken only by city noise from Nha Trang across the water. When at last the chopper came, its crew chief lowered a sling in which Kerry was winched upwards. At dawn he landed in dizzy semi-consciousness, vaguely aware that his war, and his brief career as a SEAL, had ended after just 50 days. One morning at the White House, more than a year later, the laconic Nebraskan was among 12 veterans who received the Medal of Honor from Richard Nixon. He wrote that he felt uncomfortable when the president told them that they were heroes, because the war by then seemed to him such a mistake. He nonetheless decided that there was indeed something heroic about American men who were willing to travel to that strange country and fight for the freedom of people they did not know or understand. So much for Kerry's account, published when he had become a very famous American, former governor of Nebraska, U.S. Senator, and lover of film star Deborah Winger, of whom he said memorably, "She swept me off my foot." This stunningly handsome and personable hero had morphed into a prominent anti-war campaigner. Only much later was the extent of Kerry's memory loss revealed. In April 2001, the New York Times published jointly with CBS TV an investigation into the Tan Pong episode, much at variance with Kerry's contemporary claims. First, they showed that he was disingenuous in claiming ignorance of the village his team had assaulted. The SEALs had reconnoitred the place 10 days earlier. Thereafter, systematic killing appears to have taken place, in which no attempt was made to distinguish victims. Kerry told the New York Times, "Standard operating procedure was to dispose of the people we made contact with." His men killed the occupants of the first hooch with knives in an attempt to preserve silence. When they approached the hamlet proper, one patrol member, German-born Gerhard Klein, testified that the SEALs herded together and shot another 15 inhabitants, mostly women and children. A screaming baby was the last to die. Klein said, "There were blood and guts everywhere." Another SEAL, William Tucker, told the New York Times that he had turned to Kerry in the boat on the way home and said unhappily, "I don't like this stuff," to which Kerry responded, "I don't like it either." Other patrol members disputed the newspaper's claim that Vietnamese had been slaughtered without provocation, asserting that they heard incoming fire before starting the massacre. Whatever the truth of this, a 27th of February 1969 report was uncovered, recording how an elderly Vietnamese had presented himself before U.S. Army officers to demand retribution for an alleged atrocity at Tan Pong, in which unknown Americans had killed 24 people, of whom 13 were women and children. The same Army document noted that Navy SEALs were known to have been operating in the area. After being confronted with this evidence, Kerry said, "It's far more than guilt. It's the shame. You can never get away from it. I thought dying for your country was the worst thing that could happen to you, and I don't think it is. Killing for your country can be a lot worse." During Kerry's political career, colleagues on Capitol Hill were often baffled by enigmas about him they could not unravel. 30 years after those events in Vietnam, a possible explanation became apparent. Precise details of what took place at Tan Pong remain disputed, but the fundamentals seem plain. A group of gung-ho commandos raided an undoubted VC landing site in an area of which they knew little, and wherein they were granted a license to kill of a kind not infrequently abused by special forces of all nationalities in all wars. They used this to murder civilians, then lied about what they had done. The U.S. Navy as an institution emerges worse from the story than do those who attacked the village. It empowered its SEALs to act as they did, then distributed decorations in a fashion that suggested an eagerness to identify American heroes, greater than its commitment to a responsible or even civilized contribution to operations against the enemy. Moreover, such operations as Tan Pong, and there were many, exacted a political as well as a moral toll. The Viet Cong exploited their own excellent local intelligence networks to eliminate enemies, often with conspicuous sadism. Yet none of the villagers assembled to witness beheadings and live burials doubted why appointed victims were killed for opposing the revolution. By contrast, when Americans or ARVIN killed civilians, while some were communist activists or sympathizers, as was almost certainly the case at Tan Pong, others were not. The indiscriminate nature of American-led terror, caused by ignorance about the identities, never mind the loyalties of many of those whom its warriors killed, inflicted as much damage upon U.S. strategic objectives as upon the moral legitimacy of its war effort. The operations of Kerry's SEAL team were supervised by the U.S. Navy's Captain Roy Hoffman, who kept a chart on his office wall recording enemy KIAs. In Kerry's words, they needed bodies. The admirals were seeking to increase their market share in the war, and in any glory that was available. Our story came out publicly right after Kent State, and was a godsend to the U.S. Navy. He says that he almost returned his Medal of Honor, feeling unjustly traduced by the 2001 allegations made about Tan Pong, but adds, "I make no appeal for sympathy. I survived." He also makes the point that whatever his SEAL team did or did not do at Tan Pong, US Navy patrol boats were roaming the waterways of the Delta Free Fire Zones, killing at will, as did US aircraft overhead. Implicit in these remarks is a claim that it is unjust to denounce excesses committed by himself and his men head-to-head with the enemy, when the vast American war machine was carelessly killing by the hundreds, without those at the helms of patrol boats or the controls of aircraft being held accountable, as his accusers sought to make him accountable all those years afterwards. When Andy Finlayson interrogated a senior NVA prisoner captured in Cambodia, the man portrayed the communist predicament as grave, not least because of Phoenix. The American asked if that meant Hanoi's forces were doomed to defeat. The enemy officer smiled, shook his head, and responded, "You are far from home, and you do not understand the strategic realities of this country. Your people will grow weary as they see more and more Americans dying without anything to show. Your president has already said that you are leaving. We will wait until you are gone, and then we will attack, 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 until the puppet regime falls from its own weight. Victory for us is inevitable." The CIA's Frank Snepp said, "I became fascinated by the communists I interrogated. One man in particular seemed the most perfectly disciplined human being I ever met. I was bemused by how much he hated us. Americans aren't used to that. I was looking at somebody willing to do absolutely anything to achieve his objectives. That made a huge impression on me." In November 1970, Fred Wayand attended the handover to the Arvin of his old 25th Division headquarters and confessed to profound discomfort. "We were going and they were not ready to take it over. We just no longer had much leverage on the north once we started that withdrawal. RF and PF militias were accepting heavier losses than their regular brethren, losing 15,783 dead to the Arvin's 5,602 in 1970, with proportionately worse casualties in the following year. South Vietnam's armed forces were the fourth largest in the world, yet their will and skill remained problematic. At every turn, the Americans seemed doomed to have luck run against them. Nixon was desperate to display his own concern for the fate of POWs held in the North, an increasingly emotive domestic issue. He feared that some prisoners' families would make common cause with the anti-war movement. Thus, he authorized a November 1970 raid on Son Tay, 20 miles north of Hanoi, in hopes of liberating some Americans said to be held there. 3 days ahead of the mission, aerial surveillance showed the compound empty. The POWs had been moved out. Washington, nonetheless, ordered that the heliborne raid should be executed anyway, on the night of the 20th to the 21st. The raiders returned empty-handed. Admirers of General Crichton Abrams assert that by late 1970 the struggle was going America's way, and that only the collapse of domestic political will prevented exploitation of newly established dominance on the ground. Historian Louis Sawley, foremost standard-bearer for MACV's chieftain, has written, "The fighting wasn't over, but the war was won." Even at the sharp end there were still some true believers. Lieutenant Mel Stevens left Vietnam late in 1969, having won a Silver Star, Bronze Star, 2 Purple Hearts, and assorted commendations, serving with the USN's Riverine operations, and thereafter became personal aide to Admiral Bud Zumwalt as Chief of Naval Operations. After leaving the Navy, he joined John Kerry and some other veterans publicly to endorse the Vietnam commitment, and indeed testified to that effect to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He said, "For me it was the good war. I had extraordinary experiences, and my combat record opened extraordinary doors for me. I believed that Vietnamization could work, and that the ducks were falling into line." What may well be true is that with the Viet Cong drastically depleted by Phoenix and battlefield attrition, South Vietnam might have been stabilized under the control of a non-communist regime, albeit an unloved one, save for the continuing commitment of the North Vietnamese, together with the American people's disenchantment. Unfortunately for the Nixon administration, however, Le Duan and the NVA were as much immutable realities as were monsoons and scorpions. Abrams, recalling his 1944-45 experiences, said ruefully that the North Vietnamese were just like the Germans. You give them 36 hours and God damn it, you've got to start the war all over again. By the end of 1970, he was seeking to achieve this with a much smaller army than he had started with. 140,000 US troops had gone home. In Paris, Kissinger withdrew his demand for a matching NVA drawdown. He no longer believed in Santa Claus. 3. Lam Son 719. It is a curiosity that while North Vietnam was a cruelly disciplined, totalitarian society, it was governed by civilians. Meanwhile, South Vietnam, which purported to be a democracy, was ruled by generals who displayed little talent for either politics or military affairs. Louis Sawley, in his biography of Crichton Abrams, makes the remarkable assertion that Nguyen Van Thieu was arguably a more honest and decent man than Lyndon Johnson, and, given the differences in their respective circumstances, quite likely a more effective president of his country. He likewise compares 1965-75 Arvin Chief of Staff General Cao Van Vien favourably with Earl Wheeler, arguing that the former was probably less irrelevant. Yet Thieu displayed greater skill in sustaining the trust and goodwill of Americans, chiefly by compliance with their wishes, than of his own people. Vien was a reasonably competent officer, hamstrung by his president's insistence on appointing commanders chosen for loyalty to himself, rather than for their fitness to direct troops. Vietnamization thrust a huge burden on both men and their closed circle of subordinates, because suddenly they were invited to govern their own country and to run their own war, instead of acquiescing while Americans did so. Yet, contradictorily, the very continued existence of Thieu's regime was being disputed in Paris between the North Vietnamese and an American, Henry Kissinger, without any Saigon representative commanding a serious hearing. The Communists were scarcely unjust in branding Thieu and his associates as U.S. puppets. Meanwhile, however harsh a view may be taken of the Hanoi Politburo, nobody beyond the White House and the U.S. conservative media any longer characterized Le Duan and his comrades as mere stooges of the Soviets or the Chinese. Characteristically, the decision to launch the Arvin on a big battlefield test of Vietnamization was taken not in Saigon, but in Washington. Despite meagre dividends from the 1970 Cambodian incursion, an imperative persisted to maintain military pressure on the North Vietnamese if there was to be any hope of extracting concessions from them in Paris. Kissinger told Arthur Schlesinger, "I have been thinking a lot about resignation," but then added that he was engaged in something he could not talk about, but must see through to the end. Schlesinger rightly assumed this meant secret negotiations. On Nixon, personally, Kissinger said, "He is a shy man who needs compassion." He added that as the 1972 election began to loom while protests about Vietnam raged, Nixon has enough support to win, but not enough to govern. New congressional action, the December 1970 Cooper-Church Amendment, prohibited the administration from committing U.S. ground troops beyond the border of South Vietnam. Yet the huge problem persisted of stemming the flow of men and supplies down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In 1970, the North Vietnamese received accelerated deliveries of Russian and Chinese materiel, estimated at 2.5 million tons, including 500 trucks a month. MacV reported, "The logistics war of southern Laos and northeastern Cambodia now stands as the critical conflict for the VC-NVA. Early in 1971, 7th Air Force Commander General Lucius Clay described his instructions from Crichton Abrams. He wants that Ho Chi Minh Trail in such a shape that a crow has to carry his rations to fly over it, he said. Clay's staff identified 4 choke points: the Mu Jia, Ban Karai and Ban Ra Ving passes, together with another location just west of the DMZ. New movement sensors were installed, monitored by surveillance drones. Each choke point was designated to receive daily for 60 days at least 27 B-52 and 125 TAC Air sorties. Bombing and rains indeed rendered stretches of the trail impassable by vehicles for weeks. Yet somehow the NVA in the south continued to receive just sufficient supplies and munitions to keep fighting. Meanwhile, congressional willingness to fund Vietnamization was wearing thin, and USAF sorties were ever more restricted. The 14,000 a month, now authorized, represented less than half the 1969 quota. Late in 1970, Nixon and Melvin Laird faced the prospect of financing the war through the following year with only $11 billion, as compared to $30 billion in 1969. Against this background, it was decided to risk a battlefield plunge, to commit a large South Vietnamese force supported by American air and firepower against the NVA in Laos. In December 1970, Kissinger's military assistant, the increasingly influential Brigadier Alexander Haig, was dispatched to Saigon to explain this proposal to Abrams. Controversy persists about who originated the operation that was somewhat clumsily codenamed Lam Son 719. Louis Sawley, Abrams' standard-bearer, says it was Haig. Haig later asserted that it came from Nixon and Kissinger. Abrams' boss, Commander-in-Chief Pacific, Admiral John McCain, whose own commitment to the war was intensified by his Navy flyer Sun's captivity in Hanoi, had favoured the Cambodian incursion and now rooted for a drive into Laos, though he told Abrams, "I recognize that the operation may present many problems." The general went off to inform Thieu, who agreed to commit the Arvin to a thrust of which the final objective was the Laotian town of Chepone. On the 10th of December, Admiral Thomas Maurer, Earl Wheeler's successor as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, forwarded to Abrams a presidential order for the operation. Maurer said that it would bolster Vietnamization. The enemy's lack of mobility should enable us to isolate the battlefield and ensure a South Vietnamese victory. The Americans believed that if the Arvin could wreak havoc upon the NVA's supply routes, they could buy a year's breathing space for themselves. Abrams was uneasy about Vietnamese capabilities to execute the operation and warned that in Laos, the enemy can be expected to defend his base area and logistics centers, as it had not done in Cambodia. He did not, however, seek to impose a veto, and indeed accepted overall responsibility. Abrams must thus bear considerable blame for what took place. At a meeting of regional ambassadors in Saigon on the 17th, CIA Station Chief Ted Shackley reported that the Communists expected the Allies to launch another thrust into their sanctuaries. The NVA deployed strong forces in southern Laos. In the dense jungle, there were few plausible helicopter LZs. On the 26th of January 1971, the agency also received a decrypted enemy signal that anticipated an assault and that concluded, "Prepare to mobilize and strike the enemy hard. Be vigilant." A post-war Hanoi study frankly acknowledged the weakness of the Communists' position in South Vietnam at that time. Our offensive capability had been depleted. Guerrilla operations had tailed off. In Laos, by contrast, on their own doorstep, they felt far more confident. We held the strategic initiative and were stronger than the enemy. Hanoi, almost certainly tipped off by an Arvin informant, forecast that Saigon would attempt an operation involving 15 to 20 battalions. The Politburo decreed This will be a battle of decisive strategic importance. Dragon Court identified the Bandong-Chepone area as a battlefield favourable to its own troops, close to North Vietnam, its jungle offering good overhead cover from aircraft. Communist planners declared an objective of killing 12,000 southern troops and destroying 300 aircraft and helicopters. In Saigon, as the ordained February 1971 assault date drew nearer, Abrams became ever more uneasy, fretting about the Arvin. "We're pushing them too hard, going too far, too fast," he said. On the 29th of January, he warned Mura that the Communists would be waiting, yet still did not demand cancellation. The most grievous error, in which the entire U.S. leadership was complicit, was failure to recognize that the risk of Lam Son 719 outweighed any possible gain. If the Communists defeated an assault of this magnitude, as many American officers thought likely, the whole facade of Vietnamization must totter. This at a time when the political climate was deteriorating. In January, Nixon had signed the Foreign Sales Act, to which was attached repeal of the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, though the White House denied that this imposed any new limitations upon its authority to keep fighting inside Vietnam. Within reach of Saigon's intended thrusts, the NVA could call upon some 60,000 men, with 8 sapper battalions, plentiful artillery, even some tanks. The South Vietnamese were to air assault and drive armour towards 9 immediate objectives, between 20 and 40 miles west of Khe San. One Corps commander, Hoang Xuan Lam, whose unfitness was plain, held overall command. Lieutenant General Jock Sutherland, who headed 24 Corps, controlled American troops supporting the operation, together with 53 Chinooks, 500 Hueys, 18 155mm howitzers, 16 175mm guns, 8 8-inch howitzers. 100 yards short of the Laotian border stood a sign, warning no U.S. personnel beyond this point. Major Tran Ngoc Hue, who had commanded the Black Panthers in the 1968 Hue fighting, had a bad feeling about this immensely ambitious operation. Before he led the 2 2nd Battalion Infantry into action, he spoke earnestly to Dave Wiseman, the battalion's advisor who was staying behind, demanding, would the American adopt his children? Lam Son 719 got underway on the 8th of February 1971. An armoured column of 62 tanks and 162 M113s made the main drive west along Route 9, while airborne troops and rangers protected its northern flank, 1st Infantry the southern. Hueys, crewed by both Americans and Vietnamese, bore Arvin into air assaults. So sure were the Communists that the Southerners would be coming, that they had prepared tracks around the prospective battlefield, pre-positioned munitions, fortified some hills and bridges. They conducted careful terrain reconnaissance, and some units had exercised on the ground. Nonetheless, the South Vietnamese achieved temporary tactical surprise. The Communists, stunned by the size of the incoming helicopter armada, responded slowly. Few NVA officers had experience of big, all-arms battles. A shortage of radios caused command and control failures. Through the first few days, nothing terrible happened to the attackers. In vile weather, Saigon's tanks, linked with an airborne battalion at Ban Dong, A Loi, on American maps, 12 miles into Laos. Infantry established fire bases and dug in. Hanoi later admitted that some of its commanders were wrong-footed. We did not have a firm grasp of all the enemy's activities. Many units deployed for battle prematurely. On the 13th, General Vien told Abrams that President Thieu had decreed that his forces should advance no further westwards. Rumour, never confirmed, held that Thieu also secretly ordered that the operation should be aborted if or when South Vietnamese casualties exceeded 3,000. In Laos, the battlefield balance tilted slowly but inexorably against the Southerners, as the Communists concentrated ever more powerful forces around the invaders' 16 battalions. Abrams, in vain, urged the Vietnamese to keep moving, warning that if they merely sat tight, the enemy could hit them piecemeal and at leisure. On the night of the 18th of February, 2 NVA battalions struck the 39th Rangers, who were soon in retreat. Arvin firebases were relentlessly hammered by shell fire. One was abandoned after all its guns were knocked out. 300 miles southwards, on the 23rd of February, the respected General Do Cao Tri perished in a helicopter crash. His death impacted on Lam Son 719, because it had been rumoured that he would be sent to replace General Lam, whose incompetence had become painful to behold. A week later, a badly rattled Sutherland told MacV by secure phone, "The enemy is all over that goddamn area and seems to be getting stronger. There's a real fight going on up there." Abrams raged at his subordinate, whom he accused of failing to grip a deteriorating situation. For the first time in the war, tanks were fighting tanks. Air support was achieving limited impact for lack of American FACs on the ground. Few Southern officers had the language skills to communicate effectively with U.S. flyers. Flak was worsening by the day, causing alarming attrition. Least expectedly, and most embarrassingly, U.S. helicopter serviceability declined steeply. Only a quarter of all Huey gunships were flying. Lieutenant General Fred Wayand fumed. "You've got a Corps commander up there who's supposed to be keeping track of every fucking bird. There's something wrong there. He just doesn't know what the hell's going on." Abrams, too, raged at Sutherland. "The entire national strategic concept is at stake here." The White House grew increasingly alarmed. Kissinger said late in February, "I do not understand what Abrams is doing." Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer, Army Vice Chief of Staff, wrote sourly, "Kissinger willingly assumed a field marshal role when things went well, but not understanding the nature of war and its treacherous uncertainties, became irritable and upset when Lam Son 719 stalled." Meanwhile, MacV's chief refused to despair. "We're in a real tough fight. We're just going to have to stick with it and win. We've been inundated by the prophets of doom before." Abrams' optimism persisted on the 9th of March. He was more and more convinced that what you've got here is maybe the only decisive battle of the war, which could be won by superior firepower. A major difficulty for U.S. commanders was that they could not see what was happening on the ground, nor send people whose word they trusted to see for them. Crichton Abrams made a personal approach to Tew, the only man with authority to shift army formations, urging him to commit 2nd Division to turn the battle. The President responded only if a U.S. formation was deployed as well. While fighting raged on, Tew's generals urged him to quit Laos. Contrarily, Alexander Haig arrived on the 18th of March and told Sutherland that the White House wanted the Arvin to sustain the battle through April. In Washington, spirits rose following reports that air power was hurting the Communists. Every 8 minutes, a C-130 landed at Khe Sanh, bearing ammunition and supplies, while 3 flare ships and 3 gunships remained on station over the battlefield throughout the hours of darkness. In the course of the battle, American tactical aircraft flew 8,000 sorties, nearly 150 a day, while B-52s made a further 1,280. The NVA's Colonel Ann wrote of the area around his command post beside the Sao Mu River. The reeds and tall grass on the hills were completely burned away by napalm. Our forest became a little isolated island amid a blackened ocean of desolation. Yet the Southerners had already suffered 5,500 casualties. Brigadier Haig abruptly changed his mind and said that it seemed time to wind up the operation. On the 18th of March, the NVA struck hard to cut off some exposed South Vietnamese units. One of Ann's men, a squad leader from Hanoi, wrote, "The moon was bright that night. We set out for the road just after dark. The enemy walked artillery barrages from the road up the hill to our fortified position, then down again, over and over again. We had 2 men wounded, leaving only 7 fit to fight. Every man dug a firing position as fast as he could, some using bomb craters or old foxholes dug by the enemy. Then I lay down, pulled my hammock up over my stomach, and slept like a log. I woke just before dawn. Rain had soaked through my clothes. It was so cold that I could not keep my teeth from chattering. The colder I felt, the hungrier I became. The strength from the rice ball, a little bigger than a fist, that we'd eaten the previous afternoon, had been used up by our dash through the barrage. Then one of his men came from a hasty forage, bearing a helmet filled with rice that he'd found in an abandoned enemy bunker. I was as happy as if we had won a battle. So, indeed, he had. The Communists were isolating successive southern positions, then battering them into ruin, employing 122mm guns with a range of almost 14 miles, 130mm that reached 17 miles. They seemed indifferent to their own casualties. The Northerners were playing energetic radio games, both to jam their enemies' communications and to broadcast propaganda. Men of the 2 armies exchanged abuse in their common tongue. South Vietnamese Marines were disconcerted to hear battle orders being issued by a female voice. An NVA soldier described how he made his squad search the battlefield for discarded M79 thumpers, then held a hasty practice session with them. We got quite accurate. Within the hour, they were lobbing 40mm shells in earnest at an Arvin convoy. The battlefield finally fell silent after the South Vietnamese retreated. The Communists advanced cautiously down the road, counting enemy bodies amid abandoned trucks whose engines were still running. Southern officer Tran Ngoc Hue was promoted to colonel, even as his battalion endured a northern bombardment of its positions on Hill 660. Himself wounded by mortar fragments, when the survivors belatedly withdrew, he told them to leave him behind. Just 1 captain and 60 enlisted men escaped. After falling into Communist hands, Hue stumbled up the Ho Chi Minh Trail, missing several fingers, with insects and worms feeding on his body wounds. He was 29 when he reached Hanoi, and spent the ensuing 13 years in captivity, like many others who participated in Lam Son. Thieu made a personal decision, for prestige reasons, to insist that his troops reached their designated objective of Chepone, towards which they launched a new air assault on the 3rd of March. After a savage struggle, South Vietnamese spearheads reached the town only to be swiftly forced back. And while South Vietnam's soldiers fought for their lives, its generals displayed a familiar petulance and ineptitude. Lam, the corps commander, seemed paralyzed, and the top airborne officer declined to discuss the operation with him. The country's most senior Marine refused to leave Saigon. Lam Son, wrote Colonel Nguyen Duy Hin, was plagued by dissension verging on insubordination among some Arvin field commanders. President Thieu and General Vien were probably aware of the discord, but took no remedial action, perhaps because these generals were considered pillars of the regime. On the battlefield, while 5 of the Airborne's 9 battalion commanders were killed or wounded, one who was unhurt forced his way onto a dust-off for evacuation. On the 27th of March, Fred Wayand told an American command meeting that it seemed time to face the fact that the world saw Lam Son 719 as a failure. We've got a public relations problem, or a psychological problem, which is very, very important. Abrams fumed at press treatment of the battle. He took especially strongly against Gloria Emerson of the New York Times, that big horse of a woman, he called her, and spoke almost despairingly of the US-Vietnamese relationship. There's a cultural chasm there that's pretty big, and for some Americans it's just impossible for them to ever bridge it. The first South Vietnamese withdrawals from Laos had taken place on the 3rd of March, and a progressive retreat continued through the month in ever-worsening chaos. Less than half Saigon's tanks and little more than 1/3 of its APCs survived. The rest broke down, ran out of fuel, or were destroyed by communist fire. The Americans lost over 100 helicopters, with a further 544 damaged. One of their briefers said with notable understatement, "The air mobility concept received a severe test during this operation." As the evacuation was ever more hard-pressed by the NVA, panic overtook many of Thieu's soldiers, so that the abiding image of Lam Son 719, derived from photographs of fugitives mobbing helicopters, some flying out clinging to the skids. By the time the operation reached a ragged, threadbare conclusion, the South Vietnamese had fought in Laos for 42 days and lost almost half the forces committed, some 8,000 men, including many taken prisoner. MacV estimated that 13,000 NVA had been killed, but this seemed a considerable exaggeration. Post-war North Vietnam admitted a loss in the battle of 2,163 killed and 6,176 wounded, believable numbers amounting to 13% of its committed strength. The communist narrative attributed half their casualties to artillery and mortars, more than 1/3 to air attack, including a surprisingly low 2% to the napalm, which so impressed US and Vietnamese troops, the balance to small arms. Their history states that almost half of all losses were incurred behind the front, which probably meant from American rather than Vietnamese fire. They acknowledged heavy materiel losses, 670 anti-aircraft guns, 600 trucks, 1 in 5 of their mortars, 88 tanks. CIA officer Merle Pribenow had become friendly with 2 Vietnamese airborne privates who visited his apartment whenever they were in Saigon. After Lam Son, one of them arrived unannounced and visibly stricken, having lost his friend and most of their unit in Laos. Pribenow thought, if this was how a soldier of an elite formation now looked and felt, the rest of the ARVN must be in a hell of a fix. Bob de Stat, veteran Vietnamese-speaking POW interrogator, said savagely, if there were any criminals in Lam Son 719, they were not ordinary soldiers who fought their hearts out, but instead the people who put them in there. Colonel Nguyen Duy Hin wrote sadly, ARVN forces had to leave behind in Laos a substantial number of their dead and wounded. This came as a horrendous trauma for those unlucky families who, in their traditional devotion to the cult of the dead and their attachment to the living, were condemned to live in perpetual sorrow and doubt. It was a violation of beliefs and familial piety that Vietnamese would never forget or forgive. The CIA's Frank Snepp said, Lam Son 719 told us everything we needed to know about where Vietnamization had really got to. And it told Hanoi the same things. The debacle precipitated fury in the White House, though Nixon was obliged to assume a brave face, saying in a 7th of April TV broadcast, the South Vietnamese demonstrated that without American advisers, they could fight effectively against the very best troops North Vietnam could put into the field. In reality, however, the operation's outcome was the reverse of that which was intended. It weakened, rather than strengthened, the American hand in the Paris negotiations. While the requirements of domestic politics meant that troop withdrawals must continue unchecked, the credibility of the Thieu regime and of its army as a fighting force had received a shattering blow. The administration chose to lay blame partly upon the Vietnamese, focus of Kissinger's anger, but chiefly upon the U.S. military. Alexander Haig said, President Nixon and those of us in the White House involved in the planning were appalled by the Defense Department's handling of the operation. In his rage, Nixon's initial instinct was to sack Abrams and replace him with the nearest officer to hand. He told Haig, "Get on the first available plane and fly to Saigon. You're taking command." Haig claimed later that he persuaded the president to hold off and take some deep breaths for 24 hours before making such a decision. Thereafter, of course, Nixon relented. Kissinger disputes Haig's account, but it is believable. The National Security Advisor said that he would never believe another word Abrams spoke. The approaching presidential campaign loomed ever larger in White House calculations. On the 19th of March 1971, Kissinger said, "We can't have South Vietnam knocked over brutally, to put it brutally, before the election." Nixon replied, "That's right." Kissinger asserted that if the president was seen to give up on Vietnam before Americans voted, he would be denied re-election. He urged against doing the popular thing by bringing all troops home that year. Nixon, Kissinger and Haldeman never appear to have discussed whether keeping the war going past 1972's U.S. polling day would do anything meaningful for the people of Vietnam. The White House was now resigned to sacrificing them. The challenge was to hold out for an appropriate moment to do so. The issue of almost 600 U.S. prisoners in communist hands increasingly dominated domestic debate. Americans bought 50 million stickers and 135 million postage stamps, expressing support for the POWs. The administration pleaded constantly with Congress to provide funding for a residual war effort, which alone could add clout to the U.S. negotiating position in Paris. Yet, after a Hill briefing before the president broadcast to the nation on the 7th of April, a senator demanded to be told why, if 500,000 soldiers had previously failed to persuade Hanoi to exchange prisoners, keeping 50,000 Americans in Vietnam should now help anybody. Next day, Nixon told Kissinger, "Of course I couldn't say to him, 'Look, when we get down to 50,000, then we'll make a straight-out trade, 50,000 for the prisoners of war, and they'll do it in a minute because they want to get our ass out of there.'" "That's right," said Kissinger. Nixon laughed. "You know? Jesus." John Paul Vann, newly appointed pacification chief and senior American in the Central Highlands, with civilian status equivalent to a 2-star general, said after Lam Son, "The war is gradually shifting to the northern 2 core areas and moving towards a more conventional confrontation between North and South Vietnam." This was an accurate assessment. On the 7th of April, air reconnaissance showed truck traffic on the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos restored to its pre-Lam Son 719 density. Between killings, there were also spasmodic lunges into comedy. Abrams was briefed on the deployment at Cam Bay of 5 U.S. Navy bottle-nosed dolphins, trained to attack swimming saboteurs. "The enemy," said the briefer, "has been led to believe that the dolphin is trained to attack a male swimmer's privates. Our latest information is that the enemy planned to counteract this by employing female swimmers in the future." The general was informed that 1 dolphin had already deserted. Meanwhile, the collapse of morale at a Special Forces camp at Bu Prang proved to be caused by tensions between Montagnards and Cambodians serving there. The Montagnards worshipped a python which lived in a nearby jungle, to which they periodically offered sacrifices, until one day the Cambodians killed and ate it. American advisers brokered an uneasy truce whereby it was agreed that harmony could be restored by the sacrifice of a white water buffalo. SF officers scoured the region until a suitable animal was found, purchased and conveyed to the camp beneath a C-7 transport helicopter. Unfortunately, the sling became entangled in the animal's testicles, so that during the flight it strangled itself, arriving dead and thus unfit for sacrifice. After further elaborate parleys, the Montagnards agreed that 200 chickens would represent acceptable substitutes, which were duly flown to Bu Prang, sacrificed, and eaten. One day not long after the Laos debacle, Abrams attended a commemoration ceremony at the Vietnamese National Cemetery outside Saigon. His helicopter failed to return before the proceedings concluded, and thus he was obliged to linger after dignitaries, troops, bands departed. Eventually only the general himself and his personal escort were left, chafing impatiently. Then he saw approaching the cemetery on foot an Arvin sergeant together with his wife and children. She was pregnant, he said, and they had 3 little kids. He was carrying one of them. Well, it was a long walk, and then there was a little boy. I guess he was probably 9. He was carrying a big bag, plastic bag, a handbag, and it had a big wad of those joss sticks sticking up the top of it, and I suppose a little lunch or something in there. They were on their way to, I imagine, some relative. Abrams, like many warriors, was prone to spasms of intense sentimentality. One such now overtook him. "All this stuff about the Asians, don't value life and all that," he said. "I think it's a real myth. I think they feel about these things a lot like our people do." Chapter 23. Collateral Damage. 1. Mary Ann. In the course of 1971, many U.S. Army and Marine Corps units atrophied amid tensions created by disaffection, race, drugs, and a competition to avoid becoming the last American to die in a cause widely believed to be discredited. An illusion spread that men were entitled to resign from the struggle if they felt that way. In March, 53 Marines near Khe Sanh refused combat, yet faced no disciplinary action. Soldiers at FSB Pace rejected orders to patrol. Word travelled of such gestures, infecting further units. An extreme manifestation was the disaster that unfolded at Firebase Mary Ann on the night of the 27th to the 28th of March 1971, in which 30 of its residents, few could justly be described as defenders, were killed and a further 82 wounded. Mary Ann, named for its first commanding officer's sister, was the usual shanty town of steel containers and sandbags, encircled by wire and adorned with a forest of aerials atop a barren ridge in the midst of Quang Tin Province, 30 miles from the Laotian border. It was garrisoned by C Company of the 146th Infantry, part of the 23rd Americal Division, whose reputation had been brought low by its role in the 1968 My Lai massacre, for which Lieutenant William Calley had recently been sentenced. C Company's men did not take their role very seriously, because within weeks Mary Ann was scheduled for transfer to the South Vietnamese, who already manned artillery on the position. Private First Class Ed Voros said, "The war didn't make any sense anymore. We all thought it was bullshit. We were just there, and it basically came down to staying alive and keeping your buddies alive." Private First Class James Creven agreed. "We weren't stupid. We knew we were pulling out, and we knew the Arvin weren't willing to fight their own war. Why risk your life for people who didn't even appreciate your being there? The only ones who wanted to be there were career officers. Anybody who was gung-ho and wanted to kill gooks was incredibly suspect." Out on ambush, Craven and his kin were content to let the enemy come and go unscathed. "These people never did a damn thing to me," he said. Discipline in the 146th was somewhat, though not immensely, worse than in many other units. There were repeated refusals of combat, including one by an entire company. Lieutenant Brian McGrath, an advisor with a nearby Vietnamese unit, heard radio exchanges involving Mary Ann's garrison in which patrols refused to move into certain areas that seemed particularly dangerous. One of the battalion's men had died, and 3 others almost followed, after prizing the back of a claymore and eating its C4 plastic explosive, having heard a rumour that this would give them a high. Captain Paul Spielberg wrote home about one element of the 146th. "This company really is a mess," he wrote. "The troops sit around reading newspapers, playing cards. Most of the time they don't even carry their weapons." The writer was recognized, as a keen, driving professional, but one of his platoon leaders said, "Spielberg used to get on us lieutenants for being good guys with the troops, but if I'd gone in with the attitude that I was the lieutenant and you're going to do what I said, I may have gotten fragged." Senior officers would say, indeed did say after the looming debacle, that what happened at Mary Ann represented a failure of leadership. Yet Lieutenant Colonel Bill Doyle, the short, stocky 39-year-old Irish-American who commanded the battalion, was brave to the point of recklessness. He repeatedly fired his personal weapon at the enemy because he believed in leading by example. A sign stood outside his operations center, "Fort Courage, kill professionally." Topped by a water buffalo's skull and horns, he was said to fight hard and party hard, causing critics to brand him full of piss and wind. Doyle's officers and NCOs were a mixed bunch, some competent, others much less so. During a February firefight, a C Company lieutenant adjusted artillery onto his own platoon, killing a man. A fundamental dilemma faced all commanders. How much dared they ask of their soldiers without facing likely fraggings, and at worst, collective combat refusal, mutiny, though the army recoiled from using that word. There were daily negotiations, humiliating for good officers, about what operations their troops were or were not willing to undertake. The 146th D Company once declined to make a sweep unless provided with scout dogs, Cobra gunships, and a circling Medivac Huey. Only after being harangued by Lieutenant Colonel Doyle did the men grudgingly move out. A month after that incident, on the moonless night of the 27th of March, the battalion commander was slumbering in Mary Ann's operations centre. Captain Spielberg, likewise, in another hooch. Defence was in the hands of C Company Commander Captain Richard Knight, a bespectacled 24-year-old who dropped out of college to join the army. The son of a Florida restaurant owner, Knight was an enthusiastic officer on his second tour, after being badly wounded in 1968. Yet he lacked either inclination or personal authority to persuade his men, guarding a perimeter 500 yards in length by 200 in width, to man all their 22 bunkers, or to reset trip flares and claymores, or to renew wire entanglements, or to remain awake, or to abstain from alcohol and marijuana. The assortment of officers, radio operators, mortar teams, gunners, riflemen and cooks, and odd bodies on the firebase comprised in all 231 Americans and 21 ARVIN personnel. 1 man in 4 was supposed to be pulling guard. However, an almost crazed complacency caused most of the designated perimeter watchers on Mary Ann, which had never suffered an attack, to be sleeping, playing cards, drunk or stoned. Copious alcohol consumption is undisputed, though argument persists about the prevalence of drugs. Knight left supervision to his platoon leaders and NCOs, who appear to have been inert. At 0200, a 23-inch Jeep-mounted searchlight swept the cleared ground beyond the FSB's wire, as its crew was accustomed to do every night. Seeing nothing amiss, after 20 minutes they switched off, shut down the generator, retired to their hooches. One day, around this time, at another firebase, an ex-NVA sapper who had rallied gave a demonstration to U.S. officers amongst the acres of wire protecting a firebase perimeter. Crichton Abrams said, "This apparently was a very shocking experience. They saw that little character get out there and come through that damn thing like it wasn't even there, and not a sound." This is what happened on a grand scale at Mary Ann at 0240 on the 28th of March. Some 50 sappers, wearing only green shorts, their exposed bodies blackened with grease and charcoal, launched a meticulously planned attack. They came from the southwest, slithering forward to cut 4 large gaps first, in outer double concertina wire, then in the 2 inner barriers which were ill-maintained. They lay for some time just in front of the bunkers, awaiting a mortar barrage that was the signal to attack. The first the Americans knew of these terrifying apparitions was a storm of satchel charges, grenades, CS gas canisters, and AK-47 fire in the darkness, which precipitated panic and paralysis. Captain Knight was ignominiously killed inside his bunker, along with his communications sergeant. The NVA charged through the firebase, shooting and bombing with cold efficiency, lobbing explosives into each hooch in turn, while two demolition teams raced for the artillery positions on the crest. The attackers were drawn from the NVA's 409th Sapper Battalion, and their assault followed 2 months' surveillance of Marianne. They named the position Sa-Dok after the nearest village. They conducted night probes of its perimeter to prepare paths through the wire. Briefings were conducted on a terrain model, and each squad leader studied his objectives from an observation post. On the afternoon of the assault, the sudden appearance of helicopters and an L-19 spotter plane, together with reports of a U.S. Special Forces patrol nearby, led the sappers to fear that their operation was blown. Even when this alarm proved groundless, after nightfall the sudden blaze of Marianne's searchlight prompted some heart-stopping minutes, during which 8 communist spearhead groups lay motionless among the wire entanglements. Some, no doubt, reflected on their empty stomachs. The sappers had been on short rations for days and launched their attack after a supper of manioc roots. The garrison responded to the orgy of explosions by huddling mute in its bunkers, either from fear or because some men believed that they faced only a mortar barrage. Contrary to brigade standing orders, Lieutenant Colonel Doyle had posted no guards outside his ops centre. He was thus confounded by the detonation of a tossed-in satchel charge, which hurled him to the floor and inflicted a slight leg wound. Captain Spielberg appeared clutching a pistol and choking as he said, "Sir, they're using CS." The colonel gasped, "No fucking shit." The North Vietnamese packed the captured gas in some of their mortar bombs, as well as in satchel charges, intensifying confusion as Americans groped for masks. Sappers ran hither and thither knowing exactly what they were doing, as the garrison did not. Men fled from the communications facility when it became filled with yellow smoke. Almost all wireless links went down, though an operator on a residual artillery frequency demanded illuminance. He did not, however, report Marianne under ground attack, so that higher headquarters remained bemused. One charge detonated a crate of white phosphorus grenades, which set fire to the operations bunker. Doyle remained conscious but concussed, or perhaps merely in shock. During the ensuing 30 minutes, most of Marianne's men lay in hiding, praying to escape the enemy's attentions. Few got to their rifles, so they were either unarmed or at best clutching pistols. Sappers loosed bursts of AK-47 fire wherever they glimpsed Americans. Some defenders heard the enemy chattering to each other, watched them lob Coke can grenades before slamming bunker doors to contain the blasts. Several attackers snatched watches from the wrists of prostrate Americans, either dead or pretending to be. One bent down to address a wounded man in English, "Are you okay, GI? Are you dead, GI?" before administering a contemptuous kick. The soldier held his breath and lay motionless, while his wallet and watch were lifted. Lieutenant Jerry Sams had commanded his platoon for a month without hearing a shot fired. Now, as he struggled to pull on his boots, a grenade explosion permanently blinded him in one eye and inflicted multiple fragment wounds. He lay nursing his agony in a Connex. "I could hear 'em killing my people." At one end of the position stood an Arvin howitzer battery which never fired. Engulfed by clouds of CS gas in the old mess hall, cooks screamed in panic, intensified by a shower of grenades. Only a few men fought back. It was claimed that Lieutenant Barry McGee, a West Pointer disliked by his men, who'd been a Golden Gloves boxer, killed a sapper with his bare hands before himself being shot. Tony Jorgensen used a pistol to shoot an attacker who was kicking him, but was then wounded by the man's grenade and lay splattered with mingled American and Vietnamese blood. Two supply men, Lewis Meads and William Meek, were stunned by a grenade explosion, but poked their heads out of the debris far enough to see two attackers muttering to each other, whom they shot. Meek said, "I felt so good because I knew the son of a bitch wasn't going to get me." The NVA account of the action describes a hand-to-hand grapple between their own little Private Trung and a large American who tried to throttle him, which ended with the attacker detonating a grenade which killed his assailant. Another sapper allegedly brained a defender with a section of Bangalore torpedo tubing. Captain Spielberg described Lieutenant Colonel Doyle and two others wrestling with the useless radios amid the fires in the command bunker. A hysterical officer casualty, Ed McKay, shouted, "We're all going to die." The colonel slapped him across the face and bellowed, "Shut the fuck up, Lieutenant." The heat in the bunker became intolerable. Its occupants managed to scramble unnoticed through the darkness towards a nearby aid station, which was deserted. Higher headquarters still had no idea what was taking place on Mary Ann. Illuminants revealed little, because the firebase was shrouded in smoke from burning hooches and ordnance. When Spielberg suggested to Doyle that they should make a move, the traumatized colonel dissented, telling the captain, "Paul, this is where we're going to die." Yet there was now silence around their own refuge on the south side of the FSB. The officers could hear continued firing only at the north end, where the enemy were busy destroying 255mm guns and shooting gunners as they stumbled out of a bunkhouse. An artilleryman later gave evidence to the Army inquiry about his comrades. They were so shook up and scared they just ran in all different directions. Two medics almost tripped over a supply sergeant lying with both legs blown off. The North Vietnamese broke off their attack at 03:25, 45 minutes after it began, when the first American gunship, a Nighthawk Huey equipped with infrared, appeared above Mary Ann. Its spotlights and tracer caught some attackers retiring through the wire. Soon afterwards, a dust-off landed. Sergeant John Calhoun, one of the first casualties to be evacuated, had been hit in 5 places. He said, "Being from the country, we used to butcher hogs. You get a smell when you gut a hog, and I could smell it on the chopper from intestinal wounds. It was a sickening smell, and people were moaning and groaning and pleading." Back on the firebase, order was slowly restored. Lieutenant Colonel Doyle hobbled among the casualties with his own leg bandaged, making wan little jests about men's $1 million wounds. Fires still blazed, and the darkness was periodically punctured by flashes from ordnance explosions. Rotor wash fanned flames as the shocked brigade commander disembarked from a helo. A medevac pilot asked if body bags were needed. A soldier replied, "As many as you can get." Some American dead were burned to charcoal. 5 severely mangled communist corpses were burned in the trash dump, which subsequently prompted a threat of war crimes charges against officers responsible. The attackers retired triumphant, but faced further privations. Lacking rice for the next 4 days, they lived on jungle plants. They admitted the loss of 14 of their own men and carried away 21 wounded, which shows that at least a small minority of Americans resisted effectively. Following Doyle's evacuation, a new CO was appointed to Mary Ann, who set about imposing belated discipline. On Lieutenant Colonel Clyde Tate's second day, when he found whiskey in the operations room, he smashed the bottle. Survivors, nursing trauma and bitterness, convinced themselves they were the victims of an inside job, that the Arvin on the firebase, whose quarters were not attacked, had provided information and maybe access for the sappers. This was a fantasy, but reflected the pervasive lack of trust between Americans and their Vietnamese. The 23rd Division Inspector General's report told a dismal story. Men assigned to guard duties were asleep. Most had sought refuge rather than engage the enemy. He was brutal in asserting that many casualties were victims of their own failure to do what they were told to do. He also acknowledged the courage and professionalism of the attackers. Among U.S. troops, he said, There is an understandable reluctance to acknowledge that in any given circumstance, the VC, NVA, might just do a better job than we do. Most VC, NVA soldiers appear to believe in the rightness of their cause. The same could not be said of the average American soldier in Vietnam in the spring of 1971. Divisional Commander Major General James Baldwin chose not to relieve Doyle of command of the 146th, but Abrams in Saigon overruled him. Baldwin was himself also sacked, together with the brigade commander. McVie's report delivered in July found the dead Captain Knight guilty of dereliction of duty and branded several other key personnel ineffective. Doyle was fortunate to escape court-martial. As facts about Mary Ann trickled out, the press had a field day. In the wake of the Calley trial, however, the U.S. Army had no appetite for flaunting yet more dirty linen. Westmoreland wrote from Washington, "The Secretary of the Army and I want to do our best to reduce the number of self-inflicted wounds which the Army is receiving." Doyle was allowed to keep his uniform and rank, albeit on non-operational postings. Both he and Baldwin, their lives blighted, died relatively young. Apologists for the two men later claimed that they were scapegoated. This is true insofar as the tragedy reflected an institutional malaise. It had become hard for commanders at any level to impose their authority, to extract from their men even minimal standards of soldierly conduct. No other single episode demonstrated so graphically the folly of attempting unilaterally to abandon the war while within reach of the enemy. It almost defies belief that officers acquiesced in the indolence and even decadence that prevailed on Mary Ann. Many people afterwards took pity on the garrison because its losses had been so grievous. Yet almost every man, from Lieutenant Colonel Doyle downwards, contributed towards his own nemesis. Whatever was still being done by South Vietnamese forces, by U.S. air power and some Army units, the bulk of America's ground forces were no longer remotely as motivated and disciplined, and thus as effective as their communist foes. Lieutenant Brian Walrath, an American advisor working near Mary Ann, wrote later, "I doubt that the troops manning the FSB were much different than most at that stage." There was another such episode on the 21st of May, when a firebase was struck by 11 122mm rockets, which killed 33 Americans and wounded another 21, chiefly because they'd all been in a mess hall when the attack began, then fled to a single bunker which received a direct hit. Abrams was furious because the unit had received warning of an imminent attack. He said, "You shouldn't fool with intelligence alerts. What you're doing is fooling with men's lives." The same happened again at LZ English, where men were playing volleyball and assembling for a movie when the enemy struck. Abrams shouted in frustration. It was failure, a failure of command. They had the intelligence. I don't know what the hell they're thinking of. They were thinking of going home. A month after the attack on Mary Ann, the Americans quit the hill forever. On Christmas Day 1971, Bob Hope was booed at his annual show for the grunts still serving in Vietnam. 2. The Goat. America's senior soldiers recognized that whatever further ground fighting took place, their own combat formations would no longer play a significant role. Fred Weyant said in May 1971, "Our air is going to be the glue that holds all this together. If it weren't for that air which is driving this guy, the enemy, right up the wall, we'd be in very bad shape, and yet these people back in Washington keep wanting to whack at that too." He meant that there was constant political pressure, expressed in congressional funding cuts, to reduce the U.S. air as well as ground presence in Vietnam. As American troops went home, air power became the principal weapon at the disposal of Nixon and Kissinger. Between March 1969 and May 1970, the President had personally mandated 4,308 B-52 sorties against targets in Cambodia, which were undisclosed even to USAF Chief General John Ryan. Before flying missions over Cambodia and Laos, navigators were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Since Hanoi denied its own troops' presence in those countries, its leaders could scarcely make propaganda capital out of the illegal American campaigns there. Strategic Air Command kept 2 sets of after-action reports, one for very limited circulation identifying real targets, the other recording fictional attacks inside South Vietnam. Another such deceit, however, is less well known and casts extraordinary light on the manner in which American war-making was conducted in those days. From 1969 onwards, Nixon pressed his air commanders to hit the North Vietnamese as hard as they could, wherever they could. It formed a low opinion of the military, often complaining about their alleged timidity. For domestic reasons, however, the administration was unwilling to seek escalatory adjustments of the rules of engagement, the ROE that must attract the unwelcome attention of Congress and the media. In the latter months of 1971, the President personally authorized repeated strikes against armor and vehicle concentrations north of the DMZ. These were perfectly rational measures against an enemy who was massing forces for a spring offensive, yet they breached the established ROE. In November, Admiral Thomas Moorer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, told Lieutenant General Jack Lavelle, commanding 7th Air Force in Saigon, to dispatch reconnaissance flights against Dong Hoi Air Base in North Vietnam, because the Communists would be sure to fire on them, thus justifying bombing. Here was an issue that would become central to the so-called Lavelle scandal. ROE, prevailing since 1968, permitted U.S. aircraft to attack gun and missile positions in the north only if these had first fired on them, and on radar installations only if these were already vectoring MiG-21 fighters onto American aircraft. Rationally absurd though such restrictions might be, they assumed the status of Holy Writ at a time when Congress was bent upon using every ounce of its power to shut down the war. The ROE allowed a certain license in interpretation, for instance, authorizing attacks on radar stations known to have locked onto American planes before their linked missile launchers could fire. But in December 1971, the Communists began to fire SAMs instantaneously with radar lock-on, which denied pilots oral warnings. Confusion increased in the minds of airmen and commanders about how far they might go in launching unprovoked attacks on enemy launchers that might shoot down aircraft. The mood music from the White House was never in doubt. Nixon wanted the Communists hurt. He repeatedly complained that the Air Force was not doing enough, partly because radar bombing, through overcast, was often ineffectual. In December 1971, General Ryan visited Udon Base in Thailand and told crews that he was bitterly disappointed by their dismal performance. But when Defense Secretary Melvin Laird visited Saigon and Lieutenant General Lavelle requested additional ROE latitude, Laird turned him down. Instead, said the Defense Secretary, 7th's chief should make maximum use of the authority we had, and he would support us in Washington. Yet a month later, Laird, who was not in the White House loop, said contradictorily that radar installations should be attacked only if they were controlling MiGs that were already airborne and hostile. On the 2nd of February 1972, Admiral Moorer told Nixon that he had directed Crichton Abrams, in his capacity as Lavelle's superior, to increase his airfield reconnaissance and to make certain these reconnaissance aircraft are heavily supported with bombing aircraft, and if these aircraft are fired on, which they always are, he was to then attack the airfield, and so we have been doing a series of operations of this type, sir. The President said, I just want to be sure that the ROEs are being interpreted very, very broadly. On the following day, he briefed Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker, who was visiting Washington, that he must tell Abrams, He can hit SAM sites, period, but he's not to build up publicity, and if it does get out, he says it's a protective reaction strike. Yet such operations now precipitated a huge row. In January, Lavelle, a World War II fighter ace, had indeed ordered some protective reaction strikes. When crews which attacked said afterwards that the enemy had not responded, they were warned against admitting this in their computerized OPREP-4 after-action reports. The following month, an intelligence specialist at Udon Air Base named Sergeant Lonnie Franks wrote to anti-war Senator Harold Hughes, saying that aircrew were making false post-mission reports to justify bombing. Thereafter the story played out in public. General Ryan, with whom Lavelle had long-standing differences, dispatched Air Force Inspector General Lewis Wilson to Saigon to investigate these charges. He reported back on the most questionable evidence that 7th's commander had ordered missions which clearly violated the agreed ROE. Lavelle was promptly recalled to Washington and retired from the USAF on health grounds, with the rank of Major General, forfeiting 2 stars. At this stage, President Nixon knew nothing, but he held a personal meeting with Lieutenant General John Voight, newly appointed replacement commander of 7th Air Force, with Kissinger in attendance, at which he told Voight he wanted much more aggression from the Air Force. The airman later described Nixon at this encounter as wild-eyed. Then came front-page media leaks about Lavelle's dismissal. Editorial writers excoriated the general for having carried out a private air war in defiance of his superiors, for which he'd engaged pilots and subordinate commanders in a widespread conspiracy. At a meeting with Kissinger and Secretary of State Rogers on the 14th of June, for the first time, Nixon focused on the disgraced general. "What the hell is that all about?" he demanded. "Who is Lavelle? Is he being made a goat? If he is, it's not good." Kissinger and Rogers explained Sergeant Franks's letter and what had followed. At another meeting later that day, Kissinger said, "What happened with Lavelle was he had reason to believe that we wanted him to take aggressive steps." Nixon responded, "That's right, that's right." Kissinger replied, "And then suddenly Laird came down on him like a ton of bricks." Nixon said, "I don't want a man persecuted for doing what he thought was right." Kissinger grumbled about the military. They all turn on each other like rats, to which Nixon assented. He then said, "Can we do anything to stop this damn thing?" Now, ruthless politics took over. Kissinger said, "I think this will go away. I think we should just say, we took corrective steps." Nixon heaved one more ritual sigh over the grave of Lavelle's career. "It's just a hell of a damn shame, and it's a bad rap for him, Henry." That was the end of the airman. Kissinger was not wrong about the rats turning on each other. Murrah testified to a Senate committee in September 1972 that he had never urged protective reaction airstrikes against the North, which was a falsehood. Abrams told the same hearings, "Lavelle acted against the rules, and I think rules are a little different than policy." Abrams' equivocations emphasized what a tangle of deceits the war had become. Lavelle's dismissal, for executing the oft-expressed wishes of his commander-in-chief, reflected deplorably upon his superiors, Murrah and Ryan, who indeed made him a goat, to use Nixon's word. The ROE under which the USAF was required to operate were ridiculous and hypocritical. There was only one rational choice, for the Americans either to conduct an air war against the North or not to do so. But in the increasingly deranged world of Washington policy-making, neither reason nor honesty was available. 3. Let's go home. Crichton Abrams had become a shadow of his former self, a victim of ulcers, pneumonia, high blood pressure, and excessive alcohol consumption. On those grounds alone, and heedless of the forfeiture of White House confidence, it is remarkable that he remained in his job. One of the most vivid exchanges between Nixon and Kissinger took place on the morning of the 29th of May, 1971, just before the National Security Advisor embarked on a new round of secret negotiations. He outlined his plans to make a deal in time for the next presidential election. "Shall we get through 72? I'm being perfectly cynical about this, Mr. President." Nixon replied, "Yes." Kissinger said, "If we can, in October of 72, go around the country saying we ended the war and the Democrats wanted to turn it over to the communists." Nixon said, "That's right." Kissinger continued, "Then we're in great shape." He spoke freely about the likely fate of Saigon. If it's got to go to the communists, it'd be better to have it happen in the first 6 months of the new term than have it go on and on and on. Nixon said, "Sure." Kissinger said, "I'm being very cold-blooded about it." Nixon said, "I know exactly what we're up to." On the 13th of June, the New York Times began publication of what became known as the Pentagon Papers, the highly classified report commissioned 5 years earlier by Robert McNamara, which recorded with icy candor the deceits and misjudgments whereby the country had become entangled in Vietnam. Though the administration's initial fury focused on Daniel Ellsberg, the official who had leaked them, their release increased the ever-deepening conviction of the American people that they never should have been in Vietnam, and now needed to leave that place of doom as swiftly as possible. Alexander Haig said it had become obvious that the U.S. must accept a coalition government in Saigon, including communist representation. For Hanoi, however, this was not remotely enough. They insisted upon the removal of President Nguyen Van Thieu with an obduracy that prolonged the stagnation of negotiations. The State Department, in an absolute reversal of decade-old policy, urged South Vietnam's president to reach out to the communists. Nixon told Kissinger in July, "They know they've got us by the balls." By the end of 1971, both the president and his advisor were ready to accept a ceasefire in place rather than continue to insist upon an NVA withdrawal from the South. Probably the most important and certainly the most imaginative achievement of Richard Nixon's presidency, and it is sometimes forgotten that there were achievements, was détente with China. It is hard in the 21st century to recall the immensity of the political, moral, strategic distance an American government was required to travel to seek a pragmatic reconciliation with a regime regarded by conservatives for almost a quarter of a century as a cradle of evil. Mao Zedong, as architect of a historic U.S. humiliation, the loss of China. In conceiving the initial approach to Beijing made through East European intermediaries, Nixon and Kissinger had two objectives. First was to initiate a dialogue that would deepen divisions in the communist camp, isolation of the Soviet Union. Second, and even more important, was to advance a Vietnam peace settlement. The administration still believed that withdrawal of Chinese and Soviet support would render Hanoi's war effort no longer viable. In a narrow sense, of course, they were correct, but they continued to underrate the overriding ideological pressure on Moscow to sustain support for North Vietnam. Soviet credibility would be devastated in the eyes of socialists the world over if Le Duan's heroic revolutionaries were abandoned in their hour of trial, and it was never plausible that this would happen. Kissinger, especially, by now set the bar very low for an acceptable peace deal. He wrote in a briefing book on the plane to Beijing for his first secret meeting with Premier Zhou Enlai in July 1971, "We want a decent interval." He meant that the Americans needed to be able to withdraw with dignity before Vietnam fell into communist hands. This message was repeated at his second publicized Beijing rendezvous in October, which stunned the world and caused acute alarm in Hanoi. Thereafter, all Vietnamese, Northerners and Southerners alike, shared a new predicament, created by the fact that the rulers of China and the US became vastly more interested in developing the bilateral relationship of their two huge nations than in the fate of either Hanoi or Saigon. This did not bring early peace to Vietnam, but became a critical factor in the diplomatic processes surrounding it. When South Vietnam held what proved to be its last ever presidential election in October 1971, to the embarrassment of Washington and to worldwide derision, Nguyen Van Thieu ran unopposed. Both his rivals, Vice President Key and Big Min, withdrew their candidacies, increasing the implausibility of branding the war as a crusade for democracy. Yet still, decision-makers declined to countenance absolute defeat, U.S. eviction from Vietnam. Neil Sheehan said wearily, "Americans could never get it into their minds that they had to go." When Tom Polgar was about to fly to Saigon as CIA station chief, he told Melvin Laird that he was uneasy about the safety of his family there. "Oh, don't worry," said the defense secretary. "We're going to have a residual force in Vietnam for 30 years, just like in Germany." But American troop withdrawals continued apace, as did their malign consequences. When the 173rd Airborne Brigade quit Binh Dinh province, pacification collapsed and the Communists secured political dominance. In July, Bill Colby, mastermind of Cords and Phoenix, left Vietnam. By the close of the year, although there were still 175,000 Americans in the theater, most fulfilled support functions. Only 2 U.S. combat divisions remained, one of them deactivated. Even among the relatively steady Australian contingent, in the last months of Lieutenant Rob Franklin's 1971 tour, he thought, "I'm just about over this." He had developed a deep respect for the Communists, really senior soldiers, matched by a keen personal desire not to die at this point of the war. They might call the missions search and destroy, but by then I felt it was more like search and avoid. You could tell this thing was all over. One day, Franklin was leading a rifle platoon that bumped a couple of Viet Cong, whom they pursued into a rubber plantation. It was late in the day and light was fading. Franklin signaled a halt. His sergeant, Arthur Francis, asked, "What are we stopping for, boss?" The lieutenant replied, "Franger," Francis's nickname. "These guys have got this far. Let 'em go. Let's go home." Chapter 24. The Biggest Battle. 1. Le Duan forces the pace. Many histories of the war view everything that happened beyond Tet 1968 as aftermath, because from that moment American extraction was decreed, and thus South Vietnam's doom was sealed. The latter proposition is possibly true, yet a towering reality persists. 1972 witnessed the largest battles of the entire conflict, all-arms clashes on a scale and of an intensity dwarfing those of 1968, with massive casualties on both sides. Meanwhile, in that year also, the world's greatest nations conducted historic summits. Negotiations in Paris languished, then began their tortured dalliance with an outcome. Richard Nixon secured re-election. Le Duan did his serious thinking either at the coastal resort of Do Son or in Hanoi's Quang Ba guest house. In the autumn of 1971, he spent time at both before making a momentous decision. The NVA would launch a conventional offensive to lay bare before the world the failure of Vietnamization. He dismissed the objections of some comrades who believed that American air power would prove fatal to this ambition. Implacable as ever, he saw his country engaged in a battle of wills with the United States, in which exposure of the debility of the Saigon regime would strengthen Hanoi's hand, perhaps precipitate the fall of Thieu. He was indifferent to the prospect that tens of thousands more of his own people must perish, at a time when U.S. withdrawal was already assured. If America's war leadership often flaunted its inhumanity, that of North Vietnam matched it, cruelty for cruelty. Because preparations could not be concealed for a 10-division offensive such as the Communists intended, of which the northern arm was codenamed Nguyen Hue in honor of an 18th-century Vietnamese ruler who vanquished the Chinese, the Americans received unusually explicit warnings. Following a briefing on the 22nd of December 1971, Crichton Abrams mused that the enemy was obviously working at something. The signs are all there, I just don't like the smell of it. He summarized at another meeting 10 days later, "We don't know when or where. The only thing we know is that the enemy has decided that at an appropriate time he's willing to commit the whole damn thing." He meant all but 2 of North Vietnam's regular formations. On the 20th of January 1972, a MACV briefer told commanders, "There is no doubt this is to be a major campaign. Main thrust is expected to be against Central Highlands and northern Quang Tri province." He added 2 days later, "For the first time since 1965, we face a situation in which a major enemy offensive must be defeated largely by South Vietnamese resources." He concluded, "No one will have all the assets he would like." This prompted a gale of laughter, ironic and apprehensive. On the 2nd of February, Abrams himself said, "The show is on. The curtain's drawn and we're in it." At a briefing for a visiting South Korean delegation, he suggested presciently that the Communist objective would be to go to the weakest thing in the whole setup, the will of the American people. If they can capture Ben Het or Kon Tum City for a week and threaten Quang Tri, the press will say Vietnamization has failed, and the last few remaining members of Congress who would support continuing economic assistance would have lost their faith. This record makes it all the more astonishing that when the North Vietnamese struck, they achieved a large measure of surprise. This was partly because Abrams expected them to move at Tet. After they failed to do so, he was derided by the media for crying wolf. Moreover, nobody in Washington wished to hear the warnings. The National Security Advisor especially seemed confident that he was successfully managing the Communists in Paris and was preoccupied with other geostrategic issues. On the 21st of February, the President began his historic visit to China, which proved a triumph for both himself and his travel agent. Kissinger made the cover of Time magazine, though the inspiration for the initiative was Nixon's. The two sides spoke with considerable frankness, agreeing to differ about Taiwan. The President made plain his determination to get out of South Vietnam, and his indifference to what took place thereafter, so long as before the Communists took over there was a reasonable interval, sufficient interval, time interval, all phrases used at various times by Kissinger to Zhou Enlai. The Chinese asserted a desire, which proved sincere, for an end to their isolation, a new working relationship with the U.S., for which they were prepared to make political sacrifices. They would not, however, cut off aid to Hanoi, and it was naive of the two Americans to fantasize that they might. While Nixon's visit secured him magnificent headlines, he had flown to China hoping to secure peace in Vietnam and failed to get it. Nonetheless, he returned home confident that he could now do almost anything he liked to the north, with the decade-long spectre of Chinese intervention banished. His Indochina policies would hereafter be constrained by the American people, represented in Congress, rather than by China or the Soviet Union. Le Duan and his comrades in Hanoi grasped this shift in the strategic balance and were furious about what they perceived as betrayal by Mao, who might, with warning words to the U.S. President, have spared them from a new rain of bombs. A senior cadre grumbled that for China's chairman to receive Nixon was throwing a life raft to a drowning pirate. Hanoi's sense of grievance was not assuaged by a deluge of fresh Chinese military aid. Since 1968, vacuous formal talks between North Vietnam and the US had continued in Paris, successively fronted by Averell Harriman, Henry Cabot Lodge and David Bruce. Fred Weyand, who served a stint as military advisor to the American delegation, recalled with distaste, the Communists were just implacable foes, no give in them at all. When Madame Nguyen Thi Binh was sitting at that table, you just knew there was someone there filled with hate. The only meetings that mattered, however, were intermittent secret sessions held in a white stuccoed villa owned by the French Communist Party between Kissinger and North Vietnam's Le Duc Tho. These stagnated because of Hanoi's insistence on the removal of President Thieu, matched by the US demand for an NVA withdrawal from the South, though from the summer of 1971 onwards the Americans knew that, at best, they would secure only gestures towards this end. In the year of Nixon's presidential re-election campaign, he was determined not to be seen to surrender, repeatedly asserting, "We cannot lose this war." Yet he had originally intended to bring home all ground troops well before Americans voted, and was dissuaded only by Kissinger, who insisted that some forces must linger, even past Election Day. Interestingly, throughout many Nixon-Kissinger conversations recorded on the White House tapes, the National Security Advisor emphasizes the centrality of the 1972 presidential election more insistently than does the candidate himself, while indulging his master's vanity in a fashion that King Louis XIV might have found a trifle fulsome. "I am probably the toughest guy that's been in this office, probably since Theodore Roosevelt," asserted the president. Kissinger concurred. No question. Nixon viewed aerial bombardment as a means of exerting pressure on the North that American voters, as reflected in polls which he studied assiduously, found palatable and even curiously praiseworthy, as ground troops were not. Much later in 1972, it would become a moot point how far the president's escalation of bombing was driven by diplomatic imperatives, and how far by a manic personal determination to be seen to prevail. Scholars continue fiercely to debate the nuances and timings of US shifts of position during the Vietnam peace process. It seems unnecessary to choose between their rival views. The key realities were clear, and only admission of them was deferred. The American people were determined to escape from Vietnam. They now cared almost exclusively about the fate of their own men in communist hands, on which much verbiage was expended. Gratuitously, since Hanoi would obviously surrender the prisoners once the last American forces went home. B-52 gunner Jack Cortell wrote, "Getting our POWs back was the only thing that gave us a sense of purpose." Meanwhile, the South Vietnamese will to fight and their soldiers' enthusiasm for the Saigon regime were now tenuous. Arvin Major Nguyen Cong Luan discussed his country's 100-odd generals with fellow officers, who concluded that around 20 were competent and honest, while 10 were both monstrously corrupt and irredeemably incompetent. In the midst of a discussion with the Americans about how Southern troop morale might be improved, General Ngo Dzu's contribution was to propose reintroduction of the French army system of mobile field brothels. A young Vietnamese officer wrote to a British correspondent expressing delight that both he and his closest friend were in non-combat branches of Saigon's army. "So we are not forced to kill anyone, and that gives us great joy." Once the Americans were gone, it was extraordinarily unlikely that South Vietnam could survive, and neither Kissinger nor Nixon deluded themselves otherwise. They were concerned merely to maintain through an intermission of 18 months to 2 years a pretense of commitment to the country's future. Kissinger especially was far more honest with China and Russia, America's foes, than with its friends. Apologists for the two men argue that they were saddled with responsibility for extricating America from a war not of their making, and played a losing hand as skillfully as possible. At least the first of these propositions is valid. The historic charge against them is, instead, that they presided over gratuitous years of carnage merely to conceal from the American electorate, for their own partisan purposes, the inevitability of humiliation in Indochina. Early in 1972, Major Walt Boomer was serving at Firebase Sarge in Quang Tri Province as advisor to a Vietnamese Marine battalion. Back in Bethesda, Maryland, his wife Adele said in weary bewilderment before he took off, "I can't understand why you're doing this." Boomer replied, "It's what I do. It's what I am." Arrived at Da Nang, however, he was shocked by its desolation, with so many Americans gone, cavernous facilities crumbling. He found that his predecessor had made himself hated by the Vietnamese for his bullying ways, and it took a while to create a better understanding. Boomer was troubled by the chasm between officers and men. The major would dish out discipline with a big stick. I sensed that if we ever got into a world of trouble, this could be an issue. I was lonely, read a lot, worked out a lot. I was not comfortable being with them. They were not looking for a fight, they were kind of worn out. In the days before the North Vietnamese assault came, the American urged aggressive patrolling. But after one such mission got into a firefight, the major declined to send his men out again. Boomer said, "We've got to disrupt their build-up." The Vietnamese shrugged. "We don't have the strength." The American did not think them cowards, but they were in a mindset where they wouldn't take any risk they didn't have to. Now, however, South Vietnam's 1,000,000 men under arms found themselves confronting real and present danger, stark and inescapable. 2. The storm breaks. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Turley, an assistant advisor at 3rd Division headquarters in Quang Tri, was due to fly home on the 29th of March 1972. But his hello was delayed. At noon next day, as he put it, the world came apart. The Communists achieved surprise by trampling the last tatters of the 1954 Geneva Accords, racing tanks south through the demilitarized zone, while also attacking from the west. The enemy had registered heavy guns on northern fire bases that were soon tottering. As the offensive developed, Northern Chief of Staff General Van Tien Dong also launched major attacks in the Central Highlands and towards the key town of An Loc, just 60 miles north of Saigon, while the Viet Cong and NVA spread further havoc in the Mekong Delta. The Americans and South Vietnamese were shocked not merely by the weight of the assaults, but by the enemy's new Soviet and Chinese weapons: 600 light and heavy tanks, state-of-the-art SA-7 Strela shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank missiles including the wire-guided Saga, for which thousands of communist personnel had been trained abroad, most in Eastern Europe. In the north, a season of disasters unfolded. The egregious Hoang Xuan Lam, commanding one corps, declined to avow the strength of the enemy thrust. Lam would not report bad news, said General Vien at Tan Son Nhut. Ellsworth Bunker, the ambassador, had left the country for Easter. Likewise, Crichton Abrams. The MAC-V chief was in Bangkok with his wife in the process of converting to Catholicism, so that Fred Weyand, his deputy, was in temporary command. Weyand sought to stem panic talk, yet, in this case, no matter how you described it, it was a human wave attack, because there was just a hell of a lot of people coming across into your wire, he said. The Communists had timed their assault for Quang Tri's monsoon season, especially in the first days. Low cloud severely dampened the American air response. On the morning of the 2nd of April, Easter Sunday, Communist tanks were spotted heading south towards the Dong Ha Bridge across the Qua Viet River. At 09:15, an embattled Jerry Turley, found himself appointed as chief advisor to the collapsing 3rd Division after his American superior fled, along with the Vietnamese divisional commander. Turley described the scene. ARVN staff officers and their enlisted men simply stood up, grabbed their personal gear and left the bunker. The most senior officers left first. Radios were left on and simply abandoned. Maps and classified materials lay where last used. Order melted into chaos as frightened men, who had ceased to be soldiers, ran for the nearest vehicle. Frightened American soldiers carrying radios and stereo equipment scurried to the LZ with desperation on their faces. It was a dark and tragic day. Turley was obliged to give one would-be fugitive U.S. officer a direct order to remain, and later had to repeat the order twice more. He himself thought, "The weather is against us. The ARVN infantry are disappearing. Their artillery won't shoot back. Tanks are coming straight at us." He was so amazed by the instruction that he take charge that, as evidence of authenticity, he demanded the Social Security number of the full colonel who issued it. A fortunate precaution, because when Abrams arrived back in Saigon to receive dire reports from the north, he exploded in disbelief. The general was told, "A Marine Lieutenant Colonel advisor at Quang Tri Combat Base says the situation there is desperate." This was Turley. However, Turley's superior, Major General Fred Cruson at Da Nang, claimed that the man on the spot was wrong and had succumbed to panic. The furious Abrams said, "My impression is that there's a hell of a lot of marijuana smoking going on. I don't know all the moves that have got to be made to stop this crap, but I want this shit stopped." However, responsibility for the shit rested with the North Vietnamese, and had only just started. ARVN leadership in the North collapsed. Turley said, "The key issue is always who's in charge. After 6 years, we still hadn't figured that out. There was no unity of command. In the North, after we pulled out 70,000 Americans, the South Vietnamese couldn't fill the holes." There was a bitter row between U.S. officers on the ground and the USAF when a pilot's survival radio beeped inside the DMZ after his EB-66 was shot down. While a huge effort was mounted to rescue him, the Air Force imposed a ban on artillery fire extending 15 miles around the downed flyer's reported position, which included the corridor through which NVA columns were pouring south. Air Support Advisor Major David Brookbank wrote in a bitter after-action report, "This gave the enemy an opportunity unprecedented in the annals of warfare to advance at will." The missing pilot was eventually recovered on the 12th of April by South Vietnamese SEALs and their U.S. Navy advisor, after 2 fixed-wing search aircraft and a Jolly Green Giant Hello had been lost to communist missiles. Though 70,000 Americans remained in Vietnam, only 6,000 were combat troops. The battles now developing would be decided by Southern troops and their advisors, and above all, by air power. It was often said that helicopter aircrew formed the only institutional element of the U.S. Army and Marine Corps in Vietnam, whose courage and commitment never flagged. Among the foremost heroes of the 1972 battles were American pilots who took fantastic risks to rescue advisors trapped in the path of the onslaught. A Huey flew with an escort of 2 Cobras to rescue a 5-man FO team from Bunker Alpha 2, just below the DMZ. It landed under artillery fire, and Lieutenant Joel Eisenstein sprinted 30 yards to the bunker, where he found Lieutenant Dave Brugman desperately wounded by shrapnel in the head. The young man had given his helmet to a frightened Vietnamese Marine, whose own had been stolen. Eisenstein dragged the officer to the chopper, pulled aboard some wounded soldiers, then took off, as one Vietnamese, enraged that they could not take him, aimed a thumper at them. The American experienced a spasm of terror. "The thought raced through my mind," he said, "that son of a bitch is going to blow us out of the sky. If he can't go, he's not going to let anyone else go either." The Vietnamese held his fire, but Brugman died in the air, in Eisenstein's arms. Later, when they extracted more Americans from the big base at Ai-Tu, the area's top Saigon officer elbowed his way aboard first. In the operations center at Quang Tri, the VNAF tactical air controller had vanished along with many others. Turley told Da Nang that the Dong Ha Bridge south must be destroyed ahead of the enemy's tanks, but this was vetoed by senior U.S. officers. It would be needed for a counterattack. The Marine then urged the Vietnamese to reinforce the bridge's defenders, fast. The divisional chief of staff refused. Turley pleaded instead with the brigade commander to act on his own initiative. After a long, expressionless pause, the Vietnamese looked at the map, then at Turley, blinked, and said, not without the approval of his commandant in Saigon. The despairing American begged and implored the Vietnamese, who finally said in the most beautiful English, "I will give the battalion commander the order to hold Dong Ha." Turley shouted, "God, maybe there is a chance after all." The South Vietnamese deployed 3 LAW anti-armor teams on the south side of the bridge. They watched the invaders hoist their flag on one of its steel girders, even as refugees and stragglers still streamed across. Against orders, Turley ordered Captain John Ripley, an infantry advisor, somehow blow up the Dong Ha Bridge. A few days earlier, Ripley was assuaging chronic boredom by assembling a 1,000-piece jigsaw of King Kong. Now he hitched a ride on an M48 tank east through Dong Ha City, the road already strewn with debris and wrecked vehicles from communist shelling. On the north bank of the river, where 4 years earlier Captain Jim Livingston and his Marine Company had deployed before the Battle of Daido, an enemy column of 20 tanks was visible. Some of the fugitive Vietnamese troops streaming towards the rear hijacked the American advisor's jeep with its secure communications. The headquarters log recorded, "The 57th Regiment has broken and is in complete rout." A Vietnamese Marine major jumped down from a tank and seized a fleeing soldier. Shouting, "Where are you going?" the man cried, "No use, no use." The officer drew his pistol and shot his compatriot dead. But as a deterrent, the execution was a failure. Hundreds, and soon thousands of Saigon's troops were in flight. Yet some stayed and fought gallantly. At the Dong Ha Bridge, a corporal named Luom fired an LAW at the lead communist tank, which missed. A second shot exploded below the turret, causing the tank hastily to reverse away. Luom was killed a few weeks later. The invaders diverted their infantry to the old French rail bridge nearby, of which one span had been shattered in 1967, but its fallen wreckage remained negotiable by men on foot. John Ripley called in U.S. naval gunfire, which checked the infantry, and thereafter destroyed 4 enemy tanks. Saigon's tanks on the south bank began to fire on communist armor across the river. Then Ripley and the Army's Major Jim Smock set about destroying the highway bridge, where they found 5 disconsolate Arvin engineers, contemplating a stack of boxes of plastic explosive. Ripley said later, "They seemed to be wondering if we were sent to kill them, or if they should save us the trouble and kill themselves." No humans ever looked more hopeless or helpless. While the Americans searched in vain for blasting caps, the Southern soldiers vanished. Between the bridge and the explosives was a big fence. Ripley crossed. Then Smock heaved over 25 boxes, one by one, both men shredding their arms on the barbed wire. The Marine clambered out onto the girders and began laying charges, watched from the north bank by the enemy. They started firing at Smock, but oddly not at Ripley, though a T-54 tank eventually lobbed a few shells his way. After 3 hours of painful, exhausting, nerve-wracking labour, during which the devout 33-year-old repeatedly muttered to himself, "Jesus, Mary, get me there," the bridge was set. They found a box of electrical detonators, then ran with the wires back to the Arvin lines, took a battery out of a wrecked jeep of which the tyres were blazing, and triggered a hellbox. Nothing happened. Desperately they pressed it again and again until suddenly there was a huge explosion, and the southern span collapsed into the river. Ripley radioed Jerry Turley. "The Dong Ha bridge is down. I say again, the bridge is down. Over." Turley logged the message at 16:30. Walt Boomer, facing troubles of his own further west, said later with profound gratitude, "Ripley saved our lives." In Saigon, a briefer told Abrams that the Marine had blown the bridge while waiting for clearance, which prompted relieved laughter among the command group. Ripley later received a Navy Cross. His feat played a critical role in slowing the southward communist advance. Further west, at Camp Carroll, Southern Regimental Commander Colonel Pham Van Dinh, who had led a battalion at Hue in 1968, claimed to have received a stark message from his local NVA counterpart: surrender or die. He requested a ceasefire to discuss this demand with his officers, 13 of whom met in his operations room at 1500 on the 2nd of April. He told them, "If we continue to fight, many people will be killed. Even if we die or are wounded and win a victory, nobody will take care of us. Now we must take care of ourselves." A lone major urged fighting on, while the rest remained mute. Dinh secured a vote for surrender, then approached his advisers, Lieutenant Colonel William Camper and Major Joe Brown. Camper already regarded the regiment, which contained many former deserters, as a disaster looking for a place to occur. He had met Dinh 7 years earlier, and even before the current debacle was shocked by the change in him. The Vietnamese seemed pudgy and apathetic. Dinh himself later admitted to "some problems in my head." His men would not fight any more, he told the advisers, and suggested that they might care to shoot themselves to save us from embarrassment. Camper said, "That's not what Americans do," and momentarily considered shooting the Vietnamese. Then he radioed Turley and said enigmatically that he was leaving his position for reasons he could not explain. Turley, knowing nothing of what was taking place, said, "No, Colonel, stay where you are and do your damn job." But when the Americans made plain their desperate circumstances, a helicopter ducked in through a hail of communist fire that damaged its hydraulic lines. Covered by 5 Cobra gunships, it retrieved the advisers, who eventually reached Quang Tri. At Carroll, 1,800 prisoners and 5 batteries of artillery fell into communist hands. Dinh was rewarded with a commission in the NVA. When Turley reported these developments to MacV, he received an enraged response. "Colonel, you're crazy. The Southern Corps staff doesn't know about any such surrender. Camp Carroll has 22 guns, 2,000 Arvin soldiers. You've flipped." Shortly afterwards, Turley was ordered to leave his post forthwith, fly to Saigon, and report personally to Abrams. He was brutally reprimanded, saved from disciplinary action only because he could show his orders in writing. At a time when everywhere from the White House downwards a hunt for scapegoats had begun, it was the Marines' misfortune that he bore the first ill tidings. The communist assault on FSB Sarge, west of Carroll, started with a storm of rockets. The neighbouring hilltop was swiftly overrun and its defenders melted away. Walt Boomer, profoundly lonely, never expected to see fellow adviser Ray Smith again, and had little hope of himself going home either. The shelling of Sarge intensified, casualties mounted, including 2 young American electronic eavesdroppers killed. After the Marines' bunker took a direct hit, it was plain the position could not hold, and he urged the Vietnamese CO to pull out. Eventually the major assented. "We go now." They set off in darkness, accompanied by their walking wounded, and spent the ensuing 2 days in jungle, never seeing the enemies, but often hearing them. Then, as they emerged into open country, communist soldiers spotted them and cut loose. Boomer's Vietnamese companions broke and ran in all directions. The Americans shouted in English that meant nothing to them, "Stop! Don't run! Don't leave your wounded!" He was tempted to shoot his own Vietnamese wireless operator when he found that the man had thrown away his set, Boomer's lifeline. As for other fugitives, Boomer said, "I can remember clearly the terrified look in their eyes as they streamed past me. At that point it was every man for himself." Their small group kept walking, or rather stumbling at the outer limits of physical and emotional exhaustion, until they reached another firebase, still in friendly hands. To Boomer's amazement, Ray Smith also appeared, having carried out a wounded Southern officer, aided by just one Vietnamese. His battalion's other 68 survivors declined to help. They knew they must keep moving ahead of the communist tide, but Boomer felt too exhausted to march another mile. Smith tied a rope around his colleague's wrist and knotted it on his own belt. Thus joined, the two staggered on their way through darkness. At dawn they approached Quang Tri. Smith, who still had a wireless, contacted astonished Americans who'd assumed them dead and who now sent a Huey. Half their battalion were dead or captive, however, and the communists had hardly started. On the 3rd of April, the NVA made its first move in the Central Highlands against FSB Delta. In the weeks that followed, the key figure in the region's defense was John Paul Vann, he who had presided over disaster at Ap Bak in January 1963. In the intervening years, a transformation had overcome him, which few of his old admirers thought benign. From being the shrewd skeptic, the reckless anti-authoritarian, he'd become the obsessive warrior. David Elliott said, "Vann had gone off his rocker. In his last years he was saying stuff that the old Vann would have completely rejected." By forging an unlikely alliance with two Corps' commander, the heavy, indolent General Ngo Dzu, Vann had secured appointment as its senior American, a civilian with 2-star ranking who acted the part of local warlord. Though Abrams disliked Vann, the little man's messianic commitment had won the admiration of Richard Nixon, Fred Wayand, and Southern officers who called him Mr. B-52, because of his extraordinary ability to magic up airstrikes in desperate situations. In the Central Highlands, during what proved the last 2 months of Vann's wild life, he deployed every ounce of his energy and fury to repel the North Vietnamese. He flew resupply sorties, directed air support, goaded commanders and flew through firefights in a fashion that eventually broke the nerve of his longtime favourite pilot, Bob Richards, so that even copious infusions of whiskey no longer persuaded the flyer to play chauffeur to a man indifferent to bullets. Vann treated Vietnam as if the struggle was his personal property, so that many Americans found it impossible to imagine Vann without the war without Vann. His courage was that of a near madman, yet one who was intelligent enough maybe to know in his heart that he was striving to defy destiny. A weariness, that of years rather than of mere days or weeks, oppressed many Southern troops as they deployed in the Highlands. Airborne Operations Officer Captain Duan Phong Hai recalled as his unit drove up Route 14 towards Kon Tum that he'd been wounded in an action on the same road in 1967, then treated in a local Catholic church by its much-loved French priest, Father Joe. Now Hai saw that the church's steeple had collapsed. The structure was reduced to rubble. His 11th Airborne Battalion was deployed to hold Firebase Charlie, 6 miles southwest of Tan Can. Its commander, Lieutenant Colonel Nguyen Din Bao, known to his officers as Brother 5, was deeply unhappy about his orders, which, as so often, required the unit to hold a fixed position, leaving the initiative to the enemy. Patrols soon met strong forces of Northerners, digging bunkers and gun positions within easy range. The two sides began exchanging artillery fire. On the 6th of April, the NVA launched a major ground assault on FSB Delta, south of Charlie, which continued all night. The attackers broke through Delta's perimeter and overran half its positions. By dawn, they'd been driven out with heavy loss, but the men of the 11th knew that it would be their own turn next. Bao, who was much respected, told his two most trusted subordinates, Major Le Van May and Captain Hai, to occupy bunkers a distance from his own so that one of them could assume command if he was killed. He urged parsimony with ammunition, had every available claymore planted, pushed out listening posts. Hai wrote, "The battalion prepared for terrible times." At night, as the enemy build-up continued, they watched convoys of Moltova trucks moving freely down the Ho Chi Minh Trail with headlights blazing. Our guns lacked the range to reach them. We called for airstrikes, but none were available. We asked the unit's advisor, Major John Duffy, for B-52s, but nothing happened. Bao had attended jungle warfare school in Malaysia, where he acquired a British camouflaged parachute smock, which he loved to wear. His superstitious soldiers, however, fixed on this garment as a bad omen. They begged him to take it off, though he remained impervious to their pleas. In the succeeding days, a storm of artillery fire fell on Charlie, followed on the 9th of April by the 1st Infantry attack. This was repulsed with heavy losses, but the enemy's 130mm guns inflicted increasing punishment on the defenders. On the 10th, after another pulverizing bombardment, the enemy's 320th Division launched a succession of assaults. Late that night, Brother Five's officers renewed their pleas for him to discard his smock. He said, dismissively, "All right, I'll think about it tomorrow, which will be in 30 minutes. You guys just like to give me a hard time, or maybe you want to get your hands on my smock. Clothes don't have a fucking thing to do with luck." Then B-52s came, summoned by John Duffy. Hai wrote, "Suddenly the earth shook, and flames boiled into the sky. It was hard to breathe. I stood bracing myself against the wall of the communication trench with hands covering my ears and mouth open to counter the concussions. But I still felt like the blood was about to burst from my chest. Dirt, rocks, branches rattled off my helmet. Next day there were no enemy ground attacks and only spasmodic artillery rounds. Yet flak remained heavy enough to hold off medevac choppers. One that tried to land was hit and limped away bleeding smoke. Brother Five conferred with his officers, who begged him to abandon the position. Early morning mists and the darkness that descended at 1600 severely inhibited air support, even when planes were available. Hai said, "If we just sit here waiting to be clobbered, we're dead." The CO replied, "I've already told headquarters that, but no one will listen. I'm as sick as you are of the words, 'Hold on to the last man.'" Morale sank, not assisted by the moans and cries of wounded men, for whom medical supplies were almost exhausted. In the early hours of the 12th of April, Hai renewed his pleas to Brother Five to change his smock. The colonel wearily agreed. "You guys read all those damn astrology books and come up with all kinds of stupid ideas. I'm going back to my bunker to write a letter. Call me if anything happens." He delivered a parting injunction to collect weapons and ammunition from the dead, since they would receive no more resupply. Then enemy shelling and rocketing began again, thudding into the hilltop. John Duffy said later, "The NVA FO above Charlie was good. He took out 3 of 4 command bunkers in 10 minutes. The colonel suffered a direct hit, and his staff dragged out his body, still clad in its British airborne smock." By late afternoon, shells had killed or badly wounded 30 men, and another 100 were slightly injured. The position was shrouded in smoke and dust when the artillery abruptly stopped, and the Southerners saw line upon line of enemy infantry rise and advance on Charlie, their pressed paper helmets and khaki tunics adorned with leafy camouflage. Artillery and air-dropped napalm ploughed swathes in their ranks. In all, during the 2-week battle, Duffy directed 188 strikes by Cobras and fixed-wing aircraft. But 2 planes were hit, and 1 came down. At last, communist survivors withdrew, leaving behind a stench of burnt flesh. Yet, with ammunition dwindling and garrison numbers much reduced, the Vietnamese commander and Duffy decided that the position was no longer defensible. Renewed B-52 strikes bought time for the survivors to withdraw at nightfall on the 14th of April, stumbling downhill in thin files, totaling 167 men weakened by exhaustion, wounds, and hunger. Rations had run out 2 days earlier. Next morning they were awaiting helicopter evacuation when heavy firing broke out. The enemy was pressing their rear. 2 Cobras swooped, shooting and rocketing, driving away the communists even as a Huey lifted out one group of airborne. 3 further loads escaped safely until only a handful of Vietnamese were left with Duffy. 2 more Cobras struck, pushing back the communists yet again. Then another Huey dipped to earth. The exhausted men piled gratefully aboard, even as enemy fire ripped into the fragile hull, wounding the co-pilot. As they rose into the sky with Duffy still on the strut, High was hit twice in the leg by AK-47 fire and toppled off the side. The advisor caught the little captain by his web gear and yanked him back inboard. The Huey clattered towards safety as Duffy tended the crew chief, hit in the chest. The American died a few minutes later, 1 day before he was to leave Vietnam. Just 37 of the 471 men who garrisoned Charlie escaped by air. FSB's Delta and Metro fell along with Charlie, and on the 24th of April, Tan Can was lost. Duffy, a Special Forces officer, later received a Distinguished Service Cross. So much has been written about tensions in the relationship between American soldiers and Vietnamese that the saga of the 11th Airborne and the fine part played by their advisor deserve notice. The defense of FSB Charlie remains a proud memory of Southern veterans to set off against such disgraces as Camp Carroll's surrender. Meanwhile, north of Quang Tri, there were fierce encounters between rival tank forces. When M48s knocked out the first of a column of communist T-54s, exultant South Vietnamese infantrymen leapt to their feet and clapped their hands, shouting, "That was just like the movies! It's over!" It was not, of course. An officer wrote, "One corner of the horizon was filled with flames, smoke, the acrid stench of burning flesh mingled with that of cordite." The I-2 ammunition dump caught fire, and communist artillery began to pound Quang Tri city. Abrams said, "What Japs got on here is what in basketball they call a full-court press. He's committed every goddamn thing he owns." And Hanoi had done this against the explicit wishes of the Russians. On the 20th of April in Moscow, even as the battle raged in Indochina, Kissinger met Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev, whom he found eager to fix a summit meeting with Nixon. A prevailing theme of that year was that while the Soviets continued vociferously to denounce American conduct in Vietnam and to make large weapons deliveries to the North, privately they made plain their indifference. Like the Chinese, their foremost priority was détente, deals on such issues as strategic arms limitation, just as the U.S. government sustained its support for Saigon for overwhelmingly domestic political reasons. So China and the Soviet Union did likewise for Hanoi, to assuage sentiment within their own ideological constituencies. John Vann had sworn that FSB Delta and the town of Tan Can could be held against the 2 attacking northern divisions, and for a time he made good his word. Following the loss of Delta, however, the southern 22nd Division holding Tan Can collapsed ignominiously. Defenders were shocked to see their tanks being destroyed by Saga missiles, one of which hit the command bunker. Vann played a prominent role in evacuating surviving U.S. advisors, who found themselves shooting advancing communists at almost point-blank range, even as they sprang aboard helos. As well as acts of courage, there were also deeds of shame. While American dust-off pilots would famously risk all to evacuate casualties, some of their VNAF counterparts sold seats on Hueys to unwounded fugitives. Many regional and popular forces militiamen fled in disarray. General Zhu suffered a nervous collapse and disgusted Van by seeking to persuade President Thieu to abandon the entire Central Highlands. The region, and especially the provincial capital of Kon Tum, a town of 25,000 people on Route 14, was saved because the Communists paused to regroup for 3 priceless weeks after taking Tan Can, enabling the South Vietnamese to reinforce and the Americans to deploy 2 gunships fitted with TOW anti-armor missiles, which proved invaluable against T-54s. Some Saigon generals had odd notions about how to encourage subordinates. A corps commander urged the man appointed to defend Kon Tum, "Ba, do your best and don't run away." Colonel Lee Tong Ba was the Vietnamese officer who almost a decade earlier had incurred John Van's scorn at Ap Bac. Now, however, the 2 men forged a remarkably successful battlefield partnership. Among the communist troops fighting in the north at Quang Tri was 17-year-old gunner Pham Tan Hung, experiencing his first battle. From the moment that a bullet glanced off his helmet, Hung felt convinced that he was properly destined to become a poet rather than a hero. "I was terrified, the sweat pouring down my back," he said. He was an unusual man in that army who dared to think for himself. Hung's father had conducted a long struggle to keep his son away from the war and might have succeeded but for the North's manpower crisis. At the end of the teenager's first year at Hanoi University, students were suddenly informed that, although they were not being drafted, they must volunteer for military service. The night before their medical exam, Hung and a friend sat for hours on the roof of their dormitory, fantasizing about how they might escape the hated prospect by drinking coffee laced with tobacco, which somebody said would send their blood pressure soaring. This proposition was never tested, partly because neither knew where to get tobacco in a hurry. Moreover, they fell asleep as they talked and awoke to find the sun high and the medical board in session. A few weeks later, their entire year assembled in the university's Grand Hall to be addressed by its president. In the midst of his speech, the platform on which he stood collapsed. Much of his audience dissolved into tears, convinced this was a terrible omen. We really thought it meant we were all going to die. The students represented North Vietnam's intellectual elite. Such was their naivety about the nature of the experience that awaited them that some reported for induction, clutching guitars and books. English novels were fashionable, though, like Shakespeare, these caused identified readers to become ideologically suspect. The girls of their year told them to make sure they all came home as colonels. The boys cracked nervous little jokes at each other. Either the grass will be green or your chest red, meaning that they would win either graves or heroes' quotas of medals. In Quang Tri province, Hung's unit was bivouacked in territory newly occupied by the Northerners. Several nights in succession, men were shot, though no enemy unit was within miles. The killer was found to be a 70-year-old local woman who sought vengeance for the deaths of 2 Southern soldiers' sons. She was promptly executed, causing Hung discomfort. True, he thought she was helping the other side, but was she not, in her own way, a sort of national heroine? This was a dangerous rumination for a soldier of Hanoi's army, yet not his only one. He and comrades in a 37mm AA battery were disgusted by officers who just wanted to make themselves heroes. They received a citation for having allegedly shot down 6 American aircraft, but the gunner said, "It was all just propaganda. I don't remember us shooting down anything." On the 21st of April, a devastating airstrike hit the battery, killing 1/3 of the gunners, wounding another third, destroying their guns. Men asked bitterly, why did the officers have to poke a stick into a hornet's nest by opening fire? In the wake of the disaster, morale plunged. Some survivors reported sick. A squad leader shot himself in the leg. As Hung helped him to an aid station, the man pleaded for the teenager's corroboration in convincing doctors that he'd fallen victim to an enemy bullet. But he was arrested and charged anyway. Amid the wreck of his unit, Hung was disgusted to find the packs of his dead comrades being ransacked by passing soldiers. "Their owners had no more need of them," said the pillagers, "and we do." Transferred to a 130mm battery, Hung found that most of its men were ex-deserters who had accepted this alternative to jail. Then they, too, suffered a devastating air attack which killed scores of soldiers and temporarily buried Hung in a slit trench. He was ordered to take around a bucket and collect loose body parts. I was so terrified that I decided that not only was I unfit to be a hero, I did not think I could become a poet either. The moral of Hung's story is not that his comrades were villains or cowards, but rather that they represented the same blend of humanity as fills the ranks of all armies. Bao Nin said, "No one in their right mind wanted to be there, but we had a duty." Their leadership, discipline and training were on the whole superior to those of the Arvin. But the Northern Army's higher direction in the 1972 campaign was little more impressive than it had been during the 1968 Tet Offensive. It was merely marginally better than that of South Vietnam. Two northwestern fire bases, Bastogne and Checkmate, succumbed to the Communists only after staging protracted defences. But in the last days of April, the Dong Ha line bent, then broke. Though the attackers were savaged by airstrikes, these were much less effective than further south, because in Quang Tri province, the Americans had surrendered responsibility for forward air control to the Vietnamese. Moreover, below the DMZ, the Communists had their strongest missile defences. An estimated 1,000 SAM-2s were fired at American and VNAF aircraft during the campaign. As northern columns streamed south across the Cam Lo Bridge, it became plain that Quang Tri was no longer defensible. The last Vietnamese and their American advisers pulled out on the 1st of May, and the next day the Communists occupied the city. Amazing scenes took place as some Vietnamese fled half-naked, having torn off their military garb. One Corps Commander Lam was belatedly sacked, to be replaced by Lieutenant General Ngo Quang Trong, whom Abrams called the most professionally qualified officer Arvin has got. The hapless divisional commander in Quang Tri was nominated official scapegoat for the disaster, and with considerable injustice was sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment for desertion in the face of the enemy. On May Day in Paris, Kissinger again met Le Duc Tho. The communist subjected the National Security Advisor to a propaganda monologue. It had become plain that the best the US could hope to extract from a peace deal was a ceasefire in place, though Kissinger continued to demand the withdrawal of northern forces engaged in the ongoing offensive. Communist field commanders were disgusted when Le Duc Tho established a direct radio link from Paris to the southern battlefield, bypassing Dragon Court, himself sometimes issuing orders, always demanding further attacks. "Incredible," said one officer later. "The staff did not agree with this way of doing things, but we had no idea to whom we could protest." In the later stages of the 1972 offensive, communist attacks were launched not in expectation of gaining ground, but instead to win headlines around the world, to move American public opinion, and to sustain pressure on Kissinger in Paris. In pursuing those political objectives, Le Duc Tho was notably successful. On the afternoon of the 2nd of May, below the My Chan River, south of Quang Tri, South Vietnamese and their advisers contemplated the wreckage of an infantry division, 4 ranger groups, an armoured brigade, 2 cavalry squadrons and a marine brigade, together with RF, PF and support troops. Few officers or men had distinguished themselves, but survivors cherished the story of Din Thi Thach, wife of a sergeant major, After her village near Quang Tri was overrun, for weeks, at risk of her life, she sheltered a dozen southern fugitives in her cellar and later guided them safely to their own lines. The retreat became ever more chaotic. A tank officer wrote, "God, how can one describe the tragedy that befell us on reaching Highway 1? The men had no order. The road in front was blocked by the enemy, whose forces were also crowding our rear and pouring fire onto our heads. Some despairing drivers slammed their feet down on accelerators, drowning their M48s in the waters of the Tach Han River. Others dropped illuminant grenades down hatches and watched their tanks burn, before joining the flood of fugitives wading streams and trudging across waterlogged fields towards Hue City." In Saigon, Abrams fumed at South Vietnamese complaints that they lacked arms and equipment. "The ARVN haven't lost their tanks because the enemy tanks knocked them out. The ARVN lost their tanks because, God damn it, they abandoned them, and shit! If they had the Joseph Stalin III tank, it wouldn't have been any better." He likewise harangued President Tu Anh Vien, Saigon's chief of staff. "Equipment is not what you need. You need men that will fight. You need officers that will fight and will lead the men. You've got all the equipment you need. You lost most of your artillery because it was abandoned." Much of the Western media predicted that the latest battlefield disasters would bring down the curtain on South Vietnam. The last 300 military patients in Quang Tri Hospital were loaded aboard a road convoy, which became stranded on Route 1 South amongst a throng of refugees and wrecked vehicles. Communist artillery fire pounded the ambulances into scrap. Dr. Pham Viet Tu, an airborne medic, wrote of the fate of civilians. "There were hundreds of cars, trucks, bikes, motorbikes, riddled with communist bullets and shell fragments, some burned to ashes. Human skeletons lay scattered on the roadbed. The image that sent a surge of pity thrusting through my heart was that of the skeleton of a child about 2 years old, inside a large aluminium wash basin. A tiny pair of rubber sandals lay beside its mother's remains." Abrams and South Vietnamese were astonished that the communists did not race south after taking Quang Tri to seize Hue, which lay open for the taking. A Saigon officer wrote, "Hue seemed a lawless city. The few police and MPs could not control a mass of refugees and soldiers. There were robberies, lootings, car hijackings. Beside the main roads, many straggling children from toddlers to early teens cried and watched the people flow by. I saw a boy about 12 years old holding his brother of around 3, leaning on a roadside tree. The older one clutched a piece of letter-sized paper on which he had scribbled, 'We are children of Mr. Suan of Quang Tri. Can't find our parents. Please help us.' Hundreds of brief messages were scrawled on walls with chalk or charcoal, or scribbled in pencil on paper stuck to tree trunks with a lump of rice. 'To Private First Class Nguyen Van Ba, 157th Battalion. The children and I are moving to Auntie's home in Da Nang.' Or Corporal Bay, 32 Infantry, to wife. 'I'm alive and fighting. Buddha blesses you and our kids.' One read, 'Wife Hoa, to husband Sergeant Trong, RF Quang Tri. VC mortar, killed our baby girl yesterday. The boy is safe with me. Don't worry and don't go AWOL.' Mrs. Bong, the Hue housewife, who had endured terrifying experiences during the 1968 Tet Offensive, now wrote to a friend, 'My only surviving son has left home. I am alone with my daughter and my little grandchild. It is so lonely. If my dear son is killed, I don't know what I should do. We think now this terrible war will never end. My poor children.' Major Nguyen Kong Luan met a young captain taking his battalion forward into action, who seemed dispirited. When the man complained that the Americans now fulfilled less than half his air support requests, Luan suggested that the decisive factor in influencing American responses would be that the Southern Army displayed its own will to fight. Of its 1972 material losses of 200 tanks, 275 APCs, 634 trucks and 300 guns, half were abandoned or destroyed in the north. It was fortunate for the Saigon regime that the communist advances in the north and the Central Highlands lost momentum after taking Quang Tri and Tan Can. The invaders had suffered huge casualties, mostly to airstrikes, and lacked the logistics support to push on. In the course of May, the Southerners formed a defensive line and stemmed the faltering enemy advance. Later, in the summer, a long, slow counter-offensive began to regain Quang Tri. Some of the fiercest May fighting focused on Kon Tum, a provisional capital set in a valley in the northern Central Highlands, bordered on three sides by a river. A relatively prosperous place boasting 9 Catholic churches, it was defended by the 23rd Division, supported by some tanks, artillery, and popular forces. The Communists cut Route 14 south of the city before committing elements of 3 divisions to an assault from the north and northwest that began on the 13th of May. Brigadier Ba wrote later, "It was a hell on earth. Every day as bad as the last, shell fire for 40 days. John Vann was everywhere, dropping in munitions, directing 300 B-52 strikes in 3 weeks, urging on flagging commanders. When Ba's bunker received a direct hit, medics had to triage and bandage the wounded, remove the dead, even as around them staff officers continued to run the battle. The night of the 18th of May was among the worst, when the Northerners overran half of Kon Tum city before being driven back. Air attacks repeatedly caught Northern tanks in the open. There was fierce fighting in 3 cemeteries bordering the city. By 0900 on the morning of the 26th of May, a communist officer admitted that the assault had run out of steam. 2 of his remaining tanks struck Arvin mines, and the last 2 were destroyed by gunships. Hanoi's History of the War acknowledges, "Our attacks began to slow and became progressively less effective." Meanwhile, the enemy had brought up reinforcements, strengthened his defences, and stepped up counterattacks. On the night of the 5th to the 6th of June, Front Headquarters ordered a withdrawal from Kon Tum and closed down the Northern Central Highlands campaign. Americans and South Vietnamese alike afterwards agreed that without John Vann, Kon Tum would have fallen. He survived countless brushes with disaster, once using a rifle butt to fight off Vietnamese fugitives, mobbing his jet ranger as it took off. Ba wrote sentimentally, "The victory belonged to no one more than this man, whose sole objective was to enable the Arvin to defeat the communist aggressors. I often asked myself, why should an American devote his life to this struggle? Why should he have accepted the perils of Ap Bak, and now those of the Central Highlands?" Ba described Vann as a martyr who deserved the gratitude of every Vietnamese. The man himself became convinced of his own invincibility, but was proved wrong, as such wild figures usually are. On the 9th of June, flying with an inexperienced pilot in failing light, Vann was killed when his helicopter crashed. He was 47, and left behind a debris of ill-maintained wives, lovers, and offspring, American and Vietnamese. Neil Sheehan, author of Vann's biography, A Bright Shining Lie, one of the great Vietnam books, observed that while Vann saved Kon Tum, he did so in a fashion that negated his own purpose. He showed that without such Americans as himself wielding air power, the South Vietnamese could not hold. Thus, all the subsequent fighting and dying merely postponed an outcome that was now ordained. Abrams said in the midst of the 1972 campaign, "The level of violence and the level of brutality is on a scale not before achieved." Even as the Quang Tri and Kon Tum battles were fought, Further south, 3 communist divisions advanced out of Cambodia, overrunning Loc Ninh before approaching An Loc, capital of Bin Long province. This was a garrison town of 10,000 people, situated between 2 rivers in the Highland Plateau region, 60 miles north of Saigon. On the evening of the 5th of April, enemy sappers captured its nearby airfield, from which defenders fled at the first glimpse of communist tanks. The invaders also cut the road further south so that An Loc was thereafter dependent on air supply. Over the radio, the 3rd Ranger Group was airlifted into the town on the 7th of April. Its commander, Major Nguyen Van Biet, An Hai, or eldest brother, warned that the airfield was under shell fire. As the helicopters touched the ground and men poured out, they found that the group's headquarters staff had already suffered severe casualties. The Southern 5th Division's commander, Colonel Le Van Hung, told Major Biet, "You guys have arrived in the nick of time." His own men were wavering, one regiment already overrun. There followed a brief pause before the communist onslaught, during which a ranger officer watched townspeople continue about their daily business as government loudspeaker trucks cruised the streets, urging them to stay calm, promising that reinforcements were coming, telling them to report immediately sightings of communist infiltrators. When the North Vietnamese opened their bombardment, there was no pretense of respecting civilian life. 122mm rockets and 155mm shells from guns captured at Loc Ninh rained down on every quarter of the city. A Southern officer wrote, "Agonizing screams, bodies and body parts blown everywhere and even hanging from branches and rooftops, spelt tragedy. Many civilians took refuge in army bunkers. Up to 2,000 artillery and mortar rounds a day fell on An Loc." One evening, the Rangers were thrown into consternation when, without explanation, their American advisers dashed for a helicopter, which disappeared into the eastern sky. What did this signify? Was the garrison being abandoned? The mystery was resolved only at dawn next day when a new advisor team arrived. Its commander apologized for the switch, which he said was made without warning to preserve security. He promised that An Loc would receive the full weight of American air support. Morale revived when this pledge was fulfilled. At 02:30 on the 13th of April, the Communists launched their first major ground attack. The Spearhead tanks at first caused consternation. "Our soldiers were terrified," wrote a defender. But then a regional forces unit destroyed one with an LAW rocket. The garrison began to see that the tracked monsters were highly vulnerable in city streets, and knocked out tank after tank with American aircraft joining in. Northern armoured crews showed themselves pitifully inept. In early morning darkness, one T-54 plunged into a bomb crater. Its companions made a disastrous tactical error, speeding on alone into the city, where they were destroyed piecemeal by LAW rockets and airstrikes. By 08:30, with 7 NVA tanks gone, the survivors turned back. Advisor Captain Hal Moffat said later, "The Communists didn't use their tanks properly, and thank God for that. If they'd used a good coordinated attack, they would have rolled right on through, but they were completely disorganized. And till this day, I don't understand what they were trying to do with the tanks, sending in 4 or 5 at a time." Southern troops now received cash bounties for every tank they destroyed. Impoverished soldiers proved more willing to risk all for money than for their country. Some infantry with LAWs, said Moffat, would let tanks get within 10-30 yards of them and then fire. At the Key Bridge from the east, these little guys sat there and waited until that tank got right in the middle of that bridge and blew its shit away. The rest of the communist armoured column turned away and tried to ford the stream lower down, only to fall victim to the USAF. The infantry fighting continued, fierce and bloody. The defenders lost ground, and one Ranger battalion was almost wiped out. Wireless traffic was frequently interrupted by communist voices urging, "Surrender and live, or resist and die." The North Vietnamese gained control of some northeastern districts and were repelled only when, in the midst of a rainstorm, an overhead U.S. spooky gunship delivered automatic fire with extraordinary precision. An exultant Southern officer called over the radio, "Right on the money, keep going." As enemy bunkers collapsed, the same man reported, "A few terrified enemy soldiers ran out gasping for breath and looking half-drowned by the rain." At 04:30 on the 15th, the besiegers launched another barrage, which started fires in several residential areas. Half an hour later, a second major assault began in darkness. One northern tank threw a track and another's engine seized for lack of oil, so that just 7 accompanied the infantry forward. By dawn, the communists held outlying areas, only to repeat the mistake they'd made 2 days earlier, sending forward unsupported tanks. Southerners with LAWs knocked out more T-54s. The attack stalled. The communists fell back. Another 2 airborne battalions and a ranger group arrived to reinforce the town. Though in the week that followed some outlying positions were lost, the communists failed to penetrate the centre of An Loc. If the attacks were poorly managed and prompted the sacking of a northern divisional commander, the defence was no masterpiece of the military art. Colonel William Miller, senior adviser, reported wearily that Hung, 5th Division's commander, was tired, unstable, irrational, irritable, inadvisable, and unapproachable. Between the 22nd of April and the 10th of May, besiegers and besieged sparred uneasily. By night, the sky glowed from the illuminants dropped by C-47 flare ships. Airstrikes hammered the communist lines. The garrison, now 6,200 strong with 25 American advisers, launched counterattacks which pushed back the North Vietnamese. And communist historians admit that their morale slumped. On the 10th of May in Saigon, President Thieu declared a national state of emergency. He noted proudly that in the face of the crisis, more than 53,000 South Vietnamese had volunteered for military service. The prospect of apparently imminent communist victory concentrated some minds. It also deserves historic notice that while tens of thousands of Saigon soldiers deserted from Thieu's army, scarcely any did so in order to join the communist ranks. Instead, they merely sought to go home. Yet, at An Loc, the communist leaders remained implacable. Having committed themselves, they refused to brook failure. On the 11th of May, reinforced with 35 new tanks, they launched another attack by 5 regiments, advancing on 4 axes. In the headquarters bunker, the South Vietnamese could hear NVA tank engines as smoke and dust drifted through the fighting holes. An American adviser warned his Vietnamese interpreter, "I should tell you, we may not be able to hold, so if you want to save your neck, stick with me and be ready to go." In An Loc, as elsewhere, the decisive force, attested by Hal Moffat, was air power that broke up attack after attack. A daisy cutter big bomb stopped a battalion. Their leaders were hollering to the communist unit to get up and attack, charge, screaming at them, we could hear them. But the people wouldn't attack. We annihilated the northeastern penetration up there. I saw them running. We could have won the battle that day. We had the NVA running. But everything stopped for 3 hours. Northern casualties had become enormous, and the communists had almost shot their bolt. Moffat provided a vivid after-action account. Some Southerners, he said, fought like tigers. The airborne troops were just fantastic, real go-getters. Others were not. One ranger group was completely pushed off the perimeter by approximately 6 enemy soldiers. They would not return fire and withdrew by throwing grenades. They said firing their weapons would give their positions away. I had their colonel come up to me crying, just like a baby, tears running down his eyes, wanting to know why they couldn't get air support. Moffat was exasperated by some defenders' passivity allowing the attackers to set up mortars within plain view. But they faced one of the heaviest communist barrages of the war, in which An Loc's hospital complex was devastated. I would estimate that they killed 300 to 500 people, women, children, kids, soldiers, the whole works. They just bombarded hell out of it. Meanwhile, Cobras were obliged to fire from 5,000 feet to escape the fearsome novelty of ground-to-air missiles. Strike aircraft had to attack from behind the Arvin positions, rather than across them, to reduce their own exposure to enemy fire. Even as strife raged in the streets, a southern division pushed north up Route 13 in an attempt to break the siege. It never achieved this, but at least the thrust monopolized the attentions of the communist formation blocking its path. The Americans committed a phenomenal air effort to supplying the beleaguered garrison. 2,693 tons of ammunition and rations were parachuted. On the 11th of May, B-52s dumped pulverizing loads almost hourly around the clock, together with an average of almost 300 tactical airstrikes a day. Senior advisor Major General James Hollingsworth told MacV, "If it had not been for the advisors, you would have the communists in Saigon, I do believe." This was so not because of the advice Americans provided, but thanks to their role as forward air controllers. In this last hurrah of the U.S. Army and Marine Corps in Vietnam, after so many setbacks and failures, many officers and NCOs in the advisor teams displayed high courage, commitment, and professional skill, which were decisive in stemming the communist offensive. Moffett and his group spent 53 days in An Loc. "When we came out, we had to pull Vietnamese off the helicopter. We wouldn't take any wounded because you take one out, you have to take them all. I pulled 4 Vietnamese off the bird myself, just throwing them off so I could get on." Interpreter Tran Van Day acknowledged, "A lot of people tried to desert or pleaded wounds to get out." Moffett's army interviewer, in a conversation immediately after his extraction, asked if An Loc could survive another attack as heavy as that of the 10th of May. "No, sir. There are too many holes in the line, and they are too weak. If the communists came in like they did the last time, in my opinion, next time they're going to have their shit together. I don't think the Southerners would stay." The advisor was fiercely critical of some Vietnamese officers who flinched from leaving their bunkers. He saw commanders send men under fire to fetch them cigarettes or a wet rag to wipe the sweat off their bodies, and the private didn't look like he'd had a bath since he'd been there. Nobody seemed to give a shit about the private fighting the war. Here was a familiar institutional weakness of the South Vietnamese army. Though the communists sustained An Loc's encirclement until the 8th of June, by mid-May the threat was receding. The NVA General Staff's history comments, "We had not fought well." The South Vietnamese suffered 12,500 casualties to hold the city. The attackers' losses were probably nearer 25,000, together with 36 precious tanks. While Thew's army struggled in the south, President Nixon unleashed upon the north the heaviest air bombardment of the war to punish Hanoi for its hubris. Between the 1st of May and the 30th of June, the USAF and US Navy mounted 18,000 sorties, losing 29 aircraft. On the 8th of May, in a national TV broadcast, Nixon told the American people that he was taking decisive action to end the war. An assault on the North's logistics and communications, codenamed Linebacker, involving 330 sorties a day, and including the first mining of the approaches to Haiphong Harbor. Moreover, at the height of the 1972 fighting, 5 U.S. Navy carrier groups, 3 bombardment cruisers, and 38 destroyers provided naval support to the South Vietnamese. This dramatic riposte to the grand insult of the communist offensive won Nixon astonishing popular enthusiasm. Americans applauded hitting the enemy from the air, as they had never much favoured engaging him in his own swamps and jungles. During April and May, huge air reinforcements were dispatched to the theatre, so that 210 B-52s were eventually operating out of Guam and Thailand, together with 374 F-4s. The emphasis was on communications targets, including the Yen Vien rail yards and Hanoi's Paul Doumet Bridge, which was taken down by 29 laser and electro-optically guided bombs. Between April and October, 155,548 tons of ordnance fell on the north. Overland imports were reduced from 160,000 tons a month to 30,000, those by sea from 250,000 tons to nil. The Chinese suspended shipments and closed their railways. Linebacker wrecked almost all North Vietnam's oil storage and 70% of its generating capacity. From the American viewpoint, the operation was far from cost-free. Many aircrew were now relatively inexperienced, and this showed in June, when communist MiGs shot down 7 American fighters for the loss of only 2 of their own. Overall, Linebacker cost 44 planes. Meanwhile, though tactical air power made a devastating and almost certainly decisive impact on the southern battles, so lean and mean was the North's infrastructure that the bombing's effects on its war effort were marginal. Nixon declined to recognize the latter point, however. His patience with Crichton Abrams finally expired when the soldier opposed Linebacker, urging instead a concentration of air resources in the South. Kissinger said, with his accustomed instinct for the jugular, "He's had it. Look, he's fat, he's drinking too much, and he's not able to do the job." In June, Abrams came home, to be replaced in the last months of MACV's existence by Fred Weyand. Abrams was not sacked, but was instead removed upstairs to succeed Westmoreland as Army Chief of Staff. He was a competent, decent officer, well suited to conventional warfare in Europe. His progressive deterioration through his years of tenure in Saigon, especially in the last months, could be attributed to facing political and military pressures that might have overwhelmed any commander. A colleague who said that Abrams was required to run a war on foundations of jello did not much exaggerate. On the 22nd of May, Nixon became the first American president to visit Moscow, beginning a week of summit talks with Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev. Each side was irked by the difficulty of discussing the vital nuclear issues that most concerned them, while the spectre of the war hovered above the table. Brezhnev's interpreter wrote later, "If Vietnam was mentioned from time to time, it was with the sole purpose of ticking the box, in order afterwards to be able to report to the Vietnamese and to our allies on the strong and unwavering posture of the USSR's leadership." Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin warned that any further American escalation would oblige Hanoi to seek the assistance of Chinese forces. Nixon listened with his teeth clenched. He then calmly but firmly rejected what he regarded as unfounded allegations, stressed his intention to end the bloodshed. He attributed lack of progress to Vietnamese intransigence and appealed to us to influence our friends and allies. Though the Russians used strong words in response, their tone was notably mild. They feared Nixon and were deeply anxious to prevent Vietnam from thwarting an accommodation with him. Several times during the summit, the Russians responded to American urgings that they should persuade the Vietnamese to negotiate in earnest by accusing the U.S. of failing to curb Israeli excesses towards the Palestinians. This ball flew to and fro across the net. The Americans said Israel is an independent state with which we have close relations, but which we cannot force to change its policies. The Russians riposted, "The same is true of us and North Vietnam." The Moscow summit culminated in the ABM and SALT I treaties, which, in the views of both parties, were of vastly more import than Indochina. 3. An empty victory. In South Vietnam, from June through the autumn, U.S. aircraft battered the northern forces into retreat, enabling Saigon's troops slowly to recover some lost territory. Communist losses rose to levels that no less ruthless national leader than Le Duan would have countenanced. The commander of the 308th Division sent a personal signal to Giap, urging that the offensive should be abandoned. He complained that political officers branded as a coward anyone who urged withdrawal. Yet this is what I recommend. As we are now placed, we would struggle to engage a single enemy platoon. Outside Quang Tri in June, with infinite labour, Communist engineers moved 42 pontoon sections to a ford, only to watch them destroyed by an airstrike in which their protective flak unit was wiped out. An artillery brigade was likewise wrecked before even reaching the battlefield. Renewed infantry assaults went ahead anyway, but in the words of General Phi Long, "At the end of a week's fighting, our resources were exhausted. Every battalion was reduced to 30 or 40 men. Several senior officers were superseded after collapsing with exhaustion of various hues." The North Vietnamese had been taught the brutal lesson that whatever the limitations of air power against guerrillas and jungle supply lines, it impacted with devastating force on conventional forces, and especially on armour caught in motion. Neglect of logistics against the advice of Giap, whose role in the campaign appears to have been administrative and honorific rather than operational, caused many gratuitous difficulties. On the 11th of July, a South Vietnamese heli-borne assault marked the first step in a long struggle to recover Quang Tri. As the Communists grudgingly fell back, the veteran Colonel An was dispatched to join their battle to retain the city. Arriving in torrential rain to find most infantry companies reduced to 20% of strength, survivors in poor health and low spirits, he wrote, "The enemy was hammering and overwhelming us." An, too, favoured breaking off operations, as did another senior officer who said, "It's clear that the enemy has gained the initiative. I know the other cadres in the division agree, but no one dares to say so out loud." An wrote, "Perhaps because the phrase, 'the revolution only attacks,' had been so deeply etched into our mindset, anyone who suggested adopting a defensive posture was likely to be accused of negativist ideological thoughts. The rainy season caused countless difficulties. Trenches were forever filled with water and mud. Even when we bailed out bunkers, within a few hours they flooded again. No matter how hard transport personnel worked, supplies were insufficient. Our soldiers were hungry, cold, filthy, and sick." Pham Hong of the 308th Division celebrated his 18th birthday on the 26th of August in Quang Tri under Arvin shellfire. He decided to hold a little celebration for which he would catch some fish from a nearby pond, using a familiar soldier's technique. During a lull, he leapt out of his foxhole, ran to a nearby pond, and emptied his AK-47 into its occupants. Collecting the floating corpses, he dashed back towards cover just too slowly to escape a deluge of American bombs. An explosion hurled him stunned to the ground, where he lay reflecting dreamily. "I am dying, and not honourably. Instead of being a hero, I am clutching a handful of dead fish. I have never made love to a girl." He was very unhappy, but after a time he understood that he was not dying, though considerably bloody. He tried to cry out for help, but could hear no sound. The company medic had been killed, but he succeeded in attracting the attention of the man's replacement, a veterinary student who bandaged wounds in his arm and head. 2 men were detailed to carry him to the aid station, but confronted by a new airstrike, they dropped him abruptly and painfully in the open before dashing for cover. When the bombing stopped and they returned, he said, "Let me crawl, it's less painful than being dropped." On reaching the aid station, his companions congratulated him on his good fortune. He was alive and would go home, They must suffer on. Hung thought their remarks odd, especially when he was so bloody. A week after being hit, he joined a column of walking wounded for a long, slow, painful progress back up the trail. "We looked a terrible sight," he said. "A defeated army. We sang songs as we went, but they were very sad songs. At that time we felt the war must go on forever and that we could not possibly win. We kept meeting drafts of new recruits going the other way, and we felt even sorrier for them. We said to each other, if those kids knew what they were heading for, they would turn around and run home." Yet, once they were back in the north, it was amazing how spirits rose among those battered men. Approaching the Kianjiang River, someone shouted, "Just the other side is where Giap was born." Hung said, "We thought, so long as Giap is still with us, we can win." It was as if a dry tree had been watered. Suddenly I, too, felt that we could prevail, that I must go and fight again. In the event, his wounds were too severe, but he stayed in uniform for 2 more years to spare his younger brother from being drafted as a substitute. When he was finally discharged in May 1974, he felt bitter at the lack of recognition for what he had endured. He left the army with hearing and mental disabilities that persisted for years. He was made to pay cash for several items of lost equipment and obliged to walk 9 miles to catch a bus home. In the South, by autumn 1972, a Northern Artillery Regiment commander admitted, "Our men just could not take it anymore." Bao Nin said that morale slumped. The losses had been worse than in 1968. Back home in Hanoi, teacher Do Ti Tu sobbed when she learned that 3 former pupils from her own class had died at Quang Tri. Following the turn of the tide, Southern morale briefly soared. At the Saigon home of Airborne Colonel Li Van Quang, all night he and fellow officers downed Ruo De, rice alcohol, and exchanged experiences. They roared with laughter as they discussed the follies of communist tank commanders at An Loc. In the words of a family witness, they were so proud. It was the first time the Arvin had done something really important on their own. Senior communist cadre, Truong Nu Tang, acknowledged that the South Vietnamese and their American sponsors had once more prevailed, just as they did during Tet, in Cambodia, and in so many of the pitched battles in which they confronted Viet Cong and North Vietnamese main forces. Our losses had been prodigious. Nonetheless, he continued, the paradox was that despite this, the spring offensive was a decisive triumph for us. The US and South Vietnam had already lost the war, and so, also, if only we had known it, had the Viet Cong. Tang meant that the Northerners would ultimately impose a new oppression upon all Southerners, heedless of their past allegiances. Kissinger warned President Thieu that he needed to recapture as much ground as possible before a peace treaty was signed, because whatever the Communists then held, they would keep. Although South Vietnamese Marines claimed a significant prestige victory by reoccupying the citadel of Quang Tri on the 16th of September, after desperate fighting and 5,000 casualties, thereafter they were too exhausted to advance further and retake the lost firebases along Route 9 and the area south of the DMZ. Dong Ha, once a key American base, became for the war's last 3 years the port through which the Communists shipped supplies up the Qua Viet River from the sea. Half the territory of South Vietnam's 4 northern provinces, 1/10 of the entire country, remained permanently under Communist domination, as did the western borderlands adjoining Laos and Cambodia. Even while Thieu's soldiers were fighting their desperate battles during the first 6 months of 1972, 135,000 Americans went home, leaving behind just 49,000. A South Vietnamese officer described the eerie experience of driving through abandoned barracks and camps at Phu Bai, Dong Tam, Quy Nhon, seeing nearby shanty towns that had once provided bars, nightclubs, whorehouses, deserted and crumbling. In the Mekong Delta, where earlier in the war the NVA never ventured, Hanoi now deployed 8,000 regular troops. An American advisor in My Tho recorded bleakly, "We've got North Vietnamese soldiers up to our ears." Another advisor in the Delta town of An Giang reported that 500 communists had just pillaged the U.S. compound. "They're standing and fighting. We call in B-52s and they're still there. These people are not backing down. This really is a different ballgame from what we're used to in these parts." Amid a hemorrhage of southern troops to fight the big battles further north, the government withdrew from local posts, leaving the communists to take over whole districts. Moreover, the communists showed notably more sensitivity than Saigon's troops in managing their relations with local people, who were soon offering them food. The resurgent Viet Cong embarked upon a new wave of assassinations of those who assisted the Saigon regime. The outcome of the great battles of 1972 was a tactical victory for the South, won at a cost of 11,000 men killed, perhaps 50,000 casualties in all. Most of the 300 Americans who fell that year perished during the spring offensive. The Northerners' casualties probably exceeded 100,000. They lost over half their committed armoured force, at least 250 tanks, and most of their heavy artillery. Some 25,000 civilians were killed, collateral damage impressive even by the standards of Vietnam. The Chinese bitterly criticized Hanoi for overreaching itself. "Our military men said they had lost Quang Tri because of Le Duan's order to take Hue," said a senior cadre. On the American side, a few professional optimists, such as Crichton Abrams, hailed a victory secured by the Southerners, saying, "With all the screw-ups that have occurred, and with all the bad performances that have occurred, we wouldn't be where we are if some number hadn't decided to stand and fight." Adding later, "By God, the South Vietnamese can hack it." Few others agreed. The CIA's Merle Pribenow, then in Saigon, said, "It was clear that without massive US air support, the country would have fallen." Most of his compatriots agreed with that judgment, yet Congress constantly tightened the screws on funding for air operations. The North Vietnamese Politburo was well satisfied with the outcome of its campaign. Saigon's armed forces had made their last serious stand. Thereafter, morally exhausted, most proved capable only of flirting with war. Major David Johnson was one among many U.S. advisers who emerged despairing from his 1972 experiences. "I tried to do a job, but my heart wasn't in it." As ever, more departing Americans shuffled towards embarkation at air bases. Much of the country they left behind resembled a junkyard of broken or worn-out consumer goods and military equipment. All the dollars, all the war, had failed to confer upon the rulers of South Vietnam and their supporters three vital elements: dignity, self-respect, and sufficient human sympathy to achieve an accord with their own people. Absent these things, battlefield success counted for little. Chapter 25. Big, ugly, fat fellas. 1. It will absolutely, totally wipe out McGovern. Henry Kissinger achieved superstar status for his role in negotiating the settlement that promised to extricate his country from its quagmire. In October 1972, both the American people and the National Security Advisor convinced themselves that his brilliant diplomacy had brought the Paris talks close to an outcome. In truth, however, the U.S. eventually settled on the only terms North Vietnam cared about, whereby its own troops remained in the South while the Americans went home. Almost all the other provisions of the final accords were such as neither side supposed would be observed. The only change in the communist position, the face-saver that opened the way for Washington to accede, was that Hanoi abandoned its earlier insistence on President Nguyen Van Thie's removal as leader of South Vietnam. Two factors were in play here. During the summer, the Northerners recognized that Nixon was assured of re-election. Not only could they not hope to negotiate with a different and more sympathetic U.S. government, but once polling was over, the White House might play rougher. Moreover, Hanoi made the pragmatic calculation that getting rid of the Americans was the only objective that mattered. Once the imperialists quit Indochina, destruction of their Saigon clients should neither prove difficult nor take intolerably long. This perception was shared by the government of South Vietnam. The exchanges at the White House between Nixon and Kissinger about Vietnam are chronicled in an incontrovertible detail unprecedented in history. Because tape-recorded, the two men cherished few illusions about what they were doing, though bent upon ensuring that the American people did. Kissinger professed to regard Hanoi's shift about Thieu as a diplomatic victory, because it opened the way for a decent interval. He told Nixon on the 3rd of August, "If a year or 2 years from now North Vietnam gobbles up South Vietnam, we can have a viable foreign policy, if it looks like it's the result of South Vietnamese incompetence. If we now sell out in such a way that, say, within a 3 to 4 month period, we've pushed President Thieu over the brink," he thought that even the Chinese would be dismayed by American clumsiness and cynicism. Everything in the later negotiations was about timing outcomes to make things look right. In Paris on the 26th to the 27th of September, Le Duc Tho and Kissinger found themselves close to agreement on a paper formula for a 3-party election commission, or Commission of National Reconciliation for South Vietnam, touching distance from the North's demand for a 3-party coalition government. Kissinger explained this to Nixon on the 29th of September. "You see, Mr. President, this is all baloney because the practical consequence of our proposal, as of their proposal, is a ceasefire. There'll never be elections." Nixon asked, "So then what happens? They just resume the war later, huh? But we'll be gone." Kissinger said, "Yeah." During the days that followed, Nixon displayed flashes of anger towards the North, implicitly, perhaps, spasms of guilt about the abandonment of the South that his emissary was crafting. He talked about an intensive new bombing campaign. "I've determined that I'm not going to sit here and preside over 55,000 American dead for a defeat," he said. Yet on the morning of the 6th of October, Kissinger confronted his master with a stark choice. He himself was about to fly to Paris, where Le Duc Tho would table a menu of proposals headed by a ceasefire in place, with the other vacuous provisions previously discussed. Would the President authorize his emissary to receive these favorably? In the long, tough conversation that followed, Nixon wavered. He was fearful that South Vietnam's president, less than a month before U.S. election day, would publicly expose the deal as a sellout. Kissinger acknowledged to Nixon, "Thieu is right that our terms will eventually destroy him." The two men discussed the possibility of arranging a coup in Saigon to change South Vietnam's government. Finally rejecting this option, they agreed that it must be Thieu who presided over his country's almost assured descent to oblivion. Kissinger smoothed the president's unease by saying that he would get the communists to promise withdrawal from Laos and Cambodia, abandoning the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Nixon said, "I'd get the commitment. I wouldn't worry about it. They're never going to withdraw." Kissinger agreed. "No, but I'll get it in writing." He offered his employer valedictory comfort by recalling the example of de Gaulle, who took France out of Algeria in 1962 and whom everyone thinks a great man. He said that Hanoi had expressed its desire for respective foreign ministers to sign the prospective settlement, adding, "I don't want to sign the goddamn thing, you should sign it." Nixon demurred. "I don't think we should dignify it by my signature." Then the President of the United States authorized Kissinger to receive Leducteux's proposals. At 4 p.m. on the 8th of October 1972, in the familiar villa at Gif-sur-Yvette on the outskirts of Paris, Leducteux opened a green folder and set out the North's conditions. His draft conformed to expectations and passed Kissinger's low threshold: release of POWs and a ceasefire in place for North and South Vietnamese forces in exchange for total American withdrawal. Hanoi insisted upon the principle of matching replacements of weapons. If the Americans were to continue arming the ARVN, the North would do likewise for its own forces in the South, while professing strict respect for the sovereignty of Laos and Cambodia. It proposed that the U.S. should pay North Vietnam reparations for the war damage it had inflicted. Kissinger emerged from the session exultant, and was exasperated when the State Department's John Negroponte predicted fury in Saigon. Kissinger shouted at him, "You don't understand. I want to meet their terms. I want to end this war before the elections." On the 12th of October, he returned to Washington bursting with excitement. The Communists were ready to sign, and there was still almost a month before polling day. He told Nixon, "The deal we've got, Mr. President, is so far better than anything we dreamt of. I mean, it will absolutely, totally wipe out McGovern." It was Nixon's good fortune that his 1972 Democratic opponent, Senator George McGovern of South Dakota, was one of the least impressive presidential candidates of modern times. Had the Republican nominee instead been obliged to fight Senator Edward Kennedy, fatally tarnished by the Chappaquiddick scandal, he would probably still have won, but his Vietnam policy would have faced much more piercing scrutiny. Kennedy denounced Vietnamization as a charade, preceding the unveiling of a deal to be struck with the Communists on the eve of the election. He was correct. Private debate within the administration focused only upon the duration of a politically acceptable pause before the Communists took over Saigon. Kissinger thought 18 months should be enough. He had told Nixon in August, "If we settle it, say, this October, by January 74, no one will give a damn." Now, discussing the deal with Nixon, Kissinger called the reparations proposal "our best guarantee that they'll observe the agreement." The entire U.S. foreign aid budget was less than $2 billion, but the President said indulgently, "Give 'em $10 billion. At luncheon with Haldeman and Haig, Nixon ordered 1957 Chateau Lafite Rothschild to be served all round. Here was munificence. It was his usual practice to confine the White House's finest vintages to his own glass, while subordinates were given Californian red. He took pains to put in writing to Kissinger an instruction that election timing should influence nothing thereafter said or done to either the North or South Vietnamese. This note might have looked good to historians, had it not been shown to be at variance with every waking thought within the White House. Back in Paris on the 17th of October, there was quibbling with the North Vietnamese about prisoners. Beyond the exchange of military POWs, Leducteux sought the release of 30,000 civilians held by Saigon on suspicion of being communist cadres. Kissinger warned that such a proposal would probably prove a deal-breaker for Thieu, whom it was now the National Security Advisor's Herculean task to persuade to endorse an agreement the Vietnamese had no part in making, but which would determine his beleaguered country's fate. Nixon told Kissinger, "Basically, you've got to brutalize him." The presidential emissary landed in Saigon to a glacial reception. Thieu's intelligence service had warned him about the looming Paris deal long before the Americans saw fit to say anything. Captain Phan Thanh Gu, a special branch officer, submitted a formal report based on information from the authoritative communist double agent known as the Tay Ninh source. saying that cadres agreed that a settlement was imminent, and Thieu was in no doubt about its grim significance for his regime. Yet Kissinger assured the president that communist troops would progressively quit his country. It is the judgment of our military people that the present North Vietnamese forces without reinforcement will eventually have to be withdrawn. There was to be an avalanche of new American weapons to bolster South Vietnam's defences ahead of the treaty. For a year, Kissinger had been assuring the communists that, granted a decent interval, the US would not again intervene in the South after an agreement was signed and residual American forces withdrew. Yet, to secure Thieu's endorsement, he offered an absolutely contradictory promise of immediate military action if Hanoi breached the terms. It is inconceivable that President Nixon would stand by if North Vietnam attacked again. Crichton Abrams, newly sworn in as Army Chief of Staff, joined the National Security Advisor to persuade Thieu that Americans were men of their word. Kissinger told the Vietnamese, "You have to trust me," to which the president responded that he saw no reason to do any such thing. The visitor claimed mendaciously that no Vietnamese version of the draft agreement was available, but Thieu had already read a summary circulated down to communist district level and supplied by the Tay Ninh source. At a meeting on the 21st of October, Thieu's foreign minister presented a list of 23 demands for changes to the draft Paris Agreement, foremost among which was the withdrawal of all northern troops from the south. Kissinger said, "I believe there is no possibility whatever of getting them to agree to this." Nixon cabled, directing Kissinger to push Thieu to the limit, but to avoid forcing him to break publicly with us before November the 7th. Next morning, the 22nd, Kissinger deployed threats and blandishments before making the short flight to Phnom Penh to brief Cambodia's president, Lon Nol. On the American emissary's return to Saigon late that afternoon, Thieu denounced the deal as a sham. The proposed election commission, he said, was merely a disguised coalition government. The US has connived with the Soviets and China. Now that you recognize the presence of North Vietnamese here, the South Vietnamese will assume that we have been sold out by the US and that North Vietnam has won the war. Several times during their meeting, the president shed tears. Kissinger said, "I can only deeply resent your suggestion that we have connived with the Soviets and the Chinese." Prominent among Thieu's objections were that by conceding territory all over South Vietnam, the US acquiesced in the creation of a leopard spot polity which few people would suppose viable. Moreover, communists and anti-communists were granted matching status on the planned election commission. Kissinger messaged the White House, warning that Thieu's obduracy created a new crisis. He also cabled Hanoi to express anger that Premier Pham Van Dong had revealed most of the proposed terms to a Newsweek interviewer, worsening the febrile mood in Saigon. On returning to Washington, Kissinger embarked on more hasty conniving. His first act was to call Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin, urging the Russians to explain to Hanoi that 2 weeks before US election day, the administration must act and speak publicly in such a way as to avoid an open breach with Saigon. He also pleaded for a symbolic North Vietnamese troop withdrawal from the south and told the ambassador, "Hanoi may think we are deliberately delaying a deal beyond November 7th so we can bomb them or something. I give you the solemn assurance of the president that is not the case." Even as Kissinger spoke, down the hall in the Oval Office, Nixon was telling Alexander Haig, "After the election, we'll bomb the bejesus out of them. I'm not going to tell Henry that, but that's how we're going to do it." The White House players worked hard to persuade each other that a betrayal of Saigon constituted no betrayal because the Southern regime had never been much of a government in the first place. Haig said to Nixon, "If Thieu can't cut it with 1 million men with all that equipment, then God damn it, he wasn't worth saving." Kissinger told Nixon, I have come to the reluctant conclusion, Mr. President, and it breaks my heart to say it, that the system in South Vietnam is geared to a war which we sustain, and that these guys cannot imagine what peace would be like, and that they're terrified not so much of the communists, they're terrified of peace. When Nixon and Kissinger discussed the danger that the Saigon regime might fall precipitately, the advisor said, "I think our honor is intact. They won't collapse that fast." On the 24th of October, he told the Chinese ambassador, with characteristically witty self-deprecation, "I have achieved the unity of the Vietnamese. Both of them dislike me." As Mao's man waited for his car, he asked Kissinger's aide if there was any hope of a deal being signed before Election Day. He was told that delay was to the communists' advantage. If there was a bust-up with Saigon before the 7th of November, the president would be obliged to take its side against Hanoi. After the poll, the reverse would be true. The administration made plain to both Moscow and Beijing that it had no private expectation the North Vietnamese would honor the terms of the settlement. It merely sought their autograph on the paperwork. Many leaders of many nations have held conversations on matters of state such as those between Nixon and Kissinger. But never before had voice recordings been made, laying bare their cynicism. The only question that matters to posterity is whether they had real choices. The war was almost certainly beyond winning before Nixon entered the White House. President Thieu and his associates had done little to serve the interests of the society they governed, and only experience would show that the communists did less. Nixon's crime, if there was a crime, in which Kissinger served as his instrument, was to sacrifice 21,000 American lives, and vastly more Vietnamese ones, in the course of a series of military and diplomatic maneuvers designed not to benefit the people of Indochina, Southerners or Northerners, but instead the president's domestic political interests. In some degree, the American electorate may be held complicit. Even in the last war years, many voters still craved an outcome that did not make explicit the frustration of national will. Nixon and Kissinger sought to assuage that sentiment not by substantive statesmanship, but instead by a feat of stage carpentry, the creation of a set just sufficiently convincing to get them through a limited season of performances preceding and following the 1972 election. Their tactical skills in contriving such an outcome demand high respect, though it is hard to extend this to their morality. Kissinger showed that he had no master in the art of realpolitik, which he esteemed so highly. On the 23rd of October, he told Thieu face-to-face, "The U.S. will never sacrifice a trusted friend." Back in Washington, 2 days later, he told Commerce Secretary Pete Peterson, "I have only one desire, to turn the Vietnamese loose on each other in the hope the maximum will kill each other off." On the 26th, the North Vietnamese revealed to the world the terms of the proposed settlement, demanding that America sign by the 31st, as had previously been discussed between Le Duc Tho and Kissinger. Hanoi's announcement created a sensation in the U.S. and persuaded Nixon to mandate Kissinger to make the first of countless appearances as a star of TV news shows. Hitherto, he'd scarcely spoken in public. His inexperience showed, but his authority, wit, apparent frankness, and apolitical status carried all before him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he told a packed White House press conference, "it is obvious that a war that has been raging for 10 years is drawing to a conclusion." Hanoi, he said, had abandoned its demand for a coalition government in the South. Meanwhile, it was scarcely surprising that Saigon had raised issues. ABC TV headlined its reports of his remarks, "Peace is at hand." 2 weeks before Election Day, Kissinger delivered to Nixon the promise of a triumph. The president said to him on the phone that night, "They think you've got peace. Yeah. That's what they think, but that's all right. Let them think it. Praise was heaped on the National Security Advisor from across the political spectrum. Senator James Buckley, brother of William F., rang to congratulate him, seeking only token reassurance. "May I assume," he asked, "that what has been done will not pull any rugs out from any regime?" "Absolutely, totally, 100%. "Great." James Reston of the New York Times said, "Your country owes you a great debt, Henry." Democratic candidate George McGovern made yet another of a long catalogue of campaign blunders, denouncing Nixon for refusing to abandon Thieu, oblivious of the fact that his opponent was at that very hour marinading the South Vietnamese leader to provide the principal dish at a communist barbecue. Saigon continued for a few more days to sidestep an outright breach with Washington. Thieu said Delphically that the South would never accept a settlement that worked against its people's interests, without adding that Kissinger's deal represented such an outcome. Next day he told the National Assembly that North Vietnamese troop withdrawal was his minimum demand, causing the New York Times to charge Thieu with obduracy. On the 27th of October, the Los Angeles Times headlined "U.S. insists Hanoi pull back troops, requires action on withdrawal of 145,000 men before signing." This was quite untrue, but national reverberations of the story strengthened Kissinger's reputation for toughness and drowned out important developments in the growing Watergate scandal. Reports of wrongdoing by senior members of the Nixon campaign team. Almost all U.S. comment in those days reflected a pervasive, desperate desire to view Dr. Henry Kissinger as the nation's deliverer. The yearning of Americans of every political hue to escape from Vietnam, to believe that peace with some shreds of dignity was attainable, subsumed the concern of a minority about the fate of Thieu's people. Many judged that any outcome without bombs, bullets, and napalm would be better than more of the same. And who can dismiss such a view as ignoble? Kissinger had earlier opposed launching further air attacks on the North after the election. Now, however, infuriated by both the intransigence of Saigon and the contemptuous slights from Hanoi, he had come to favour this course. On the 31st of October he told Nixon, "I think we ought to start moving the B-52s further north." The president agreed, absolutely. Kissinger continued, "Because the only thing those sons of bitches understand. If after a week they don't answer, we ought to start bombing again." Next day, Thieu explicitly denounced the draft accords as surrender to the communists. George McGovern attacked both Nixon and the South Vietnamese for not signing the draft deal. He accused the president of planning 4 more years of war to keep Thieu in power, a risible distortion of reality. Theodore White, serial chronicler of presidential elections, marveled at a phenomenon. After decades in which the Republican candidate had been one of the least fondly regarded politicians in America, in the last days of the 1972 campaign, crowds displayed love for Richard Nixon. One of the final GOP pre-poll broadcasts urged, "This time vote like your whole world depended on it." On the 7th of November, Nixon secured a historically overwhelming victory, with 60.7% of the vote against 37.5% for McGovern. The story of Vietnam diplomacy through the months that followed was dominated by the administration's continuing efforts to shake the obduracy of Saigon, to persuade Thieu to accept the draft deal struck in Paris. Back at Gif-sur-Yvette on the 20th of November, Kissinger presented to Leducteau a list of 69 changes in the draft agreement proposed by the Thieu government, foremost among them the demand for a total withdrawal of northern forces, which Hanoi did not admit were in the South at all. Most likely the American negotiators sought thus to emphasize to the communists the obstacles he himself confronted in bringing the Southerners to heel. Next day, Le Ducteau said of the changes, "We shall never accept them." Hanoi was sincerely uncomprehending of the Americans' inability to make their Saigon puppets dance to order. Tho renewed his own demand for the release of 30,000 civilian prisoners. Kissinger then read out a note from his president, instructing him to break off the talks. The contradiction about what followed was that the Nixon administration focused its public wrath on Hanoi, while privately deploying a barrage of promises and threats in order to secure a change of heart in Saigon. When Nixon met a South Vietnamese emissary at the White House on the 29th of November, he was brutally direct, threatening to cut off all support. "Without aid, you can't survive. Understand?" Yet still, Thieu refused to accept the Paris deal. Le Ducteau withdrew the North's demand for release of the 30,000 civilian prisoners. But on the 12th of December, he said he must return to Hanoi for consultations. What followed was among the most grotesque twists of the war. President Nixon mandated an intensive new bombing campaign, supposedly in response to the Communists' obduracy, and explicitly for their failure to return American POWs. Yet Le Ducteau's position in December was not significantly changed from that of October. All that was different was that South Vietnam had declined to endorse the proposed settlement. The most plausible explanation of what became known as Nixon's Christmas bombing campaign, Operation Linebacker II, is that it was designed as a show of strength to convince Saigon and the American people of the might and resolve underpinning the U.S. commitment to South Vietnam and to punish the North for 4 years' resistance to the will of Richard Nixon. The devastation changed nothing of diplomatic significance, but proved the last important military act of America's intervention in Vietnam. 2. We'll bomb the bejesus out of them. At 1100 on Monday the 18th of December 1972, in the B-52's crew briefing room at Anderson Air Base, Guam, Tennessean Colonel James McCarthy pulled aside a curtain to reveal the route map and proclaimed theatrically, "Gentlemen, tonight your target is Hanoi." Flyer Vince Osborne said, "I'm sure cheering was expected, but the crews sat there with very serious looks on their faces and mentally screaming, 'Oh, shit!' Captain Ed Peterson was almost disbelieving on hearing that he and his fellow flyers were headed downtown. "I almost thought it was a joke at first," he said. The airmen had kidded themselves that for Americans the war was all but over. Yet during the ensuing 11 days, 729 B-52 sorties dropped 15,237 tons of bombs on North Vietnam, while tactical aircraft delivered another 5,000. Linebacker 2 represented the most intensive B-52 commitment of the war, with 155 bombers crowding onto 5 miles of parking space before taking off to consume 2 million gallons of jet fuel a day. Everybody hated Anderson, and some of its inhabitants called themselves crew dogs or POGs, prisoners on Guam. Base vehicles featured bumper stickers cruelly mimicking those about the POWs in the North. "Free the POGs." 12,000 personnel were shoehorned into spaces with accommodation for a quarter that number. When a crew was shot down, comrades hastened to appropriate their furniture. Here was the climax of the vast air campaign, waged with intermissions since 1965. Flyers in all wars inhabit a parallel universe to those doing the ground fighting. In place of hooches and hammocks beneath the jungle canopy, the B-52 men lived in air-conditioned quarters set on concrete deserts where not a shot nor explosion was heard. Most days they showered and ate American breakfasts before taking off for enemy territory. Much later they landed back, taxied their whining-engined monsters to revetments or stands, then headed towards a cocktail in the officers' club. This should not imply, however, that they waged a cushy war. The psychological strain was immense, of making repeated exchanges between the humdrum routines of Guam and the missile-trailed skies over North Vietnam. The world thinks of the bombing of Indochina principally in the context of its victims, which is just. But those who flew thought little about the people who lay invisible on the ground far below them, much instead about the hazards that they themselves faced. Some fighter jocks enjoyed their role as each successive generation of young pilots revels in the thrills of high-speed flight, combat, and indeed destruction. But many nursed fear, and never more so than during the 1972 Christmas bombings. The Navy's Commander John Nichols wrote, "Nobody wanted to be the last to die in a windless war." Many became unashamed of dodging danger. A man might wail in response to a threatened assignment, "Hey, wait a minute, I had a flak suppressor yesterday, it's not my turn." Some detected technical glitches to escape takeoff or return early. There were ugly rumors that the communists felt they had enough prisoners and were not taking any more. Carrier flyers, together with the US AF fighters and B-52s that operated out of Utapao, Thailand, made round trips of only 3 or 4 hours. The Guam-based B-52s, by contrast, started out almost 3,000 miles east of North Vietnamese targets. Most crews dropped their bombs only after a 9-hour passage to targets and had travelled more than 8,000 miles before landing back on the Rock, after at least one rendezvous with Okinawa-based tankers. Though some autopilot slumber was possible even before encountering the enemy, the handling of a B-52 was immensely demanding. Jim McCarthy wrote, "Unlike a high-performance fighter or the newer B-52 models, the B-52D does not have powered controls. Takes a lot of old-fashioned muscle power to fly precision formation or maneuvers. Handling the D," wrote the pilot, "has been compared to driving an 18-wheel truck without power steering, air brakes, or automatic transmission in downtown Washington during the rush hours." Every mission committed an armada of aircraft of many types and functions. Ahead of the stratofortresses, fighters struck at enemy gun and missile sites. Electronic countermeasures aircraft strove to jam communist communication channels and radar signals. F-4 Phantoms strewed chaff. Alongside the bombers, more Phantoms provided close cover against MiGs. B-52s were manned by crews of 6, 2 pilots, a 2-man defense team consisting of an electronic warfare officer and a gunner, who sat peering into their screens and dials in rear-facing seats a few feet behind the cockpit, and an offense team of navigator and radar navigator, the latter being what was once known as the bombardier, in a compartment below. The 4 50-caliber machine guns in the plane's tail were a hangover from World War II, and 6 miles up seldom did much harm to the enemy, though they claimed 2 MiGs during Linebacker 2. On Guam, the B-52s were maintained by 5,000 ground crew based in the Bicycle Works. It was a huge task to sustain a type designed in 1949 and first flown 4 years later. Some planes bombing Hanoi were 17 years old. The Stratofortress had 10 independent hydraulic systems and 4 big generators powered by hot air turbines, for which compressed air was bled from the engines, in which temperatures reached 250 degrees Celsius. A leak could be disastrous, for ducts ran alongside control cables, fuel tanks, oxygen lines. When Anderson, or UT, was operating at high pressure, a bomber could be fueled and bombed up in 4 hours, half the usual stateside time, and major inspections were completed in 8 hours. A full internal load consisted of 84 500-pounders in pre-packed cells. The demands were enormous on those shifting ordnance in temperatures that could exceed 100 degrees, periodically interrupted by tropical rainstorms. Ground crews sometimes displayed heroic commitment. When one bombed-up plane burst a tire as it taxied for takeoff, a wheel replacement that normally took 150 minutes was made in 15, without killing the engines. Before every mission, planners spent hours debating targets, offset aiming points, and optimum axes of attack amid the mosaic of SAM sites and radar installations marked on maps and air photographs taken by high-flying SR-71 reconnaissance aircraft. 2 cells, each of 3 B-52s, carrying up to 30 tons of ordnance apiece when the wing racks were filled, could eliminate almost every living thing within a box, a rectangle on the ground 5/8 of a mile wide, 2 miles long. Here was the most chilling refinement of carpet bombing. In the light of the latest intelligence and target selections, fragmentary orders, were issued to crews. Targets were located in one of 2 zones, respectively identified as low or high threat, according to the density of ground defences. A priority target caused a mission to be designated a press-on, which meant that crews must go through with it, whatever level of opposition or aircraft system failures they encountered. After briefing, chaplains offered Catholics last rites, which some found helpful but caused others to recoil. Crews rode out to their planes laden with bulging survival vests, sidearms, ration boxes, and oversized briefcases filled with aircraft technical manuals, bombing computation tables, celestial navigation data, and classified briefing material. They also carried cold weather gear, redundant if the aircraft heating system functioned, but indispensable if it failed, plunging the cockpit temperature to minus 56 degrees Celsius. Fighter pilots called the B-52s buffs, big, ugly, fat fellas, the last word commonly expressed as an obscenity. Strategic Air Command preferred the more dignified phrase, parade of elephants, to describe a column of the huge bombers progressing down the taxiway to takeoff. Operational launches drew a crowd of spectators, ground personnel and off-duty aircrew, standing in clusters on the flight lines, outside offices, on balconies. One by one, the buffs accelerated to takeoff, black smoke belching from engine tailpipes as injected water increased thrust. Gaining height, they passed over the Russian trawler that lay offshore, counting heads. Crews settled for the long haul west. The 2 navigators might play chess or write letters. One airman addressed the problems in a school algebra textbook. Others pursued correspondence courses, one of them in dentistry. When they wanted to be indiscreet, crack jokes, or question a procedure, they passed each other notes to escape scrutiny by SAC inspectors who monitored cockpit voice recordings. Over the sea, whole crews often fell asleep. It was wise to start out feeling fit and well, because flying at high altitude with a heavy cold, blocked ear or sinus, was intensely painful, threatened serious infection. Unpredicted weather raised issues. Headwinds increased fuel consumption, sometimes necessitating extra airborne refueling. Nobody stayed asleep when the bombers approached targets. By December 1972, North Vietnam possessed formidable MiG, flak and missile defences. SAM-2 crews began launching salvos skywards the moment American aircraft approached within range. Cockpit reactions varied. Pilot Robert Clark, who led the 3rd wave of bombers on the 18th of December, said, "I was ready to do it. My nav was just absolutely terrified. My gunner was a hawk. My electronic warfare officer was horribly curious about whether his equipment was going to work. He was excited but scared." Les Dyer felt insouciant. "I was young, bulletproof and invulnerable." Bruce Woody described himself as scared out of one's wits. Jerry Wickline said, "The whole time I thought I would be dead in the next second. Several times I was blinded by a near missile detonation or from the brilliant glare of their rocket trails as they went past me. The B-52 right behind me was shot down." He added, "I found out on that mission I was not a coward. I begged for an excuse to turn that airplane around and not fly through those missiles, but I was more afraid of being branded a coward than of dying." Accurate bombing demanded 4 minutes of stable, straight flight during the target approach, heedless of upcoming missiles. 3 ship cells flew in close formation to confuse enemy radar, If one bomber drifted or a nervous pilot maneuvered, the protective envelope was weakened. Crews might hear heart-stopping words from the electronic warfare officer, "Sam uplink." A pilot would ask, "How far out from the target are we, radar?" "We're 10 seconds out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bombs away! Start your turn, pilot!" This opening attack of the campaign began at 1945, on the 18th of December, when the first of a long trail of cells released. There was a slight shudder as 30 tons of ordnance fell away from each aircraft. A steep turn could temporarily black out radar emitters, masking a plane's defenses for seconds that could prove lethal. Colonel Hensley Connor, flying as a mission commander, described an experience as his pilot swung the huge bomber one moonlit night. Kaboom! We were hit. It felt like we'd been in the center of a clap of thunder. The noise was deafening. Everything went really bright for an instant, then dark again. I could smell ozone from burnt powder and had felt a slight jerk on my right shoulder. Over the interphone, he quizzed Cliff Ashley, the pilot, who responded, "I'm fine, but the airplane is in bad shape." The enemy missile had exploded off the B-52's port side, taking out 2 engines and the wingtip. Flames were streaming from the stump, cabin pressurization was gone, together with most instruments. Though based on Guam, they set a course for Thailand and called for escorts. 2 F-4s replied almost instantly, "We're here, buddy." They began a rapid descent from 30,000 feet, desperate to avoid bailing out over North Vietnam or Laos. We knew they did not take many prisoners in Laos. 30 minutes later, they felt a surge of relief as they crossed into Thai airspace and started to think they might be able to land. Then one of the accompanying F-4 pilots warned that flames were intensifying, the whole left wing blazing. "I don't think you'll make it." All 6 regular crew members had their own ejector seats, and a few seconds later, the red "Abandon" light came on. Bam! The navigator vanished. Connor, with no seat of his own, clambered over wreckage to the hole through which the last man had vanished and gazed at the ground far below. Then he jumped and seconds later pulled the ripcord on his parachute. He glanced up to see the plane burning fiercely as it spun towards the ground. He landed in the midst of a cluster of Thai villagers who offered him water. 20 minutes later, he was rescued by a Marine helicopter, which had already retrieved the B-52's 6 crew members. On Linebacker 2's first night, Richard Jones counted 56 SAMs fired at his formation, and John Fillmore Graham saw 30 during an attack on Hanoi's Phuc Yen airfield. Major Don Aldridge, flying as a deputy airborne controller, scribbled impressions of his glimpses of the night sky. "Started to see flak," he wrote. "Most of it was around 20 to 25,000 feet, but fairly heavy. MiG activity west of Hanoi, but were being engaged by F-4s. Starting seeing SAM firings, some 122mm unguided rockets, gunner reports, cell moving as 1 aircraft. SAMs getting pretty thick, but most missing by at least 1/2 mile. 120 seconds to go. The 2 SAMs at 1 o'clock are well off target. Exploded high about 1/2 mile horizontal range. SAMs over the aircraft. I can see the exhaust. They both explode above, then straight and level, on bomb run heading. 31 SAMs fired at green cell." After Captain John Allwood's B-52 suffered severe damage from a missile near miss, with 2 engines dead and 2 more ailing, he headed south across the DMZ towards Da Nang, which was close, but had a desperately short runway for a big, crippled bomber. He approached in poor weather to find the base suffering a communist mortar and rocket attack. Allwood, a relatively inexperienced pilot, discussed with the crew whether to bail out over the sea. They agreed to try a landing, but came in fast. When the co-pilot pulled the lever to activate their tail-drag chute, however, nothing happened. Its cable was cut. Surging along the runway towards a minefield, Allwood clawed the throttles and dragged the huge plane back into the air. They circled for a second approach, which was miraculously successful. The Americans discerned a clear pattern of competence, and otherwise, among enemy gunners and SAM teams. One Vietnamese missile battalion was mocked as F Troop after the TV comedy show because of its low success rate. By contrast, another southwest of Hanoi was dubbed Killer Site VN 549 and became the target of repeated attempts to knock it out. North Vietnam's MiG fighters often took up station at a safe distance alongside the B-52s. The Americans grasped that they were playing traffic cops for the SAMs, relaying fixes on the bombers' altitudes to enable missile crews on the ground to fire even without achieving a radar lock. To many pilots, the flak was even more frightening than the missiles, because crew could not see shells until they exploded. North Vietnamese 100mm guns were effective above 30,000 feet. 5 miles below, a Russian anti-aircraft advisor, 21-year-old Lieutenant Valery Miroshnichenko, said, "We were watching Liberation, a movie about World War II brought in by the mobile cinema. 1 minute tanks were firing on the screen, the next minute explosions started outside too. We wondered if there was a thunderstorm. Then we looked up and saw B-52s. We saw one aircraft falling, flaming like a torch." The North Vietnamese today refer to the December 1972 bombing as the Dien Bien Phu of the air, meaning that they claim to have inflicted a decisive defeat on the USAF. The campaign followed a bad time earlier in the year when the failures of missile batteries caused a slump in their crew's morale. One man wrote, "Some people whispered that we were incompetent and impotent in the face of intensified American electronic countermeasures." One day that autumn, Lieutenant Nguyen Kien Din had just launched 2 SAMs towards a U.S. aircraft at a range of 6 miles, when I heard somebody shout, "Watch out, there's a Shrike." The battalion commander rejected their urgings to reduce power on their own tracking radar, to lower its profile and thus vulnerability. Kien wrote, 2 or 3 seconds later, a shattering explosion blew me against my screen. When I turned around, I saw that the van's door had been blasted open, and the air was full of smoke and dust. Almost everybody in the guidance van had been wounded, and our equipment was wrecked. In the site's generator truck, Kien found a comrade slumped motionless at his controls. I called to him, but he did not respond. His body was limp, and a few drops of blood were visible on his chest. A small fragment of metal from the Shrike had pierced his heart. It was the first time in 6 years' service that Kien had seen a man die, and he was shocked, also filled with remorse because he felt that his team had blundered. The real U.S. objective in the Christmas attacks was not material, but moral. Planners sought to cause maximum distress to the population by striking at night, and succeeded. Late on the 18th of December, Kien slumped exhausted onto his mat, hoping for a few minutes' rest to regain my strength, he said. After engaging with 2 waves of B-52s, he had scarcely closed his eyes when a new alert came, this time prompted by incoming F-111s. When they had gone, once again Kien lay wearily down, only to hear just before 0400 on the 19th that a 3rd wave of B-52s was approaching, their jamming bands swamping North Vietnamese screens. By the time a chilly dawn came, the exhausted missile crews ate breakfast disconsolately. Their regiment had engaged 6 waves of U.S. aircraft and failed to shoot down 1, though other units claimed 3 B-52s. By the early morning of the 21st of December, we had endured 4 or 5 combat alerts, he said, and everyone was exhausted by lack of sleep and nervous strain. When we heard the gong clanging, everyone threw off blankets, pulled on shoes, and ran to his action station in defiance of freezing cold. A few days later, cluster bombs dropped by a US F-4 wiped out his battery. In the Hanoi Hilton, among the American POWs, the sound of exploding bombs prompted extraordinary scenes of jubilation. Prisoners leapt up and down and applauded, causing a bewildered guard to challenge Colonel Robinson Risner. "But these planes are trying to kill you." The prisoner replied defiantly, "No, they're not. They're trying to kill you." As for civilians, Nguyen Tan Binh lived many miles east of Hanoi, but during linebacker, she often stood with a host of others, gazing on the distant horizon, which seemed to them to resemble an erupting volcano, as wave upon wave of bombers discharged their loads. The young woman said, "B-52s seemed to cover the sky, to blot out the moon," a description that was surely figurative, since the planes were far too high to be visible in darkness to those who peered upwards, or crouched in ill-lit shelters. All that was certain was that the bombing prompted fear and bitterness among millions of Les Douanes people. Miles above, American EWOs and radar navigators in their black holes glimpsed nothing of cities and villages, prison complexes and SAM sites. They inhabited a weird universe with a view only through radar scopes. Navigator Phil Blaufus said enemy fire was an evil you had to ignore when you're stuck in the belly of an airplane with no windows, to see all the hell that's breaking loose, no guns to shoot, no ECM equipment to jam with, and no control column or throttle to maneuver. Yet, for an electronic warfare officer, it was a bleak experience to watch his aircraft's potential SAM-2 nemesis approach as a dot on the scope. One such, Major Alan Johnson, just had time to cry out, "They've got us!" before a violent explosion fatally crippled the aircraft and killed him. All young men flying over enemy territory are sustained by training and discipline. They solace each other with shots of bravado. Radar navigator Dick Parrish recalled a night when his pilot glimpsed repeated SAMs together with a fireball that must have been created by an exploding B-52. They took drastic evasive action when the gunner sighted 2 missile traces on his radar scope. Just as they began to feel a little safer, approaching Laos on the run back to Utapao, from the cockpit they saw another big explosion on the ground, almost certainly an American aircraft. Parrish said later, "All of the sightings the pilot made, plus what we'd experienced on our own, sort of got to us, I think. As we headed on down country and towards the water, I tried to break the ice with some weak joke. Dick Enkler, our EWO, had been staring at all that wild stuff on his scope. He promptly chewed on me for trying to act happy. Then I got to thinking, what the heck, we did the job and we're out in one piece. I think there's plenty to be happy about." John Allen and his crew used to sing along to the Doobie Brothers' "Listen to the Music" patched over the intercom, in sheer relief as they headed east over the Pacific back towards Anderson. Yet no mission was over until it was over. Ken Simpson, a navigator, was once sent back by his pilot to investigate a warning light indicating a bomb hung up just before they were due to land back at base. Finding the bomb bay clear, he crawled into the wheel well, plugged in his intercom cable, and reported the good news. This prompted the pilot to lower the landing gear, leaving the parachuteless Simpson gazing in terror upon the early morning sun glinting on the Gulf of Thailand far below. He somehow clung on until the pilot was persuaded to retract the gear again, enabling the shaken airman to regain his seat. Back on the ground after that first operation of the campaign, almost all aircraft were alleged to have hit their targets. 3 B-52s had been lost, 2 more severely damaged. There was dismay among crews when they discovered that many would be required to operate again the following night, and that they would be obliged once more to follow a single track, decreed by commanders back at SAC headquarters in Omaha. Major General Pete Sianis, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, had heard his officers' proposals for the attacks on Hanoi and Haiphong, using multiple approach routes. Then he said decisively, "That's not the way we do it." He moved the coloured tapes from the map and mandated 1 way in and 1 way out. His tactics appeared to be vindicated on the night of the 19th of December, when, though 2 of 93 B-52s that attacked were damaged, none was shot down. As bombers approached Hanoi on the following night, the 20th, most of the city's defending SAM batteries were ordered to reduce salvos from 3 to 2, because missiles were running short and American strikes were impeding deliveries. SAMs were also now reserved exclusively for B-52s. Despite these handicaps, as the attacks developed, the missile crews found their task made much easier by the rigour of SAC's flight planning. In the 20th of December raids, 6 B-52s were shot down out of 99 that bombed. In the words of a North Vietnamese officer, the U.S. Air Force had fully exposed their pattern of operations and flight paths from the west-northeast. The enemy's approach sector, timing and flight formation still had not changed. John Fillmore Graham was among the angry flyers, saying, "We were like ducks in a carnival." On the 26th of December, SAC belatedly and reluctantly agreed to change tactics. 120 B-52s approached Hanoi and Haiphong on 10 different axes, and all bombed within a 15-minute span. 2 aircraft were lost. Lieutenant Colonel Bill Conley, an electronic warfare officer aboard one of them that night, described his path to captivity after 10 SAMs exploded around his cell in the last seconds before it reached release point. His plane was bracketed by 2 missiles, which started a fire in the left wing and wounded 5 crewmen. Cabin pressurization collapsed, and electrical power was lost. The alarm light went on, the crew ejected. As Conley descended on his parachute, he had the unnerving experience of seeing 2 SAMs whoosh past. He was bleeding profusely from multiple abrasions as he hit the ground, where a rattle of small arms fire was directed at him. A crowd of Vietnamese closed in, seized the American, and stripped him to his underwear. Local people struck him repeatedly with farm implements and staves as he was marched towards a road, breaking several ribs and injuring his right knee. He was bundled face down onto the floor of a truck for the hour-long ride to Hanoi, then thrown out onto the tarmac, dislocating his shoulder. 2 soldiers dragged him into the courtyard of what he found to be the Hanoi Hilton, where he was placed in solitary confinement. Back at base, between missions, frustration, exhaustion, and stress were vented in familiar ways. By the second day of linebacker, said Robert Clark, when a man walked into the Anderson Officers Club, you could smell the fear. Guys were hanging on to each other and just revalidating the fact they're still alive. There was heavy drinking and some fights. Christmas trees and sea marker dye were tossed into the pool. Flares were fired on the golf course. A life raft exploded into inflation on the dance floor. John Bisher said, "If you're a prisoner on death row, you're pretty free to do what you want. The attitude was they can't do anything to you. They're not going to send you home." Mark Clodfelter has written that a key factor in plummeting morale was the failure of U.S. political and military leadership to articulate exactly what the crews needed to do to achieve success. They could see no end to the missions that they flew. Casualty reporting was not always handled sensitively. Katie Turner was at the Anderson Officers Club pool when she was told that her husband would not be coming home. Some wives of aircrew posted as missing went years without learning more, and commanders were probably wrong to have kept alive hope of their survival. Crews' widows back at the Californian Naval Air Stations also found themselves in a state of prolonged, agonizing uncertainty. There was a bitterness in both the USAF and USN that the Nixon administration did not take a tougher line with Hanoi over demanding answers about missing men, though most likely the communists themselves knew nothing about the identities of some charred or even vaporized corpses. As Linebacker 2 continued, it proved necessary to waive crew rest periods. More than a dozen men reported sick after the first couple of missions, rather than endure another. Towards the end, this figure crept nearer to 40, around 1/10 of the aircrew flying each operation. 2 friends and comrades of Paul Munninghoff went on strike, he said, and I heard second-hand of several others. Likewise, pilot Ted Hanchett could attest to crew desertions. We kept putting our lives at risk when we could end this quickly if our leaders wanted to. Wing commanders handled refuseniks gently. They were spared disciplinary action. Both flyers and defenders became ever more stressed and weary. Some B-52 pilots flouted the order to approach targets straight and level, instead adopting drastic evasive maneuvers. In all, during those 11 nights, around 1,000 SAMs were fired, sometimes in barrages that proved notably effective. Before Washington ordered a halt to Linebacker 2 on the 29th of December, 15 B-52s had been lost, and the airmen had no means of knowing that they would not be asked to bomb again. On the 3rd of January, 1973, SAC's commander, General John Mayer, a distinguished former World War II fighter pilot, staged a morale-boosting trip to Anderson, which proved disastrous. Mayer had previously visited Guam accompanied by his family, which galled men pained by their own separations. Now there was unease when he pinned an Air Force cross on Colonel McCarthy, the wing commander, who had flown only 2 Linebacker 2 missions as a passenger. During a subsequent Q&A with crews, a flyer complained about the strain that intensive operations imposed on relationships. This caused the general to chortle. Some marriages weren't meant to last. Then Mayer harangued crews about the need for cell discipline on bomb runs, adding a threat of courts-martial for those who strayed. This prompted astonishing, unprecedented scenes between aircrew and a USAF general. Some men walked out in disgust, others booed and catcalled. Chairs, Coke cans, briefing books were hurled at the stage, hitting Mayer several times. A cluster of senior officers closed in and hustled the visitor out. As he drove away, his car was pelted with gravel by enraged pilots. Here was one of the most extraordinary episodes in the history of Strategic Air Command. Some aircrew were embarrassed by such behavior, but many believed that Mayer brought his humiliation upon himself. In the words of James Rash, most of these crews had spent too many hours in the air in a hostile environment, and a good many of us had friends who were living in close comradeship a few days ago, and now were dead. As for the world's response to the Christmas bombing, both at home in the US and internationally, it was overwhelmingly unfavorable. Hanoi handled its propaganda activities with cold brilliance, showcasing film footage of dead and screaming children, a wrecked hospital. The USAF's targets were mostly rail centers and electricity plants. Capacity fell from 115,000 kilowatts to 29,000, and a quarter of all the country's fuel stocks were destroyed. But the mayor of Hanoi announced that the raids had killed 1,318 civilians, and a further 305 were reported dead in Haiphong. The Washington Post denounced the attacks as the most savage and senseless act of war ever visited by one sovereign people upon another. Tom Wicker's New York Times comment was headed, "Shame on Earth." In London, the Times said the bombing was not the conduct of a man who wants peace very badly, while the Daily Mirror headlined, "Nixon's Christmas Deluge of Death." Hamburg's Die Zeit wrote, "Even allies must call this a crime against humanity." Senator Edward Kennedy said the attacks should outrage the conscience of all Americans. In Canberra, Gough Whitlam's newly installed Australian Labour government dissociated itself from the US and denounced Linebacker 2. One minister, Tom Uren, condemned Nixon and Kissinger's mentality of thuggery. Another called the air campaign the most monstrous act in human history, the policy of maniacs. Such intemperate language reflected a melding of wild passions generated over a decade, with a tide of liberal loathing for Nixon rising almost daily under the influence of Watergate revelations. Many American conservatives kept faith both with the president and his policies. They accepted his claim that the bombing was necessary to pressure the communists to release POWs. Globally, however, Linebacker 2 strengthened an image of the North Vietnamese as hapless victims of unbridled U.S. violence. The language used to denounce the bombing was hyperbolic, but almost half a century later the evidence suggests that Linebacker 2 was unjustified, politically or militarily, save to serve the partisan purposes of the U.S. president. Hanoi newspapers claimed that since the campaign began, its forces had downed 3,500 aircraft, though in reality, since 1964, the U.S. had lost over the north 944 planes and 10 helicopters. 7th Air Force's General William Momyer wrote long afterwards to a fellow airman, "My regret is that we didn't win the war. We had the force, skill, and intelligence, but our civilian betters wouldn't turn us loose. Surely our Air Force has lived up to all expectations. If there is one lesson to come out of this, it must be a reaffirmation of the axiom, don't get in a fight unless you are prepared to do whatever is necessary to win." In the post-World War II universe, his remark constituted strategic illiteracy. There is no reason to suppose that air power could have changed the outcome of the Vietnam conflict, unless Momyer and his kin had been permitted to unleash nuclear weapons, as indeed some wished. The Christmas bombing altered the diplomatic landscape by scarcely a jot or tittle from what it had been in October. A deal would come whenever the Saigon regime could be persuaded to swallow it. Hanoi was already confident of securing at the conference table most of what it wanted, with the balance to follow as a final payment. Chapter 26. A Kiss Before Dying. 1. The Prisoner. Few men cared more about the outcome of the Paris negotiations than almost 600 American prisoners of the Communists. Most were aircrew held in or around Hanoi. However, some 20 or 30 captured in the south. The number varied between 1965 and 1973, were dispersed in jungle camps around the Cambodian border. Foremost among these was Foreign Service officer Doug Ramsey, in the hands of the Viet Cong since January 1966. For much of his early captivity, he occupied a bamboo cage, shorter than his own ill-nourished frame, infested with ants, scorpions, termites, and mosquitoes. He was allowed to shave, painfully, only monthly. He received letters from home twice in 7 years, and once went 7 weeks without an opportunity to wash. For a time he shared his quarters with a 6-foot black and yellow banded kite, which he found in his bed. Eventually it slithered away to be spotted and killed by guards. At the outset, Ramsey sought to convince his captors that he was an unimportant civilian. They asked, not unreasonably, "Why, then, your AR-15 carbine? What about the grenades in your truck cab?" As for his supposed insignificance, the Communists discovered that the Washington Post had described him as the most important prisoner taken to date, ranking as a lieutenant colonel. Associated Press said that he was one of the most knowledgeable officers in the civilian ranks of the U.S. mission. He was a highly cultured man, whose view of war was formed by Thucydides and Sun Tzu. His father was a retired U.S. government official, a New Dealer who saw much of the hardship of the Depression, and Doug was infected by his parents' cynicism about political appointees in public service, comparing them unfavorably with the integrity of career professionals. Following Harvard Graduate School, where Mac Bundy was among his teachers, He spent 2 years with U.S. Air Force intelligence in Japan and Okinawa. After a spell on the State Department's Lebanon desk, he rejected an offer to transfer to the CIA because he'd always thought poorly of James Bond. Yet his captors took it for granted that he was an intelligence officer. Ramsey and other prisoners intermittently held with him were spared the tortures to which those in Hanoi were subjected until 1969, but suffered worse privations. They never knew when or whether they might be killed, the fate of some other Americans who'd fallen into VC hands. Ramsey heard that U.S. military prisoners, Sergeant Ken Rohraback and Captain Humbert Versace, had been executed shortly before his own capture by being led to a table as if for a feast, then shot in the head from behind. He begged that if he himself was to go the same way, he should be granted 15 minutes in which to write a letter to his parents. For the first 2 years, maintained by his captors in a contrived state of terror, he suffered insomnia and nightmares about his own execution. "I don't know how I held up psychologically," he said. He was obliged to seek guards' permission to sit up, lie down, brush his teeth. Orders were emphasized by whistle blasts. The VC shot Americans who absolutely declined to communicate. Assisted by his command of Vietnamese, Ramsey engaged in frequent exchanges, telling his captors truthfully that he favored village socialism for their country. When he eventually signed a propaganda statement to this effect, there was much argument among the cadres about whether its wording was sufficiently humble. Ramsey was repeatedly quizzed about, for instance, how many troops the U.S. might commit to an invasion of the North. He guessed 400,000 to 700,000, which prompted a cadre to say approvingly, "Now you are on the road to life." Yet near starvation remained the norm. Some prisoners died because they could not endure the diet, a lethal squeamishness that had been known to earlier U.S. prisoners in North Korea as give-upitis. Marine Major Don Cook, by contrast, forced himself to eat his own vomit. Ramsey suffered an impressive range of diseases: hookworm, typhoid, scurvy, hepatitis, beriberi. Malaria attacked both sides indiscriminately, and his deputy camp commandant was among those who died of it. He himself suffered 123 attacks. There were also, naturally, dysentery and its amoebic variation. The slightest cut became infected. Ramsey wrote later of the condition of himself and his fellow prisoners. Each of us had been reduced to a shrunken, embarrassed parody of his former physical self, so weak at one time or another that he had to be carried to the latrine, frequently too late. Until one becomes conditioned to prison camp life, few things are apt to be more humiliating to grown men, especially in a group containing gung-ho Marines and macho Special Forces officers. Worse yet, however, is the humiliation of waking up after lying in your own filth for hours or even days because you're shackled down and/or are in solitary confinement. A prisoner once defecated 84 times in a single day. Ramsey described a malaria attack accompanied by cramps, violent shivering, and loss of bowel control. Under a rainstorm, I managed to slosh my way in slow motion to the end of my chain, he said, dig a tiny cat hole, squirt out a diuretic flood, and stagger back, all without passing out, but only by dint of a number of trees and posts which I was able to hold on to. Then he missed his hammock and collapsed into 6 inches of muddy water, where he sat for 10 minutes, too weak even to swear. For 4 days with a high fever he was unable to eat. The acute phase persisted for a fortnight. A fellow prisoner, Private Charlie Crafts from Maine, described the sensations. You feel like someone has shoved the hose from a vacuum up your ass and sucked out all your insides. At one point in his own bout, Ramsey lapsed into convulsions, causing his fellow prisoners to believe that he was doomed. They wore the same black pajamas as the guards and spent long periods harnessed to trees, a heavy chain rubbing your ankle and a big lock banging away on your ankle bone. Physical labor came hard to these enfeebled men, so that Ramsay suffered dizziness when ordered to chop wood. In the winter of 1969, the prisoners were obliged to construct their own new camp, a task that took 5 weeks. Tensions mounted as the POWs argued about who was and was not doing their share of work. As they could not shout at the Viet Cong, instead they abused each other for snoring or farting. Yet Ramsay bore no lasting ill will towards fellow prisoners who behaved badly, including 2 civilian contractors. Most POWs who have themselves suffered extreme hardship tend not to be too judgmental towards others, even if they've cracked under duress. At one point, COSVN decreed that Charlie Crafts should be released. The guards argued against this, proposing that instead Don Cook should be let go because he had done 2 years. Cook, however, urged successfully that Crafts should be the supremely fortunate man, because the soldier's entire body system was collapsing. After a couple of years, a senior cadre who visited the camp told Ramsay that it had been decided he should be kept alive, provided he made no attempt to escape. When Cook told this coldly impressive Vietnamese that he himself was a Catholic, the cadre promptly responded, Pax hominibus bonae voluntatis, peace towards men of good will. When Ramsay and Cook were allowed to converse, they held long debates on Catholic doctrine. In the course of 7 years, Ramsay gained passing access to just 5 books: Tom Sawyer, 3 Men in a Boat, David Copperfield, and 2 works by Australian communist Wilfrid Burchett. The Bible was explicitly forbidden, a source of deep distress to some prisoners. Once Ramsay and Cook caught a snatch of a BBC broadcast of a Bach concert. We both cried like babies. In his 5th year of imprisonment, Ramsay got a deck of cards with which he played serial solitaire. As for his dreams, I would sometimes visualize myself in a $600 Brooks Brothers custom sharkskin suit, he said, and a pair of Florsheim Imperials, posing casually with a well-built showgirl draped over the hood of a Mercedes 600 outside the Las Vegas Strip's largest resort hotel, then sending a framed Wish You Were Here 16-inch by 20-inch colour photograph to one VC guard, whose tastes I strongly suspected ran to such things. But these images didn't seem nearly as important to me as the Van Gogh sun shining on a Van Gogh field, or a hot bath, coke, conversation, and heavy classical music at 90 decibels. Ramsay thought a lot about philosophy and quantum mechanics. Since I could not control the environment in my own corner of the world, it seemed sensible to think about the universe instead. It was mental masturbation. There were few humorous moments in those long years. When laughter came, it was about stupid immediacies, such as the sight of a chicken that fell in the latrine, then fluttered out and shook its feathers all over a cadre whom nobody liked. Once, when a prisoner was absent, seriously ill, the others were fed monkey meat. An American picked up a primate paw on his plate and examined it theatrically. He said he wanted to be sure he was not eating his cellmate. From time to time, disease killed a prisoner, always a blow to morale. Cook, whom Ramsay described as the most impressive POW I ever encountered, I needed him both to keep me in line and to cheer me by example, died of malaria in 1967. Ramsay describes kidney infection as the cause of Advisor Major John Schumann's death, though the soldier is still officially listed as missing. It was fortunate for Ramsay's sanity that he did not know until long afterwards that he could have been spared the last 18 months of his ordeal, had Washington willed it. In December 1970, Nguyen Thai became one of the most senior cadres ever to fall into Saigon's hands. For 6 years, he'd been directing espionage and terrorist operations in the southern capital. In October 1971, the PRG offered a swap: Thai and another top communist for Doug Ramsay. Neither Thew's men nor the CIA would approve such a deal. Thai especially, they said, was too important. He remained confined until the fall of Saigon. Ramsey's fate awaited an outcome of the Paris talks. 2. Peace. Early in 1973, as an Essex-class carrier left San Francisco for what proved its final deployment in the Tonkin Gulf, aircrew and sailors gazed in gloomy wonder at traffic snarl-ups on each side of the deserted Golden Gate. The bridge had been closed by police, lest anti-war protesters drop rocks or even explosives onto the ship. To such depths had the war brought domestic ferment. Yet now, at last, Americans were approaching a point of departure, even if Vietnam's own hapless people were denied access to the same gate. In 2013, Henry Kissinger itemized changes in the October 1972 draft Paris Agreement, which were secured, he said, by the Christmas bombings: an unrestricted right for the U.S. to continue providing munitions and equipment to South Vietnam, communist withdrawal from Laos and Cambodia, a strengthening of the internal control machinery, all of which is bullshit, to tell the truth, Kissinger had privately told Nixon on the 12th of October 1972. But it will read good for the soft hearts, for the soft heads. Minor technical amendments. The first point had been settled 4 months since. The other stipulations were either trivial or never likely to be observed by the communists. Kissinger also emphasizes that, supposedly as a consequence of the bombings, in January 1973, his interlocutor, Le Duc Tho, moved swiftly to agree what became known to history as the Paris Accords. Yet the previous October, the North Vietnamese had been furious that the Americans failed to sign what was, in every significant respect, the same deal. The State Department's John Negroponte said bitterly, "We bombed the North Vietnamese into accepting our concessions." The decisive January change of heart took place not in Hanoi, but in Saigon. Under pressure from two prominent hawks, Senators Barry Goldwater and John Stennis, President Thieu reluctantly acquiesced. On the 23rd of January, a deal was announced from the Oval Office. President Nixon told the American people that following a general ceasefire, their POWs would be coming home within 60 days. He called for scrupulous adherence to the Paris terms. "The United States," he said, "will continue to recognize the government of the Republic of Vietnam as the sole legitimate government of South Vietnam. We shall continue to aid South Vietnam within the terms of the agreement, and we shall support efforts by the people of South Vietnam to settle their problems peacefully." He was studiedly vague about the consequences of violations. "We shall do everything the agreement requires of us, and we shall expect the other parties to do everything it requires of them." Most Americans believed that Nixon's toughness, reflected in the Christmas bombing campaign, had secured the peace that eluded successive administrations for so long. The president's personal approval rating soared to 68%. On the 27th of January, Secretary of State William Rogers signed the Paris Treaty. The last 27,000 U.S. troops and advisers began to come home, a process completed by the 29th of March. 21,000 Americans had died in Vietnam since Nixon assumed the presidency, supposedly armed with a plan for peace. Communist prisoners being repatriated tore off the clothes issued to them by the Saigon government, hurling them from the trucks that bore them northward through the DMZ, in a symbolic gesture matching that of homebound North Korean POWs after the 1953 armistice. In Hanoi there was a giant firework display. Kissinger told his master that he was terrified the North Vietnamese would launch a major offensive to complete unification as early as that autumn, precipitating a nightmare dilemma for the administration about how to respond. Nixon said to Haldeman later that day, the 14th of March, "Well, Henry's exactly right. We've got to do everything we can to see that the Paris Agreement sticks for a while. But as far as a couple of years from now, nobody's going to give a goddamn what happens in Vietnam." Then the president started to fret about the midterm elections, little knowing that he himself would be driven out of the White House by Watergate in August 1974, before these took place. Under the terms of the Accords, South Vietnam released 26,508 communist POWs, while the North freed 4,608 ARVN soldiers, 588 Americans, and 9 citizens of other nations. The return of the US POWs, almost all flown out of Hanoi, prompted wildly emotional scenes back home, made more intense when their sufferings in captivity were revealed. Much had changed since they went away. Fighter pilot Colonel Fred Cherry, absent for almost 8 years, found that his wife had had a baby by another man, and 2 of his sons had dropped out of high school. Mrs. Cherry had squandered the family savings. The deeply religious Captain Norm McDaniel suffered culture shock. He was dismayed by the explicitness of sex in movies, the openness of homosexuality, fancy-coloured pants and wide belts for men, store prices that seemed fabulously high. I came back with a 1966 time frame. We knew very little about riots and assassinations. I had a lot of trouble with memory. I learned to pick and choose what to focus on. McDaniel secured a comfort blanket of familiarity by remaining on active duty with the Air Force. Moreover, he had sufficient generosity of spirit to feel pity for the North Vietnamese whom he left behind. I came back to something better. They just had more of the same. He was 35 years old, but vitamin deficiencies had caused his bone structure to become that of a 60-year-old. He said, "America treated us POWs much better than it did ordinary war vets. A lot of grunts needed closure and didn't get it. Some former prisoners made full physical and psychological recoveries and went on to build successful careers beyond the armed forces. Foremost among them, Senator John McCain. Others never threw off the pain and the memories." Before the release of Doug Ramsey and other Americans held in the South, their camp commandant addressed them. After their release, he said, a period of bitterness was inevitable, and in some measure deserved, though the circumstances of war had rendered some of their privations in captivity inescapable. Others had resulted from shortcomings in VC behavior. He nonetheless hoped that, as mature individuals, the Americans would come to see that they were fortunate to have been allowed to live when it would have been more convenient to shoot them. He hoped that the prisoners would persuade their fellow countrymen not to repeat elsewhere the Vietnam intervention. Having themselves lived the lives of have-nots, they might better understand the plight of those obliged to exist without even the hope of having. The immediate response of most of his American listeners was cynical, indeed contemptuous. None was about to go home and become a freedom fighter. Ramsey later concluded, however, that what the communist said contained elements of truth, and even of profound wisdom. They were released, 27 men in all, on the 12th of February 1973 at Loc Ninh, where their personal possessions were handed back. Jim Rollins was given a cheap Seiko watch, which a cadre told him was a replacement for his own gold Rolex, lost due to wartime exigencies. This caused Rollins to explode. "Bullshit! I saw that Rolex on the wrist of your cousin only a couple of weeks ago." A communist colonel at the handover to their fellow countrymen, who included Ramsey's old comrade, Frank Scotton, asked to examine the cockpit of the American's big helicopter. He said he hoped that his own son might one day study in the US, which seemed to his adversaries a revealing glimpse of North Vietnamese consciousness of the limitations of their own society. The prisoners were appalled when they learned at the last moment before liberation that one of their guards' children had been killed and another had lost an arm in the Christmas bombing of Haiphong. This man nonetheless shook their hands, wished them well, and gave them his tobacco ration. Ramsey said that here was the most impressive gesture the man could have made for his own cause. Most Americans under such circumstances would have had to be restrained from grabbing an AK-47 and carrying out a My Lai-style massacre of the POW contingent. To this day, some hawks believe that if Nixon had remained in the White House, he would have committed air power to save the Saigon regime when the North launched its final offensive. Yet in February and March 1973, the President made it plain, on one occasion to a returned POW, that he viewed renewed military action as a political impossibility. On the 29th of June, House Minority Leader Gerald Ford stunned Congress by announcing that the President would sign a bill prohibiting all U.S. combat activity in, above, or off the coast of the four components of Indochina. This just 2 days after he had vetoed legislation to ban U.S. bombing of Cambodia. The bill was duly passed into law by 278 votes to 124 in the House, 64 to 26 in the Senate, after Ford spoke on the telephone to Nixon at San Clemente to ensure that he correctly understood the Commander-in-Chief's intention. Though Nixon would later thrust blame upon Congress for permitting South Vietnam's collapse, the record shows that he voluntarily surrendered his own discretion. There can be little doubt of the motive, if, or more realistically when, the long-expected North Vietnamese final offensive took place. Nixon wanted no part of a dilemma about whether to launch a new intervention. Though there are no tapes of his conversations at San Clemente, on the 29th of March in Washington, he told Kissinger, "On Cambodia, we've got to bomb the goddamn place until the Congress takes away the power. Then we can blame them for the whole thing going to pot." In June, he abdicated responsibility for Indochina. With or without Watergate, this was a wise decision. The United States and its people had been riven asunder by the war. The Paris Accords signaled the beginnings of a closure. On the 4th of August, Nixon signed into law the bill that he himself had initiated, barring further U.S. combat activity. In a gesture worthy of Pilate, he then wrote to congressional leaders warning that if, as a consequence, the Communists overran Indochina, blame would belong on Capitol Hill. More than 2 years earlier, on the 18th of February 1971, Kissinger had told Nixon that he proposed to say to Le Duc Tho, "Look, we're willing to give you a fixed deadline of total withdrawal next year for the release of all prisoners and a ceasefire." To the President, he added, "What we can then tell the South Vietnamese, they've got a year without war to build up." During the subsequent half-century, Kissinger has often asserted that he achieved a decent settlement, which was wrecked by Watergate, communist perfidy, and congressional pusillanimity. Yet the record, as established by such scholars as Jeffrey Kimball and Ken Hughes, from the evidence of the White House tapes, shows that both Kissinger and Nixon always recognized South Vietnam as doomed. Watergate changed nothing. Once again, the charge against the two men is not that they failed to preserve the Saigon regime, a nigh impossible task, but that they sought to persuade the American people at the time and posterity since that they ever supposed they could. 6 months after Nixon resigned, Kissinger characterized him to Arthur Schlesinger. He was both more evil and better than people supposed. The Secretary of State, as Kissinger had become in December 1973, described his boss as astonishingly lazy, noting that he often failed to read important papers. His work habits, said Nixon's principal instrument, were very much like Hitler's as described by Speer. Everything was weird in that slightly homosexual, embattled atmosphere of the White House. You could not believe a word he said. This was vintage Kissinger, so far distancing himself that it eventually came to seem that through those White House years he'd been merely an interested astronomer, viewing the by-then disgraced president's doings through a lunar telescope. Kissinger deserved the gratitude of the American people for extricating them from their long nightmare, clad in a threadbare shift of dignity. He merited none from the Vietnamese people, however. His reputation will forever be tainted by the share in the Nobel Peace Prize, which vanity caused him to accept, and which Le Duc Tho prudently declined. Most exiles to this day hate Kissinger for their perceived betrayal. South Vietnamese historian Nguyen Qui Phong is unusual in the temperance of his verdict. His job was simply to do whatever it took to get the Americans out of Vietnam, and that is what he did. 3. War of the Flags. When a North Vietnamese military delegation landed at Tan Son Nhut at the end of January 1973 to establish a liaison office, there was a standoff on the tarmac because the newcomers refused to comply with immigration procedures, which would have implied recognition of South Vietnam's legitimacy. Some American spectators relished the spectacle of their former enemies literally sweating it out, but eventually formalities were waived. Lieutenant Nguyen Kiem, who commanded the VNAF security detail that day, said of the communists, "They walked and talked like men who knew they were on top." Some of his own company demanded, "Lieutenant, how come they're all generals?" The ubiquitous gold stars on northern uniforms of all ranks bewildered the Southerners. Throughout the communist camp, there was exultation. According to an NVA squad leader, morale was sky high because we were absolutely certain we stood on the brink of victory. His unit celebrated wildly because we thought this meant we would all live to go home. With the end of bombing of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the logistics of Hanoi's soldiers, especially rations, were transformed for the better. The veteran Colonel An wrote, "It was as if someone had turned the off switch on a radio cassette player. All the noise suddenly stopped." Communist soldiers revelled in being able to sleep through the night, eat in the open, gaze at the heavens without searching them for hostile aircraft. Theatre troupes were dispatched from the north to entertain soldiers. Some of their performances watched at a safe distance by their southern once and future foes. Bao Nin's unit began to receive small comforts, including books, though these were all unreadable propaganda. There was some fraternization. Tri, a former Hanoi University student, found himself gossiping with a young Saigonese whose studies had also been interrupted. They agreed that a soldier must do his part, whichever side he was on, and that blame, if there was to be blame, must lie with the big people at the top. A mushroom growth of rival propaganda billboards sprouted across the country, such as one planted in reeds at the boundary of a Viet Cong area. "Soldiers, let us put aside vengeance. Now we need reconstruction and friendship." Mai Elliott said, "There was a brief spasm of optimism. It was not that people doubted that the communists would win eventually, but they thought it might take a long time." The Saigon CIA's Merle Pribenow was astonished to find some State Department colleagues convinced that the South could survive. Langley's chief of Vietnam operations flew into town and sought the views of junior staff. "Virtually all of us agreed that Hanoi would not give up," said Pribenow. "There would be another massive offensive." Yet the official agency view was that this was manageable, that the North had been hurt very badly in the 1972 fighting and now needed U.S. economic aid. The optimists were thus far right, that in the first weeks after the Paris Accords, voices were raised in Hanoi, including that of Giap, to urge that the terms should be respected. The old general believed a period of stabilization and the Americans promised cash would be precious prizes for his exhausted country. As always, however, Le Duan rejected even a temporary accommodation. This iron man, so proud of subordinating human frailties to the revolution, told an expanded meeting of the Hanoi Politburo on the 27th of March 1973 that their objective must be to reinforce in the field while ensuring that odium for breaching the ceasefire fell upon the other side. Hanoi's pivotal decision was that the war should continue. Though Soviet and Chinese aid was cut back, the NVA held ample stocks of weapons, now no longer vulnerable to attrition by airstrikes. In the course of 1973, 27,000 tons of arms and ammunition, 40,000 tons of rice, 6,000 tons of fuel were shipped south, 4 times the volume dispatched in the previous year. 100,000 fresh troops moved down the trail, boosting communist strength below the demilitarized zone to 400,000 men. Kissinger urged military action to stem this traffic, but even before the congressional veto, Nixon, buffeted by the rising breakers of Watergate, had no appetite for renewed bombing. Nor was it only the North Vietnamese who set about flouting the Paris terms. For understandable reasons, President Nguyen Van Thieu found it intolerable that large tracts of his country should remain in communist hands. Some historians write as if the Paris Accords represented a sustainable settlement had their provisions been observed. Yet few rational people could suppose that a nation now represented on the map by a patchwork of communities, interspersed with communist enclaves as determined by the ceasefire in place, and soon delineated on the ground by 10,000 rival flags, was economically and politically viable. Moreover, Thieu, now aged 50, found himself in a bewildering predicament. He had forged a career out of compliance with American wishes, yet henceforward the keenest desire of many of Nixon's fellow countrymen was that he should disappear into a hole. Clark Clifford, Lyndon Johnson's former defense secretary, publicly described the Vietnamese president as an obstacle to peace, saying that if he quit, a truly neutral and representative government could be formed in Saigon which would negotiate in good faith with the other side. This made no sense. Even if Thieu resigned, the communists had no interest in any outcome other than their own mastery of a unified Vietnam. Clifford's remarks reflected the understandable, yet unedifying desire of many Americans not for a change of government, but for damnable and probably damned Vietnam, to vanish altogether from their consciousness. Thieu could boast no significant achievement through the last 2 years of his partitioned nation's existence, but it is implausible that any of his compatriots would have done better. He continued the war partly because Le Duan obliged him to do so, but also perhaps because, as Kissinger once cruelly observed, the struggle had become the sole rationale for his rackety regime. Thieu made no attempt to reform his army nor to place commands in the hands of competent officers rather than political placemen, despite the new reality that the steel corset of American might had been stripped from the nation's torso. He was rash enough to believe that Washington would keep its word, repeatedly rehearsed to him by Kissinger, that should South Vietnam face renewed communist aggression, American air and firepower would once more be unleashed. This, though any half-savvy Washingtonian would have told the South Vietnamese president that no more B-52s were coming under any circumstances whatsoever. Following the ceasefire, advisers bade farewell to the South Vietnamese units they had mentored and, far more important, provided with access to American firepower. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Turley told his Vietnamese Marine counterpart that there would be no more gunfire support from the U.S. Navy. The colonel replied, "Today you have cut off my right arm." Watching as North Vietnamese and Viet Cong flags rose over many villages, Turley felt no doubt the colonel was right, that the South Vietnamese were going down the drain. Intelligence advisor Edward Brady said, "The Vietnamese never felt we were selling them down the river until the Accords. Before that, they thought we were dumb, but we were with them." Naval Commander Nguyen Tri used language since adopted by many of his former countrymen. The Communists did not win. The Americans simply decided to go home and let South Vietnam lose. 3 years earlier, Crichton Abrams expressed a weary disdain for his Vietnamese allies, telling his staff, "I know these people have struggled with this goddamn war for 20 years. I mean, they really haven't had a hell of a lot of peace around here, and they're tired and all. But if they're going to really come out on top of this, goddammit, They've still to sacrifice, and they've got to sacrifice a lot. And the alternative to that is that in the next 5 or 6 years, God damn it, they'll be communist. Here was an authentic expression of the impatience felt by a host of Americans, even more emphatic in 1973 than it had been in 1970. It would henceforward be in the hands of the South Vietnamese people, and especially of their soldiers, to determine whether they escaped subjection to a communist tyranny. Saigon was denied the breathing space, the year without war that Kissinger had once aspired to. He himself flew to Hanoi in mid-February for exploratory talks and perceived that there was no basis for a working relationship. In the War of the Flags that stuttered into being across the South, the two sides fought increasingly fierce local battles to gain or hold territory. Southern commanders rotated units out of areas where they were deemed to have become too friendly with their enemies. An NVA soldier appeared one morning at a rendezvous where he was accustomed to exchange fruit with Southerners, and was nearly killed by a landmine planted by their newly arrived replacements. On the 29th of March, MAC-V was formally wound up. Most of its people folded their tents, or rather relinquished their air-conditioned quarters. The Defense Attaché's office, which assumed its residual functions, employed 2,500 American civilian contract workers and 400 local civilians, but only 50 serving U.S. officers. Vice President Key wrote bitterly later that when the Americans left, they pointed with pride to the vast South Vietnamese armed forces they'd created, but could never admit even to themselves that 1 million armed men were led by a group of venal toadies, with Thieu serving as the prototype. This was true, though the airman might have admitted that he himself was cast from the same mould. A Southern captain said of the Paris Treaty, "It was a death sentence for us." John Vann told an American audience shortly before his death, "The overwhelming majority of the population, somewhere around 95%, prefer the government of Vietnam to a communist government." In truth, while only a minority of South Vietnamese welcomed the prospect of Hanoi's victory, those who recoiled from communism loved their own nation-state too little, craved peace too much, to be willing any longer to fight with conviction. Blame for progressively destroying the ceasefire was shared between the two sides. On the 3rd of March 1973, the ARVN launched a big offensive aimed at sealing the approaches to the enemy strongholds in the U Minh forest, in the Delta's Chuong Tien province. This met fierce resistance and was finally thrown back. Giap later claimed that such South Vietnamese initiatives caused him to abandon his own support for observing the Paris terms. Yet it was never plausible that either side would hold back. The North because it saw victory so close, the South because the dispensation bequeathed by the Americans was unsustainable. An ARVN general wrote that the war had brought South Vietnam to the brink of moral and material bankruptcy. Most of its people, he said, had exhausted their capacity for sacrifice. They now listened eagerly to the siren songs of Trin Kong Song, a well-known Saigon anti-war balladeer. The captain said, "Most of our ordinary soldiers had no reason to hate the enemy because they had not seen what communism could do." Lieutenant Nguyen Quoc Si said gloomily, "It didn't matter who was running the Saigon government. The Americans were always pulling the levers. They fought the war so long as they thought it was in their interests, then quit and left us." He said of his own post-Paris combat experience, "People did not want to die because they knew the war was almost over." In 1970 to 72, Southern troops had claimed a favourable kill ratio of 5 enemy for each of their own losses. Whether or not this statistic was authentic, in 1973 it fell to 2 to 1. In the following year to little better than even. By then, as ammunition shortages hit fighting formations, soldiers were being urged to use their weapons on single shot rather than rock-and-roll automatic. In the autumn of 1973, a journalist visited the South Vietnamese war cemetery at Bien Hoa, which held more than 12,000 soldiers' graves, a tiny fraction of the national loss. Under the new peace dispensation, each day 10 more were being added. 6,600 Southerners died in the first 3 months following the Paris deal. The visitor wrote, "The air was loud with the wailing of widows and the crying of children, and through the sobs could be heard the dull thud-thud of spades digging more graves for the next day's bodies." Overlaid upon its battlefield travails, Thieu's state fell prey to economic woes. For a decade outside the rice paddies, the principal profitable activity had been servicing the legions of South Vietnam's unimaginably rich foreign visitors, sponsors, occupiers. Now 2 million city folk, 1/3 of the workforce, found themselves unemployed. A Saigon car dealer lamented that he sold just 1 car a month, compared with 100 the previous August. TV sets, scooters, imported cigarettes vanished from shops. The price of rice doubled. The October 1973 Middle East War and consequent soaring cost of oil and fertilizer wreaked havoc, rendered miracle rice an uneconomic crop. In December, a communist sapper attack destroyed half Saigon's oil storage facilities. Inflation rose to 30%, 40%. A young Southern officer said to a journalist friend, Gavin Young, "The argument against communism must be material or moral, mustn't it, Gavin? But the conditions we find here now are unemployment, rising prices, and corruption, n'est-ce pas? So no moral or material argument exists. There is no real patriotism in Saigon, I mean. So how can we resist? And yet we want to resist, most of us, you know, and we cannot. Isn't that the tragedy of it, Gavin?" Indeed it was. In 1970, a rural tenure reform program, Land to the Tiller, had been adopted by Saigon. 3 years later, at a cost of almost $500 million, this had given 1.2 million families the ownership rights they had craved for decades. Absentee landlordism was almost extinct, but the radical measure had come far too late, as did early offshore oil exploration that would eventually lead 1.5 billion barrels within a decade, transforming Vietnam's finances. It was as if a terminally ill patient was belatedly told that he would receive a fortune in a will, if he lived long enough. The Thieu regime remained chronically ineffectual, army morale sapped by worsening shortages of materiel and munitions. These reflected less congressional parsimony than the fact that the Americans had created a Vietnamese military machine in their own image, dependent on expensive technology, still consuming in 1974 56 tons of munitions for every ton expended by the communists, yet less serviceable than the simpler model of their enemies. Moreover, corruption remained institutionalized. Jacques Leslie of the Los Angeles Times uncovered a scam whereby Southern commanders had been selling shell cases, those of pre-1968 manufacture yielded scrap brass, for fabulous prices in Singapore, fortifying David Elliott's conviction that no amount of additional aid in 1973 to 75 would have benefited anyone, save those generals. U.S. Embassy political officer Hal Meinheit said, "It was a divided society with no common sense of where its people wanted to go." And Arvin Major wrote, "Many fence-sitters foresaw communist victory. Popular support for Saigon dwindled quickly. Many people who had sided with the government now began supporting the communists." President Thieu, wrote the same officer disdainfully and not unjustly, was not strong enough to be a dictator. Was there any country at war that allowed such fierce criticism of the government? How many third world countries permitted journalists publicly to denounce corrupt ministers and generals and to castigate the president? Treachery was etched deep into South Vietnamese society. The CIA's Sam Adams wrote a devastating report which concluded that the regime's infrastructure was a Swiss cheese. An estimated 12,000 enemy informants were serving in the government or the armed forces. Captain Phan Tan Ngu was posted to run police special branch intelligence operations in Tây Ninh, where he noticed that his driver, whenever off duty, disappeared towards the Cambodian border. Surveillance revealed that he was meeting communist officers, and subsequent interrogation that he'd been tasked to kill Ngu. "I'm so sorry," said the driver, inadequately, before being shown to a cell. Early in 1974, State Department intelligence analysts compiled a report on South Vietnam's prospects, drawing upon bootleg sources in the Saigon mission, officers whose bleak views U.S. Ambassador Graham Martin, who'd replaced Ellsworth Bunker the previous July, would not permit to be cabled to Washington. Hal Meinheit, one of the authors, said, "We concluded that unless a high level of U.S. aid was sustained, the regime's prospects were very poor." The CIA at Langley, now directed by William Colby, challenged this view, ironically arguing that States' gloom was designed merely to justify the ambassador's intemperate demands for more funding. As fighting intensified, on the 4th of January 1974, President Thieu made a speech in Can Tho, where he had once served as 4 Corps commander, in which he declared, "We cannot sit idly by. We must take appropriate action to punish the communists' aggressive actions. The war has begun again." Washington was as dismayed by South Vietnamese attempts to expand Saigon's territory as by those of the communists to shrink it, because both alike threatened the precarious status quo. 2 big Northern Strategy conferences were held in the upper-floor conference room of Hanoi's Dragon Court in March and April 1974. Officers agreed on the important good news that the Ho Chi Minh Trail, now dominated by vehicles rather than man portage, was operating more smoothly than at any time in its history. An astonishing 1,000-mile POL pipeline had been laid to fuel the NVA's vehicles in the south. On the debit side, the Viet Cong remained weak, indeed had never recovered from Tet 68. The communists thus had only a meagre presence in urban areas. Much northern armour and heavy artillery was in poor condition. Most important, uncertainty persisted about whether the Americans would intervene if Hanoi unleashed a major offensive. Earlier in the war, the communists paid little heed to U.S. domestic politics. Now, however, Hanoi and the Southern Provisional Government, which had established a temporary capital in Loc Ninh, scrutinized events in Washington through BBC and Voice of America with an almost obsessive curiosity, in the words of a PRG minister. Analysis of these sources produced conclusions heartening for their own cause. In January 1974, the Chinese staged a naval coup to seize and annex South Vietnam's outlying Paracel Islands. This provoked no substantive American response. In the first 18 months following the Paris Accords, 26,000 South Vietnamese troops perished on the battlefield. Yet the U.S. Congress continued to slash military aid. Funding for Saigon was halved in 1974 from $2.1 billion to $1.1 billion, then cut again to $1 billion. Hanoi's first significant strategic decision of 1974 was to continue fighting through the spring wet season, traditionally a time for regrouping and resupply. In March, there was heavy fighting west of Saigon, initiated by the North Vietnamese, but met by the last serious Arvin counteroffensive of the war. This bloodied the communists, but also eroded the South Vietnamese army's dwindling will to fight. The same pattern was discernible 2 months later, when the Northern 9th Division launched a major attack west of Ben Cat, in the long-contested Iron Triangle, during which both sides deployed armour. Through subsequent months of heavy fighting, Southern counterattacks regained lost ground and prevented a communist breakthrough, but at heavy cost. Saigon's 18th Division lost 275 men killed, 1,000 wounded. The local corps commander was dismayed when he requested 150,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, yet was obliged to content himself with 1/3 of that allocation. By the time the Route 7 battles petered out in November, some South Vietnamese infantry battalions had lost a quarter of their strength. The NVA had suffered at least as severely, but, as usual, minded less. The Hanoi Politburo skeptics grumbled, "Brother Ba, Le Duan, is burning up our troops again as he did in 1968 and 1972. Yet North Vietnam's leader remained implacable. Down in the Mekong Delta, communist forces sustained a steady pressure, further weakening the ARVN and local militias. It's an injustice to tens of thousands of Vietnamese dead that historians recount few details of the murderous 1973-74 battles. This is partly because little reliable evidence exists. Published narratives seem fanciful. Partly also, soldiers on both sides were by now playing out their parts in the conviction that ultimate communist victory was almost assured. South Vietnamese forces lost 25,473 dead in 1973, almost 31,000 in the following years. Lieutenant Nguyen Quoc Si, 20-year-old son of a ranking Saigon police officer, was dispatched to a Popular Forces militia unit in the southeast, near Vung Tau. This had previously been a rest area, where the VC were content to live and let live. Now, however, with the rekindling of the war, Si found himself in a contact on his first day in the field. His platoon seldom mustered more than 18 men, with a few M16s, otherwise mostly old Garand M1 rifles. You can't beat AK-47s with those. You're dead. They were always short of ammunition, and in one contact he found himself engaging Viet Cong with just a single grenade in his pouch. Helicopter medevac was no longer available. A wounded man had to be carried to a road if he was fortunate enough to live so long. Sai's men were a mixed bunch, some passionately anti-communist because their families had suffered at the enemy's hands, others anxious merely to stay out of trouble, to escape irrevocable commitment to either side. Local people sometimes accompanied their patrols in hopes of thus travelling safely, that were not always fulfilled. One day a pregnant woman followed Si's soldiers, who suddenly heard a violent explosion in their rear. The girl had strayed a yard from their tracks onto a booby trap. That lady just disappear, thrown into the jungle. The whole of her lower body was gone. It was unbelievably horrible. Her baby come out, said the young officer. He added thoughtfully, "You see a lot of things." Northern sapper Corporal Vu Quang Hien was hit in the thigh in one of the battles of that period, then left behind when his unit retreated. A tiny local woman helped him to stagger into a thick clump of brush beside a pond. Hien told her, "Leave me here now, and if you hear a shot in the next few hours, you'll know I'm dead. If you don't, come back at nightfall and get me out." This she did, bringing her husband to assist because Hien was a big man. The sapper said later, "She was not a supporter of either side. She just hated to see me lying there, helpless." On the 18th of July 1974, Giap, after reviewing the General Staff's report outline study of a campaign to win the war in the South, ordered preparations for an offensive designed to secure final victory by the end of 1976. This would commence with an assault in the Central Highlands. The timing of what followed would be determined by how events on the battlefield played out. The plan was completed on the 26th of August, then approved at an October Politburo session. Although controversy persists about the personal role of Giap, there is a consensus that following his January 1974 return from Moscow, where he received treatment for gallstones that had seemed likely to kill him, the old general indeed directed the final offensive as he had not done for years. The most plausible explanation for his temporary restoration to operational command is that following the Communists' 1968 and 1972 failures, Le Duan grudgingly accepted that Giap's prestige and brilliance were indispensable for this decisive throw of the dice on the battlefield. Hanoi's decision-making was also influenced by the change of U.S. president. The Communists found it impossible to believe that Nixon's successor, Gerald Ford, even with Henry Kissinger as Secretary of State, would subject his fragile new administration, together with the American people, to the anguish of re-engagement in Vietnam. On the 10th of August 1974, Ford wrote personally to Saigon, assuring Thieu that he would honour the commitments made by Nixon. But such promises looked threadbare when Congress was seeking to reduce the aid allocation from $1 billion to $700 million, and indeed went on to do this. At a time when inflation had raised the price of ammunition and much other materiel, the impact on the ARVN was dire. On the 13th of September, an exasperated Kissinger exploded that he found it inconceivable that his country should be giving $1 billion to Israel, which it then was, while denying a matching sum to Vietnam, where so many Americans had died. Much has been said here about the Secretary of State's pragmatism, yet Kissinger here grasped an important moral, material, and political point from which Congress and most of the American people chose to avert their eyes. The withdrawal of direct military support was both inevitable and right. It was nonetheless indefensible for the U.S. legislature thereafter to half-choke the aid pipe to Saigon, while the Russians and Chinese kept open their own to Hanoi. Mere money at this stage was most unlikely to change outcomes. Saigon's armed forces were too feeble to stay the distance, but continuance of generous aid might have gone far to preserve America's honor in this last phase of the war, while withdrawal tarnished it. Congress indeed bore responsibility for this unworthy deed, whatever earlier misjudgments and betrayals were properly attributable to the White House. In the final reckoning, Saigon received $945 million in 1974. But this was not remotely enough to sustain a 1 million-man army trained, organized, conditioned, addicted to fighting on an American model. The VNAF was obliged to ground 224 aircraft, including 65 helicopters. Operational hours for the remainder were almost halved. Half the Army's truck inventory was mothballed for lack of fuel. Communications were impaired by shortages of radio batteries. As late as January 1975, Congress rejected desperate appeals, endorsed by the Chiefs of Staff, for funding to enable the South Vietnamese to purchase additional ammunition, fuel, and spare parts. Many of Thieu's soldiers now lived and fought in a state of chronic hunger. Inflation shrank still further their miserable rations. Contemplating the condition of Saigon late in 1974, the CIA's Merle Pribenow said, "I was convinced this was not going to last long." His Vietnamese wife, Thuy, wanted to buy for her mother some land north of Bien Hoa, which the family drove north to view. On approaching the area, they were dismayed to see that no government flag flew in any neighbouring hamlet. They turned around and returned to Saigon without purchasing the land, suddenly very conscious that the Thieu regime was losing the war of the flags. In November, Doug Ramsey came to Saigon as a guest of its government for what proved President Thieu's last celebration of National Day. Ramsey was grimly amused to sense that his guide was committed to the cause of Hanoi. He knew stuff about communist dialectic that you can only know if you are one of them. VNAF officer Nguyen Kiem said, "We knew things were not going right. We still kept hoping and hoping, but our faith faded as we lost battle after battle." Frank Scotton predicted at a U.S. Embassy dinner that the regime could not survive beyond 1976. Most of the mission's veteran field officers agreed that Hanoi would prevail in that year or in 1977, the only debate being whether the end would be a slide through political coalition or battlefield collapse. The Vietnamese Navy's Chief of Intelligence told Bob de Stat in January 1975, "The Communists are not going to win this year, but they may do so next and certainly will the one after." De Stat encountered a hoary old Vietnamese Ranger sergeant who threatened to kill him because he was an American. The man said he'd just come out of a battle on the Cambodian border in which his unit had suffered heavy losses and run out of ammunition because of the U.S. betrayal. A taxi driver told the American he was sick of the war, just wanted to see his country out of it at any price. Here was a dominant sentiment within the lower layers of Vietnamese society. So desperate was Thieu that he considered strategic withdrawals from territory that his forces were too stretched to defend, including the entire north of South Vietnam. The embattled and embittered president clung to hopes that even if his dominions continued to shrink, some fragments might remain defensible. Unfortunately for such hopes, in Hanoi there was a growing sense of urgency about initiating decisive action. The North Vietnamese leaders saw the United States in post-Watergate disarray, Congress and world opinion conspicuously unsympathetic to Saigon. The South's economy was in straits almost as desperate as those of the North, while lacking its ruthlessly effective machinery of control. Hanoi noted increasing agitation on the streets, protests against corruption, led by Catholic priests. Parts of the Southern Army continued to fight effectively, but many of Thieu's troops were visibly disaffected. In fierce fighting between August and December, the NVA gained high ground west of Da Nang and thwarted counterattacks by 2 Saigon formations. In 6 weeks of brutal fighting for Hill 1062, the elite airborne division suffered 2,500 casualties. Events in northern South Vietnam convinced Dragoncourt that head-to-head its army could now prevail on the battlefield. Its formations were poised to launch attacks from salients deep in Thieu's territory. Some communist troops stood within 30 miles of Saigon. Le Duan and his comrades, for once in concord with Giap, concluded that there would never be a better moment to strike. 7 of the 11 members of the Hanoi Politburo are said to have endorsed the proposal to launch in 1975 a new general offensive and uprising to complete the unification of Vietnam. Chapter 27. The Last Act. 1. Invasion. In the northern hills of South Vietnam, early in March 1975, Viet Minh veteran Major General Nguyen Hue An found himself gazing upon scenes that recalled youthful experiences at Dien Bien Phu. There was mud, mud, and more mud, he said. His infantry and engineers struggled through driving rain to drag 105mm howitzers, captured in 1972, up steep ascents to positions from which they could harrow southern fire bases. An had been appointed a corps commander for Le Duan's big push, unleashing overwhelming force to complete the unification of Vietnam. 500,000 men, 15 infantry divisions together with 17 sapper, 10 armoured and 50 artillery battalions. The first phase, codenamed K-175, was scheduled for March to May to be followed by a second July to August offensive, if conditions seemed propitious. An's corps was tasked to seize Hue and Da Nang, in operations urged onward by the slogans "Speed is strength" and "Go like lightning." Yet An admitted that comrades who had experienced the crushing disappointments of 1968 and 1972 were privately skeptical whether K-175 would meet with any greater success. The North enjoyed the big advantage of being able to choose where to concentrate its strength. but the South retained a substantial superiority of mobility, firepower, air support. The plan had gone through 8 drafts. The key imponderable was not what will Saigon do, but how will Washington react. The Communists knew that neither China nor Russia would lift a finger to check any U.S. intervention. Everything instead hinged upon how the Republican administration gauged the will of the American people. Kissinger remained Secretary of State, and a notably hubristic one. He lectured his uncerebral commander-in-chief about foreign policy, ordered wiretaps on allegedly indiscreet staffers and their media conduits, dominated meetings with monologues. What might his grand vision of history cause him now to urge upon President Gerald Ford? Good news from Hanoi's viewpoint was that since the October 1973 Yom Kippur War and the subsequent oil crisis, Kissinger was preoccupied with the Middle East. Vietnam represented leftovers. Between the 13th of December 1974 and the 6th of January 1975, Northern troops conducted a 2-division assault on Phuoc Long Province, 100 miles northeast of Saigon. Hanoi watched closely for a U.S. response to an indisputable, unprovoked expansion of its territory. Washington dallied with committing aircraft from the Enterprise Carrier Group, then backed off, just as it remained passive while Khmer Rouge forces tightened the encirclement of Cambodia's capital, Phnom Penh. At a 21st of January TV news conference, President Ford asserted that he could anticipate no circumstances in which forces would again be sent to Indochina. 2 weeks later, Congress rejected new aid requests. North Vietnam's Premier Pham Van Dong asserted confidently to his Politburo comrades that the Americans would not return if you offered them candy to do so. Yet no one could be sure. As Major General Anne and his colleagues watched, porters sweating beneath loads of munitions destined for gun positions on Route 14, they remained acutely conscious of the B-52s on Guam. Giap still anticipated that victory would require a conclusive campaign in the following year. The 1975 strategic plan was the North's most imaginative of the war. Principal objective for its first phase was Ban Me Thuot, a city of 100,000 people that was capital of the Central Highlands. Surrounded by coffee plantations offering useful cover, it straddled a junction on the north-south Route 14 between Kon Tum and Saigon, 30 miles from the Cambodian border. Colonel General Tran Van Tra, COSVN's vain and ambitious chief, bore a lingering stigma for his role in the tactical failures of Tet 1968. Now he yearned for glory to redress that defeat. Tra afterwards claimed credit for proposing the 1975 thrust through the Central Highlands, though Lieutenant General Hoang Minh Thao urged the same course and was given local direction of it. Instead of immediately hurling troops into a direct assault on Ban Me Thuot, the Communists first isolated the city, cutting roads around Pleiku, 100 miles further north, in a series of coordinated attacks that began early on the morning of the 4th of March. NVA Chief of Staff General Van Tien Dong assumed overall command of the Central Highlands operations, in which 4 divisions were committed to strike where southern forces were relatively weak. Success would give Hanoi a good chance of splitting South Vietnam, cutting off Saigon's powerful formations further north. The Thieu regime received considerable intelligence warning about the threat to Ban Me Thuot, not least from NVA prisoners. As usual, however, there was also plenty of noise, as intelligence officers characterize multiple conflicting indicators to mask the signal, Hanoi's real purpose. The North's attacking formations sustained radio silence while generating deception wireless traffic around Pleiku. On the 8th of March, they severed Route 14 north of Ban Me Thuot, then Route 21 to the coast. The Communists completed the befuddlement of the hapless Thieu by simultaneously launching new attacks east and north of Saigon in the Delta and in Tua Tien and Quang Tri provinces, where General Anne's formations stood poised. At 05:45 on the 8th of March, Anne's guns began firing on nearby southern fire bases. An infantry assault followed. Files of grimly expectant soldiers of the 324th Division advanced across a landscape shrouded in early morning mist. Those first actions generated no easy communist triumph. The Northerners' command and control, always a weakness, proved muddled as ever. Some attacking units got lost, others were ravaged by Arvin artillery and mortars. Next day, the 9th, the South Vietnamese launched successful counterattacks. The contest for one key position, Hill 224, persisted for a week, with neither side giving way. Southern guns firing 4,600 rounds a day. Anne wrote with unexpected frankness about his own men. The Corps' combat efficiency during this phase was low. After 8 days fighting, there had been no communist breakthrough in the north, which deserves emphasis in view of the widespread belief that South Vietnam's entire army crumpled from the outset. Yet even as those battles were taking place, and increasing Saigon's confusion about Hanoi's intentions, in the Central Highlands a grim saga unfolded, at first in accordance with Dragon Court's script, then dramatically outperforming his expectations. On the 9th of March, NVA infantry, supported by just 2 105mm guns with 50 rounds, overran Duc Lap, 50 miles southwest of Ban Me Thuot. The first abject collapses took place of 3 Saigon battalions. The attackers captured 14 guns and 20 armoured vehicles before heading north towards Ban Me Thuot, where sappers and small bodies of infantry had already infiltrated the city. These spearheads made for the airfields and Arvin HQ when the general assault began early on the 10th of March, involving 12 regiments led by 64 tanks and APCs. Infantryman Bao Nin viewed with amazement and indeed awe this gathering of power on a scale few communist soldiers had seen before. Almost all our fighting had been as guerrillas, in company strength. Morale was high because, while they had no notion of how swiftly victory would come, none doubted its inevitability. We knew that without the Americans, the Southerners were half what they had been. Saigon's local corps commander was Pham Van Phu, a 47-year-old veteran of Dien Bien Phu, who proved ill-suited to direct a defence against a complex communist onslaught. Phu had convinced himself that Pleiku was the enemy's main objective, and concentrated his strength accordingly. Fierce flak drove off VNAF airstrikes, and after 32 hours of fighting, General Dung was able to report to Hanoi the capture of the 23rd Division's headquarters and huge ammunition stocks in exchange for only light losses. Yet Southern troops continued staunchly to defend the wired and fortified base of the 53rd Regiment at the airfield 3 miles east of the city. The North Vietnamese, cocky after their earlier successes, on the 14th of March risked committing armour to night attacks, which descended into farce. One tank smashed its gun by hitting a tree, another fell into a ditch. Communist infantry were repulsed with heavy loss, some of them shot off tank hulls. Base commander Lieutenant Colonel Nguyen Vo An showed himself a determined and effective officer whose stand at the head of 500 men deserves to be remembered. The communist attack was renewed on the evening of the 16th of March, when sappers accepted severe losses to lay Bangalore torpedoes, which breached the perimeter wire. 9 hours of fighting followed, during which the attackers made little headway. However, at 0500 on the 17th, 4 tanks broke through. The base was overrun 3 hours later. Lieutenant Colonel Vo An and some survivors escaped. He reached the coast on the 24th at the head of 30 men. The North accepted that some of its units, and especially tank commanders, displayed the sort of ineptitude that had become familiar in 1972. Yet a key reality persisted. The Communists were victorious. 400 South Vietnamese casualties were abandoned in Ban Me Thuot's hospitals. Saigon's Chief of Staff, General Cao Van Vien, said of the fall of the city, "This was the most critical juncture of the entire war. Our armed forces now faced a showdown with an adversary who continuously upped the ante." President Thieu succumbed to panic, prompting him to make a succession of disastrous decisions. First, he removed a locking pin from the North's defence by ordering the Crack Airborne Division to abandon its positions and join the garrison of Saigon. Then he demanded a counterattack east of Ban Me Thuot, which failed miserably. Following the communist breakthrough, Kon Tum and Pleiku were deemed indefensible. Troops there were ordered to pull back towards the coast along the old, crumbling French Route 7B. Vienne warned Thieu of the likely consequences, recalling the 1954 disaster the Viet Minh had inflicted on France's Groupe Mobile 100 in the same region and in similar circumstances. The president neither consulted U.S. officers about the decision to abandon the Central Highlands, announced to his own commanders at a 14th of March crisis meeting at Cam Ranh Bay, nor informed them that he had made it. Frank Snepp believed this was because he was simply terrified that the Americans would go mad and withdraw support from him. Thieu's order, far from being impulsive, reflected personal thinking that had evolved through the previous year. He cherished a belief that if he could shorten the impossibly long defensive perimeter imposed by the shape of South Vietnam, his forces might yet successfully hold its rich southern bulge. While this was implausible, worse was his insistence that within days 25,000 men retire 150 miles through mountainous terrain to the coast. He ignored the huge issue of soldiers' families quartered in the highlands, not to mention the civilian population. General Phu is alleged to have burst into tears on the flight from Cam Ranh Bay back to Pleiku, saying that neither he nor South Vietnam any longer had a future. He himself withdrew eastward by helicopter, leaving a brigadier to supervise the leaden motions of his corps and its stupendous array of men, vehicles, munitions and equipment down the long, rough road through successive passes. Air America pilot Fred Anderson said later, "I will never forget the sight of the highway out of Pleiku. It was a solid mass of bodies walking and carrying what they had, and you just knew there would be thousands dying. AA flights evacuating U.S. personnel were spasmodically fired on by bitter and frightened South Vietnamese." Another pilot said, "A lot of it was out of frustration. People get excited, they want out and don't think. It was sheer anarchy, man reduced to his lowest level." The first 2 days of the withdrawal, the 16th to the 17th of March, passed without much incident, save that a throng of refugees closed in behind the troops. The troubles began at the small town of Cho Reo, 50 miles down the road, where 900 vehicles jammed a narrow thoroughfare. Anarchy descended with scavenging, looting and shooting by renegade soldiers. Then communist troops made a dash to block the pass ahead. After a clumsy southern night attack failed to break through, on the 18th of March, Rangers succeeded, only to fall victim to a misplaced friendly airstrike which killed their colonel and cut a swathe through the ranks. As the Northerners began to shell the mass of humanity and vehicles trapped in Cheo Reo, some tanks and trucks sought alternative escape routes across country. A Ranger battalion was among the few that maintained cohesion, smashing through successive communist blocking positions to reach Tuy Hoa at 2100 on the 27th of March, having lost half its strength. 1 in 4 of the 25,000 troops in the Central Highlands eventually straggled through to the coast, together with some 5,000 dependents and civilians. General Vienne estimated that 3/4 of the combat capability in 2 corps, Central South Vietnam, had been destroyed in 10 days. The Communists afterwards acknowledged 900 Northern troops dead in the Central Highlands campaign, most of those losses probably sustained in its opening days. Events following the fall of Ban Me Thuot created the first of what became a succession of human tragedies, embracing millions of people. General Vienne described the retreat as ignominious, reflecting a failure of leadership at every level. On the road eastward, Saigon journalist Nguyen Tu wrote of refugees who now have nothing left but the dusty, sweat-soaked clothes on their backs. Their feet are swollen and their eyes lifeless and devoid of hope. Small children struggle along behind. Mass desertions by soldiers desperate to protect their own families became an ongoing feature of the campaign. So did crowds of civilians and their vehicles clogging roads that became impassable for government troops, even before the enemy intervened. The cauldron of chaos and misery into which the region subsided was kept bubbling by sporadic communist shell and mortar fire. On the 18th of March, Giap in Hanoi informed the Politburo that the critical moment had come. They must exploit the Northerners' stunning local successes by launching a general offensive. It had become plain that the Americans would not commit air power, that many of Thieu's soldiers had exhausted their will to fight. Despite much written later concerning South Vietnam's shortage of munitions, there is no reason to believe that the events of early spring would have unfolded differently, even had more arms been available. South Vietnamese exile historian Nguyen Qui Phong suggests that the regime still possessed a year's worth of war material, and this is evidenced by the huge quantities that later fell into the NVA's hands, 18,000 tons in the Central Highlands alone. The fact that much equipment and ammunition was in the wrong places because the South Vietnamese logistics system was crippled by inefficiency and corruption cannot justly be blamed on the U.S. Ambassador Graham Martin, visiting Washington in March, appealed directly to leading congressmen to support a new aid package, and met a stone wall. Martin was a poor advocate, but at this point it is unlikely that a veritable Cicero could have induced the legislature to succour the Saigon government. Most congressmen and senators perceived that the will of their constituents demanded disconnection of South Vietnam's life support machine. Yet this did not prevent the ambassador from penning a deplorably mendacious letter to President Thieu, delivered in Saigon on the 15th of March, which asserted, "I can give you the most categorical assurances that the President and Secretaries of State and Defense are determined that when the Washington battle is over, you will have the resources you need." Martin then retired for 10 days to his North Carolina farm to recuperate from dental surgery. It is unlikely that anything he could have said or done would have altered events, but his conduct was ignoble, as was that of Congress. The refusal of mere money to the nation's longtime client, arguably also its victim, sent an unmistakable signal to both sides in the war. The American people, yearning for a closure, had hardened their hearts. In Frank Snep's words, shown themselves stunningly uninterested in the fate of the Vietnamese. The moral impact of aid cuts was more important than the material one. Scarcely a Southern soldier, from general to private, failed to understand that the Saigon regime had been disowned by its patron. It thus became hard to believe that a doomed cause merited further sacrifices from themselves. In South Vietnamese minds, an enduring legend was born of America's stab in the back. The collapse of the Central Highlands merely imposed an immediate disaster upon the deeper sense of destiny that already suffused Thieu's formations. Only U.S. air power could have shifted the odds, and in Washington, a weak president recoiled from defying congressional opposition to such action. A dramatic directive was now issued by the Hanoi Politburo, ordering its forces by May to complete the conquest of South Vietnam. The situation changed at a dizzying pace, said Major General An. In the north, on the 20th of March, his artillery redeployed towards the vital north-south Route 1. Within hours of opening fire, shelling closed it to traffic between Hue and Da Nang, Scores of vehicles seeking to escape southwards were obliged to turn back. A local Viet Cong female cadre interrupted a corps conference to report that thousands of enemy deserters were fleeing through her village. She sought help to mop them up and was duly given some men to collect weapons. Fugitives might run free, she was told. Caged, they would merely become a burden. Anne said, "I realized that the enemy formations were collapsing. Southern units ceased to encrypt wireless messages, sometimes hurling plain language obscenities at each other across the ether." Throughout these last months, Saigon's forces operated in a fog created by lack of intelligence about the movements and intentions of their enemies. Contrarily, Hanoi was thoroughly informed by Saigon traitors, notably a Sergeant Clark in the Arvin Chief of Staff's office, about almost every detail of its enemy's doings, including Thieu's strategic decision to abandon swathes of territory. Giap's great fear was that South Vietnamese forces would withdraw into enclaves around such cities as Hue and Da Nang, from which they might prove difficult to dislodge. This increased his sense of urgency about disrupting organized southern redeployments. His strategy in the north was to strike fast eastwards on several axes, severing arteries, of which Route 1 was the most important. In the first week of fighting, the Southern One Corps commander, Ngo Quang Trong, felt that his forces had held their ground well, as An, his enemy counterpart, agreed. Some regional forces showed courage and determination, and the Marines launched effective counterattacks. Now, however, the defence unravelled with terrifying speed, a chain of events precipitated by Thieu's response to the Central Highlands collapse. The President's order to withdraw the airborne dealt Truong a moral and tactical body blow. The general would have been even more dismayed had he known that the President also intended to take away his Marine division. In 1972, those same Marines had bled copiously to retake Quang Tri. Now, when they withdrew southwards, the city was lost in a day, precipitating another mass exodus. As in the Highlands, roads became jammed with civilians on foot and in vehicles of every kind. More and more people in the northern regions, both uniformed and civilian, saw that they faced abandonment, that their own government no longer considered this extremity of South Vietnam defensible. Despite some stubborn Arvin stands, at a dozen key points from north of Hue to south of Da Nang, communist forces thrust insistently towards the coast. Truong and his corps were losing control as the region was carved about their heads. Thieu dithered, at one moment demanding that Hue must be held to the last, at the next proposing to relinquish it. After 2 weeks' fighting, in which one corps suffered 2,000 casualties and claimed to have fired 200,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, on the 21st of March, the NVA overran Rangers defending critical hills above Route 1. Thereafter, the Communists began attacking north towards Hue. At 1300 on the 25th of March, a soldier named Nguyen Van Phuong raised the North Vietnamese flag in the old capital. An found drivers for 50 abandoned tanks and APCs, which joined his advance southwards. Mobs of bewildered and disarmed southern soldiers milled in the streets. Hundreds of officers became prisoners. During evacuations from the northern coastline, the sorely tried Marine Division's discipline collapsed. An American defense attaché had warned the previous year of the danger that an enemy offensive in the north would precipitate a Dunkirk without ships, which is what now took place. A disordered and woefully inadequate rabble of vessels sought to retrieve vast numbers of desperate soldiers and civilians. Patchy local resistance caused the NVA's General An fewer difficulties than moving rice to his scattered units, with mud clogging every track from his supply line further west. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians who fled from Hue in warships or small craft, were disgorged a few hours sailing further south at Da Nang, to surge through the streets, spreading the plague virus of panic. In the distance, artillery fire was already audible, as resistance at Fujia, north of the city, imposed a brief check on Anne's battalions. By the last days of March, an estimated 1 million refugees swarmed in Da Nang's streets. Thick black smoke eddied in the courtyard of the U.S. consulate as staff and Marine Guards burned files. Exultant North Vietnamese columns hastened towards the city, cheered on by civilians who sensed a historic transfer of mastery. Commander Nguyen Tri, who was responsible for the Vietnamese Navy's small craft at Da Nang, repeatedly sought orders, but his admiral responded with a numbed silence. On the 28th of March, Tri visited Army headquarters, which had retired into the naval base, and found it buzzing with officers laden with sandbags filled with personal possessions. Helicopters wafted these privileged fugitives to safety, leaving disorder in their wake. Tri embarked his own and the flotilla crew's families, then cast off, speeding down the coast. At Quy Nhon, to their dismay, they found the same scenes, a similar collapse of authority. General Truong wrote later of the last days of his command of one corps that soldiers attempting to deploy were swallowed up in the mass of humanity which choked Route 1 and intermediate land masses. Confusion, frustration, and ultimately panic began to grip some combat units. An American eyewitness, AA pilot Wayne Lennon, said of Da Nang, "It didn't fall, it came apart. The soldiers went berserk. They were running down the streets, machine-gunning civilians, ripping the jewelry off bodies, and raping girls." Dreadful scenes took place at the airport, where hysterical crowds mobbed the few departing aircraft, convinced that each would be the last. Men who huddled in wheel wells were crushed when ascending pilots retracted undercarriages. Efforts to fly out military stretcher cases foundered among mobs of troops and refugees. 5,000 patients and medical staff were abandoned at Duy Tan General Hospital. On the shoreline, soldiers drove trucks and tanks into the surf, mobbed barges. "There were Rangers, Marines, tanks," said a Vietnamese eyewitness. "One ship came in first and the Marines shot at everyone else they want to be on the ship. And the Rangers were so mad, they shot at the Marines and then finally the ship sank." On the 29th of March, Northern forces entered Da Nang after overrunning great tracts of territory at an estimated cost of fewer than 3,000 casualties. Anne's regiments reorganized with an important accession of transport, including 487 GMC trucks. They'd also acquired PRC-25 radios, priceless to an army chronically short of communications, now for the first time issued down to company level. Every infantry squad boasted 2 M79 Thumper grenade launchers, 1 in 3 of Anne's artillery pieces was a captured weapon. The next challenge was to move this formidable force 600 miles southwards, reinforced by 2 further divisions that had hastened from North Vietnam to join the drive on Saigon. The Coastal Column, as it became, was placed under the overall command of General Le Trong Tan and comprised 2,276 vehicles. General An felt somewhat overwhelmed as it set forth on the 7th of April. "This was the first time in my career I had controlled such a long column with so many specialized branch elements," he said. Crowds stood cheering by the roadside, among them surrendered government soldiers begging for food. There were frequent halts while repairs were improvised to broken or blown bridges. Between Da Nang and Suan Loc, they negotiated 569 crossings. An dispatched advance parties to ensure access to fuel stocks at Quy Nhon, Nha Trang, Cam Ranh Bay. For almost 2 heady weeks, his corps' movement averaged 60 miles in each 20 hours driving by day and night. The plight of South Vietnam gripped the attention of tens of millions of Americans. None of the images of massed human suffering, however, shifted the national mood, overwhelmingly resistant to re-engagement. A domestic economic recession provided one justification for congressional opposition. Another was cited by Californian Democrat Representative Henry Waxman. "We cannot promote the peace by providing the means of war. Providing more military aid to Saigon only increases resistance to substantive negotiations." The American leaders who behaved worst were those who promised the South Vietnamese help while knowing this would not be forthcoming. Senator Hubert Humphrey made supportive noises, then voted against an aid package. Tew told Ford frankly that without American intervention, explicitly B-52s, his country was probably doomed. On the 22nd of March, the U.S. President responded, pledging support, while remaining studiedly vague about what form this might take. Tew reminded him of explicit promises made by Nixon and Kissinger after the Paris Accords. Ford nonetheless determined that he would not risk a constitutional crisis by ordering airstrikes. On the 25th of March, he said, "I regret I do not have the authority to do some of the things President Nixon could do." Throughout those days, Ford's Secretary of State remained characteristically clear-sighted, citing the futility of diplomacy in checking the communist onslaught. "I am convinced," said Henry Kissinger, "that North Vietnam will do absolutely nothing except under military pressure." There was a proposal to commit the U.S. Navy to assist the evacuations from Hue and Da Nang, but the White House drew back when commanders said troops would need to land. Instead, Military Sealift Command was mandated to charter merchantmen, which rescued thousands of fugitives in dramatic and sometimes violent circumstances. On the 28th of March, Kissinger reported to Ford, "I don't think South Vietnam can make it. It is a moral collapse of the United States." Next day, he told a meeting of his own staffers, "The disgrace is ours." When one of them proposed asking Moscow to intervene, Kissinger responded, "We can't ask the Soviets in the spirit of détente to save us from ourselves." In Hanoi, Giap prepared for the last stage of what he was determined should be recognized as a personal triumph. He moved his bed into Dragon Court and remained there around the clock until the fall of Saigon, save for one quick trip south to meet field commanders. Every hour thereafter, Van, as he was codenamed, urged on his generals the need for speed, to seize Saigon before the rains descended in earnest or the Americans changed their minds and started to bomb. At 7 o'clock each evening, Le Duan was briefed. Post-war communist narratives emphasize his role as de facto supreme commander, effacing the legend of Giap, although there is little doubt that the campaign reflected the old general's brief restoration to strategic primacy. Between the 10th and the 31st of March, 4 NVA divisions, supported by Viet Cong guerrillas, carried out attacks north and east of Saigon which were contained, but left invaders poised within 40 miles of the capital. In the last days of the month, Le Duan urged Dung in the Central Highlands to launch a dash for final victory. The general was brave and stubborn enough to demur, insisting upon first completing the destruction of the Arvin's II Corps. On the 31st of March, his forces broke through an airborne brigade holding the key Mdrak Pass. The port city of Quy Nhon was overrun, and next day NVA armor swept into Tuy Hoa, further south. The American consulate at Nha Trang was evacuated amid turbulent and terrible scenes. As whole southern units disintegrated, Cam Ranh Bay fell. On the 2nd of April, General Phu, his corps shattered, fled to Saigon. All the important passes on Route 1 were now in northern hands. Frank Snepp says of some 21st century revisionists who seek to suggest that South Vietnam staged a coherent national defense, They weren't there to witness the shambles. Attempts to impose clarity on the Arvin story are nonsense. This is certainly true of Thieu's strategy, such as it was, which failed miserably. Yet a few South Vietnamese troops fought with a courage worthy of a better national leader. Le Duan asserted in a long 1st of April message to his commanders that in northern operations thus far there have been few military casualties. They had secured much of South Vietnam in exchange for far smaller losses than those of 1972. For the first time in the war, Hanoi dispatched cameramen and reporters to accompany the NVA on its victory road. Among these was Phung Ba To, newly returned to his homeland after 20 years in Europe, where he had become a successful filmmaker. The army issued To with a uniform and camera, then sent him south to witness the triumph of the revolution. "It was so thrilling," he said emotionally. At first, he and his comrades of the communist media were full of fears amidst the turmoil in newly conquered southern cities. But then we saw that it was all going to be all right. The throngs of people whom they passed, both military and civilian, had no thought of doing them harm. Indeed, one of the bizarre spectacles that became familiar was that of Southern soldiers stripped to their shorts, having discarded their uniforms. One American who found the events of those days especially harrowing was Jim Livingston, winner of a Medal of Honor at Dido 7 years before, and now operations officer of the Marine Amphibious Brigade aboard the command ship Blue Ridge, offshore. He went briefly ashore at Da Nang and felt sick at what he saw. A colonel from the South Vietnamese Black Cat Division, who attempted to board the warship off Cam Ranh Bay, was repulsed by Livingston, disgusted at his abandonment of his men. "I'll go back with you and fight, you son of a bitch," said the Marine, a histrionic offer the Vietnamese rejected. Others adopted a different course. The first of many suicides took place. At Quy Nhon, the 42nd Regiment's CO waved farewell to his men boarding vessels, then disappeared into a house where he shot himself. Giap initially hoped that the leading northern formations might capture Saigon on the run, sustaining the momentum of the previous weeks without waiting for the coastal column to arrive from the north. He ordered General Tra's troops to isolate the capital from the Mekong Delta, but their attacks met stronger resistance than the NVA had experienced in the Central Highlands. There were violent exchanges with South Vietnamese riverine gunboats. A mid-April attack on Can Tho was repulsed. Long An RF and PF militia held off the Northern 5th Division for 4 days. The most significant battle the Communists were obliged to fight took place 37 miles northeast of Saigon. The town of Xuan Loc, capital of Long Can Province, occupied a key road junction on Route 1, surrounded by rubber and banana plantations. The action that began there on the 9th of April enabled the Army of South Vietnam for the last time in its history to display courage and determination in the face of odds, though it could not deflect the irresistible course of events. The 18th Division's commander, Brigadier Le Minh Dao, his features seldom visible save beneath enormous and somewhat sinister sunglasses, had a playboy reputation more conspicuous than his military one. He was celebrated as a sing-along guitarist. He and his officers nonetheless prepared skillfully to meet the looming communist assault. They removed most soldiers' families to Long Binh and pre-registered guns on the approach routes the communists had used in their Tet 1968 attacks, correctly anticipating that they would come the same ways again. Dao sent troops to occupy high ground the enemy might use for artillery observation, and placed his own 36 guns in bunkers, stockpiled ammunition, monitored NVA wireless channels. Almost the first shell of the bombardment that began at 0540 on the 9th of April wrecked Dao's own quarters near the Catholic Church. In the days that followed, communist artillery would reduce much of Xuan Loc to rubble without doing much harm to the defenders, dug in on the outskirts. At 0640, 2 red flares signalled the advance of armour and infantry. On the eastern flank, the invaders' 7th Division was quickly checked by wire, mines and VNAF airstrikes. The 341st, attacking from the northeast, penetrated the town, but southern fire drove back its green teenage infantry. The 6th Division achieved the only important communist success, advancing from the south to cut Route 1 between Xuan Loc and Saigon. Thereafter, the town was isolated. During the next 2 days, Dao's men staged some successful counterattacks and repulsed renewed enemy assaults. In the last mass helicopter operation of the war, 100 Hueys lifted an airborne brigade to reinforce the garrison. Communist shelling made wretched the lives of the civilian inhabitants, but Hanoi's commanders understood that they had made a succession of mistakes. First, General Tra had failed to fulfill orders to interdict takeoffs from Bien Hoa, to deny Xuan Loc air support. Only on the 15th of April did northern shell and rocket fire begin to accomplish this. Meanwhile, after weeks of fighting, the attacking 7th Division was weary. The South Vietnamese seemed to have done almost everything right, and the Communists were punished for their hubris in rushing a frontal assault on strongly fortified positions. They also suffered considerably from the effects of 15,000-pound BLU-82 Daisy Cutter bombs, used here by the VNAF for the first time, along with a deadly CBU-55 air-denying cluster bomb. Xuan Loc lingered as a bastion amid the crumbling front. Brigadier Dao's stand caused Hanoi to postpone its assault on Saigon, originally planned for the 15th of April, and wait for the rest of its army to catch up. Western media were flown into Xuan Loc to applaud the defence, though the effect was marred by a rush of townspeople desperate to flee, mobbing the helicopters that lifted reporters out. The weary defenders lapsed into passivity and could do nothing to check the northern build-up in their rear, west of the town. On the 20th of April, Xuan Loc was evacuated. The garrison withdrew on foot southwards through rubber plantations, with the 1st Airborne Brigade acting as rearguard. Dao, wearing the haggard face of a man who had not slept much, in the words of a soldier, honourably marched out among them, rather than escape by Huey. Xuan Loc was the final multi-formation clash of the war. Hanoi has never published credible figures for its own casualties, but 3,000 or 4,000 seems a fair guess. It was foolish for the NVA to have fought there at all. Its commanders could easily have masked the town and continued their advance, leaving Dao and his men to stew. Surviving South Vietnamese soldiers anyway cherish Xuan Loc as a shining memory, in the midst of a grand narrative of humiliation. Even as that battle was being fought, there were clashes at Phan Rang, a coastal city on Route 1 south of Cam Ranh Bay, and more than 200 miles northeast of Saigon, where southern troops for a few days clung to the airbase. On the 3rd of April, U.S. Navy ships offshore began to provide humanitarian assistance to refugees, but their commanders rejected pleas for gunfire support. VNAF aircraft strafed the advancing communists, and in a dramatic helicopter operation recovered 800 survivors of the Airborne Brigade, which had defended the Mdrak Pass. They were flown to reinforce the defenders of Saigon. On the 16th of April, lead elements of the northern coastal column took over the assault on Phan Rang. The port and city fell quickly, though the airbase held out a little longer. General An's gunners found themselves exchanging fire with South Vietnamese warships. The plethora of captured transport in communist ownership prompted mishaps, often caused by Viet Cong, who for decades had taken for granted that anyone occupying a vehicle must be a foe. The commander of a Northern Air Defense Division was fatally wounded by a B-40 rocket that hit his truck. Communist tanks came under friendly fire. General An was thrilled with a brand-new jeep he appropriated from an abandoned South Vietnamese Corps headquarters. But on the night of the 16th of April became less so when he was shot up by guerrillas, being fortunate to escape on flattened tires. Among the prisoners taken in the coastal fighting were Corps Commander Lieutenant General Nguyen Vinh Nghi and James Lewis of the CIA, both of whom were flown to Hanoi. A northern propaganda officer demanded of the captured general, "How should we phrase appeals to puppet soldiers to lay down their arms?" Nghi responded despairingly, "What's the need for appeals? The army has already fallen apart." South Vietnamese in Washington sought to exploit the evidence of Xuan Loc to convince American legislators that their army still had the will to fight if the U.S. would provide support. Senators remained immovable. An overpowering sense of doom overhung South Vietnam, intensified by the collapse of neighboring Cambodia, from which President Lon Nol had fled on the 1st of April. The victorious Khmer Rouge, a creation of the North Vietnamese, albeit later disowned by them, entered Phnom Penh on the 17th, and, soon afterwards, commenced their genocide against Cambodia's people. 2. Ah, my country, my poor country. Around the country through much of April, clashes of arms and stampedes of terrified people persisted, beyond the view of the world's media, and thus little known to posterity. Thousands of cadres were dispatched from North Vietnam to assume control of what were described, pejoratively so, Southerners came to believe, as liberated territories. On the 2nd of April, Le Duc Tho accompanied General Dung, now tasked to command the assault on Saigon, to set up their headquarters beside COSVN's base at Loc Ninh. Dung's insistence on completing the destruction of 2 corps before redirecting his forces south from the Central Highlands proved well judged. The coastal panics and troop collapses confirmed to the world, and especially to the American and South Vietnamese peoples, the terminal predicament of the Saigon regime and its armed forces. What is remarkable is not that many ARVN formations crumbled, but that some mounted last-ditch stands in the face of an irresistible enemy tide. In the capital, a strange unreality persisted. However powerful the logic of looming communist triumph, many people, both Vietnamese and American, found it impossible to acknowledge that everything familiar in their lives, for good and ill, was about to be swept away. Foremost among the deniers was Graham Martin. In February, a visiting congressional delegation was accompanied by Frank Scotton, who was furious to discover that Frank Snepp, the man most likely to tell the truth about how bad things were, had been barred from the briefing team by the ambassador. Scotton ensured that the CIA analyst spoke privately with the congressional group. On the 8th of April, the CIA forwarded to Washington a cable detailing information from the tried and trusted Tay Ninh source about Hanoi's decision to dash for all-embracing victory. "Regardless of what happens," read the report, "there will be no question of negotiations or a tripartite government. Communist forces will strike at Saigon." Yet, until the last, with almost deranged obstinacy, Ambassador Martin defied his advisers to insist that some deal would be cut with Hanoi to preserve the rump of South Vietnam. The most important consequence was that he resisted demands for an evacuation of tens of thousands of the Vietnamese most vulnerable to communist vengeance, an operation which thus began too little and too late. The ambassador's attitude, like his earlier bullish dispatches to Washington, enraged staffers desperately concerned for South Vietnamese friends and colleagues. Only in the week of the 21st of April did USAF transport aircraft belatedly commence sorties out of Tan Son Nhut, 304 in all, which evacuated almost 43,000 Americans and Vietnamese. During Saigon's last weeks as Thieus capital, many Vietnamese who lacked magic carpet connections struggled to secure passages out of the country, despite the emotional cost that exile imposed upon people wedded to the culture of family, of belonging. Meanwhile, members of the French community, their ambassador prominent among them, taunted the unhappy Americans with a cruelty rooted in confidence, later pleasingly shown to be unfounded, that a special relationship with Hanoi would secure France's position in a communist Vietnam. The value of the piastre collapsed so that foreigners with dollars found themselves partying almost free. An AA pilot calculated that the real price of the most beautiful bar girl in Saigon was 66 cents for a short time, $1.11 for the night. Some Bacchic orgies, their frenzy rooted in the fear-gripping participants, took place in bars and hotels. Americans vainly urged the Thieu government to avow to its people at least some portion of reality. Instead, amid the vacuities and deceits of official spokesmen, rumour held sway, and there were many sleepwalkers. The South Vietnamese Command and Staff School at Long Binh continued its courses until the 28th of April. Senior officer students spent hours debating battlefield scenarios and agreed that the Americans would scarcely abandon the nation for which they had sacrificed 58,000 dead. While many prominent Vietnamese were selling everything to raise cash to escape, some came home. Nguyen Thi Chin, the 1954 teenage fugitive from Hanoi, who had since become the South's biggest TV and screen star, was shooting a movie in Singapore but felt that she must return to Saigon. "It was wrong for my reason, but right for my heart," she said. On the 1st of April, Major Nguyen Cong Luan, a 20-year Southern veteran who had just completed a Fort Benning course, boarded a plane at San Francisco with 3 comrades. At Tan Son Nhut, a girl checking the arrivals manifest asked them in bewilderment, "Why did you come back? Dalat fell last night." Though Australians had played a notable role in South Vietnam's defence, now their country's Labour government ordered that RAAF aircraft evacuating their residual personnel should not carry refugees. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam insisted on acceptance of Hanoi's public assurances that South Vietnamese had nothing to fear from the incoming communist government. Of 3,667 people who sought Australian visas in those days, only 342 applications were successful, and just 76 eventually travelled. The embassy's Vietnamese staff were abandoned. Meanwhile, flights were organised by crassly sentimental foreign philanthropists to evacuate Saigon orphanages. No sane person could suppose that the victorious communists would murder pretty children. Instead, pot-bellied Arvin officers, unlovely bureaucrats and policemen faced mortal peril. They, however, were bereft of foreign friends. Lieutenant Nguyen Kiem said, "We understood that we were losing, but we couldn't think what to do. We didn't even dare talk much to each other, in case we started a panic. We lied to our men to reassure them." As the son of a prosperous businessman, Kiem had relations in Europe who kept telephoning home, urging insistently, "Get out, get out." He said, "They knew more than we did, but how to escape." Ngo Thi Bong, a matriarch who had survived Hue's horrors during Tet 1968, wrote from Saigon to her English friend, Gavin Young, "Everything is lost now. My dear, my only son, Min, was in Da Nang. Can he still be alive, or is he dead already? It is so sad, unimaginable for a poor mother. I cannot express my feelings because we live from minute to minute. I have no more tears left to weep for my little Min, and at the same time for my grandchildren. Ah, my country, my poor country." Almost 3 million American veterans watched with a special fascination the drama unfolding across the Pacific. Former U.S. Marine Captain Hayes Parks suggested sadly, if the South Vietnamese had known what the future was, they would have fought harder. Lieutenant General Bruce Palmer fumed. The hard truth lingers on that when South Vietnam in its dying hours turned to us in despair, the US looked the other way. Our South Vietnamese friends can never forget the tragic nightmare of those last scenes. Army nurse Phyllis Breen agreed. I just felt so bad for all the Vietnamese who had trusted us, she said. British journalist Richard West, who knew Indochina intimately and had once been passionately anti-American, now wrote remorsefully from Saigon. It is not true to portray South Vietnam as a fascist regime overthrown by a revolutionary movement. Even at this 11th hour, opposition movements have some right of protest, while Saigon's press is less timid than London's in its exposure of rascals in office. The Viet Cong, or indigenous southern communists, now play only a tiny part in the war. The Saigon proletariat, which ignored 2 calls for an uprising in 1968, seems apathetic. What began as a revolutionary war has turned into an old-fashioned, conventional invasion of the South by the North. It is distasteful here in Saigon to read the gloating tone of some foreign newspapers over the fate of anti-communists. This last remark reflected the triumph of Hanoi's propaganda. Hundreds of millions of people around the world, including more than a few Americans, believed that the impending North Vietnamese victory represented a just outcome. Out in the U.S. processing area at Tan Son Nhut, thousands of terrified Vietnamese queued outside the base bowling alley, mustered on its tennis courts, as they awaited refugee flights. On the afternoon of the 23rd of April, 45-year-old Le Thi Thu Van, widow of murdered South Vietnamese politician Nguyen Van Bong, met a friend, an elderly French literature teacher, who suddenly exclaimed in dismay. A briefcase containing $2,000, his entire disposable wealth, had vanished from his side, obviously stolen. The old man announced that he refused to enter the U.S. as a beggar. He would return to his home in the city. His cousin, the government's deputy education minister, accompanied him, an impulsive decision that condemned both to years in communist re-education camps. Once aboard a C-130, Van and her children secured 4 canvas seats. A tall, young American civilian pushed his way through the crowded hold with a Vietnamese woman and gestured to the widow and her brood to remove themselves. When she refused, in his anger, the man dropped a lead-heavy bag on her toes. "Hey, girl," he said, as he and his companion squatted on the floor, "do you know what you're going to do in my country? You'll be washing laundry." Thu Van wrote, "So I left my country with a heavy heart and crushed feet." Former VNAF fighter pilot Tran Hoi's family escaped aboard a World Airways flight arranged by friends who owed him. When his mother-in-law declined to accompany them, he solemnly handed her the deeds to his house and ownership documents for 2 cars, saying reassuringly, "Don't worry, Mom, this is only temporary. As soon as the situation calms down, your grandchildren will come back." Then Hoi flew to Guam aboard a USAF Starlifter. The prized possessions that he left behind would become Victor's spoils. Eva Kim, secretary to Graham Martin, said to Merle Pribenow, "You've got a Vietnamese family. I can get you a few places on a black flight." So she did, providing the address of a safe house from which his mother-in-law and niece escaped to safety. His wife and son had already left. Kim, an exemplarily kind woman, provided a similar service for many others. Some children, such as 9-year-old Bong, viewed the whole evacuation as kind of a neat adventure, going to new and exciting places. The boy could not understand why the adults around him spent so much time crying. His mother, like almost all the fugitives, had said nothing to neighbors about plans to leave. But in the Tan Son Nhut bowling alley, they met friends, colleagues, classmates, sharing an embarrassment as well as a misery which they recoiled from articulating. Through 2 long days and nights they lingered there until at last they boarded a C-130 to suffer a few moments of terror as they rose into the air lest the communists, now so close, should fire on the aircraft. Once safely over the sea, they settled to endure the weary discomfort of the flight to the Philippines. A deplorable aspect of the evacuation was that some Americans and Vietnamese with authority to include names on manifests sold space. Hundreds of bar girls with green money, US dollars, became beneficiaries. Meanwhile, over $50,000 in bribes was paid by the Americans to Vietnamese military and police personnel at Tan Son Nhut to permit their compatriots' evacuation to proceed unhindered. As for South Vietnam's leader, figurehead, president, what did Nguyen Van Thieu think, sitting almost alone in the great echoing Independence Palace as his government collapsed about his head? Thieu would have made a great Las Vegas poker player, said Frank Scotton. He was completely opaque. Frank Snepp said, as soon as we didn't control a Vietnamese leader, we disowned him. Thieu was a tragic figure. A senior Air Force officer suggested that the president had always been haunted by the memory of Diem, fearing that if he defied the will of Washington, he would meet the same fate. And so, when Americans looked at Thieu, they saw simply a little guy. PRG Minister-in-Waiting, Truong Nu Tang, argued that Thieu naively supposed that the Americans cherished almost a blood loyalty towards him. He simply could not bring himself to believe that in this extremity they would abandon him, he said. The latter speculation seems plausible, though unprovable, since in exile Thieu sustained an unbroken silence. He displayed through his last weeks of power, or more appropriately of impotence, the political insensitivity that had characterized his 8-year rule. In mid-March, he rejected calls for resignation from oppositionists, Father Tran Hu Tan and former Vice President Key. The latter had sulked on a farm since quitting the 1971 presidential race. 10 people were jailed for allegedly plotting the government's overthrow. Thieu dismissed a Saigon Senate vote calling for his eviction. On the 4th of April, he belatedly reshuffled the cabinet, though his survival in office depended now, as always, upon the loyalty of generals. The CIA's Tay Ninh source, Agent Hackle, reported Hanoi completely uninterested in a deal with any southern faction. Why should the North bargain when it stood on the brink of military triumph? Only Ambassador Martin and a handful of Vietnamese power brokers clung to delusions that an outcome might be contrived which deflected a communist takeover. To posterity, Thieu seems an unsympathetic figure who failed to relate to the mass of his own countrymen and governed through a handful of more or less corrupt warlords. No anecdotage exists to endow this preternaturally cool man with a human face. The best that may be said is that he was not among the most cruel of the world's autocrats. He belatedly resigned the presidency on the 21st of April and left his country for the last time 4 nights later, accompanied by former Prime Minister Tran Tien Kiem. Frank Snepp was Thieu's driver on the short ride through darkness from his private residence inside the Tan Son Nhut base to a waiting USAF C-118. The president shook the hand of the CIA officer and said a terse thank you as he blinked back tears. A knot of American spooks, diplomats and guards, all in civilian clothes, joked, a trifle nervously among themselves, about the gunfire audible in the distance. The ambassador exchanged a few words with Thieu at the foot of the aircraft steps. "I just told him goodbye," said Martin afterwards. "Nothing historic, just goodbye." As the plane's engines whined, there was a preposterous moment as the envoy, chest heaving, himself set about dragging away the steps. Snep shouted, "Mr. Ambassador, can I do that for you?" For years afterwards, rumour held that Thieu bore away in his baggage South Vietnam's gold reserves. Yet, in exile, neither he nor his family displayed evidence of massive portable wealth. In 2016, in Orange County, his widow relied on the generosity of friends to purchase a burial plot. Thieu's epitaph must be that he became a puppet collapsed when the Americans chose to drop his strings. 71-year-old ex-schoolteacher Tran Van Hoang assumed the presidency for a few wretched days, while Lieutenant General Nguyen Van Thuan prepared to direct the defense of Saigon. He disposed 60,000 regular troops and about the same number of RF and PF militia. These could not suffice to ring the city, and thus its southern approaches lay almost naked. No one on either side supposed that South Vietnamese could long resist the North's masses. But some officers and politicians clung to hopes that they might fight long enough to secure negotiated terms, rather than make an abject surrender. The NSA intercepted an enemy wireless message ordering artillery to fire if the Americans were not gone before Dung's columns reached the city centre. It is still uncertain whether this was bluff, but senior U.S. personnel planned their departures accordingly, ahead of the communist spearheads. Dung disposed more than 250,000 troops in 5 corps, 14 divisions, 10 independent brigades and regiments, together with a battalion of SAM-2 air defense missiles, shipped down from the north. A few pilots had been rushed through conversion training from MiG-17s to A-37s, so that they could fly captured aircraft. Hanoi declined to use its own Russian-built fighters for fear of provoking an American response. Dung's multiple-axis assault focused on key headquarters and symbols of military and political power, including Tan Son Nhut and Independence Palace. 14 bridges lay between communist start lines and the city centre, which sappers were tasked to secure ahead of the armoured columns. The overarching intent was to pin and destroy South Vietnamese forces at the periphery, averting a destructive struggle in the city centre. On the 25th of April, Le Duc Tho dispatched a long cable to his Politburo colleagues in Hanoi, seeking to calm their fears that the endgame was being dangerously delayed, that even after losing the capital, Saigon's forces might retire to make a final stand in the Delta. "You may be at ease," messaged Tho. "Everything would be fine." Saigon was poised to fall. The regime would perish with it. In the last phase-out at Tan Son Nhut, the men of a VNAF security detail said to their commander, "Okay, LT, now what?" Lieutenant Nguyen Kiem remained mute for several minutes, because he had no constructive answer. Eventually he said, "Go home. The best thing you can do is take care of yourselves." In those days, this exchange was repeated 10,000 times among South Vietnamese, both in uniforms and out of them. Kiem himself mounted a moped and set off for his family home. Just outside the base, in the middle of the road, he saw a pathetic sight. 2 small, lonely figures, a boy of around 10 and a girl perhaps 6 years old, sitting atop a mountain of baggage and possessions. Kiem swung the bike and approached them, asking, "What are you doing?" The boy answered, "Our parents told us to stay here and wait for them." "When was that?" "Early morning." It was now mid-afternoon. Kiem made the only gesture he could think of. Crossing to a nearby stall, he bought some fruit juice and handed it to the children. He said, "You'd better leave the luggage, go on home and wait there." They nodded uncertainly as he continued on his way, leaving the forlorn pair where they sat. The North Vietnamese scheduled their 6-pronged final attack on Saigon for the 27th of April, but the coastal column was authorized to move a day earlier because it had 2 rivers to cross. Early on the 26th, 20 battalions of artillery opened fire from the east. Tanks and infantry rolled soon after. On the following day, the Arvin 18th Division, heroes of Swan Lock, was brutally handled by the North's 4th Corps and forced into retreat, while Anne's 2nd Corps attacked Southern forces defending the only road link between Saigon and the sea. Anne wrote, "The fighting grew more intense with each passing minute, surging back and forth as the troops fought for control of every shattered wall, bunker, rubber tree, tank against tank, howitzer against howitzer. Regional forces for a time clung to the town of Long Tan. The remains of the airborne held their positions until outflanked, then retired towards the port of Vung Tau. On the evening of the 28th, 5 captured A-37s flown by communist pilots bombed Tan Son Nhut, destroying several aircraft and traumatizing defenders. 10 hours later, a rocket and artillery bombardment scoured the airbase, killing 2 U.S. Marine Guards. Communist sappers seized and for some hours held the Newport Bridge close to the heart of the city, prompting a firefight watched with grim fascination by scores of Western media reporters and cameramen. Vietnamese Marines are said to have made an impressive stand further north, but this availed the defenders nothing when their lines were soon breached in 20 places by communist troops surging towards the capital. The North's 10th Division, which had done more fighting than any other since the start of the campaign, advanced along the last miles of Route 1, led by tanks with infantrymen cramming their hulls. The columns that raced past Cu Chi, once a base with a symbolically intricate Viet Cong tunnel complex beneath the Americans' feet, were composed of a mixture of their own T-54 and K-63 tanks, most at the limits of engine life, together with captured American M41s and M48s. Chivied relentlessly by commanders, drivers were told to smash headlong past opposition, rather than waste hours necessary for infantry to deploy off-road for set-piece attacks. By 0600 on the 29th, sappers and infantry had secured the Sang Bridge. This promptly collapsed under the weight of 2 tanks, and attackers found themselves addressing stubborn resistance at Dongdu. More tanks bogged in a stream from which they had to be rescued by engineers, then clashed with Southern armour and found the way ahead, Route 4, blocked by trucks. In heavy rain, the South Vietnamese sustained resistance through most of the morning at the Vina Texco textile mill and Tam Luong Bridge. There was a spectacular explosion in a bomb dump at Tan Son Nhut before, late in the afternoon, Northern tanks began firing on aircraft parked inside the base. At last light, they halted, awaiting dawn to renew their assault. Meanwhile, in central Saigon, the city's inhabitants were belatedly obliged to acknowledge the imminence of the volcanic eruption that was to bury their society. Arvin Chief of Staff, Cao Van Vien, had resigned his post and flown to sanctuary aboard a U.S. carrier on the 28th, followed next day by General Toan and other officers. Former Vice President Key made a flatulent speech, calling on his fellow countrymen to turn Saigon into a second Stalingrad, before piloting a Huey onto the carrier midway. To escape the humiliation of being disarmed by American sailors, he and his companions tossed into the sea their own sidearms, including a pistol presented to Key himself by John Wayne. The ship's captain, greeting him, pointed to a Vietnamese medal ribbon on his own breast and said, "You gave this to me." Key wrote, "My eyes filled. Great sobs racked my body. The captain withdrew, quietly shutting the cabin door, and left me with my tears." Despite a reputation for venality, Key proved almost penniless when he began a new life in California. Helicopters clattered ceaselessly across the sky, first lifting evacuees from Tan Son Nhut, then on the 29th of April from the U.S. Embassy compound and a handful of mission buildings that became the last American enclaves. That afternoon, Lieutenant Kiem reached his parents' Saigon house to find his elderly grandfather and other family members in tears, which flowed in rivers that day. By the custom of the country, Kiem asked the formal consent of his father-in-law to take his wife Lien to the embassy to escape to the 7th Fleet offshore. He then bore her on his moped the few blocks to the compound, protected by U.S. Marines from an increasingly frantic crowd outside the walls. Her father came too, carrying 2 of her sisters on a lambretta. They rendezvoused with Kiem's brother before the lieutenant forced a path to the gates. Privileged connections caused a sight of his ID to persuade the U.S. Marines to admit the entire group. However, his younger brother, a 23-year-old law student, was missing. Kiem returned to the family house where the young man appeared soon afterwards. Once again, Kiem fought through the crowd to the embassy gates, and after pressing $100 into his brother's hand, by brute strength pushed him over the gates, then himself returned home. Tran Tan was 25, and, like Kiem, had close contact with the Americans. He worked as USAID's night switchboard operator. His bosses asked him to remain as essential personnel, which conferred a rite of passage on an evacuation flight. He phoned his parents — an American home phone was another perk of the job — and asked that his 15-year-old brother Hung should bring him food and clothes at the USAID office. When the boy arrived, Tan told him to stick around. He asked the Americans if his other 2 brothers, whose details he had already given them, could come too. No, they said sternly. Both were soldiers, and President Tu had decreed that no military personnel should quit the country. Tan said later, "I was stupid. When we got to Guam and saw all the Arvin men there, I learned that if we'd just found a few dollars to give someone, my brothers could have come too." His father refused to leave, shrugging, "I'm too old to care whether I live or die." When Tan and Hung boarded a helicopter out of the U.S. Embassy at 6 p.m. on the 29th of April, their departure opened a chasm in their family, as in countless others that would persist for years. Tan learned to be grateful that his brothers were mere enlisted men. Their lowly status spared them from the horrors of the communist camps that awaited ex-officers. On that final day of the evacuation, shamefaced CIA staff listened to the bleats and whistles of unanswered radios in the operations room, static, crackling pleas for help on every channel, coming from all over Vietnam. "I'm Mr. Han, the translator." Frank Snepp called these sound mares. It was never plausible that the Americans could conduct an ordered extraction of all those Vietnamese linked to the U.S., even had the ambassador displayed greater foresight. Instead, vast numbers of panic-stricken people embarked on escapes in ships and small craft of every shape and size that dotted the seas off South Vietnam through the weeks that followed. A few fortunate folk flew away. On the last night in the embassy, an aide to Martin, Ken Moorfield, chatted to CIA Station Chief Tom Polgar, a short, stocky, bald Hungarian, obviously in great pain and despair. Polgar had shared to the end the ambassador's false hopes of a political deal. Now he lamented, despairingly, "If only we hadn't cut off their supplies." Moorfield wrote of the scene in the compound before he himself flew out. An almost eerie calm had descended. There was almost no noise at all, no sound of gunfire, no sense of what was about to take place. In that final lift from Saigon, Marine helicopters flew 682 sorties to lift 1,373 Americans and 5,595 people of other nationalities, overwhelmingly Vietnamese, to warships of the 7th Fleet. Ambassador Martin departed at 04:58 on the 30th of April, when agreed code words, "Tiger, Tiger, Tiger," were passed to the command ship. Several hundred Vietnamese were abandoned in the compound, after Washington insisted upon foreclosing the evacuation so that the last Marines could fly out at 07:53. Even as vestigial Americans were airborne, the Southerners were making another stand at the training base of Quang Trung, knocking out 4 Northern tanks, then holding on through the night. Communist attacks resumed at 05:30 on the 30th and still met resistance. One tank was hit by both an M72 rocket and a shell from an Arvin tank, which a communist T-54 then rammed, causing its crew to bail out and flee. A northern unit that got lost persuaded a young bystander to board a tank and show the way. When the column came under fire, however, the guide jumped off the hull and fled, causing the tanks promptly to take another wrong turning. Communist narratives speak of increasingly dogged resistance. The first NVA tank to approach Tan Son Nhut's main gate was set ablaze. Our infantry were pinned down. The lead element became so weakened it could not continue the attack, reads the narrative. Officers dashed up to view the situation, then committed reinforcements. An attack by VNAF aircraft, one of the last of the war, knocked out 2 more tanks. By 10:15, as Northern armoured losses mounted, the situation was becoming extremely complicated. Then attacking infantry broke through, overrunning bunkers west of the main gate. A column of tanks and carriers surged forward, fanning out inside the perimeter, firing as they went. Clusters of defenders began to emerge, making gestures of surrender. By early afternoon, the last resistance at the base had been mopped up. Veteran Viet Cong leader Huynh Cong Tan led a division-sized force into Saigon from the south. He observed that while the big picture was of southern collapse, his units faced a succession of fierce little battles which cost a stream of casualties. One attack on a district military HQ was repulsed. The VC finally bypassed the compound, then crossed the Can Giuoc River with vivid memories of following the same route at Tet 1968, with much less favourable consequences. Tan's war concluded with his occupation of the National Police HQ and Navy HQ in the heart of the city. Our soldiers' faces were lit bright by the smiles of victory, he wrote. The symbolic climax of the 30th came when one of the tanks that led Major General Ann's 304th Division smashed through the gates of Thieu's abandoned Independence Palace. Former President Duong Van Big Min, whose younger brother was a senior NVA officer, had resumed the nominal state leadership 3 days earlier. He retained vain hopes of orchestrating a ceasefire, but the Communists would no more recognize Min's mandate than that of any other Southerner. On that morning of the 30th of April, the general performed his only serviceable deed by issuing a declaration of surrender, repeatedly broadcast thereafter, which saved many lives by persuading Arvin soldiers to lay down their arms. All significant fighting ended by nightfall. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese continued to escape from Saigon that day, and indeed through the weeks that followed. Lieutenant Kiem returned exhausted from the embassy to join his parents and grandfather at their home. "There was no time to cry," he said. "I was just wondering how to survive." On the morning of the 30th, the family learned that, at a price, there was a chance for them to board a boat at the riverside. Kiem begged his mother to accompany them, but she insisted that she must stay to look after his grandfather. His father drove him down to the dock in one of the family business's trucks, bidding his son an emotional but hasty farewell. The young officer sprang aboard a boat already laden with some 2,000 people, landing atop a throng of bodies even as communist rockets exploded nearby. He urged some sailors, "Cut the cable," and so they did. That morning, a convoy of Navy ships ran the gauntlet of communist fire down the Saigon River to the sea. They were already offshore when they heard on portable radios that South Vietnam had formally surrendered, precipitating a new orgy of tears and prayers. Nguyen Hai Din, a defector from the NVA who had spent the previous 4 years in a Saigon seminary, professing to train as a Catholic priest, knew that his future would be brief indeed if he awaited the victors. On the 30th of April he fought his way through a bewildered, surging mass of people to join 15 airborne soldiers aboard a tiny fishing boat, leaving a Saigon quay, from which they transferred offshore to a bulk carrier, carrying 4,000 other fugitives. Amidst the terrors and hardships that ensued when its engines broke down, Din tossed away his South Vietnamese identity card and his certificate as a Chu Hoi. They finally disembarked at Hong Kong, where he spent 9 months. His lifelong ambition for a new life in the U.S. perished with the departure from Saigon. Like many fellow countrymen, he now viewed the Americans as betrayers, and chose instead to make a home in Britain. Out on the South China Sea, as the state of South Vietnam became history, a multitude of emotionally exhausted people gazed in wonderment upon a vast armada of warships large and small, transports, tankers, and small craft crowding the billow, a scene that reflected the bitterest humiliation ever to befall the United States, though its deepest pain fell upon the people of South Vietnam. As communist forces approached Vung Tau, many Saigon soldiers suddenly donned red armbands, proclaiming their new allegiance to the victors. Lieutenant Nguyen Quoc Si had declined opportunities to flee because I loved Vietnam and had no wish at all to live in the United States. He witnessed terrible scenes during the last hours before the port was overrun. There were paratroopers who made last-ditch stands, he said. Some people killed themselves and their families. A boatload of fugitives offshore suffered a direct hit from communist artillery. Then Si and other Southern officers watched troops of the North's 3rd Yellow Star Division march into the town. Their first impression was of the enemy's embarrassing juvenility. Many were maybe 13, 14, 15, he said. We said to each other, how could we have lost the war to boys like this? Surely we should have been able to beat these people. We were very, very sad. The communists had no idea what to do with us. I handed my Colt 45 to a boy who started playing with it like a toy. I had to take it back and remove the bullets before he shot himself. The surrendered officers were first detailed by their captors to bury the stinking bodies that littered the countryside from the war's final battles, including detritus from the carnage around Swan Lock. Commander Tree's Navy flotilla had lain in Vung Tau harbour since the 6th of April, while its officers and men argued fiercely over whether or not to flee. About half chose instead to disembark. Tree said dryly, if they had known how the communists would behave, everyone would have left. Those who chose exile set a course for Subic Bay aboard a landing ship which carried 1,500 people on a voyage tranquil and almost comfortable by comparison with the ordeals that faced hundreds of thousands of others. By contrast, 2 old landing craft from Can Tho, crammed with Vietnamese and a handful of U.S. consular staff, endured an ordeal amid rain, hunger, thirst, and seasickness before being picked up by the old Liberty ship Pioneer Contender. The exhausted and embittered American passengers had felt abandoned. Their spirits were not now improved by seeing a nonchalant figure gazing down on them from the stern rail of the big ship, a CIA officer who'd made a comfortable exit by helicopter. "Hey," he shouted, "too bad you had to get wet." In Tay Ninh, no one had more reason to fear the communists' arrival than Special Branch Lieutenant Colonel Phan Thanh Ngu, whose wife, Nguyet, also worked in his department. His CIA advisor had offered them seats on a Huey, but they declined, because their 2 children were away, staying with grandparents. On the 30th of April, after burning his files, Ngu set out on a Honda with his wife to try to reach the family, only to find the road blocked by NVA. They briefly took refuge in a temple, but that evening were taken prisoner. Major Nguyen Thuy of the Saigon police, 32 years old, knew her own fate if she fell into communist hands, yet likewise felt unable to flee because her youngest son, the one I loved most, was with her parents in My Tho. She spent the ensuing 13 years in a re-education camp, while her Arvin officer husband served 6. All the couple's property, including their house and that of their parents, was sequestered. Just before the communists occupied Saigon, Major Nguyen Cong Luan drank half a bottle of bourbon, more than ever before in his sober life, without getting drunk. He put a pistol to his head, but his driver said, "Don't do that, please, I beg you. If you decide to end your life to go down there in the netherworld, let me go with you and I will keep being your driver." This made Luan laugh and abandon thoughts of suicide. Others, however, decided differently. A few doors down lived another army major who ate a lavish lunch with his wife and 7 children before giving the family sleeping pills, then shooting them one by one before killing himself. He left a note. "Dear neighbours, my family can't live under the communist regime. Please forgive us and help my relatives bury us. In our safe there is a little money. Please use it for our burial expenses. Thank you and farewell." At 5 p.m. on the 30th of April, the people of North Vietnam heard echoing through myriad street loudspeakers the familiar theme tune, "Kill the Fascists," that preceded news from the Voice of Vietnam. Then an announcer said, "Fellow countrymen, you are invited to listen to a special victory proclamation." A song was played. If only Uncle Ho could be with us to share this happy day. In Saigon, northern soldiers were awed by the wealth of goods in the shops. A young lieutenant hastened into the Kai Tri Enlightenment bookstore, where he used his tiny stock of money to buy 2 Vietnamese-English dictionaries, one for himself and one for his sister. "I wanted to return to college," he said, "and we could not get such things in Hanoi." Bao Ninh gained the impression that many Southerners were simply glad the war was over. He was assuredly correct that the first reaction of millions of Thew's former people was a surge of relief, which, for a time, overcame their fears for the future. Communist histories provide only fragmentary statistics for the final campaign of the war. These indicate over 12,000 casualties during the fighting at Xuan Loc, Phan Rang, and Saigon's western approaches, together with the final assault on the capital. A senior NVA officer observed, dryly, "The march to victory was not conducted along a red carpet laid for us by the enemy, as many people suppose." The 1975 battles probably cost North Vietnam around 10,000 dead. Few enough when heaped atop the mountain of his people's corpses that Le Duan had already climbed to secure Vietnam's reunification. Henry Kissinger was stunned by the vast human tragedy that unfolded during the days that preceded and followed the communist triumph. Yet when Graham Martin at last reported to him in Washington, following his ordeal, the Secretary of State contrived for the ex-ambassador a characteristic gallows jest. "Well, you'd better get back out, because in the devil theory of history, we have to have someone to blame." Chapter 28. Afterwards. 1. Vengeance. When the guns fell silent, the homecomings of victorious communist veterans proved as dispiriting as those of their former American foes. A Southerner, Chow Fat, said sardonically, "The Northerners found winning much less meaningful than they had expected." Bao Ninh describes in his autobiographical novel The Sorrow of War a return to Hanoi after the 1975 campaign, aboard the so-called unification train, packed with wounded and demobilized soldiers. Knapsacks were jammed together on the luggage racks and in every corner, he wrote. Hammocks were strung vertically and horizontally, making the compartments look a little like resting stations in the jungle. There had been no trumpets for the victorious soldiers, no drums, no music. The general population didn't care about them, nor did their own leaders. He likened the noisy stations through which they passed to afternoon markets, and wearied of the repeated searches for loot to which soldiers were subjected. Loudspeakers blared, blasting the ears of the wounded, sick, blind, white-eyed, grey-lipped, malarial soldiers. Into their ears poured an endless stream of the most ironic messages, urging them to ignore the spirit of reconciliation, to dismiss the warmth and humanity in the ruins of the defeated, Sybaritic society of the South, and especially to guard against the idea of its people having fought valiantly or been in any way deserving of respect. Nin, and most of his comrades, despised this barrage of nonsense. Former secret cadre and PRG Justice Minister Truong Nu Tang was among those embittered, indeed alienated by the manner in which the liberation of South Vietnam was implemented. The Hanoi Communist Party, he wrote, concentrated power in the hands of corrupt and incompetent bureaucrats and brutal security organizations. They fought among themselves to sequester the best houses, the richest plantations, and black market luxuries. Tang never forgot the party assembly at which the Northerners asserted their intention to rule, dismissing the claims of NLF veterans, including Tang himself. No photograph has yet been published of the Rex dance hall meeting, scene of the Southern Revolution's final humiliation on the 18th of July, 1975. He found friends fiercely reproaching him. At least under Diem and Thieu, there was honor among thieves, but these party people are wolfing down everything in sight. Was it really such a good idea to throw out the Americans? Northern cadres and army officers, after being subjected for years to the rigors of military life, were suddenly confronted in Saigon with what seemed to them fairy tale riches, theirs for the taking. It was as if the city had been invaded by a swarm of locusts. Meanwhile, the last Americans returned home, ashamed that amid the shambles of the evacuation, so many of their allies had been abandoned to face communist retribution. Frank Snepp told an August 1975 audience at Washington's Foreign Service Institute, "We left behind on the tarmac or outside the embassy walls 400 to 500 of the Saigon Special Police Force, whom we'd trained, about 1,200 members of Saigon's Central Intelligence Organization, and 30,000 cadres of our Phoenix counter-terror program." He highlighted the comprehensive failure to destroy files containing tens of thousands of names of Vietnamese who'd served the Americans or the regime, and estimated that only about 1/3 of the most vulnerable had escaped. Snepp's audience, drawn from the political establishment, listened in stunned silence. They deplored not what Americans had done or failed to do, but instead Snepp's exposure of it. His angry 1977 book, Decent Interval, prompted a prosecution by the U.S. government and sequestration of his earnings, together with imposition of pariah status upon the author by the intelligence community. As for the fugitives who fled Vietnam in such terrible circumstances, their numbers overwhelmed accessible American shipping. When Lieutenant Nguyen Kiem's overcrowded refugee boat encountered a warship in the South China Sea, the American crew emphasized insistence that they should sheer off by spattering the waves with warning bursts of automatic weapons fire, which some voyagers deemed a symbolic gesture. Setting a course by the stars, they eventually reached Singapore after extraordinary adventures and privations. In Saigon, Kiem's father was stripped of his business, and indeed of all of his possessions. His mother opened a coffee stall to support the family until they were permitted to leave 7 years later, destitute as they had been on quitting Hanoi back in 1954. In Khiem's rueful phrase, "And so twice in a lifetime we washed our hands clean." Nguyen Thi Chin flew out of Saigon carrying the diplomatic passport that she was privileged to hold as South Vietnam's foremost screen star. However, when she reached Singapore, where she had recently been filming, she was detained. With the collapse of the Thieu regime, her credentials became a mere loser's visiting card. After 2 days, she was deported, bearing a round-the-world air ticket bought by friends. This launched her upon a lonely odyssey. In Paris, she briefly glimpsed her sister through the glass wall of the immigration hall, before being shuffled onwards to London, where she was again barred. Back across the Atlantic, she was turned away at New York's JFK. On the 2nd of May, she was at last admitted to Toronto. "I became Canada's first Vietnamese refugee," she said. A few days earlier, she'd been a relatively wealthy woman, but everything she owned was back in Saigon. Forever beyond reach. Canadian Social Services gave her a coat and $75. As a condition of entry, she was required to seek immediate employment. In a scenario that would seem incredible in a fictional movie, she became a cleaner on a chicken farm, paid $2 an hour to wield a pressure hose. In desperation, she took up her only asset, an address book, and made painfully expensive calls to Hollywood stars whom she had met or worked with. First, she tried William Holden, who proved to be away in Europe. Glenn Ford's butler regretted that the great man did not remember her. Burt Reynolds' office repeatedly insisted that Mr. Reynolds was unavailable. Finally, almost at the end of her little pool of cash, she telephoned a woman she had met just once, Tippi Hedren. "I was a drowning person," she said. "I cried down the phone and she cried too." Then Hedren said, "Slow down," and took Chin's details. Within 3 days, the former Hitchcock star enabled the Vietnamese actress to escape from the nightmare chicken farm, equipped with an air ticket and a visa for the US, where Hedren invited Chin to her home, opening her own wardrobe to her destitute guest. When Bill Holden returned from his hunting trip, he sent her the biggest box of roses she had ever seen, accompanied by a note saying, "Welcome to America. Make this land your home." Chin was one among 750,000 South Vietnamese who did just that in 1975 and the years that followed. She appeared in almost 100 more movies, known to the world as Q Chin. In the heady days after Saigon's fall, an NVA general offered his new comrades of the South a nod towards reconciliation, saying, "Only the Americans are the vanquished." Yet 20-year-old history student Kim Tan's family, who lived near Tan Son Nut, remained for days in hiding in the cellar of her great-uncle's house. The old man, like her own parents, had migrated from the north in 1954. They knew the communists, she said, and what they would do. When the family finally emerged, they saw the first manifestations of northern victory. Bodies lying in the street, victims of spontaneous executions. In justice to Hanoi, most of the unquantified number of killings that took place in the summer of 1975, probably in the low thousands, were local initiatives by vengeful cadres and Viet Cong, not mandated by the Politburo. Such spasms of hatred explode at the end of all such struggles. In 1944-45 France, for instance, during l'épuration, the cleansing, former resistors murdered or summarily executed fellow countrymen thought to have collaborated with the Nazis. Some Vietnamese committed suicide to preempt an inevitable fate, such as Tay Ninh Special Branch Officer Phan Tan Ngu's key Viet Cong informant, Vo Van Ba. He told Ngu before the end, "Because I know the communists so well, I know what life under them will be like." As the new rulers tightened their grip, South Vietnam's people progressively learned the meaning of communism, hitherto a mere weapon word brandished or parried by the rival combatants. Le Duc Tho had assured foreigners during the Paris negotiations, "We have no wish to impose communism on the South." Yet now, in the words of Michael Howard, a grey totalitarian pall descended upon the country. A Hanoi doctor inspected the equipment of Saigon's main hospital and said, "You have too much. We cure many diseases without all these things." Truckloads of medical equipment were removed and shipped north, along with much else. Cadres evicted wholesale from Kong Hua Military Hospital 1,000 ARVN wounded. They vandalized South Vietnam's principal military cemetery, erecting a sign outside its gate, "Here lie the Americans' puppet soldiers who have paid the price for their crimes." For months after fighting ended, Northerners in the South were warned to remain armed and vigilant for fear of attacks by embittered supporters of the vanquished regime, though scarcely any took place. A former Southern sergeant watched with grim amusement the reaction of NVA soldiers to the riches of the former capital, renamed Ho Chi Minh City. Their eyes were opened. They saw what we had and they did not. Lifelong communist Nam Le, who had regrouped to Hanoi in 1955, while the rest of her family remained, now travelled south, bringing gifts for the mother with whom she had not communicated for 20 years. 12 rice bowls, 2 kilos of sugar, 2 cans of condensed milk. Lee had unquestioningly swallowed the party's assurances that the South's people were victims of privations far greater than their own. After 2 months, Kim Tan was allowed to resume her studies at Saigon University, where she found the history syllabus drastically amended. Some of the emperors whom we had been told were bad now turned out to be good, and the other way around. Her father, a retired army master sergeant, owned a little farmland which was sequestrated for distribution to peasant collectives. Uncompensated issues of new currency destroyed the savings of tens of thousands of families. By the end of 1975, many people in the South were struggling for subsistence, and severe hunger struck a few months later. There was no rice to be had. We ate sweet corn, sweet potatoes, manioc, all sorts of things we had scarcely seen before. The sufferings of the South Vietnamese in the years thereafter, with the failure of Hanoi's economic policies and the pillaging of the vanquished to serve the victors, were cruel indeed. Communists of all ranks wandered into homes, removing anything that took their fancy. Northerners treated Southerners, especially those who could be branded lackeys of the fallen regime, as milch cows, providers of spoils. The Soviets took their own modest share in kind, 10,000 M16 rifles and 10 million rounds of ammunition, which KGB boss Yuri Andropov assured Giap will be used in the fight against imperialism and to meet the needs of national liberation movements. In the year following liberation, some 300,000 South Vietnamese were detained. All those with the slightest association with the fallen government were branded, tainted for life, while the cashier at Saigon's Majestic Hotel escaped imprisonment. He was denied further employment and repeatedly interrogated because he had accepted payment for so many bills from Americans. Approximately 2/3 of detainees, including all ex-officers, were dispatched to re-education camps where they remained for between 3 and 17 years. A record of opposition to the Thieu regime provided no immunity. Among those confined was Buddhist monk Tri Quang, who had created such embarrassments for Saigon's generals. A film scripted by the famous poet Na Ka had been banned by the former rulers as an alleged incitement to pacifism. Back in 1968, however, she was present in Hue during the communist massacres and published an emotional elegy, Mourning Headband for Hue. For this, she was now dispatched to a camp, and a copy of her Hue poem was exhibited in Hanoi's Museum of War Crimes as a specimen of puppet lies. No fixed term was set for prisoners' incarceration, determined by party whim. Le Min Dao, who commanded the South's 18th Division at Swan Lock, remained behind barbed wire until 1991, much longer than Stalin held captured Nazi generals in the wake of World War II. Thousands of ex-Arvin officers were shipped to camps in the north, where one group labouring under guard found themselves fiercely reproached by an elderly villager. "Since 1954 we have been waiting for you to liberate us. Instead you come here at last as prisoners. You are shameful. It's because you didn't fight hard enough. You tolerated corruption. You enjoyed too much. You have betrayed us." One of his hearers, Major Luan, wrote, "We quietly swallowed the stinging words as a punishment we deserved." He himself was held for 7 years, then eked an existence in Saigon for another 9 before escaping to the US. His guard sergeant told him when he was freed, "You are leaving the smaller prison and will begin to live in the larger one, with me and our 70 million compatriots." Former Lieutenant Nguyen Quoc Si found himself working on the Cambodian border in conditions little better than those prevailing in World War II Japanese prison camps. He and his comrades spent countless hours composing confessions of supposed crimes. They were told that they would be released only when judged fit to play their parts in the new society. Uncertainty about when this might be drove some men to madness. "An army doctor one day slashed his wrists," he said. "Then next morning we found his name on a list for release." Since the only medicine available was aspirin, almost any disease sufficed to kill. Si's father, a former Saigon police officer aged 59, perished in the first months of his own incarceration, probably from chronic liver trouble, though the family was never informed. One of Si's fellow prisoners died of asthma. Another, unaccustomed to agricultural tasks, was fatally injured by a jagged bamboo that sprang back and slashed him as he strove ineffectually to fell it. Dysentery was endemic. Starvation was employed as a psychological weapon. Former Arvin medical officer Li Van Quy became enraged by the behavior of one of his 8-man team of prisoners. When distributing the group's daily rice ration out of an old ammunition can, this man always took a fraction extra for himself. Quy finally snapped, leaping to his feet, bent on killing the thief. Anticlimax followed. Debility caused him to topple over and collapse before he could strike a blow. "That night I felt so ashamed," he said. "I thought, this is exactly what the communists want us to do to each other. I am playing their game. I never behaved in such a way again." Quy worked on a burial detail at the first camp in which he was confined. 3 years later he chanced to be returned to the same compound and found its cemetery much expanded. Camp routine began at 5 a.m. when prisoners were issued a ball of rice to sustain them through the day and marched into the fields to work. One among each 8-man squad was permitted to forage for wild edibles, while the others fulfilled his output quota, a concession that narrowly staved off death from inanition. They returned to the huts at 6 p.m. and the evenings were devoted to ideological indoctrination. Most were soon eager to say anything, agree anything in exchange for freedom. Si said, "Had I been told that if I cried enough I would be released, I would have become the best crier in that camp. I watched the hair of one man turn white who was just 22. Some of those dispatched to the camps were relatively elderly city dwellers, ill-adapted to a primitive life with minimal sanitation and chronic malaria. Nobody knows how many prisoners perished, but a death rate of 5%, a conservative estimate, would indicate at least 10,000. Following release, they remained ineligible for civil rights. Most were sent to new economic zones, raw jungle areas where they were expected to create communities amid privations little less stringent than those of the camps. Some eventually received exit visas in return for surrendering everything they owned. When Nguyen Thi Minh Ha left in 1980, the destitute widow carried with her only the ashes of her husband who had perished in a camp, which she eventually scattered in the sea off Britain's shores. Her brother, C, released in 1978, was permitted to make one brief visit to his old Saigon home before being exiled to a new economic zone. In the following year, with the help of friends abroad and the surrender of the family house, he was allowed to leave Vietnam with $20. He had secretly married Kim Tan, whom he had known since school days and who now worked as a teacher. Only in 1984 was she permitted to join him in Britain. Hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese who found themselves unable to secure exit visas became instead boat people, braving appalling perils and hardships to escape by sea from what had become a national prison. Some better-off Southerners had initially embraced the end of the war, even though its outcome was not that which they would have chosen. Among these was retired Southern Colonel Lee Van Quang's wife, who had 3 sons serving in the military, another already dead in Lam Son 719. Her brother was Tien Le, a general in the North Vietnamese army. She was rashly confident that this connection would preserve the family from persecution. Instead, her 3 sons, Tien Le's nephews, endured years in the camps. The family was bemused that their father was meanwhile left in peace. Only much later was this anomaly explained. Through 20 years as an airborne officer, Colonel Quang was served by a devoted personal aide named Tong. This man became so much a part of the officer's family life that his children called him Uncle Tong. On the colonel's recommendation, Tong was commissioned, attaining a captaincy. A year after the fall of Saigon, he reappeared at the family house in the uniform of a communist officer and revealed that for more than a decade he had been an enemy informant. He assured the family that they would come to no harm because he recognized Colonel Quang as a good and honest man. Far from expressing gratitude, the elderly veteran turned grey with rage and hurled a chair, shouting, "Get out of my house, you treacherous bastard!" His son said, "To my father everything was black and white." Nguyen Cong Hoan, an anti-war South Vietnamese who served 2 terms in the post-1975 National Assembly before fleeing in a refugee boat, said 6 years later, "I am very regretful that I did not understand the communists before. The communists always speak in lofty terms that appeal to the better part of people. Then they are used for a tragic end. I believed them. I was wrong." Hai Tuan, a veteran who fought with the Viet Minh and then lived in the north through the war, returned to Saigon to work in its new justice ministry. He was horrified to find that his own son, a former Southern officer, had been sent to a camp and that his impassioned protest to the Politburo was dismissed. One fine morning, Tuan threw himself off the roof of a high building on Le Loi Street, leaving behind 2 letters. One was addressed to the party leadership, denouncing its brutality and mendacity. The second begged forgiveness from his wife and son. Trong Nu Tang, the PRG's justice minister, found that no more than any other Southerner could he get news about his 2 brothers, detained at Long Tan. He eventually secured permission to visit the camp, but was forbidden to communicate directly with them. Having caught a brief glimpse of them, he wrote, "Even now their faces haunt me, pale, thin, frightened. their eyes fixed in a glazed stare. I can't even imagine what they must have thought seeing me in the back seat of a government car driving around that place. He eventually secured the release of one brother, but the other was dispatched to spend more than a decade at another camp in the north, because he'd been associated with Saigon's former National Assembly. Tang had joined the resistance movement, believing that Ho Chi Minh, Pham Van Dong, and the Vietnamese Communist Party were patriots who would place the national interests above personal and ideological objectives. Because of love for my country, I gave up my family, everything, for this dream. I would not listen when my father warned me, in return for your service, the communists will not even give you a part of what you have now. Worse, they will betray and persecute you all your life, which they did. The Politburo's real policy, Tang wrote bitterly, was vicious and ultimately destructive to the nation. Police Special Branch Officer Phan Thanh Ngu escaped execution, the fate of several of his colleagues, but served 17 years imprisonment. His wife completed 5 years, then on a 4th escape attempt among boat people, reached America with her children. The family was finally reunited when Ngu was allowed to join them in 1996, having been separated for more than 20 years. He found that his sons, of whom he had been permitted to know nothing, were students at Johns Hopkins Medical School. Both became successful surgeons. Phan Phuong, daughter of another special branch officer, was 15 when Saigon fell, and her adored father was removed to serve 8 years imprisonment. At first, she and her 8 brothers and sisters were able to continue to attend school. Her mother traded a little in the market. The family was barred from fixed employment, and they gradually sold their few possessions. Then her mother, too, was sent to prison for a year, and Phuong became sole breadwinner, making and selling banana ice cream. She begged food for her siblings in a new universe in which desperation made self-preservation the only objective. One day, seeing a neighbor with a bunch of sweet potatoes, she pleaded for just one for the family, and was refused. Each night I prayed for a miracle, she said, until at last my mum came back. I was so happy. The family finally escaped from Vietnam in 1991. Doug Ramsey professed lack of surprise at communist ruthlessness. If anything, I was amazed that it was not harsher. Think of the Chinese principle of seeking vengeance upon at least 3 generations, sometimes 7. NVA veteran Bao Ninh says that following Hanoi's triumph, it was asking too much of the victors not to seize the opportunity to oblige the losers to accept their way of thinking. But the camps went on far too long. In Nguyet Viet Thanh best-selling 2016 novel The Sympathizer, there is mention of an attempt by exiles to mount a guerrilla campaign against the Hanoi regime. Such a scheme was indeed launched in 1977. Fiercely aggressive fundraising among the US Vietnamese exile community paid for the creation of a training camp in northern Thailand. A few years later, Frank Scotton, then serving at the US Bangkok embassy, found himself deputed to disperse the deluded counter-revolutionaries. He told them they should be ashamed of themselves for risking getting people killed for nothing. Yet they persisted until the late 1980s, seeking to infiltrate guerrillas via Laos. Several hundred resistance fighters died, including their leader, a former South Vietnamese naval officer, in the course of operations that were tragic, because futile. The war's ending inflicted an unwelcome shock upon Vietnam's leaders. The superpowers of both East and West relegated their country, which for 2 decades had sustained a prominence far beyond that conferred by its size or strength, to the margin of affairs. China became increasingly adversarial. By the late 1970s, Beijing officials referred contemptuously to one Hanoi Politburo member as the beggar because of the frequency with which he appealed for aid. In 1979, China and Vietnam staged a brief but bloody frontier war. Russian aid dwindled dramatically, and with the collapse of the Soviet Union, disappeared altogether. By 1980, resource-rich Vietnam had become one of the poorest nations on earth. Through the decade that followed, its people suffered terribly, yet their elderly leaders remained unwilling to abandon collectivism or to engage with the non-communist world for fear of polluting Vietnam's ideological purity. Only after the 1986 Sixth Party Congress did the Hanoi Politburo grudgingly begin to modify some policies, allowing Southerners to dally anew with commerce, which they understood much better than their northern compatriots. In 1988, famine swept large parts of the north, imposing terrible suffering on more than 9 million people. An unknown number died, yet still ideologues in Hanoi, together with some military men, and especially members of the powerful intelligence apparatus, found it hard to reconcile themselves to compromises with economic rationality. Nguyen Van Linh said in a speech delivered as late as September 1989 to the party's Ideological Training Institute, "Capitalism will certainly be replaced by socialism because that is the law of human history, which nobody can deny." Le Duc Tho wrote a poem shortly before his death in 1990, glorifying the lost joys of shared poverty and suffering. In the past we had strong emotion, sharing life and death, sharing a bowl of rice and a shirt. But now people take money and individuality as a measure for emotion and feelings. The sense of camaraderie has faded. Le Duan died in 1986, but the successors to Tho and himself have shown no inclination either to indulge personal freedom or to sacrifice a jot of the power of the party. Marxist-Leninist theory continues to be taught in every secondary school. Hanoi's gerontocratic leadership has merely acknowledged the necessity to allow individuals to make money, to generate wealth, which some have done with notable success. As for neighbours and allies, most of Hanoi's soldiers left Laos in 1988 and quit Cambodia in the following year. Diplomatic relations with the US were restored in 1995. That year, Vietnam also joined the ASEAN Political and Trade Organization and the WTO a decade later. The processes of the Hanoi leadership remain cloaked in secrecy, but it is apparent that an alliance of old men who cherish Vietnamese ideological exceptionalism and new men and women whose families have achieved power within the party continues to block liberalization. Many have become spectacularly rich personal beneficiaries of their country's economic gains. As for its enormous and still growing exile community, the U.S. Congress's 1975 Indochina Migration and Refugee Assistance Act represented an enlightened initial response to a humanitarian crisis. Nonetheless, Chow Phat says, "Nobody had reason to be happy about the outcome of the war, but being labelled losers was harder to live with than being called winners. Many of those who started new lives abroad struggled in their early years. They had been misinformed for too long," says Chow Phat. They supposed the Americans had gone to Vietnam to help them. Instead, they went only to use the country as a platform to challenge international communism. Phat himself has become a successful businessman and philanthropist, now known as Frank Zhao. Former Air Force officer Nguyen Kiem also began a new life in Southern California, where he worked as a laborer for $2.50 an hour until he could train as a computer technician. One day, soon after his arrival, a man leaned out of a truck cab and shouted at him, Go home." "That hurt," said Kiem, but he added, "I have since met a lot of good people." Like an astonishing number of Vietnamese Americans, he has made a success of his new life. Don Graham hired 30 refugees to work at his family's newspaper, the Washington Post. "They proved the most loyal and hard-working people we had," says Graham. Nguyen Tri, once the youngest commander in the Vietnamese Navy, has become a contented citizen of Orange County. He says, "Today I am simply proud to be an American. I want to live for the future, not in the past. I regret only that after the Communists conquered South Vietnam, they did not behave as generously as did the North after the U.S. Civil War." 2. The Audit of War. The concluding pages of Vietnam's 8-volume war history, entitled Total Victory, suggests casualty figures. Almost 2 million civilians killed, 2 million more crippled or disabled, a further 2 million exposed to poisonous chemicals. On the battlefield, Hanoi estimates 1.4 million men killed and missing, together with 600,000 wounded. The civilian numbers seem exaggerated, but the military statistics are of the right order of magnitude. Nobody will ever know for sure. It is noteworthy that ARVIN veterans, and especially the disabled, remain to this day non-people in the eyes of Vietnam's rulers. The authors conclude their peroration, "Our entire party, army and population in both halves of Vietnam had successfully carried out the strategic concept laid down by our beloved Uncle Ho in his 1969 Tet greeting. Fight to force the Americans to go home. Fight to topple the puppets. Our country was united. The Vietnamese people had defeated a neo-colonialist campaign of aggression that became the biggest, longest and fiercest struggle since the Second World War." Robert McNamara once asked Giap who was the best general of the struggle, to which the Vietnamese answered with unassailable ideological correctness, "The people." By contrast, Ronald Reagan said, a decade after Saigon's fall, "It's time that we recognize that ours was, in truth, a noble cause." While American conservative writer Michael Lind acknowledges the struggle as a horrible debacle waged by methods that were often counterproductive and sometimes arguably immoral, he and some of his political kin today view it as merely a failed campaign in a successful world war that had to be fought to preserve the military and diplomatic credibility of the United States. Posterity will continue to debate whether the praiseworthy achievement of Ho Chi Minh and his followers in expelling French colonialism from Indochina justified the economic and social tragedy which they subsequently inflicted on the Vietnamese people, first in the north and later nationwide. Many Southerners who espoused the communist cause until 1975 ceased to do so after experiencing the implementation of Hanoi's ideology. Could the U.S. involvement have had a different outcome? Many Americans, the likes of Frank Scotton, Doug Ramsey, Sid Berry, went to Vietnam inspired by the highest ideals of service. Scotton recalls a remark of his old colleague John Paul Vann. John said that we had assisted the Vietnamese to rise high in the sky in a heavier-than-air machine and must help them come down as gently as possible rather than crash. Scotton asked him what the difference would be. Vann replied, "There are more survivors that way." The two men once landed a tiny LOH chopper at a regional forces outpost that had been overrun during the night. They somehow crammed a badly wounded soldier into the cockpit, then headed fast for Pleiku. The man bled all over Scotton's lap before dying in the air. When they landed, Vann stood banging his fist furiously on the plexiglass, saying again and again, Just another 20 minutes. Just another 20 minutes and he would have made it. Scotton thought, this is a guy whom John has never met in his life, yet he cares terribly about him, because he's on our side. The anecdote is moving, yet the American commitment was fatally flawed by its foundation, not upon the interests of the Vietnamese people, but instead on the perceived requirements of U.S. domestic and foreign policy, containment of China foremost among them. The decisions for escalation by successive administrations command the bewilderment of posterity, because key players recognized the inadequacy of the Saigon regime, upon which they depended to provide an indigenous facade for an American edifice. In 1965, the Joint Chiefs warned McNamara about the lack of a viable politico-economic structure, of stability in the central government, the low state of morale of the leadership, and the poorly trained civil service. The solutions, primarily political, to these problems are critical to the eventual termination of the insurgency. America's leaders, nonetheless, deluded themselves that all these complex challenges could be met by an overwhelming application of military power, as if by using a flamethrower to weed a flower border. Since this was the core U.S. Vietnam policy failure, it seems inappropriate to lay extravagant blame upon the generals, unimpressive though some of them were. In 1964, William Westmoreland rejoiced in having secured the most important field command conferred upon any American soldier since the Korean armistice. By the time he went home 4 years later, he had been transformed into the fall guy for a national humiliation. David Eliot says justly, there never was a clever way to fight the war. General James Gavin was among those who warned from the outset, if a village is fought over 5 or 6 times, a great many civilians will die. The whole pattern of life will be altered. As the war continues to drag on, we ourselves destroy the objective for which we fight. Even before considering the kinetic consequences, American decision-makers failed to recognize the economic and cultural impact of a huge foreign army upon an Asian peasant society. A Vietnamese secretary at U.S. Aid earned more than an Arvin colonel. Bulldozers and connexes, antennae and armored vehicles, watchtowers, sandbags and concertina wire ravaged the environment even before guns began to fire, helicopters to swirl overhead, huge soldiers to purchase the sexual attentions of tiny women. This was not a curse unique to Vietnam, but hangs over all Western military interventions in far-flung places, however well-intentioned. The Communists enjoyed the critical propaganda advantage that they were almost invisible to most of the people most of the time. They set a light footprint on the land, contrasted with that of the Americans, whose steps might be compared, and were by cultured Vietnamese, with those of some sci-fi movie giant lumbering across the landscape, expunging tranquility, smashing fragile structures in its path. In the 21st century, Western military commanders still fail to understand the folly of sending their soldiers to wage wars among the people, wearing sunglasses, helmets and body armor that give them the appearance of robots empowered to kill, impossible to love or even to recognize as fellow human beings. In both North and South, wherever the Communists' writ ran, they propagated terror and confiscated personal freedom. For all the adulation heaped by the Western left upon Ho Chi Minh and Le Duan, they presided over a fundamentally inhumane, totalitarian regime. Yet its mandate seemed more credible than that of its foes. In most societies, including the modern U.S., rural dwellers feel an instinctive mistrust of metropolitan elites. This was especially acute in South Vietnam, where Saigon was seen as the embodiment of a French colonial rather than an indigenous culture. While few people had much interest in Marxist-Leninist theory, Many were impressed by the promise of land reform that would cast off the yoke of landlords and moneylenders, promote government by and for Vietnamese, expel foreigners. Southerner Chow Phat said, "The communists could ceaselessly remind us how humiliating it was to be occupied." His father, a former northerner, said from an early stage of the war, "There's no hope. We're going to lose." His son said, he could see into the minds of the people. He understood that the other side had the monopoly of patriotism. The PRG's Truong Nu Tang spoke contemptuously of the ease with which the communists manipulated Western media, saying, "We were not so much looking for supporters, but rather for opponents of the American and Saigon regimes. Not only were the South Vietnamese and American publics lied to by the communists, even those of us who lived in the jungle and made sacrifices and fought were made victims." The North Vietnamese depended upon Soviet and Chinese cash and weapons, but the people of the South never encountered these foreign armourers, seeing instead only their communist fellow countrymen, conspicuous for lack of material possessions, alongside the ostentatious spoils amassed by the servants of Saigon. It was plain to the humblest peasant that the men who ruled the South, whether in fatigues or tuxedos, could not rise in the morning without asking their long-nosed paymasters which side of the bed to get out. Few Americans understood how grievously the conspicuousness of their own dominance crippled the war effort. Communist victory was attributable less to the military prowess of the NVA and Viet Cong than to the fact that they were Vietnamese. Hanoi told many lies about many things, but it spoke truth when it asserted that the leaders of the Saigon regime were puppets. It is sometimes said that there are no parallels between Vietnam and the West's 21st century struggles in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yet an obvious one is that the US and its allies experience chronic difficulties in translating battlefield successes into sustainable polities. In 2006, that fine American officer, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, described to the author his experiences and achievements commanding an armoured cavalry regiment in 2004-5 Iraq. He concluded sadly, "The problem was that there was nothing to join up to." Neil Sheehan says, "In South Vietnam too, there never was anything to join up to." In the absence of credible local governance, winning firefights was and always will be meaningless. In Vietnam, the communists were the only belligerents who conducted an integrated political and military struggle. Yet if the war could not have been won on the battlefield, the US might have contrived to inflict less damage through the excesses of its armed forces upon its own stature as a standard-bearer for civilized values. It's a common illusion that beneath fatigues young Westerners fighting abroad remain decent hometown boys. Some do. Others do not. Soldiers are trained to become killers. The circumstances of combat oblige them to live a semi-animal existence that coarsens sensibilities. Many warriors come to hold cheap the lives of bystanders, people whom they do not know, especially when their own casualties are high. In Vietnam, grunts were often baffled by rules of engagement designed to limit civilian losses. One protested to Michael Herr, "That's what a fucked up war it's getting to be. I mean, if we can't shoot these people, what are we doing here?" It's hard to fine-tune the conduct of young men in possession of lethal weapons who are, like most soldiers, most of the time, hot or cold, filthy, hungry, suffering constipation or diarrhea, thirsty, lonely, weary, ignorant, holding their nerves and rifles on hair triggers because only thus can they themselves hope to survive. Soviet and Nazi precedent suggests that merciless occupiers can suppress resistance by force. In Vietnam, the US Army contrived to be sufficiently intrusive and racially contemptuous, also intermittently murderous, to earn the hostility of the population, yet inadequately savage to deter many peasants from supporting the communists. Americans burned villages enough to incur the world's censure, yet too few to prevent local people from sheltering guerrillas. Almost as dismaying was the willingness of their fellow countrymen to shrug off My Lai and similar horrors. A 1969 Time poll showed 69% of Americans endorsing the proposition, "Things like that happen in time of war." A just measure of any society is not whether its soldiers spasmodically commit atrocities, but whether these are judged institutionally acceptable, as they were in Hitler's army and those of its World War II Russian and Japanese counterparts, none of which seem appropriate exemplars for a modern Western democracy. Excesses by US forces in Vietnam, while not universal, were sufficiently commonplace to show that many uniformed Americans considered Vietnamese inferior beings, their lives worth less than those of Round Eyes. In August 1967, Operation Benton, which almost nobody has heard of, was a brigade-strength search and destroy directed against an NVA regiment. During its course, some 10,000 Vietnamese in Quang Tin province south of Da Nang lost their homes. In an area 6 miles by 13, 282 tons of bombs and 116 tons of napalm were dropped, 1,000 rockets, 132,820 20mm rounds, 119,350 7.62mm cartridges, and 8,488 shells were fired. An enemy body count of 397 was announced. 640 civilians were evacuated to refugee camps. Such a fortnight's work may be deemed representative. Moreover, it was a terrible symbolic mistake to allow Vietnamese to shine the humblest private first class's boots and clean his hooch. American commanders committed considerable energy to civic action programs. As professional warriors, however, they were conditioned to regard battle as their principal business. Most felt in their marrow that if their troops were not fighting, they were not earning their pay. Furthermore, career officers were properly ambitious to burnish their reputations and credentials for promotion. It was unlikely they could achieve this by reporting a tally of schools opened and villages visited by medcap teams. Nobody got a Medal of Honor for distributing candy in orphanages. The gold standard had to be numbers of enemy engaged and destroyed. Every nation needs soldiers to defend its interests, but at its peril does it concede them free rein in the midst of civil societies. Army doctor Russ Zychuk came to hate medcap visits. When you have a village that was bombed and people burned and you go in later with a few vitamins and soap, I never felt very comfortable about it. In fact, I felt a hypocrite. In the conflict's later stages, guerrilla warfare gave way to a conventional clash of arms in which it is possible that U.S. forces might have defeated the Communists had not the will of the American people already been broken. Even had firepower prevailed, however, it is hard to envisage to what good end. The Saigon regime commanded negligible popular support. There was still nothing to join up to. Arguably, the people of Vietnam had to experience the communist model, as they did at dreadful cost after 1975, before they could reject it. The war cost the U.S. $150 billion, much less than Iraq 2 generations later, yet the true price was paid not in mere money, nor even in the 58,000 lost American lives. As a proportion of population, a smaller forfeit than the nation paid in Korea, but instead in the trauma that it inflicted. Neil Sheehan observes that previous historical experience had shown Americans that foreign wars were a good thing. You won, you were welcomed home. Then Vietnam came along. A lot of people got killed for nothing. All the other war memorials honor victories. The Vietnam Memorial commemorates sadness and waste. The U.S. Army and Marine Corps took 15 years to recover from their descent into mutinous near-rabbles, to become, again, outstanding fighting forces. The American people's belief in both their own moral rectitude and their military invincibility, created by the outcome of World War II, and matched by an economic success so awesome that it seemed only logical to believe that it reflected the will of a higher being, suffered devastating injury. General Walt Boomer says, "The Vietnam War did more to change this country than anything in our recent history. It created a suspicion and mistrust we've never been able to redeem." Even though the anti-war movement's younger zealots flaunted their naivety by proclaiming the virtues of Ho, Mao Zedong, Che Guevara, its supporters correctly identified Vietnam as a catastrophe. When Daniel Ellsberg was asked how he could justify his devastating revelation of the 7,000-page secrets of the Pentagon Papers, he responded to his questioner, "I wonder if it has occurred to you to ask any of the other officials involved in directing the war how they justify to themselves not doing what I did, what made them feel they had a right to keep silent about the lies that had been told, the crimes that had been committed, the illegalities, the deception of the American public." Ellsberg made a fair, indeed concussive point. Walt Boomer, who went on to command the Marine Expeditionary Force in the 1991 First Gulf War, said that the great lesson he himself carried home from Vietnam was, tell the truth. a former USAF navigator, wrote about his Vietnam experience. "Though I'm proud to have served as a B-52 crew member, I've spent the last 40-plus years trying to forget that damned war, a useless waste of time, money, and human capital. And at the end, our political leaders tuck their tails and run, abandoning the very people to whom we made so many promises." Frank Scotton discerns inside the U.S. today two rival narratives. "When many American veterans gather," he says, "they tell each other how badly the South Vietnamese screwed up. And when South Vietnamese exiles get together, they talk about how the Americans did." He himself, after the war, felt that the most important part of my life was over. I was never again willing to put my life on the line for a cause. In Southern California, he finally made obeisance to Kim Vui, a longtime lover whom he had abandoned in Dalat in 1966, and they were married in November 2015. She says, "I owe her 50 years." Doug Ramsey eventually moved into his parents' old house in Boulder City, Nevada. "It seemed a good place to recover whatever sense of normality I can," he says. "Though nowadays I realize I should have stayed around Washington, where the care is much better." Almost wholly disabled, obliged to rely upon inadequate Medicare and workers' compensation, he said, "I share with Vietnamese veterans the belief that we've been screwed by our respective governments." Ramsey died in February 2018. Former Air Force officer Nguyen Kiem says that he still seeks to avoid any contact with Northerners. "We are the same people, but some of my family, friends, men whom I commanded, died at their hands." Today he is no longer an angry man, but cannot forget, nor can NVA soldier Pham Thanh Hung, who suffered terrible wounds at Quang Tri in 1972. "Sometimes I still have nightmares about being under an airstrike, and worse ones about being called back to the army to fight in a new war. I and some of my generation feel somehow cheated by what happened to us." Major Don Hudson, who commanded an infantry company in 1970, said of the disillusionment of U.S. veterans, "They thought they were going home with their uniforms on, and their little medals, and everybody would be really happy to see them. They found out that was not true." David Rogers is among those who still looks back with profound emotion. "The experience was huge," he says. "I don't have a lot of big thoughts. So much is personal. I tried to write a book but didn't have the skill to carry it off. I had a lot of trouble coming home and going to church. I couldn't confess. I felt dirty. I'd been part of killing." Some contemporaries recoiled from him merely because of his association with the struggle. One girl who had gone to Canada with her boyfriend was very judgmental, he says. The only memory that still matters to Rogers, like millions of his former comrades, is that of his own platoon. To be able to say that as a corpsman, I was there for them. Around 1/3 of his people were killed or wounded. Living close to Washington, D.C., he sometimes visits its memorial wall at 5, 6 in the morning. "I won't go when there are others around," he says. "To me it's a big headstone. I'm glad I have it. I have about 10 names. Tony from Chicago, Jerry Johnson from Minnesota, Sam, and some more. Moments come back. Seeing a tree line behind the salt ponds up at Martha's Vineyard, I thought, that's like Vietnam. The prettiest sights I saw there were choppers over tree lines. Reading writers like Neil Sheehan, I get so angry with the people who ran America. They knew what was happening. We didn't. I did the pace count and that was it." Sergeant Major Jimmy Spencer says, "People are reevaluating. At least now we can separate the war from the warriors. They were blamed for something they didn't start. Never again will we allow one group of veterans to turn their backs on another." At this distance of time, it may also be possible to extend forgiveness to some of the big people who made disastrous decisions that damned their historic reputations, yet which they later repented. Late one 1967 afternoon in Robert McNamara's huge Pentagon office, he was discussing ammunition requisitions with staffer William Bream. "Let's see," he said. "That would be 2,000 rounds for every enemy infiltrator. That ought to be enough." Then Bream noticed that the Defense Secretary's body was shaking. He was staring up at his predecessor James Forrestal's portrait on the wall with tears streaming down his cheeks. He knew that Forrestal, like himself, had been destroyed by the experience of the office. Former Marine General Al Gray says that he refuses to visit Vietnam until I'm sure all our people are out of their jails. America has been racked for years by rumors, accusations, alleged scandals surrounding the fate of missing men. Yet there remain victims of every war who cannot be accounted for, including a host of Vietnamese. Across the South lie many NVA headstones marked only Liet Si Vo Dan, an unknown martyr. There is no credible evidence that Hanoi retained American prisoners against their will. Corporal Robert Garwood chose to remain in the North until 1979, when he returned to the U.S. and was court-martialed. Bob Destat, who spent 23 years researching MIA and POW cases for the Defense Intelligence Agency, says, "We left no one behind." He is an intelligent man with enormous personal experience of Vietnam. There is no reason to doubt his conclusion. Counterfactuals are seldom profitable either to historians or readers. But two seem to merit notice. First, the North Vietnamese never carried their fight to the West, and explicitly to the American continent through terrorism, as do modern Muslim insurgents. It probably never occurred to Hanoi to do so, in those days before globalization. Forbearance served the Communists well because it denied Americans any immediate and visible cause to consider Ho's people as direct enemies, a threat to their own polity. It is also interesting to speculate upon the consequences had the North Vietnamese refrained from sponsoring armed struggle in the South. Plausibly, the Indigenous National Liberation Front could have been contained. In many other Asian countries between 1960 and 1990, authoritarian military rule gave way to democracy. In the absence of war, Vietnamese energy and ingenuity could have enabled the southern economy to prosper. The Hanoi regime would have struggled to weather the typhoon of economic and political change that swept the world in the last decades of the 20th century, discrediting Marxism. Success justifies all. Nobody outside Pyongyang today questions the legitimacy of South Korea as a state because it is a functioning democracy with a dynamic economy. Meanwhile, its old adversary, North Korea, is a showpiece for the failure of totalitarian communism. Yet, for decades after the 1953 armistice, the South was ruled by a dictatorship almost as repressive as its northern counterpart. The Seoul regime was fortunate enough to retain American military and economic support, together with just sufficient popular consent to survive this experience and move on to better things. South Vietnam was no more and no less a credible independent state than its Korean counterpart. Granted the same opportunities, it too might have preserved its status and prospered. But we shall never know. Meanwhile, only the liberation struggle and Hanoi's military triumph conferred the prestige and legitimacy that have enabled the old northern regime to retain power to this day, clinging to fig leaves of the trappings of revolution. Oxford professor Archie Brown, no friend of communism, as an alternative way of organizing human society, a ghastly failure, nonetheless notes that the mere fact of the successful reunification struggle has empowered Hanoi's old men ever since. In spite of the harshness of the regime, it has not been difficult to project the enemy image of the US, or to evoke terrible memories of the war and a measure of gratitude to Vietnam's peacetime rulers for rebuilding the country. The conflict continues to define Vietnam as surely as the Second World War does Russia, victories in the respective struggles being the Communist Party's only conspicuous successes since 1917. In 1993, David Rogers returned to Vietnam as a reporter and was taken to the area near Tay Ninh where his unit had fought. He found himself feted by former Viet Cong cadres. They were under orders to be really nice to Americans, he says, because they needed Congress to pass a trade deal. He found himself musing, "If all you guys wanted was a McDonald's, surely we could have worked this out a long time ago." Many modern American tourists are disarmed by the warmth of the welcome they receive in Vietnam, from people mostly unborn when the war was fought. This is partly because an overwhelming majority now recognize the virtues of liberal democracy, the limitations of the alternative. President Barack Obama received a rapturous reception when he visited Vietnam in 2015, contrasted with the bleak attitude displayed a year later towards China's President Xi Jinping. Visitors impressed by the glitzy towers of Saigon, the natural beauty of the countryside, often fail to notice the harsh rural poverty and the denial of freedom of speech. The rulers of 21st century Vietnam concede to their people some latitude to make money, but none to express political opinions, nor, frankly, to debate the past. Many American histories are flawed by treating the war as if it was the consequence solely of the actions of one party, the US. This is partly because a vast body of evidence is available about its doings, while information on North Vietnam's wartime processes is spooned forth as meanly as gruel in a poorhouse. Much has been said here about MACV's wartime credibility gap, yet in Hanoi, mendacity remains institutionalized. A conspicuous lesson of the past century is that economic forces are at least as important as military ones in determining outcomes. North Vietnam's dead revolutionaries would recoil in disgust from the spectacle of modern Saigon. The name Ho Chi Minh City is falling from favor and will probably vanish in the way that Leningrad has become St. Petersburg again. Its glittering shops, each one a temple of consumerism, burst with brand names, jewelry, and designer clothes. It may plausibly be argued that while the United States lost the war militarily, almost half a century ago, it has since seen its economic and cultural influence reverse this outcome. Where the US armed forces failed with B-52s, defoliants, and spooky gunships, YouTube and Johnny Depp have proved irresistible. If fighting the war became the principal rationale for the defunct Saigon regime's existence, the same proved true for that of Hanoi. Within a few years of the fall of Saigon, communist veterans developed a nostalgia for the struggle's perceived virtues. The more apparent became the failure of other policies, the more reverently Northerners sanctified the unification struggle. David Eliot remarks that an older generation looks back on it as a time of simplicity, belief, focus, equality of poverty. People helped each other. There was a sense of mission. Bao Ninh concludes his war novel by evoking the nostalgia of his fictional self, Kien, common among veterans of every conflict. He returns time and time again to his love. He writes, "Friendship, comradeship, those human bonds which had helped us overcome the 1,000 sufferings of war." Kien envied his lost self with its inspiration and optimism. They were caring days when we knew what we were living and fighting for, and why we needed to suffer and sacrifice. Those were the days when all of us were very young, very pure, and very sincere. Yet today the author himself rejects such sentimentality. The vision of humanity and solidarity is much overstated. Indeed, has become a myth. The bond between soldier and soldier was real enough, but there was also plenty of social injustice in the North. The poor people went to fight, while others with political privileges were able to send their sons abroad to study, and some of them to enjoy luxurious lives. Those times were incredibly brutal. The war went on far too long, and people became terribly weary. So much was destroyed, not just buildings but institutions, the social compact. Bao Nin notes that the British people were fortunate enough to enjoy the freedom in 1945 to evict from office at a general election their great war leader Winston Churchill, whereas in Vietnam the generals have clung to power. Trong Huy San was a 13-year-old boy wrestling playfully with a friend on a hillside in North Vietnam on the day in 1975 that his village loudspeakers announced triumphantly that Saigon had been liberated. According to what we'd been taught at school, he wrote long afterwards in his book, The Winning Side, this would be the end of 2 decades of misery for South Vietnam. I thought, we must quickly set about educating its misguided children. Yet in 2012 that same boy observed, many people who have carefully reviewed the past are stunned when they realize that it feels like the side that was really liberated was the North. South Vietnam, he argues, has proved the historic victor because its values increasingly dominate the entire country. What was it all about? Muses Walt Boomer. It bothers me that we didn't learn a lot. If we had, we would not have invaded Iraq. That was Vietnam, An Epic Tragedy, by Max Hastings, read by Peter Noble and Max Hastings. This program was produced by ID Audio. An audiobook of William Collins, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Max Hastings, 2018. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Max Hastings asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.